Chapter 1. Amanta gently closed the tome of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows before her, the gilded spine glimmering faintly in the flickering candlelight of the fireplace. Decided this is the place. A delicate flush appeared on the girl's pallid cheeks, fragile, as if a mere breeze could shatter her. The Hogwarts magical world, quite intriguing. Identifier 07195. Are you certain you wish to transfer your consciousness to this parallel dimension upon your demise? A robotic steward, clad in livery, emerged from the shadows behind her, its mechanical voice steady as it posed the inquiry to the ailing girl. In this era of advanced technology, society had successfully created various parallel universes, yet remained incapable of overcoming the genetic flaws inherent in artificial beings. The defective products of the new century's synthetic humans, following the failure of experimental treatments, would be dispatched to their designated parallel worlds of grim mercy bestowed by this high-tech society. Absolutely, the girl replied without hesitation. She signed the agreement presented by the robotic steward and activated her brain-machine interface in preparation for the impending data transfer. 3 days later, ding, a notification chimed. On the screen, the progress of consciousness data transmission had reached 100. Please open the window. Amanta slightly opened her eyes and issued the final command. The robotic steward turned its expressionless face towards her. Do you confirm the execution of this operation? The result will immediately deprive you of your life. Amanda understood that even if she refrained from opening the window, her body could only endure a few more weeks within the confines of the recovery room. Before losing consciousness, she longed to glimpse this world for the first time. Execute immediately. All three-dimensional projections in the room were extinguished, and the dark ceiling slowly slid aside. The acrid, polluted gases surged into the vacuum recovery chamber in an instant. The sky is not blue after all. Amanta mused aloud, and moments later, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid series of knocks echoed. Amanta jolted awake from her slumber. Amanta, Amanta, are you awake? A young woman's voice called from outside the door. Amanta rubbed her eyes, feeling as though she had slept for an eternity, her body, still weary, momentarily disoriented. She glanced around. This was an unfamiliar room, with several English books and notepads neatly arranged on the desk, alongside an antique wardrobe that exuded a faint scent of camphor. It appeared she had successfully transmitted into the parallel world of Harry Potter. Realizing this, she cleared her throat and replied to the chestnut-colored wooden door, "Yes, I am awake." "Then I'm coming in." The young woman pushed open the door, her cascading brown waves shimmering in the sunlight that streamed in, but it was her radiant smile that captured the most attention. Amanta massaged her forehead, searching through the memories implanted by the transmission system. This woman was Karina, a teacher who frequently volunteered at the orphanage. "Hey, look at this." Karina held up a pale yellow envelope made of sheet parchment. Amanta's gaze drifted over, and the elegant emerald ink upon it instantly captivated her full attention. Surrey County, Heathrow District, Dawes Orphanage, 3rd floor, 5th room from the left. Ms. Amanta, Merlin recipient. Merlin? That surname. Amanta's eyes widened in disbelief. If her memory served her right, wasn't Merlin a legendary wizard who only appeared in the tales of the magical realm? Typically, the identities assigned by the parallel world transmission system were random, ensuring only that the user entered their desired narrative timeline. It was akin to drawing a limited edition hidden prize from a capsule toy machine. Being a descendant of Merlin was akin to wielding an extraordinary trump card in the magical world. Yet she could not fathom why, after the surname Merlin had vanished for so long, she, a descendant of Merlin, would appear in an ordinary orphanage. Moreover, if she recalled correctly, the elegant emerald handwriting on this letter could almost certainly be identified as Hogwarts' acceptance letter. For the first time in over a decade, Amanta felt her heart racing with excitement. "Amanta, someone has written to you." Karina's voice pulled her attention back. Amanta took the letter, flipped it over, and the red-brown wax seal on the back confirmed her suspicions. It bore a shield-shaped wax emblem, encircled by a lion, a badger, an eagle, and a green serpent, surrounding a capital letter H. Amanta's hands trembled slightly as she opened the letter. Karina, with a look of concern, asked, "Amanda, are you all right? Do you know who wrote to you?" Amanda pondered for a moment since she would soon be departing for Hogwarts. She might as well be forthright. "This is an acceptance letter." "Really?" Karina's expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. "It seems that in just over a month, you will be starting secondary school." Has Amanda always excelled academically, receiving special admission to some prestigious school? Amanda shook her head. "I fear not." Karina's expression turned quizzical. "This is a school of magic, where I shall embark on 7 years of magical study." Amanda scrutinized her face, speaking slowly. Before Karina's expression could fracture, Amanda decided to present the letter before her, aiming to prove she was not merely rambling incoherently. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the Wizarding Association, Head of the International Magical Cooperation, and First-Level Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Miss Merlin, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment for this term. The term is scheduled to commence on September 1st. Considering your current residence in a Muggle orphanage, we shall send Professor McGonagall to escort you to Diagon Alley for the necessary purchases on August 1st. Deputy Headmistress Female, Minerva McGonagall, yours sincerely. Karina's mouth gaped as if she could fit a pumpkin inside, and after a moment, she stammered, "What? This is utterly unbelievable. Goodness, this can't be some newfangled prank." Amanda shook her head. It should not be, yet she said nothing further, as she could not conceive of a reason that would convince Karina of the truth. Karina furrowed her brow tightly, her mind seemingly racing. "If you don't mind, may I borrow this letter for a moment to show the headmistress?" Surely, the wise and experienced headmistress, Osina, would be well versed enough to verify that this letter was not the product of some prankster. Amanda, seeing through her intentions, nodded of course. Even if something were amiss, she feared not after all. Professor McGonagall would be arriving soon to help her procure her school supplies. Even if they temporarily remained skeptical of the existence of magic, they would soon witness the truth. After Karina departed, Amanda lifted a mirror from the desk to inspect herself. The reflection revealed a face both familiar and foreign. Familiar with its soft, golden, wavy hair, a delicate, petite nose, and shimmering light blue eyes. Foreign in that the girl in the mirror bore a complexion radiant and rosy, her cheeks indicating vibrant health. Amanda was overwhelmed with emotions. Raising her head to inhale deeply, the fresh air coursed through her veins, invigorating her very being, sending tingles to the tips of her nerves. To live anew in another world. This time I shall accomplish all that I have yearned to do. At this moment, nothing felt more delightful than the freedom of living healthily. She grabbed the calendar on the desk. July 15th, 1991, then Harry Potter should still be. Amanda mischievously winked. Perhaps she could alter the original course of this world, changing all the unsatisfactory outcomes. And she harbored some selfish desires. Her selfish desire was quite simple. Of the 4 Hogwarts houses, her favorite was undoubtedly Slytherin. The cunning, powerful, and ambitious Slytherin. Yet within Hogwarts, and indeed throughout the entire British wizarding community, many wizards harbored considerable prejudice against those hailing from Slytherin. Though Amanda reluctantly acknowledged that Slytherin produced many malevolent dark wizards who followed the Dark Lord and became his minions, committing various heinous acts, yet Slytherin still boasts heroes like Regulus and Snape. Furthermore, her current lineage traces back to the illustrious Merlin, who is said to have been a Slytherin as well. As Oscar Wilde once remarked, every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. The malevolence lies within the wizards, not the house, and Amanda firmly believes this. Her ambition is to lead Slytherin back to its former glory. Resolute in her decision, Amanda squinted as she stood beside the signpost for Surrey, poring over the map in search of the location of Privet Drive. At this juncture, she might be able to alter Harry's perception of Slytherin before he receives his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Oh, perhaps she could even attempt to entice Harry into Slytherin. This audacious thought leapt into her mind. Amanda nodded thoughtfully. This plan was not without feasibility after all. Even the Sorting Hat had proclaimed that Harry Potter could usher Slytherin to greatness. If the savior himself were to join Slytherin, then her goal would be at least half accomplished. An hour later, Amantha disembarked from the bus at Privet Drive. Rather than foolishly rushing to knock on the door of number 4, calling out, "Is Harry Potter here?" she opted to search for traces of Harry in the vicinity. She remembered vividly that it was the summer holidays, and Harry, seeking to evade the relentless pursuit of his cousin Dudley and his gang, would typically wander around Privet Drive. After passing 12 street lamps along Privet Drive, she stumbled upon a solitary, frail boy, swinging languidly on a swing in a playground overrun with weeds. From her vantage point, she could only see the boy's tousled, jet-black hair, and he was clad in oversized, tattered clothing. Amantha felt a surge of certainty this boy was most likely the renowned Harry Potter of the wizarding world. Tentatively, she called out, "Hey!" The boy glanced around, seemingly checking for anyone else nearby. Upon realizing someone was indeed calling him, he turned his head uncertainly. Standing 3 or 4 meters away was a girl whose face was so exquisitely delicate she resembled a porcelain doll. Harry had never encountered such beauty before. If he had, it would have been a fleeting glimpse of a television screen Dudley was watching. Hi, were you calling me?" he stammered, incredulous that such a beautiful girl would initiate a conversation with him. "Yes, indeed," Amantha replied, mustering a smile she deemed harmless. However, she soon realized her smile might not have had the intended effect, as Harry appeared even more flustered. She quickly wiped the smile from her face and gestured toward the empty swing beside him. "I mean, if you don't mind, may I swing next to you?" "Oh, of course." Out of the corner of her eye, Amantha observed the boy beside her. A gust of wind swept through, lifting his heavy bangs momentarily to reveal a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Coupled with his broken, round glasses held together by tape and the faint glimmer of emerald green eyes beneath them, she could ascertain that this boy was indeed Harry Potter. "You know, we are of the same kind." Amantha suddenly turned to Harry, her gaze earnest. "I'm sorry, I don't understand," Harry replied, his innocent green eyes wide with confusion, reminiscent of a certain fluffy creature. "What I mean is we both possess magic. We are wizards." Harry's eyes widened even further, and Amantha, undeterred by his astonishment, continued, "Haven't you noticed that strange, inexplicable occurrences often transpire when you feel fear or anger?" Harry immediately recalled the incident at the zoo, where he conversed with a python, and the glass vanished, leaving Dudley terrified. He also remembered the peculiar events that had unfolded during his upbringing with the Dursleys whenever they lashed out at him. Yet, this was still too extraordinary for him to readily accept what this girl was asserting. "Are you saying I'm a wizard? How can that be?" Harry muttered, disbelief etched across his face. It was evident that the revelation had struck him with overwhelming force. "Harry, you are quite famous in the magical realm. In fact, I've known about you since childhood, and I even know about your parents." Amantha dropped another bombshell. "My parents?" Harry seized upon this focal point, halting his swing and looking at Amantha with urgency. "Yes, both of your parents were exceptional wizards, renowned in their own right. I believe you will undoubtedly make them proud in the future. Please, what else do you know about my parents?" Harry couldn't help but address her with a title of respect. "Your parents, namely Lily Potter and James Potter, were exceptionally kind and noble wizards, yet they met their untimely demise at the hands of Voldemort, the Dark Lord, while resisting him." Amantha glanced at Harry's pale visage and continued speaking. "However, when he was preparing to kill you, something, perhaps an enchantment, rebounded upon him, resulting in his sudden disappearance from the world." "My parents," Harry murmured, as fragmented images flashed before his eyes while Amantha spoke. Vivid green light and a woman's piercing scream. Was that his mother? Alongside a chilling, malevolent laughter. These visions were clearer than any nightmare he had ever experienced. He pondered that although the words of the girl before him seemed utterly outrageous, they were indeed the only plausible explanation. "Harry, I also know that this summer you will receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Once the summer concludes, we shall both embark on our magical education there." Amantha skillfully shifted the topic, drawing Harry's thoughts away from his harrowing memories. "Hogwarts? Is that a school? We will attend there?" Harry inquired, intrigued. "Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in the world. For the next 7 years, We will study magic together there. Amanta elaborated on the wonders of Hogwarts, capturing Harry's rapt attention. Yet shortly after, a thought struck him, and he interrupted Amanta rather dejectedly. But Aunt Petunia intends for me to attend Stonewall High. I fear Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would never allow me to go to Hogwarts. Amanta winked mysteriously at him. Oh, not worry. Hogwarts will find a way. You are a wizard, after all. Really? Harry asked, a touch of urgency in his voice. Indeed. For reasons unknown to him, this unfamiliar girl instilled in him a sense of inexplicable trust. He chose to believe her words, yet soon another question arose. You mentioned that Hogwarts has 4 houses. Will we be sorted into different houses by the Sorting Hat? Seeing that Harry was following along, Amanta nodded. Yes, you know which house you will be sorted into? Harry asked curiously. Well, I'm not entirely certain, but I believe I may end up in Slytherin. Slytherin? Isn't that where many notorious dark wizards hail from? Harry frowned. If memory served him correctly, Amanta had just informed him that numerous dark wizards, including the one who killed his parents, originated from that very house. If reading his thoughts, Amanta spoke softly. The true nature of a person defines them, not the house. Each house has its good, bad, and indifferent individuals. Harbor prejudice against a house based solely on its reputation is no different for Voldemort himself. Harry felt a flush of embarrassment, as if ashamed of his earlier thoughts. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thought that way. You are right. Yet he remained puzzled. But why do you believe you would be placed in Slytherin? I think Slytherin suits someone ambitious like me. Someone who wishes to grow powerful. That I possess great ambition. I aspire to alter the prevailing perceptions of Slytherin and to lead it back to the original ideals envisioned by Salazar Slytherin. Amanta's eyes sparkled with fervor. After a brief pause, she added, and there is one more significant reason. Harry leaned in, captivated. What is it? Amanta replied earnestly, because I adore the colors green and silver of Slytherin. With a laugh, Harry found her rationale amusing, though she failed to grasp what he found humorous. Once his laughter subsided, he grew serious and said to her, although I have no idea which house I will be placed in, I sincerely hope we are sorted into the same house. With that, Harry's face flushed crimson. He glanced at the dimming sky above Privet Drive, hastily rising from the swing. I'm sorry. I think I must return. Aunt Petunia will likely expect me to fry some bacon. Harry stammered, bidding farewell to Amanta before stumbling off toward number 4, Privet Drive. I'll be waiting for you here tomorrow, Amanta called after his retreating figure, though she was uncertain if he had heard her. Fortunately, the next day, when Amanta returned to Privet Drive, she spotted the boy in oversized clothing once more on the swing. For the subsequent week, Amanta and Harry met daily in that spot. Amanta shared with Harry various insights into the magical world, while he listened intently with his bright green eyes filled with wonder, occasionally posing somewhat ridiculous questions from a wizard's perspective. You mean to say that wizards can ride broomsticks? But wouldn't that be rather uncomfortable for one's backside? Is it true that a wizard's camera cannot capture static images? How do owls know where to deliver their messages? At times, Harry also grew curious about Amanta herself. How did you discover you were a wizard? I'm sorry, since we are both orphans, how do you know so much about magic? I learned it all from books. Amanta lied without a flicker of hesitation. However, the pleasant days were not to last. A week before Harry's birthday, he solemnly informed Amanta of a disheartening development. The letter from Hogwarts was burned by Uncle Vernon. Amanta consoled him, saying, "Do not fret. Hogwarts has its ways." Her words uplifted Harry's spirits considerably. You are right. They even know I live in a cupboard on Friday. Amanta arrived at their usual meeting place, only to find Harry absent. She sighed, pretending to stroll past as she walked along Privet Drive. After a few steps, she noticed a portly, blond man standing on a ladder at number 4, wielding a large hammer as he attempted to nail boards over the cracks in his door. Upon hearing Amanda's footsteps, he seemed startled, but upon realizing she was merely an unthreatening little girl passing by, he resumed his task, mumbling to himself, "These little brats just love to run around. Where are their parents? I'd never allow a child to roam about alone." Amanta looked up at his flushed, bulbous face. "Thank you for your concern, but I am an orphan." Uncle Vernon was momentarily at a loss for words, choking on his response before brusquely waving her off. "Then hurry back to your orphanage." Amanta gazed towards the second floor of the house behind her. and, as expected, a disheveled boy with dark hair was pressed against the window. Looking out at her, Harry's expression seemed shrouded in a mist of melancholy. However, upon noticing Amanda's gaze, he managed to muster a smile for her. Amanda signaled him with a reassuring gesture before departing. If her memory served her correctly, in the following days, Harry's Uncle Vernon would be driven to the brink of madness by the hundreds of letters that flew out from the chimney and fireplace, leading him to take the entire family on the run across England. The IT would only be on the night of Harry's birthday, amidst a storm in a dilapidated shack, that Hagrid, the half-giant from Hogwarts, would burst in with the acceptance letter and a homemade cake, delivering a stern reprimand to the Dursleys, while conjuring a comically absurd pig's tale for Dudley. Alas, how she wished to witness that scene firsthand. Amanda shook her head in regret. It seemed that she would not see Harry before their trip to Diagon Alley. Nevertheless, after several days of mental conditioning, Amanda felt somewhat confident about persuading Harry to join Slytherin. The next crucial juncture appeared to be August 1 SD, the day designated for procuring supplies for Hogwarts at Diagon Alley. Amanda felt fortunate that, whether by coincidence or design, their shopping day coincided in the original timeline. Harry encountered the loquacious Draco Malfoy while purchasing his school uniform, but Draco's attempts at conversation were thwarted by his lack of social grace, resulting in Harry's immediate aversion to Slytherin. Amanda's goal was to intervene before Draco could utter those socially inept remarks. Additionally, there was another stroke of good fortune. During this time, their astute and experienced headmaster, Osina, had informed teacher Karina upon seeing the Hogwarts acceptance letter that everything was indeed authentic. Osina had also shared that every decade or so, a child from their orphanage would receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, so she was no stranger to such occurrences. Heaven knows how remarkable Karina's expression was as she relayed this information to Amanda. Time swiftly passed, and August 1st arrived on this day. Amanda arose early, eagerly awaiting at the orphanage's entrance. The fog-laden metropolis of the late 20th century was often shrouded in thick haze, yet Amanda's spirits were akin to the dawn light streaming through the window. Imbued with the sense of grass and earth, her robust health frequently left her feeling invigorated, a sensation she had not experienced in the past decade. As the clock approached 8 or 9 in the morning, a subtle ripple in the air caught her attention. Amanda immediately straightened her somewhat stiff posture. With a soft pop, a woman clad in a purple robe, her hair tightly coiled, appeared out of thin air at the orphanage's entrance, then proceeded directly inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Amanda rushed to greet her. "Excuse me, are you Professor McGonagall?" The woman, wearing square spectacles and sporting a stern countenance, turned to Amanda, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. "Indeed, I believe you must be Miss Merlin. Professor McGonagall, it is a pleasure to meet you. Are we to head to Diagon Alley now?" McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her keen and sharp gaze unmasked as it shone from behind the lenses. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Merlin. However, before we proceed to Diagon Alley, I believe I should discuss the matter with the headmaster here." At that moment, Headmaster Osina was already seated in her office, lifting her gaze from a pile of documents, removing her glasses to rub her wrinkled eyes. "Professor McGonagall, welcome. Let me think, it has been 8 years since we last met, has it not?" McGonagall replied courteously. "Indeed, Jocelyn is quite a diligent child. Thanks to you, he secured a position at the Ministry of Magic last month." Headmaster Osina smiled. "That is wonderful news." After exchanging pleasantries, McGonagall swiftly shifted her tone, regaining a serious demeanor. "I wish to ask you an important question. Could you tell me about the circumstances surrounding Miss Merlin's arrival here? Was it finally time to unveil her heritage?" Amanda had long been curious about how the once-vanished Merlin lineage had quietly passed down to her generation, culminating in her own emergence as Amanda Merlin in the orphanage. She immediately perked up, intent on listening closely. Osina observed Amanda's expression and, seeing no sign of distress, rubbed her forehead and began to recount. "It is rather strange, this child Amanda. That morning, Nurse Mabel went to fetch the milk we had ordered, and upon her return, you won't believe what she found." Osina chuckled. There was no milk in the container, but rather a child sleeping inside. This point, Osina paused, seemingly lost in thought. Then she opened the second drawer of the left cabinet and retrieved a small black jewelry box from beneath a pile of papers. She handed the box to Amanta. With a nod from Osina, opened it. Inside lay a delicately crafted silver bracelet, its form somewhat rugged, resembling branches from the forest, yet in the midst of the intricate twigs rested a dark green raw gemstone. Through the stone, a peculiar inscription in English could be faintly discerned. Merlin. Beyond that, there was nothing else to be seen. Amanta, you were too young at the time, so I kept this for you. It seems fitting to present it to you now. Amanta reached for the bracelet, but as her fingers brushed against it, it seemed to activate some mechanism. The branches suddenly began to quiver, slithering like little snakes to her left wrist, where they coiled around it as if they were always meant to be one with her arm. Osina covered her mouth, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my, this is truly remarkable." McGonagall's piercing eyes widened. "If I am not mistaken, this should be the legendary ring of the sage belonging to Merlin." Her voice trembled slightly. "I believe I must report this to Professor Dumbledore." McGonagall extended her arm. "Miss Merlin, I think it is time we head to Diagon Alley. Please grasp my arm and hold on tightly. You may feel a bit uncomfortable, but I assure you this is the most efficient mode of travel. Apparition, indeed, is one of the most effective forms of magical transportation." Amanta felt a twinge of apprehension. She trusted McGonagall's abilities, but remembered that most people found their first experience with apparition rather unpleasant. Before she could ponder further, her entire being was suddenly spun at an alarming rate, her surroundings distorting into a blur, the intense pressure from all directions constricting her breath, as if she were being compressed into a sausage. She clung tightly to McGonagall's arm. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only a few seconds before everything returned to normal. Amanta bent over, supporting her stomach as she gasped for air, taking a while to calm the tumult within. Thankfully, she had skipped breakfast. McGonagall regarded her with admiration. "Miss Merlin, I had some concerns, as most people tend to vomit on their first attempt at apparition. But it seems you are quite an exceptional child." As Amanta regained her senses, she found herself standing before a dilapidated and grimy little bar. Passers-by seemed to ignore the establishment, brushing past her while their gazes were fixated on a grand bookstore to one side and a record shop on the other. The sign outside the bar boldly proclaimed the Leaky Cauldron, undoubtedly marking one of the entrances to Diagon Alley. For a place of such renown and antiquity, it appeared rather dim and shabby. A few old witches sat in the corner, puffing on long pipes and sipping from tiny glasses of sherry, while a short wizard in a top hat conversed with a balding, wrinkled proprietor. Tom, the bar owner, raised a glass to Professor McGonagall as the two ladies entered. "Ah, Minerva McGonagall, it has been quite a while. Care for a drink?" Professor McGonagall wrinkled her nose slightly, clearly unaccustomed to the bar's environment. "No, thank you, I'm merely attending to some business for Hogwarts." Tom wiped a glass with a cloth, his gaze peering over McGonagall's tall shoulders. "Ha, looks like we have a first year from Hogwarts. Hello there, young lady." Amanta responded politely, her eyes discreetly scanning the interior. "Where's Professor Quirrell?" Soon, Amanta spotted a young man sitting with his back to them in a shadowy corner. It was almost certain that this man was Professor Quirrell, as he was wrapped in an enormous purple scarf that, even in the eclectic attire of the Leaky Cauldron, appeared quite peculiar and comical. Amanda struggled to discern anything unusual about his scarf. Unfortunately, who besides her knew that Voldemort was hiding at the back of Professor Quirrell's head? Amanda sighed. Regrettably, she was not Harry, at least for now. Aside from the intricate purple patterns on Quirrell's scarf, she saw nothing else. "Miss Merlin?" Professor McGonagall followed her gaze. "This is Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor at Hogwarts. Do not let his odd attire fool you. He is quite a responsible professor." McGonagall offered a brief introduction, but showed no inclination to approach Quirrell. "I think we should be off. All right." Amanda followed Professor McGonagall past the bar counter into a small courtyard enclosed by walls, which was overrun with weeds and featured a lone trash bin against one wall. McGonagall regarded Amanta, a rare smile gracing her face. "Miss Merlin, while I could simply apparate us directly into Diagon Alley, I believe that might rob you of some enjoyment, would it not?" She drew her wand and lightly tapped a brick on the wall above the trash bin. "Count 3 bricks up and 2 over." "Ah, here it is." The brick that McGonagall tapped began to tremble, and the entire wall undulated as if disturbed by falling stones, rippling and parting like waves. Eventually, a wide, short archway revealed itself, leading to a winding cobblestone street. Amanta gasped in surprise. Although she had envisioned this scene countless times, witnessing it in person was far more breathtaking than she had imagined. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," McGonagall declared, in her heart. Amanta whispered, "Welcome to the world of magic." Various cauldrons of all shapes and sizes, made of tin, brass, copper, and silver, caught her eye, some of which could automatically fold and stir. Amanta looked up to see the sign for the Patil Cauldron Shop. The sign hung above a towering stack of cauldrons, which reflected the morning sun, casting a dazzling light onto Amanta's face. She could not help but stare a moment longer. "You will need to purchase a cauldron for potions class." "But Miss Merlin, we must first go to Gringotts to exchange your money." "Very well." Before arriving at Diagon Alley, Dino Cena had prepared enough pounds for her to last an entire term. She only needed to visit Gringotts, a bank run by goblins, to exchange these pounds for the wizarding world's currency. As they walked, Amanta, like every young witch visiting the magical world for the first time, gazed curiously at everything around her. Simultaneously, she discreetly noted the items for sale and the locations of each shop. The Quidditch supply store? Behind it is scribulous writing implements, and then there is flourish and blots. "Professor," Amanta called out to McGonagall, "is there something on your mind, my dear Miss Merlin? After we get the money, may I shop for my supplies on my own? I believe I can manage, and I would like to explore a bit longer." "If that is all right, Professor." The girl before her seemed merely 11 years old, and McGonagall hesitated. Yet perhaps it was the glint of solitude and determination in Amanta's eyes, a reflection of her own at that age, that swayed her. McGonagall pointed to a nearby ice cream shop named Florian Fortescue's. "All right, I will wait for you there. If you encounter any issues or finish your shopping, come find me." "Thank you." Professor Amanta's desire for independence was not a mere whim. She had not forgotten her purpose for the day, to alter the circumstances of Harry and Draco's encounter. The priority was to find either Harry or Draco first. Afterward, it would be easier to follow them. Today's exchange rate is 1 galleon for 5 pounds. "How much would you like to exchange?" A goblin sat behind the counter on a high stool, half closing its eyes and elongating its tone as it addressed Amanta. The currency used in a magical world comprises galleons, sickles, and nuts. 1 gold galleon equals 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver sickle equals 29 copper nuts. McGonagall stood beside Amanta, elucidating the details. "All right." Amanta produced the pounds she had prepared in advance and handed them over. As she raised her arm to place them on the counter, the drowsy goblin was about to take them when it suddenly noticed the bracelet on her left wrist. The goblin's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Forgetting to accept the bills Amanta offered, IT stretched out its slender hand to vigorously shake another goblin beside it. "Wake up! Look! What do you see?" "Am I seeing things?" The other goblin adjusted its gold-rimmed glasses perched on its nose. "What is all the fuss about?" "Oh, my precious gold. Is that real?" It appeared so astonished that it nearly poked itself in the eye with its own claw. Their exaggerated reactions soon drew the attention of other colleagues. A goblin weighing the gold coins glanced over, while another, recording in a ledger, smeared ink across the parchment. One goblin, who had been inspecting a ruby, failed to notice it tumble to the floor. "Oh, precious goblin gold." Quickly informed the bank manager. The goblin confirmed its suspicions. Realizing it had not been mistaken, IT swiftly extended its slender, dark fingers to deftly dial the number on an old-fashioned telephone. Amanta and McGonagall exchanged bewildered glances, both unable to comprehend the goblin's extraordinary reaction. The only certainty was that they recognized the bracelet and its former owner. One goblin led Amanta and McGonagall through a pristine marble hall. They passed through door after door until they finally halted before a grand silver entrance. "Ladies, please enter. Our bank manager, Mr. Gringotts, is awaiting you inside." The fairies opened the door for them. IT appeared to be an office of exquisite luxury, adorned with a translucent marble desk brimming with various delicate collectibles, such as a crystal hourglass, an intricately patterned golden scale, and an array of copper fairy statues, each displaying a distinct demeanor. Seated across from them was an elderly-looking fairy, perched on a grand chair inlaid with a massive sapphire. His posture slightly hunched, scrutinizing them with a sharp gaze. "Miss," That bracelet you wear is mine. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, instinctively placing herself in front of Amanta. With all due respect, Mr. Gringotts, the fairy rules you adhere to apply solely to your kind. It is undeniably mine. The old fairy shot her a fierce glare. The root cause of the present situation was likely the apparent disparity in the concept of ownership between fairies and wizards. Wizards believe that an item should become part of an estate upon death, passed down according to inheritance laws. In contrast, fairies maintain that the items they crafted rightfully belong to the maker after the user's demise. This fundamental difference often led to friction and bloody confrontations between wizards and fairies. Merlin is dead. God knows how long I have searched for this item. Back when we were deep in the woods. On an afternoon, that young man came into the forest and swapped this with me. Gringotts prattled on, seemingly recounting an old tale, his words muddled, making it difficult for Amanta to discern his meaning. He glared at Professor McGonagall as he spoke. Mr. Gringotts, I believe you do not wish to oppose Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall coldly reminded him. Gringotts shot a glance at Professor McGonagall, yet her words evidently instilled in him a certain degree of trepidation. He rubbed his chin in contemplation, then rose from his chair, leaning over the desk to face Amanta. If you give it to me, let me think, I shall craft for you a new key to the Merlin family vault. How does that sound? It has been several centuries since the Merlin family last visited. I suspect some foolish heir lost the key. Miss Merlin, your family's vault contains many treasures, some even more valuable than this. Are you truly certain you do not wish to unlock it? All the treasures within are rightfully yours. Gringotts' eyes, previously obscured by drooping eyelids, now glimmered with avarice. It appeared that Gringotts was aware of the Merlin family's vault that had been stored here for centuries. From his words, it seemed the vault held numerous valuable items. This was a tremendous temptation for Amanta, especially as an orphan. She was utterly impoverished. Without the several £100 provided by Dean Osana, she would struggle to afford her school supplies. However, I must apologize. This bracelet is the only relic my family has left me, and I cannot exchange it for the key to my family's vault. Amanta decisively interrupted him, emphasizing the words "my family." Gringotts' coaxing tone nearly led her astray. Yet, the vault of the Merlin family rightfully belonged to her. Even if it remained inaccessible for now, she could not barter her sole proof of identity. Moreover, fairies were inherently cunning. Should she relinquish the bracelet to Gringotts, it would likely be lost to her forever. The Merlin family had bequeathed her this bracelet, suggesting it contained some crucial clue. That vault can only be opened with a specially crafted key. Made by us fairies. There exists but one in the entire world. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed? I stand by my words, Mr. Gringotts. Gringotts huffed heavily, evidently perplexed as to why this young girl remained unmoved by his offer. Mr. Gringotts, I believe you have observed Amanta's stance. Can we be allowed to leave? The fairy guided them back to the main hall. Their return evidently incited a stir among the fairies in the hall. The sight of the sage's ring still adorning Amanta's wrist elicited gasps as they exchanged glances. Such a reaction from the fairies suggested that, aside from being a fairy creation, the sage's ring possessed many extraordinary and potentially powerful magical functions. Though these fairies did not divulge the details, she would gradually explore all of ITAS for the key to the Merlin family vault. She would find a way to locate it or forge a new one. What rightfully belonged to her, she would reclaim in full measure. Having acquired the necessary galleons, she departed from Gringotts. Watching Professor McGonagall head toward Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Amanta surveyed the myriad wizarding shops around her. Beginning to chart her shopping route through Diagon Alley. Of course, she did not forget her other task for the day. She glanced up at the sky. The early August sun was already somewhat fierce. Even before midday, if her memory served her correctly, Harry should have set out this morning with Hagrid by boat to the dock, then taken the train and the underground. It was safe to assume that Harry and the others had yet to arrive at Diagon Alley. Amanta resolved to first procure her school supplies, while simultaneously seeking Draco Malfoy. After all, a platinum blonde head would stand out in a crowd. Diagon Alley was not overly expansive, and after several rounds, Amanta clearly did not spot the platinum-haired boy she sought. On one occasion, she noticed another boy with light golden hair loitering at the entrance of the Magical Mischief shop, but she quickly shook her head. 11-year-old Draco could not possibly be so tall. nor would he foolishly stand outside the window, staring vacantly at the joke products. When would Harry and Draco finally arrive at Diagon Alley? Amanta shook her head, deciding to first purchase a wand. Wands chose wizards, and finding a suitable one might take considerable time. Standing at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, she felt a thrilling mix of excitement and trepidation. She was about to possess her very own unique wand. "Good morning, Miss Merlin." Before Amanta could settle onto the dusty old bench inside the shop, a gentle voice unexpectedly rang out from behind the counter. Caught off guard, she might have been startled. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Good afternoon." Mr. Ollivander, a thin, elderly gentleman, emerged from behind the counter, his large silver eyes fixated intently on Amanta. "The Merlin family has not graced us with their presence to purchase wands in quite some time." "You are indeed a rarity, Miss Merlin." Mr. Ollivander approached, scrutinizing Amanta closely. Her hair and eyes resembled the colors of frozen lake in winter, undeniably emblematic of the Merlin lineage. "So, what brings you to our shop to acquire a wand?" "Oh no, I do not intend to pry into any family secrets. It is merely that the Merlin family is notoriously discerning about wands, and it is rather challenging to find one that can withstand the power they wield." Although Mr. Ollivander spoke these words, the excitement began to shine brightly in his silver eyes, clearly piquing his interest. For the first time, Amanta felt the weight of her heritage pressing upon her. "Mr. Ollivander, you are the finest wand maker in the world, and I am certain you will find the most suitable wand for me. Then let us begin. Which hand do you prefer to use for your wand?" Mr. Ollivander produced a silver measuring tape from his pocket. "Left hand, oh, indeed, the sage's ring. It will maximize the effectiveness of your spells when used in conjunction with your wand." He meticulously measured Amanta's dimensions, from her shoulders to the tips of her fingers, from her wrists to her elbows, and from her shoulders to the ground, as well as from her armpits to her knees, finally measuring the circumference of her head. Crafted from acacia wood, adorned with phoenix feathers. 11 inches in length, flexible. "Try this." Amanta waved it, and an explosive sound erupted from the counter, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred wood. "No, let's try this one," he continued. "Spruce wood, dragon nerve, 9¼ inches long. Hard, powerful. Give it a go." This attempt proved even more outrageous. As soon as Amanta touched the wand, a cascade of wand boxes tumbled down from the shelf. Mr. Ollivander had to use a wand to restore order to the chaotic display. "So picky, just as I imagined. Let's try this one. Ebony wood, unicorn hair, 12½ inches long, soft and supple. That must be the perfect wand for you, Miss Merlin. Let me ponder." Amanta experimented with wand after wand, and the boxes she had tried piled up to nearly her height. Yet Mr. Ollivander appeared even more exhilarated than before. "Oh, how could I have overlooked this? The rarest of all, a yew wand, exceedingly difficult to master. Only extraordinary wizards can be chosen by a yew wand, capable of meeting the strength and discerning taste of the Merlin lineage. Come, give this one a try." Amanta tested several yew wands in succession. Once sparks erupted from the tip of one, and she glanced questioningly at Mr. Ollivander, who merely shook his head. Still not quite right. So close. Yet what could be amiss? Mr. Ollivander paced anxiously, suddenly raising his head in revelation. "There's one wand I never imagined would be sold. Yes, it must be the one that instead of searching the shelves again." Mr. Ollivander approached the window display. Amanta looked on in confusion, only to discover a singular wand resting inside the case. It appeared longer than any she had previously tried, and the faded purple cushion beneath it attested to its age. With a sense of reverence, Mr. Ollivander cradled the wand as he approached. "You would. Dragon heartstring, 14 inches long, an extraordinarily unique wand that requires the wielder to possess immense magical power and noble character to master it. Surely, this is the one." Miss Merlin, Amanta grasped the wand. A warm surge coursed through her fingers. With a gentle flick, radiant light erupted forth. The dim, cramped shop was illuminated with dazzling flashes, crackling sparks igniting the backdrop into a starry canvas, while the wand's tip danced like silver threads, painting intricate and peculiar images in the air. This wand, having been handed to her from the cold window display, felt inexplicably familiar and comforting, as if she had found a long-lost treasure that a strange sensation stirred within her heart. Perhaps a sense of destined belonging. It had to be the one. Miss Merlin, I am certain you shall possess a unique and remarkable destiny. You will achieve great things, as Amantha stepped out of Ollivander's wand shop. His words echoed in her mind, his profound gaze seeming to pierce through her very essence and future. Shaking her head, she reminded herself to focus on the present. The future remained shrouded in mist. And who could truly predict it? Of course, she mused, this did not include Professor Trelawney. It was Trelawney who had once made the prophecy, declaring that the Dark Lord and that boy could only survive one, prompting Voldemort to make his fateful move against the infant Harry. The outcome was evident. He had failed, leaving Harry with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Speaking of Harry, she realized that after such an extensive search for a wand, he and Hagrid were likely nearing Diagon Alley. Passing by the Quidditch boutique, her attention was drawn to a dazzling broomstick on display. It was a golden brown broom, the handle arching gracefully, each bristle smooth and uniform, culminating in a finely tapered end, illuminated by beams of light from various angles that made it glisten. The adjacent sign proclaimed it the latest model, the fastest, the pinnacle of broomsticks, the Firebolt 2000. Hey, Quidditch is not suited for delicate girls like you. A voice, elongated and somewhat arrogant, called out from behind Amantha. Who dares to be so insufferable? She retorted instinctively. Turning, she was met with a slick-haired platinum blonde. His hair meticulously combed, a sharply chiseled jawline, and a pair of haughty light gray eyes. She was left pondering who could be so insufferable. It seemed unlikely to find another apart from the Malfoy family. As a Malfoy, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner. The golden-haired girl turned around, her ice-blue irises glaring fiercely at him, causing the boy, for reasons unknown, to falter and lose his words. I merely wanted to remind you that Quidditch is perilous. The balls have no regard for safety. Yes. Abruptly shifting his tone, he diverted the conversation, becoming somewhat incoherent. I've never seen you before. Who are you? Amantha keenly noticed a faint flush on his ears. Seizing the moment, she stepped down the stairs. Well, pleased to meet you. I am Amanda Merlin. And you? Merlin? The boy exclaimed in surprise, quickly glancing around as if to assess whether anyone had noticed his lapse in composure. Soon, he turned back with relief, extending his hand toward Amantha. Hello, Amantha. I am Draco Malfoy. Amantha shook his hand, noting how cold his fingers were, befitting his pale complexion. Did I hear correctly? You are of the Merlin lineage? My father said the Merlin family had long since vanished. I thought they existed only in legend. What brings you here alone? Where are your parents? Clearly, Amantha's heritage piqued his interest, which suited her just fine. I am an orphan. Professor McGonagall accompanied me. I apologize. This is the only thing they left me. Amantha lifted her arm, revealing the serene emerald vine bracelet resting on her wrist. What is this? Wait, I think I've seen something like it in a book. Forgotten ancient magic and spells. Or something else. Never mind, it's not important. Is this the legendary philosopher's ring once possessed by Merlin? Amantha nodded, confirming Draco's speculation, his light gray eyes widening in astonishment. Merlin's beard. I must tell my father. He will not believe what I have seen. This is more astonishing than a snail dancing before me. Tell me what, my dear Draco? A languid voice echoed from behind them. Lucius Malfoy had silently approached, his cold gaze sweeping over the two. As his eyes fell upon the bracelet on Amanda's wrist, his icy gray pupils narrowed in sudden intrigue. The philosopher's ring. Lucius's expression shifted from incredulity to a hint of obsession, quickly tempered by self-restraint. His gaze toward Amantha transformed into polite detachment, laced with a subtle curiosity. Lucius Malfoy, I deeply apologize for Draco's rudeness. Lucius extended his hand, swiftly shaking Amantha's before turning sharply to Draco, his tone severe. Draco, you must understand the consequences of such behavior in front of this young lady. Draco, stripped of his earlier bravado, lowered his gaze to the ground, appearing as docile as if he were an entirely different person. Yes, father. I shall write out the Malfoy family rules 20 times upon our return. Draco reluctantly uttered the latter half of his sentence. And may I inquire how to address this young lady? Lucius, with a satisfied gaze, shifted his attention to Amantha, having been engrossed in her own enjoyment of the spectacle. Amantha quickly composed herself and introduced herself, saying, I am Amantha Merlin. You seem to have misunderstood. I've been getting along splendidly with Draco." Upon hearing the name Merlin, Lucius nodded knowingly, adopting a practiced smile. The Merlin family is indeed a mysterious lineage, long since vanished from public view. Miss Merlin. Like Draco, you're also a first-year student at Hogwarts this year, are you not? Yes, I believe Draco and I will soon reunite at Hogwarts, Amanda replied. This statement brought a faint blush to Draco's pale cheeks, and Amanda noticed the tips of his ears had reddened as well. Indeed, I hear this year's first years include Harry Potter. You two must surely be the prominent figures of Hogwarts this year. Lucius then pivoted his conversation, expressing that it was Draco's honor to meet Miss Merlin, and as a gesture of goodwill, he offered to have Draco accompany her on a shopping excursion, with the cost to be covered by Malfoy Manor. It was clear to the discerning that Lucius sought to facilitate a connection between Draco and Amanda, hoping to bask in the glow of the Merlin family's prestige and expand his social network. However, this suited Amanda perfectly, for her original plan was to find either Draco or Harry today and align herself with them. Moreover, the generous Lord Malfoy had relieved her of a significant expense for her school supplies. She smiled politely and responded, "Thank you for your kindness. I would be delighted to shop with Draco." Draco, remember, as the heir of the Malfoy family, do not bring shame upon our name, Lucius admonished before hastily departing with his serpent-headed cane. As if other pressing matters awaited him, with a sigh of relief, Draco felt a tinge of melancholy. His father was always so busy, and even when they finally had a moment together, he could not linger longer. Amanda, sensing his despondence, gently patted his shoulder. "Now that I am here with you, shall we proceed?" "Oh, very well," Draco replied, his body jolting slightly as he instinctively took a step forward, only to pause and glance back longingly at the Nimbus 2000 displayed in the window. Amanda stifled a smile and reminded him, "Where shall we go now? What have you purchased?" Draco scrutinized Amanda, noticing her empty hands, and questioned skeptically, "You haven't bought anything yet, have you?" "Well, nearly. I only acquired a wand." Amanda admitted candidly. "All right then," Draco said begrudgingly. "Show me your acceptance letter so I can see what else you need to buy." "You did bring it, didn't you?" Amanda was taken aback. "Of course. As a noble Malfoy. Why would I personally attend to such matters? Dobby will procure the essentials for me to know, but I suppose I must personally select a wand and have a set of tailored robes made." Draco spoke slowly. Amanda understood that Dobby was one of the house elves of Malfoy Manor. House elves are a unique race, bound to serve ancient and wealthy wizarding families, obeying their every command while undertaking all domestic tasks. They dread the thought of freedom, viewing the loss of service and the receipt of wages as the greatest disgrace. However, Dobby was an exception. Dobby was an elf who cherished freedom and yearned to earn his keep. And in the original tale, Harry inadvertently granted Dobby his freedom by giving him a sock, but that was a story for another time. Amanda was yet uncertain how her actions might ripple through the future. "Shall we first go and purchase uniforms?" she proposed. Draco evidently had no objections. The pair stepped into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "Oh, what delightful little wizards you are!" "Please come in," greeted Madame Malkin, the store's proprietor, a smiling witch clad in a purple dress. As they pushed open the door, she guided them past racks adorned with an array of robes in various colors and styles, the shop suffused with a faint hint of violet fragrance. They traversed through the crowded display to a room situated behind the main hall. There, a few empty stools awaited, alongside floating measuring tapes, and a bronze-framed full-length mirror leaned against the side. My dears, come and have your measurements taken. You must be here to order Hogwarts uniforms, correct? Come, try them on. Before Amanda could speak, Madame Malkin had discerned their purpose. Perhaps their youthful appearance gave them away, as children of their age were indeed the typical first years at Hogwarts. At her invitation, Amanda and Draco each took a seat on the stool. As Madame Malkin draped a black robe over them, several measuring tapes swiftly floated over, deftly taking their measurements. "You two go ahead and try those on. I will attend to some other customers," Madame Malkin said cheerfully as she squeezed her way out from between the racks, leaving the two ensnared in measuring tapes. The measuring tapes appear to possess a mischievous spirit, not quite befitting their role. They first leaped onto their shoulders, stretching down towards their feet, playfully snapping back before rolling up their sleeves and robe hems. Damn it, Draco exclaimed, evidently irritated by the lively tape, swatting at it impatiently, only for it to retaliate by smartly striking his thigh. Ouch, Draco yelped. Amanta nearly lost her composure. If Lucius were to appear at that moment and witness his son's antics, he would likely be beside himself with indignation. Excuse me, I would like to try something here. Wait a moment. Amanta, a somewhat bashful voice inquired, suddenly brightening in tone. Recognizing the familiar voice, Amanta turned to see a disheveled boy with messy black hair and broken glasses peeking through the gaps between the racks. Harry, what are you doing here? Amanta feigned surprise that, oh, it's a long story. Uncle Vernon wouldn't let me out for days, Harry recounted briefly, concluding with an emphasis on how unfortunate it was that she missed seeing Dudley sprout a pig's tail. It suited him perfectly. Amanta raised her brows in mock regret. What a pity. And where is Hagrid? Wasn't he the one who brought you? Hagrid's face seemed rather grim after we exited Gringotts. He mentioned he needed to stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. The two were engrossed in their conversation, almost forgetting about the third party nearby. Draco, having completed his measurements, hopped off the stool, crossing his arms and casting increasingly dark glances at Amanta, aware of Draco's growing discomfort. Amanta realized that this might be the first time he experienced being overlooked. She couldn't allow his mood to worsen. She reminded herself of her purpose today. With a swift thought, she grasped Draco's arm and abruptly pulled him in front of Harry. Harry, this is Draco Malfoy. Draco, this is Harry Potter. Harry Potter. As Amanta had anticipated, Draco's eyes widened at the name. Harry offered Draco a warm and friendly smile. Are you a friend of Amanta's? Hello, Draco. After extending his hand to Draco, their hands met briefly, and Draco quickly donned a professional facade. Hello, Harry. It is a pleasure to meet you. Harry couldn't help but shiver slightly, as it was clear that he struggled to comprehend how a person could change their face faster than flipping a page. Amanta, however, stood by, seemingly satisfied with the situation. At least Harry and Draco had initiated some friendly interaction, albeit perhaps out of respect for her and the renowned name of Harry Potter. Nevertheless, the absence of any conflict between them was indeed a promising start. She contentedly patted both of their shoulders. Have you all gathered your supplies? Shall we purchase a few more items? Harry, will you join us? That would be splendid, but I must inform Hagrid first. Hey, I'm over here. A towering man with wild hair and a bushy beard stood outside the window, holding two enormous chocolate raspberry crunch ice creams, grinning foolishly at Harry. The unmistakable features made it evident to Amanta that this was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, who was also a half-giant. Harry quickly led Amanta and Draco out of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Little Harry, in just a short while. You've made so many new friends, Hagrid exclaimed, handing one of the colossal ice creams to Harry, his grin widening as he glanced at Draco and Amanta. Oh dear, I haven't bought your friends' treats yet. Harry, wait for me here. Before Harry could respond, Hagrid cheerfully dashed off towards Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. In no time, he returned with two massive ice creams in hand. Harry, who are your friends? Do introduce me. Amanda spoke up first. I am Amanda Merlin, and I appreciate your care for Harry over the past few days. Amanda, you are the girl Harry often speaks of. Quite delightful. Hagrid turned to the proud Draco beside her. And you? What is your name? Perhaps motivated by the allure of the enormous chocolate raspberry crunch ice cream, Draco skillfully flashed a forced smile and replied in an exceedingly formal tone, Draco Malfoy. Thank you for your kindness. Upon hearing the name Malfoy, Hagrid's brow furrowed slightly, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor. Draco, hello, I am Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You may simply call me Hagrid. Young lads and lassies, I presume you are all first-year students at Hogwarts? Amanda nodded. Yes, like Harry, we are here to procure our essential school supplies. Harry looked at Hagrid expectantly. By the way, may I explore Diagon Alley with Amanda and the others? Hagrid examined Amanda, seemingly finding her trustworthy enough. He wiped his ice cream-stained hands on his clothing and glanced towards the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your youthful merriment any longer. We shall meet at the Leaky Cauldron later, Harry. Harry joyfully waved at Hagrid. See you soon. The Leaky Cauldron was situated right next to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The shop was filled from floor to ceiling with an array of peculiar, oddly packaged and cryptically inscribed hardcover books. After informing the staff of their need for first-year textbooks, a shop assistant seized a list and dove into the densely packed bookshelves, retrieving each item one by one. The wait grew somewhat tedious. Harry surveyed the surroundings until he found himself in front of a book titled Curses and Counter Curses. Amanda thought he must be contemplating how to deal with his cousin Dudley. Draco plucked a book about magical Quidditch balls and found a seat to read intently. Meanwhile, Amanda gazed dreamily at a wordless book. "Which house do you think you'll be sorted into?" Draco suddenly inquired, his gray eyes peering over the Quidditch book at the two of them. "Slytherin," Amanda answered without hesitation. Harry followed suit, his voice wavering slightly. "I, too, will be in Slytherin, just like Amanda." "Really?" Their responses evidently surprised Draco. "If all goes as expected, I shall certainly be in Slytherin as well, as my entire family belongs to Slytherin." Amanda's lips curled into a slight smile. "And oh, one knows which house they will be sorted into before the sorting hat ceremony. But I hope to see you both in Slytherin," agreed Draco and Harry chorused. After acquiring their textbooks, they proceeded to purchase quills, parchment, a large cauldron, a scale for measuring potions, a telescope, various potion ingredients, and finally visited Ollivander's wand shop. Goodness, trying out wands is the most exhausting and perilous activity. Harry and Draco tested numerous wands, but these mischievous wands refused to acknowledge them as their rightful masters, protesting with a cacophony of magical mishaps that nearly wreaked havoc in the store. Especially Harry, whose antics rivaled Amanda's. The three emerged from the wand shop utterly fatigued, and the day was growing late. Amanda retrieved her parchment list, counting off the items. "1 telescope, a scale." "Oh wait, I seem to have forgotten to buy a pet." "I haven't either," Harry replied, appearing somewhat perplexed. "Must we have pets?" "Well, I'm not entirely certain, but I believe we ought to get an owl. Wizards rely on them to deliver messages and parcels." "What about you?" "Draco," Amanda inquired again, "My father purchased one for me ages ago. It's a snowy owl." Draco replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "I believe snowy owls are the most powerful and regal of all owls." The dimly lit owl shop was teeming with countless owls, with Amanda spotting at least 20 or 30 varieties, and perhaps even more, as Harry reached into a cage to play with a snowy owl. Amanda suddenly recalled that Harry had grown up in a household where the Dursleys mistreated him and had never received a proper gift. She spoke to Harry. "By the way, I haven't given you a birthday present for your birthday yesterday. How about I gift you this snowy owl?" Harry looked somewhat alarmed. "Oh, you really don't have to." Amanda winked at him, "but it's fine. Just remember to return the favor when my birthday comes around. All right," Harry stammered, silently taking note. Draco, who had been silent, pulled a book from the pocket of his robe and handed it to Harry. "This book is for you, as your birthday gift." Harry looked at the brand-new Quidditch book in his arms, touched, and gazed at Draco. "Draco, thank you as well." Harry's eyes glistened with tears, shifting between Amanda and Draco, feeling somewhat flustered, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. "And no need for thanks," Draco replied tersely, clearly dropping the pretense of his usual smile and arrogance. He seemed somewhat ill at ease in such situations. "Perhaps we can all play Quidditch together in Slytherin, even though first years aren't allowed to bring their own brooms." "What a ridiculous rule." As they chatted, Amanda also selected her pet owl, a small and adorable eastern screech owl, its round head and eyes reminding her of a ragdoll cat. After confirming that all their school supplies were acquired, Amanda bid farewell to Draco and Harry at the entrance of the owl shop. Harry felt a twinge of reluctance, but when Amanda reassured him that they could meet at their usual spot, Draco interjected, unable to contain himself. "Usual spot? What do you two typically meet?" Amanda raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "You want to come too?" "Well, I suppose I could begrudgingly join you to discuss the courses we will be studying." Draco wore an air of indifference, yet his eyes furtively glanced at Amanda, seemingly awaiting her response. Amanda felt somewhat exasperated. "All right then, let us await word from the owls." Amanda made her way towards the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. She noted that the pedestrians on Diagon Alley had become few and far between, allowing her to spot Professor McGonagall standing at the entrance. The sun was nearing its descent, and the trio had dallied for far too long. Amanda hurried over, explaining Professor McGonagall, I made friends with two first-year students from Hogwarts, and we were together purchasing school supplies. McGonagall interjected. Hagrid has already informed me, and no need to worry. Have you gathered everything? Yes, we have everything, she replied. Then, I shall escort you back now, Miss Merlin. Amanta grasped Professor McGonagall's arm tightly once more. After a dizzying swirl, they found themselves at the entrance of the Dursley's home, though this time her discomfort was notably diminished. Miss Merlin, I hope you have a delightful 7 years at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall remarked, her jaw relaxing as she bestowed Amanta with a faint smile before vanishing in a thin air, just as she had arrived that morning. With a month remaining until the start of term on September 1 ST, Amanta penned 2 notes, arranging for Draco and Harry to meet at their old spot on Privet Drive in 3 days. Before entrusting them to her newly acquired Eastern Screech Owl, Basha swiftly returned with the replies from the 2 boys. Wonderful. I've been poring over these textbooks, and History of Magic is my favorite. I've decided to name my owl Hedwig, which I found in this book. I can't put it down, and I read late into the night that I can hardly contain my excitement at the thought of seeing you both. By the way, since my return, the Dursleys haven't bothered me at all. They simply act as if I don't exist. This was Harry's response, filling 2 sheets of paper to the brim. In contrast, Draco's reply was unexpectedly succinct. Fine. Amanta flipped over the pale green stationery, meticulously checking for any additional words. Confirming he hadn't written a second one, truly a man of few words, that young Malfoy, Amanta mused. Unbeknownst to her, within the opulent and antiquated confines of Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, a platinum-haired boy stood before his ornate dressing mirror, tirelessly trying on various robes and brooches, scrutinizing his appearance with a furrowed brow. He then posed a question to the house elf Dobby, who was attending to him. Will this be suitable for the day after tomorrow? Amanta, you've finally arrived. Harry's voice rang out as he waved enthusiastically from a distance, his unruly black hair unmistakable. His bright green eyes sparkled with joy, practically overflowing. After a few days apart, the loneliness and fragility that had occasionally flickered across Harry's face had nearly vanished. Replaced by the innocence and vivacity befitting his age, Amanta felt a genuine happiness for him, albeit tinged with a hint of guilt. Had Harry truly entered Slytherin at her behest, the narrative might have shifted significantly. Not to mention Voldemort and the rigid wizards who perceived him as a naturally powerful dark wizard, which could have had detrimental effects on Harry. Moreover, under the influence of Slytherin, would Harry still be the brave, albeit somewhat reckless, Gryffindor he had always been? After all, a substantial part of the original plot's progression relied on Harry's daring nature. Amanta couldn't help but wonder if a portion of this was due to his protagonist's aura. But the magical world certainly referred to it as fate and luck. Silently, Amanta mentally retraced the storylines that if Harry were to act unexpectedly, she believed she must guide him, ensuring that critical junctures did not falter. She could not allow Voldemort to rise again, much like Dumbledore had done. However, Amanda thought she could strive to do even better, such as preventing certain deaths. I'm a bit worried. I might end up being the worst student in the class since I truly know nothing and have grown up in the Muggle world. There's just so much to learn. Harry's words jolted Amanta from her reverie. She instinctively turned to see Harry's worried expression, his round green eyes glimmering with unshed tears, resembling 2 emeralds that there's no need to fret. Many students come from Muggle families, yet they excel academically. Those from wizarding families might simply start at a slightly higher level. Amanta began to comfort him, but was interrupted by a haughty, languid voice from behind. I believe Hogwarts should only admit students from ancient wizarding families. Those from Muggle households are utterly oblivious to the wizarding world. Consider it. They have never received the education of a wizarding family and may not even know that Hogwarts is the name of the school. Amanta raised an eyebrow and turned to see Draco, dressed in what she deemed a rather formal robe and shirt, adorned with an intricate silver serpent brooch at his collar. However, after a brief moment of admiration, she raised her brow and retorted, "If you believe that, then why do you associate with us? I mean, Harry and I were also raised in the Muggle world, were we not?" Draco's pale cheeks flushed slightly as he averted his gaze, avoiding Amanda's eyes. Let us not forget, both the Merlin and Potter families are among the oldest wizarding families to know. It's because the Malfoy family prioritizes their interests above all else. Amanda pinpointed the crux of the matter. Draco's presence here undoubtedly required Lucius's approval, that if Lucius had not considered various interests, his profound disdain for Muggles would have precluded Draco from visiting such a Muggle-dominated area. Associating with the Merlin and Potter families could yield advantages for the Malfoy clan, and that was likely the true reason for his visit. For the future head of the Malfoy family, interests evidently outweighed notions of bloodlines and early education. Upon hearing her words, Draco's gray-blue eyes displayed a hint of confusion, as if he had never contemplated such matters. Regarding interests surpassing bloodlines, well, you make a valid point, but I believe my friendship with you isn't solely based on benefits. His words tumbled out rapidly, his gaze directed at his shoelaces, betraying a hint of nervousness. In fact, I came here today without informing my father. What? As soon as Draco's words left his lips, a sharp cry erupted from beneath their feet. Oh, poor Dobby! If the esteemed master were to discover that I brought the young master out without his permission, especially to the place he detests most, the Muggle dwelling. Oh dear, Dobby is a naughty elf. What should Dobby do? Amanda then noticed a diminutive house elf standing at Draco's feet, its large bat-like ears flapping as it wore nothing but a tattered old pillowcase that Dobby's oversized green eyes brimmed with tears of distress. As it repeatedly banged its head against the ground, wailing and muttering to itself, Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby should not have brought the young master here without question. Amanda quickly pulled Dobby up, grasping its arms to prevent further self-inflicted harm. It's all right, Dobby. This isn't your fault, and besides, Draco won't tell anyone, right? Of course not, Draco replied, his complexion paling to so. Well then, I'm pleased to call you my friend. Draco, Amanda sighed and attempted a smile that conveyed understanding. To be honest, Draco's rebelliousness astonished Amanda. In her recollection, he had always been obedient to his father. Today, he had chosen to deceive his father to be here with them. Was this the butterfly effect at play? Yet perhaps this is merely Draco's nature. Amanda was aware that in the original timeline, ever since Voldemort's defeat, Draco had gradually forsaken the ideology of pure blood supremacy. Draco pulled at the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile in response to Amanda, clearly perplexed by his own utterance moments ago. However, he thought he had chosen to heed his own heart. Hey, you must be... Oh, this esteemed gentleman before me must be the illustrious Harry Potter. It is truly an honor, a genuine honor to meet you. Mr. Potter, is your name Dobby? Forgive my impertinence, but are you a house elf? No, my dear Mr. Potter. I am a house elf of the Malfoy family. My name is Dobby. Yes, sir. It is indeed a privilege to be addressed as such. While Amanda and Draco exchanged glances laden with ulterior motives, the pair with emerald eyes had already engaged in lively conversation. Watching Harry crouch down, animatedly conversing with Dobby, Amanda hesitated, pondering whether to interrupt their exchange. Just then, a familiar slow drawl floated beside her. In truth, I've already perused several of the first-year textbooks, should you have any queries. Now would be the opportune moment to ask, lest you find yourself in a predicament come the start of term. Draco slightly turned his head away, his discomfort mingled with a hint of pride. Really? Amanda raised an eyebrow. But unfortunately, you wouldn't assume I've been idle these past 3 days, would you? Draco skeptically replied, 3 days hardly suffice for anything substantial. Pray tell, what have you accomplished? Amanda mimicked Draco's slow, proud-toned, oh, nothing much, merely read through all the textbooks. Draco's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What did you say? You read all the textbooks? Amanda touched her chin, recalling for a moment. Well, there are just 8 books. Perhaps not too many. Merlin's Beard, just how thick is that history of magic tome? Not to mention magical theory and 8,000 magical herbs and fungi. I felt dizzy just gazing at them. Draco's expression was one of utter disbelief. Harry, having extricated himself from the discussion about aspirations with Dobby, looked up at the two. Amanda, you actually finished all the textbooks? I've been laboring over that history of magic book for the past few days and have only managed to read about 100 pages. Harry's voice trembled with incredulity. Draco shrugged at Amanda. See? I'm not the only one who thinks so. Draco smirked, narrowing his eyes, and no need to boast before me. Amanda raised her hands in surrender. If you choose not to believe me, feel free to inquire about the contents within. Now, It was Draco's turn to wrestle with doubt, that he seemed to deliberate for a moment before posing a few questions he deemed impossible for Amanta to answer. What is the essence of shrivel fig used for? Amanta answered swiftly, polyjuice potion. What is the shape of fluxweed, and what can it be used to create? Fluxweed is a small herbaceous plant, with heart-shaped leaves covered in fine hairs and serrated edges. Commonly used in beauty potions. Who killed the demon Emmerich? Egbert. Amanta responded without hesitation, finding the questions far too simplistic. Draco wore an expression akin to one who had ingested troll snot up Merlin's heels. You truly finished all that in just 3 days? Draco circled her skeptically, scanning her from head to toe, ensuring no magic was assisting her that if possible. May I borrow some books, Master Draco, to verify the truth of this in a few days? Amanta raised an eyebrow. Challenging Draco, she was at a loss now that she had completed her reading and faced over 20 days with nothing to occupy her time. Draco, half skeptical, called Dobby over. Dobby, go to the Malfoy family library and fetch some books. Just as Dobby was about to raise his hand, Draco added, If my father inquires, tell him I am the one reading, understand? Yes, young master. Dobby lamented as he pounded his forehead, knowing the Malfoy family library did not permit the lending of books to others. Dobby did not wish to deceive the master, but felt compelled to obey the young master's orders. Oh, dear Dobby, Amanda interjected swiftly, Draco has not committed any wrongdoing, so you may keep this a secret for him. And for me as well, perhaps due to the rarity of such sincerity directed at him. Dobby's large green eyes brimmed with tears. He took the old pillowcase draped over him and wiped his face with it in a flustered manner. Dobby understands. You are truly so considerate, miss. And Mr. Potter, you are both exceedingly kind. All right, Dobby, hurry along now, and do not let my father suspect anything, Draco urged, watching as Dobby vanished with a snap of his fingers. Harry looked eagerly at Draco. Draco, Dobby spoke to me about his dreams. Oh, really? What did he say? Draco replied dryly, clearly disinterested in the topic. However, Harry remained oblivious to this, gazing at Draco with anticipation. Draco, Dobby told me he wishes for freedom. He also mentioned wanting to earn his own wages through work. Unbeknownst to Harry, this was an audacious and astonishing desire for a house elf. Even verging on disgraceful, he merely felt he was voicing Dobby's legitimate aspirations. Draco rubbed his forehead. Did he truly say that? Draco, too, felt a sense of incredulity. Dobby had never broached such topics in his presence. But he quickly added, however, I might not be able to make that decision. For my father would surely punish me. The thought of his father's furious countenance upon learning he had granted a house elf freedom sent a shiver down his spine. Amanta chimed in. Then we could find an opportunity for him to present Dobby with a piece of clothing. I recall that gifting a house elf a garment signifies freedom, does it not? Draco appeared somewhat reluctant, but then I would have no house elf to perform tasks for me. Even to arrive here, Dobby had to use apparition to bring me. Otherwise, I would not have made it out the door, Draco added. Amanda pondered for a moment. I think you could pay him a wage, allowing him to continue working for you. Draco nodded thoughtfully. This idea had merit. As they conversed about how to orchestrate a moment for Lucius to bestow a garment upon Dobby, the latter swiftly returned, cradling a stack of books twice his height. The precarious stack swayed dangerously, and Amanta hurriedly stepped forward to receive it. Dobby, thank you, to her surprise. Dobby's eyes brimmed with tears once more upon hearing those words. And no one has ever thanked Dobby before. Merlin's mercy, you are truly kind. Dobby has never encountered anyone as kind and wonderful as you. Dobby is overwhelmed with joy, utterly fulfilled. Dobby has never felt such emotions before. Draco quickly interrupted him. Dobby, we discussed seizing the opportunity for my father to give you a piece of clothing. Afterward, I shall compensate you for your work as wages. Do you agree? Dobby stared at them with wide green eyes, unable to comprehend. What? Dobby did not mishear, did he? The young master actually said such words. Is this true? Dobby agrees. Dobby agrees. Dobby cannot find words to deny it. Dobby shall be free. As Dobby uttered his final words, he was filled with such exuberance that he leapt into a rather comical dance. The delightful gathering of the day came to a joyful conclusion. Amanta had arranged with them that during their next meeting, each would bring along their most fitting plans, which undoubtedly pertained to bestowing freedom upon Dobby. Harry was the first to dash back hurriedly. Amanta surmised this was due to Aunt Petunia summoning Harry to prepare the roast. Rubbing her hands together and rolling her shoulders, Amanta hoisted the stack of books, towering above her head, and made her way toward the bus stop. Draco called out to her, "Merlin's beard, you can't possibly intend to carry all those books home, can you?" Amanta turned her head slightly from a stack, blinking her somewhat puzzled light blue eyes. Of course, the Muggle world does not permit the use of magic. Draco cast a glance at the top book, Secrets of Dark Magic, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The bold display of a book related to dark magic left Amanta unfazed. While Draco began to worry, perhaps out of a desire to protect his family's collection, he remarked, "To prevent you from being mistaken for a lunatic by some Muggle, I shall graciously escort you home." "I truly appreciate your kind offer, Mr. Malfoy." Amanta scrutinized Draco's excessively slender figure wrapped in his robes. Could he manage to carry so many books? She mused to herself. Yet Draco evidently did not disappoint her. "Dobby, take the books." Amanta twitched her lips. "Very well. That seems reasonable." Maintaining a respectful distance, Amanta and Draco walked ahead, while Dobby snapped his fingers and invisibly trailed behind them. Upon reaching the bus stop, Amanta paused to inform Draco that they still had an hour's bus ride ahead. "A bus? What is that?" "A Muggle mode of transportation." Draco frowned, a visceral distaste emanating from him. "Well, yes, but if you don't wish to attract attention, I advise you to remove your robes first." Draco's attire was undeniably too conspicuous among Muggles. Even without his robes, his overly lavish shirt made him appear as if he had stepped out of a medieval noble's tale. In a way, Draco reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. 2 minutes later, Draco reluctantly shed his robes. Merlin's toes. If my father were to see me like this, intending to board a Muggle transport, I would surely be disowned. If you regret it now, it's not too late. "I can manage these things on my own," Amanta asserted, feeling somewhat confident in her current stamina. Draco's expression shifted dramatically, pale to green and back to white, before he clenched his jaw, displaying a stubborn demeanor. Malfoys never go back on their word. Thus, 10 minutes later, the unyielding Draco Malfoy obediently followed Amanta onto the Muggle transportation. Amanta purchased tickets for both and found a seat at the back. Draco adamantly refused to sit, disdainfully eyeing the seats. "I won't sit where Muggles do." Amanta shrugged. "Very well, the noble Mr. Malfoy may stand." After nearly being thrown off balance by a sharp turn, Draco gloomily settled beside Amanta. "Muggle transportation is utterly unsafe," he complained. Amanta rested her chin on her hand, gazing absently at the platinum-haired boy beside her. Draco maintained an air of irritation, his sharply defined chin and pale lips appearing rather acerbic. Yet, when Amanta instinctively glanced at the tips of his ears, she was surprised to find them tinged with a rosy hue. "I can't quite fathom why you insist on accompanying me. Perhaps, just perhaps, you have changed from who you once were?" Amanta murmured to herself. The one she referred to was, of course, in the original timeline, after Draco had undergone a series of events and the fall of Voldemort, realizing the absurdity of some of his previous convictions. However, Draco evidently could not discern the time frame she alluded to. "I merely wish to see what sort of life you lead among Muggles. I didn't anticipate it would be so troublesome. Perhaps next time, I shall have Dobby fetch you." "Thank you." Amanta cast a sidelong glance at him, her sincerity causing her light blue eyes to shine with a purity akin to the grandest gemstone embedded in a crown. No, it was more like the morning star in the night sky. Draco felt an unexplainable flutter in his chest. He immediately forced himself to look out the window. It was merely pity for the last scion of the Merlin family enduring a dismal existence in the Muggle realm. "Amanta!" "Oh, who is this?" "Your friend, Amanta." Karina had just exited the courtyard of the Dursley orphanage and spotted Amanta walking towards her with a blonde boy. "Hey, Karina, this is my future classmate, Draco Malfoy," Amanta introduced, pulling Draco closer to Karina. "Oh, your future classmate? Is he from that magical school too?" Karina's mouth fell agape as she scrutinized Draco from head to toe, perhaps attempting to discern any distinguishing traits. Amanta nodded. "Well, I made some French star, me BRLE and apple pie. Would you and your friend Draco like to come over and taste them? I'll tell the headmaster that you can return a little later." Upon hearing this, Draco quickly stepped back, withdrawing his arm from Amanta's grasp. No, I think I ought to return. Before Draco could finish his sentence, he suddenly recalled the stack of books Dobby was holding. He glanced down, unsure where Dobby had wandered off to, feeling indecisive if he left now. What would happen to the books meant for Amanta? Sensing his hesitation, Karina seemed to misunderstand the situation. Come on, don't be shy. Join Amanta and me for a taste. You can trust my cooking. Karina half pushed, half led Draco and Amanta to her home, where a cozy, velvety carpet lay adorned with woven brown deer, and a plump orange cat lounged lazily on the sofa, purring in contentment. Shortly thereafter, a plate of delicious sarmi, brle, and apple pie was brought out, their caramelized hue tantalizing to the eye. Amanta lowered her head, fork in hand, and took a bite. The soft, tender pudding melted in her mouth, its sweet warmth reminiscent of a complex blend of sunlight, a crackling fireplace, and honey. She had never known family. Neither in this world nor the previous one, but for the first time in this world, she felt a glimmer of warmth, or perhaps a sense of belonging. Delicious, she invited Draco. You should try this too. Draco seemed to have prepared himself mentally. He closed his eyes and resignedly scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The moment the spoon entered, his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the plate of sar, mibr. Oh, all right, I concede. Muggles do have a knack for culinary arts, Draco proclaimed with a hint of pride. Clearly, this was his highest praise for Muggle cuisine. Karina approached from the kitchen and playfully tapped the foreheads of the two. Though Draco appeared somewhat displeased by this, of course. My cooking speaks for itself. Karina sat beside Amanta, cupping her small face and examining her closely. Amanta, you are leaving. Of course, I'm happy for you, as that is where you belong. But watching you grow up, I find it hard to let go. Her chestnut brown eyes brimmed with reluctance, and she rambled on about various matters, treating Amanta as her own little sister, now inevitably feeling a twinge of sadness. Remember to write to me, all right, Amanta? Karina finally urged with concern, of course. I will. Amanta had always maintained an attitude of detachment from others, having witnessed the myriad choices and conclusions of various characters in several books. She believed she could manipulate everything, for she understood them and grasped the full scope of these matters. Yet at that moment, she inexplicably felt a sense of belonging to this world, after spending a simple yet delightful time in Karina's cottage. Draco once again escorted Amanta to the orphanage. It was then that Dobby materialized, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow and handing Amanta a thick stack of books. Thank you for your hard work. Dobby. After helping the tearfully grateful Dobby to his feet, Amanta stepped into the Dawes orphanage. The orphanage had already dimmed its lights. The iron bars of the fence reflected a silvery gleam, while a full moon hung high above, serving as the sole source of illumination. Suddenly, Draco called out from behind her, Amanta, next time you can come to my house to taste my mother's cooking, but that will probably have to wait until Christmas. He quickly added, was this an invitation? Although Christmas was still quite distant. Amanta paused her steps, turning back with a gentle smile. All right. After several gatherings of the three, Draco increasingly found Amanta's abilities astonishing, and no matter how many books he entrusted to her. At their next meeting, she could recite the contents verbatim. Good heavens, you have an extraordinary memory. You must be a genius. Harry's exclamation voiced Draco's true thoughts, albeit with some reluctance to admit it. Throughout his life, he had been deemed the most exceptional of his pure-blood family, and to avoid bringing shame to his father, he had always held himself to the strictest standards of a successor. Amanta simply shrugged her shoulders innocently. I thought, well, everyone was like me. Facing the seemingly murderous gazes of the two before her, she pondered briefly, but ultimately refrained from revealing that this was perhaps a natural consequence of her being a construct with a built-in memory aura. Amanta's extraordinary behavior began to influence Harry and Draco unexpectedly, prompting them to become more studious, especially Draco, who had been spending his days immersed in his family's library, even hastily skipping meals. Lucius and Narcissa felt a swell of pride, boasting to everyone about their son's diligence. However, Amanta lamented the fact that they were not permitted to use magic outside of school, thus she was unable to put her newfound knowledge into practice. On the bright side, the date for the school term was approaching. Harry held up a train ticket, scrutinizing it closely. King's Cross Station. Departs 11 o'clock. Wait, am I seeing this right? He flipped the ticket, adorned with a classic platform image, back and forth, ensuring he was not mistaken. Platform 9 3/4? Amanta, Draco, do you know what platform this is? Oh, Harry, you are indeed somewhat uninformed. The entrance between platforms 9 and 10 is blocked by a wall. You simply walk straight through, Draco replied. Walk through what? The wall. Harry once again felt the weight of his ignorance. Fortunately, Draco had grown accustomed to his questions over the days. Of course, if you don't manage to get through, just wait for us over there. A week later, as Amanda stepped into platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, she spotted Harry and Draco standing beside the deep crimson Hogwarts Express. Hey, Amanda, look over here. Harry waved excitedly, drawing the attention of several passing upperclassmen who whispered amongst themselves. Look at that boy's excitement. Yes, just like you were in first year. Oh, don't remind me. I remember you were so thrilled that you couldn't sleep all night, insisting on dragging the entire dormitory to dance flamenco. Prevent Harry's identity from causing further commotion. Amanda hurriedly wheeled her luggage towards the two. Harry, Draco, you arrived so early? Amanda paused, catching her breath. She had taken quite a lengthy subway and bus ride to get here. I was so excited that I had the Dursleys drive me over early. Wake up. There is no such thing as platform 9 3/4, Uncle Vernon said, and they all laughed, eager to see me fail. But guess what they saw? Harry interrupted. I spotted Draco even before I got off the train. He was with his parents. I rushed over calling his name, and you can't imagine Uncle Vernon's expression. His face turned a deep shade of purple. Ha ha. All right, we should board. Let us get on early and find a good spot. Draco interjected sternly, cutting off Harry's exuberance. They dragged their luggage through clusters of students gathered together, finally locating an empty compartment near the rear of the train. Phew, the three sighed in unison. Amanda set her suitcase down and closed the compartment door, pulling out her wand to toy with it in her hand. Fortunately, so far, no one has noticed that Harry is here, she reflected, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she recalled passing by the rowdy younger students. If that were the case, I can hardly imagine. This place would turn into a zoo. Draco snorted through his nose. Am I really that famous? Harry found it somewhat hard to believe he was so well known. Of course, the renowned savior. If you don't want to be gawked at like a monkey, just behave yourself, Draco replied sarcastically, then turned to Amanda, who sat across from him. Amanda, do you have any spells to deal with the scar on his forehead? I once read about a charm that could temporarily confuse others. However, I haven't actually used a wand yet. Amanda weighed her wand, seemingly searching for a suitable grip. Why not try it now? No. Let us not. Harry quickly covered his forehead in fear, shrinking into the corner of his seat. I don't want to be your experimental guinea pig. Oh, it's not that I don't trust you. But after all, you haven't used magic before, have you? All right, but I think we can start practicing on the train. Amanda stood up, crossed over the small table in the train, and took off Harry's glasses. Reparo. The broken lenses, which had been taped together, swiftly reassembled, returning to their original form. Harry stared blankly at the pristine, almost unrecognizable round glasses he received back. Amanda, you are truly remarkable, Harry exclaimed, filled with admiration. Draco, who had been quietly observing, chimed in. Successfully using magic for the first time indeed indicates you have a knack for it. This shows you both need to work hard. Come on, it's time to test the results of our month's learning. At Amanda's gesture, Harry and Draco also drew their wands, attempting to cast spells on the small items around them. With trepidation, Harry raised his wand and aimed it at his glove. Wingardium Leviosa. Draco pointed his wand at the corner above his head. Tergio. This was a cleaning spell. Amanda could see that Draco was seemingly dissatisfied with the cleanliness of the train. After Harry repeated the incantation several times, a light sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. But finally, the glove responded, lazily rolling over on the table. Better than not moving at all. Amanda encouraged, Oh dear, I'm sorry to interrupt your study time. Would you like to buy some snacks? A charmingly smiling which rapped gently on their compartment door. And it was only then that Amanda realized it was already noon. She had long been salivating over the snacks aboard the train, having foregone breakfast that morning in eager anticipation. No, my parents brought me cheese-filled RPS. She replied. Draco frowned and declined. clearly not interested. However, Harry and Amanda had already swung open the compartment door. "What do you have?" Harry inquired. "Why don't we all share a bit?" Amanda suggested. Draco rubbed his forehead. Feeling a slight headache, "I'll take it all." Harry and Amanda collapsed onto their seats, their arms laden with a towering heap of food, including chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and a plethora of bizarre treats, nearly forming a small mountain. "Draco, are you really not going to have any?" Amanda asked, taking a bite of her pumpkin pasty as she extended the invitation. She refrained from voicing her confusion. Could anyone genuinely be disinterested in such delights? Draco glanced at her stuffed cheeks, and heaven knew how tempting it was for an 11-year-old like him. He steadied himself, silently reciting the Malfoy code of conduct in his mind. "No. Thank you." Harry tore open a package of chocolate frogs. And suddenly a card flew out. In a panic, Harry bent down to retrieve it, causing a cascade of snacks to tumble towards him, nearly burying him alive. After struggling to emerge from the heap, he held up the card that had just fallen. "Amanda, look who this is." The card depicted an old man with long white hair and a beard who was grimacing at her. Below it read, "Merlin." The back of the card detailed Merlin's life and major accomplishments. However, what caught Amanda's attention was the identical philosopher's ring adorning his arm, mirroring the one on her left wrist. Amanda held up the card and asked, "Can I keep this?" "Of course," Harry exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Amanda turned to see a round-faced boy dejectedly rapping at their compartment door. "Excuse me, have you seen my toad?" The round-faced boy searching for a toad aboard the train was someone Amanda was almost certain was Neville Longbottom. Perhaps disturbed by Harry and Amanda's snacks, Draco retorted brusquely, "We don't have any toads here." Neville's face paled, tears welling in his eyes. "I'm sorry. I lost it again, my toad," he mumbled sadly as he walked away. Harry shook his head. "Draco, you're too harsh, but I still can't comprehend why anyone would keep a toad as a pet." Amanda glanced at the luggage rack above. There rested 3 large bird cages, and in the middle one was her owl, Pasha, who had fallen asleep, curled into a fluffy brown ball. It dawned on her that all their pets were owls. Knock, knock, knock. The compartment door swung open once more. "Have you seen a toad?" Neville lost one. A crisp voice chimed from the doorway, though her tone was rather overly confident. Amanda looked over to see a girl with fluffy, curly brown hair standing at the entrance, her front teeth slightly protruding, with Neville standing behind her. "She must be Hermione Granger." "No. And how many times must I say it?" Draco responded bluntly. Hermione paid no mind to his words. Her gaze fixated on Amanda, his arm. "Oh my. Is that the Philosopher's Ring? The one Merlin wore? I've read about it in books. I thought it only existed in legends. Goodness, I never imagined I would see it in reality one day." Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, while Neville peered over her shoulder, equally astonished. "Are you a descendant of Merlin?" Hermione asked curiously, then plopped down onto the empty seat beside Amanda. Amanda glanced at Harry, realizing they might still struggle to remain inconspicuous before reaching school. "Yes, I am Amanda Merlin. It's a pleasure to meet you." Amanda maintained a courteous smile, having honed her control over expressions after a month of practice. "I am Hermione Granger." "What are your names?" Hermione responded with a bright smile, surveying the compartment and taking stock of the 2 others seated opposite her. "I'm Harry Potter, and this is Draco Malfoy," Harry said, casting a glance at the sullen Draco as he introduced him. Hermione evidently overlooked the latter, gasping softly, "Oh, Harry Potter, I've read about you in so many books. This is simply unbelievable. By the way, which house do you all want to join? I've read that Gryffindor is the best, but I think Ravenclaw is also quite good." Hermione rambled excitedly. "I believe we all intend to go to Slytherin, barring any unexpected occurrences with the Sorting Hat," Amanda replied. "Slytherin?" Hermione seemed taken aback by this answer. "Oh, I'm sorry, I mean, the general perception of Slytherin seems rather unfavorable." Hermione hesitated, choosing not to elaborate further. Amanda calmly remarked, "I think we should follow our hearts rather than heed public opinion." Hermione appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Amanda, your words have enlightened me." Amanda offered a subtle smile. "Not all Slytherins are bad people. I think you're quite intelligent, and I look forward to being friends at Hogwarts." Hermione glanced at the time and hastily stood, leading Neville out. I must go, Neville. Let us search for your toad elsewhere. Just as she stepped outside, she poked her fluffy head back and "Oh, I forgot to remind you, you need to change into your uniforms quickly, I asked the conductor a moment ago, and we're nearing our destination." Harry sprang to his feet. "Goodness, I haven't changed in my robes." He looked at Amanta and Draco, evidently hoping to find some camaraderie. Unfortunately, Draco had arrived wearing his school robe, and Amanta had already prepared her robe, which she was now putting on, fastening the silver clasp at the collar. Harry had no choice but to retrieve his trunk from the luggage rack, rummaging for his robe, and then hurriedly putting it on. While fastening his trunk, he clearly encountered a serious issue. "Amanta, what do I do? We bought too many snacks. My trunk can't hold them all." Harry lamented, desperately stuffing the snacks and various school supplies into his trunk, which was bulging and barely closing. Draco scoffed, "You chose to eat them. I'm not responsible for sorting it out." After saying this, he turned his gaze to the window, disregarding them, while fiddling with the ring on his right thumb. Amanta opened her own trunk, realizing there was little space left in hers as well. "Why don't you check how much more you can fit in your pockets, Harry?" Amanda suggested, just as she grabbed a handful of candy. Preparing to stuff it into Harry's pockets, the candy suddenly became weightless, as if transformed into a gust of air. With a swish, it was sucked into the philosopher's ring on her hand. Amanda stared in astonishment at her left arm, then at her empty left hand. What just happened? What about those Bertie Bott's beans? She had read numerous books over the past few days, but had yet to encounter an explanation for such a phenomenon. Draco, too, was taken aback, fixating intently on Amanda's wrist. Could the philosopher's ring be a storage ring? He raised his right hand, gesturing the ring on his thumb for Amanda to see. The ring belonging to the heir of the Malfoy family was a storage ring, capable of holding as much as an entire bedroom's worth of items. It was an ancient and exquisite silver ring, adorned with a Malfoy family crest and embellished with intricate deep green patterns. Crafted from a special material by the fairies, the larger the ring, the greater its capacity. If it were as large as the Philosopher's Stone, Merlin's pants, one could only imagine what treasures Merlin might have left within. Amanta examined it closely, attempting to touch the emerald atop it, yet the ring appeared unresponsive. How does one utilize this? It is simple to store items. One need only silently with the thought of placing something inside. Draco picked up a pack of chocolate frogs, and for a fleeting moment, the frogs seemed to liquefy, swiftly flowing into his ring. "How marvelous!" Harry exclaimed in awe. Draco shrugged, casting a somewhat exasperated glance at Amanta. However, retrieving items from within necessitates a password. The noble Malfoys are ever loyal to their interest. He softly uttered this phrase, and a wisp of smoke billowed from the ring as the chocolate frog reappeared in his hand. How could she possibly know the password for this bracelet? Amanta lifted the bracelet, noticing tiny letters spelling Merlin floating within the dark green gemstone at its center. Could it be this? Yet if so, who would be audacious enough to inscribe the password so openly? Merlin. Amanta recited it with a mindset of desperation to her astonishment. The phrase evidently took effect. In an instant, a new space collided with her vision. Amanta blinked, assured she was not imagining things. Although fully aware that she remained aboard the Hogwarts Express, her consciousness seemed to have transcended into an entirely different realm. The sensation was utterly enchanting. She found herself in an exceedingly spacious room, adorned with ancient dark carpets, while a grand crystal chandelier hung from above. If Draco's storage ring resembled a bedroom, then the Philosopher's Stone could easily be likened to a villa. However, to her dismay, the room contained nothing but the pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor bean she had just placed inside. Oh, wait. There appeared to be something else. On the floor lay an exceedingly tattered map drawn on parchment. Regrettably, the writing was so faded and jumbled that it was nearly illegible. Amanta withdrew the pack of beans and the map with a hint of disappointment, showcasing them to Draco. "I did it. Yet there seems to be nothing here, just a map." Draco and Harry leaned in, shaking their heads in disappointment. "It's completely illegible." Harry comforted her, saying, "It's all right. You now possess an enormous storage space. You must realize how incredibly cool that is." Eagerly, Harry began shoving the pile of sweets and sandwiches into Amanda's hands. With a resigned sigh, she accepted the bounty, considering it a practice run for using the storage ring. After Harry had finished tidying up, the sky outside had grown completely dark. Amanta gazed out the window, where the forest rushed past, shrouded in mist, while deep blue and purple hues saturated the sky, casting shimmering reflections upon the still lake's surface. Calculating the time taken to pass under each bridge, Amanta deduced that the train was slowing down. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on board. A voice echoed through the carriage, presumably that of the train announcer. Amanta stood up to check her belongings. Noticing the anxious pallor on Harry's face, "There's nothing to worry about, Harry," she said reassuringly, although she was uncertain if her words had any effect. Draco adjusted his collar. "Finally, we have arrived, and why Father informed me that upon our arrival at Hogwarts, we would first be taken for sorting." "Amanta, Harry, Slytherin awaits." Harry managed a weak smile, but Amanta could discern the tension in his forehead, beads of sweat nearly dampening his fringe. "Slytherin awaits." They stepped towards the train's door once most of the passengers had disembarked. The platform bustling with a crowd that seemed to dissipate the night's chill. First-year students. "Look here! Come over!" "Oh, Harry, is that you?" A large oil lamp swung high above the students' heads, its warm orange glow illuminating the bushy beard of its bearer. "Hagrid, it's us, along with Amanta and Draco." Harry's face lit up with a broad smile, his demeanor visibly relaxing as he waved to Hagrid, then squeezed through the crowd with Amanta and Draco. "All right, young lady and gentlemen, follow me. Any more first years? Come along." A gaggle of first-year students trailed behind Hagrid, his towering figure making them appear even smaller as they stumbled down a narrow path, Amanta nearly slipping a few times. "Be careful," Draco frowned and grasped her sleeve. "We are about to see Hogwarts, first years. Are you ready?" Hagrid's booming voice pierced through the inky darkness of the night. "Oh." A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd ahead, and Amanta looked up in the direction everyone was staring, a magnificent castle perched upon the hillside, ablaze with lights, its Gothic spires adorned with numerous windows. Below lay a dark lake, suggesting they would need to cross by boat. Each boat can hold a maximum of 4 people. Hagrid called out to the throng of first years. Amanta, Draco, and Harry boarded one small boat, joined by a girl with short hair, while Hagrid took another, leading the way. Once they were all seated, the oars began to paddle towards the castle of their own accord, an eerie occurrence that left Amanta and Harry speechless, both entranced by the sight of Hogwarts. Suddenly, the short-haired girl spoke up. "Oh, Draco, I haven't seen you in a month or two. How have you been?" She sported a thick mane of black hair, her dark eyes scrutinizing the other 3 passengers without reservation. "Oh, Merlin's blessing. I'm doing quite well," Draco replied nonchalantly, leaning against the side of the boat, idly stirring the water with his fingers. "Have these people become your new friends? No wonder you haven't attended any family gatherings lately. Have you been spending all your time with them?" Draco's indifferent demeanor evidently irked the short-haired girl, who continued to appraise Amanta and Harry, particularly focusing on Amanta. "I doubt anyone among the 28 families is unfamiliar with each other." "Draco, where did you meet such unsavory characters? They aren't Team Mudbloods, are they? Does your father know you're associating with them?" The girl remarked without a hint of politeness. The 28 families she referred to were likely the Sacred 28. Those pure-blood families with no history of Muggle or Muggle-born wizards. Amanta surmised the identity of this girl. However, her words had seemingly ignited Harry's fury. Harry clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. "Is that how you perceive us? Is that your judgment of people you don't even know?" Amanta placed a calming hand on the furious Harry. "That I believe one should not measure others solely by their own narrow experiences and express such ignorant opinions." She retorted with a cold gaze, while the short-haired girl glared back at her, as if wishing to pierce her with her eyes. Draco cast a brief, approving glance at Amanta, and she noticed the corners of his mouth curve slightly upward. "Pansy, has the Parkinson family fallen from grace? Your behavior is truly a disgrace to the Parkinson name." Indeed, Draco's words confirmed Amanta's suspicion. Pansy Parkinson. She realized why Pansy had been glaring at her with such hostility. If her memory served her correctly, Pansy had always been a devoted admirer and follower of Draco. That it seemed she had mistaken Amanta for a rival. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Amanda couldn't help but subtly shift to the side, attempting to create some distance between herself and Draco. Pansy, infuriated, found herself at a loss for words. She likely hadn't anticipated that. Even after bringing up Draco's father, he would remain so indifferent. Her eyes reddened as she bit down hard on her lip. Finally, after a prolonged silence, she managed to utter a few words. "Draco, you've changed, haven't you?" Pansy seemed to have more say, but her thoughts were abruptly halted by Hagrid's loud call ahead. "Arrived. First years, disembark and follow me." They scrambled to descend from the boat, and as Hagrid counted the vessels, he shouted to the group of newcomers, "Come and see whose toad this is." "Thank Merlin," Neville exclaimed joyfully as he rushed forward, scooping up his toad and planting fervent kisses upon it. "Oh dear." Amanda observed a red-haired boy in the crowd making a face as if he were about to vomit. They ascended a staircase, where it appeared someone had stepped on another's robe, eliciting a few complaints, but no one lingered. Everyone hurried to keep pace behind Hagrid, each first year sporting an expression of anxious anticipation. Before long, they arrived at the damp grass in front of the castle. Hagrid knocked 3 times on the massive oak door, which swung open instantly to reveal Professor McGonagall standing at the threshold. Today, Professor McGonagall donned a vivid emerald green robe, her hair tightly pinned up, each strand seemingly taut against her scalp as she surveyed the crowd with a piercing gaze. Then, she revealed a smile that softened her otherwise stern countenance. "First years, follow me. Welcome to Hogwarts," through a corridor with soaring arches. Professor McGonagall led the group of first years into a small, empty room. "The feast is about to commence. Before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must determine which house you will enter. The sorting ceremony is of utmost importance, and I hope you regard it with the seriousness it deserves. Regardless of which house you are placed in, I hope you will embrace your house. For each house has produced remarkably talented wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your conduct may earn your house points or cost them points. The house with the highest score at the end of the year will be awarded the House Cup." Professor McGonagall briefly introduced the house rules. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will begin. I hope you take this time to tidy yourselves up. Yes, she spoke. Her gaze lingered on a few students whose attire was somewhat disheveled. Before she hurriedly exited the room, Amanda quickly lowered her head to inspect her cloak's tie, rearranging her attire to smooth out any wrinkles accumulated along the way. Suddenly, a chorus of startled screams erupted from the crowd. Amanda looked up to see several translucent, milky white figures, the ghosts of Hogwarts, floating above them, conversing with one another as they drifted overhead. That a ghost clad in a complexly layered ruff noticed them. First years. One ghost exclaimed cheerfully as it circled among them, inciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "I hope you get sorted into Hufflepuff. I'm from Hufflepuff." Another ghost, dressed like a monk, chimed in, before the first years could fully process their shock. Professor McGonagall returned, opening the door and addressing the crowd. "Form a line and follow me." Harry was the first to push into the line, and Amanda quickly positioned herself behind him, with Draco following closely behind her. They stepped out, traversing through an entrance hall into an immensely opulent and spacious dining room. 4 long tables were set up, already filled with students from other years at Hogwarts, who cast curious and scrutinizing glances towards the newcomers. A few individuals evidently recognized Harry, whispering and pointing at him. Amanda surmised it was likely due to the sweat that had dampened his bangs, revealing the scar on his forehead. She passed the long tables. She overheard snippets of conversation. "Look at that boy. He seems to have a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. I saw it too. Let me think. How old is Harry Potter? Could it really be him?" At the front of the 4 tables was a long table where the other Hogwarts teachers were already seated. Amanda followed the line, positioning herself in front of the staff table. Instinctively, she glanced upward. The arched ceiling of the dining hall was not an ordinary roof, but rather a starry sky akin to the one they had just glimpsed outside, with thousands of candles floating beneath it, illuminating the entire hall. Professor McGonagall placed a stool before the first years and set upon it an exceedingly worn and patched-up pointed wizard's hat. This is the famed sorting hat. The previously cacophonous chatter in the hall gradually faded into silence, replaced by an air of solemnity as all eyes turned towards them. Suddenly, a seam split open along the brim of the sorting hat, resembling a large mouth. IT then opened wide and began to sing an ancient yet melodious song. Perhaps you deem me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by mere looks. If you find a hat more splendid than I shall gladly eat myself. The whimsical and captivating tune of the Sorting Hat captured the attention of the entire room. Perhaps only Amanta remained discreetly surveying the faculty table, trying to discern their identities. She quickly spotted Professor Quirrell, still adorned with that purple scarf she had seen him wearing at the leaky cauldron. Beside him sat a professor clad in black robes with a sullen demeanor. Amanta guessed he must be Professor Snape, for he bore a prominent hooked nose and sported oily, shoulder-length hair. I am a hat with a mind of my own. After the Sorting Hat concluded its song, everyone erupted into enthusiastic applause that a pair of twins at the Gryffindor table stood up, waving and whistling at the first years. Amanta diverted her gaze back to the Sorting Hat, which was bowing to each of the four tables in turn. Professor McGonagall approached with a roll of parchment. Now, when I call your name, step forward, don the Sorting Hat, and take a seat. She glanced at the list and called out. Hannah Abbott! A little girl with golden braids stumbled forward, seated herself upon the stool, and donned the Sorting Hat, which was far too large and obscured her face. Moments later, the hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers, a few students clapping vigorously, while the ghost resembling a monk smiled and tipped his hat towards Hannah. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. One by one, first years were called forth, stepping out of the line to where the Sorting Hat, then racing towards their assigned house tables, where students applauded and welcomed them. Hermione Granger. Amanta heard Professor McGonagall call, glancing at Hermione as she hurried over, hastily placing the hat atop her head, silently murmuring to herself. Gryffindor. After a moment, the Sorting Hat announced, Ravenclaw. Had she misheard? Amanta nearly failed to suppress her expression of astonishment as she peered over Harry's shoulder. Hermione was already bouncing towards the Ravenclaw table, leaving behind only the sight of her chestnut curls. How could it be Ravenclaw? She recalled their earlier conversation on the train, discussing their desired houses, when she had told Hermione, I believe we should follow our inner choices rather than heed external opinions. It seemed her arrival had instigated a series of narrative shifts. Once the dominoes began to fall, the chain reaction was endless. A small butterfly flapping its wings could indeed provoke monumental upheavals. Couldn't it? After Hermione, Professor McGonagall called out several other names in succession, among which Neville was once again sorted into Gryffindor, followed by Draco. Draco shook his robes and confidently strode forward. The Sorting Hat had barely touched his hair when it proclaimed, Slytherin. Satisfied, Draco turned back to cast a glance at Amanta and Harry before making his way to the Slytherin table. It was evident that many at the Slytherin table recognized Draco, and several greeted him with familiar camaraderie. A burly boy clapped the shoulder of a slender boy sitting next to him, signaling Draco to come over. The latter promptly stood up, moving to the opposite end of the table to make room for him. The remaining names were dwindling. Not Moon, Parkinson, Harry Potter. When the Sorting Hat called Harry's name, a wave of whispers swept through the hall, with many students murmuring amongst themselves and some craning their necks from the back half of the table to catch a better glimpse. Harry Potter. See, I told you I wasn't mistaken, Is it really him, the Harry Potter? The boy who lived? Harry nervously glanced back at Amanta, who patted his shoulder in an attempt to soothe his nerves. Don't worry, soon we'll be enjoying the feast together. This seemed to provide some comfort to Harry, who clenched his fists and approached the hat, which seemed to take an eternity to decide his fate. Amanta watched as Harry tightly shut his eyes, gripping the edge of his seat, and after what felt like an interminable wait, the hat finally declared, Slytherin. Harry appeared to exhale in relief, but this only incited a greater uproar in the hall. Slytherin? Harry Potter and Slytherin? Slytherins are no good. Oh heavens, I knew that prophecy was true. Harry Potter is a darker wizard than the one whose name cannot be spoken. Numerous malevolent gazes turned toward Harry, while the pair of twins at the Gryffindor table whistled at him. Their voices were loud, and it was clear that Harry heard the idle chatter. His complexion turned ashen as he glared back at a few of the closest onlookers, then trudged heavily towards Slytherin. Fortunately, the Slytherin table erupted into the loudest applause yet, which eased Harry's tension considerably. Several upperclassmen rose from the table and approached him, tentatively introducing themselves. Harry, over here, Draco called out to him. with 2 seats beside him evidently saved for Harry. Harry sat beside him, and the presence of a familiar face brought him some comfort. He flashed a grin at Amantha, who responded with a reassuring gesture. Only 4 individuals remained, and Amantha exchanged glances with the other 3, one of whom was the red-haired boy she had seen earlier, his freckled face making it almost certain that he was Ron Weasley. Soon, Lisa Turpin was sorted into Ravenclaw, followed by Ron into Gryffindor, and another boy into Slytherin. Amantha held her breath, realizing she was the only one left. Could it be that her name had been overlooked? Calm as she was, a wave of anxiety washed over her, and her mind raced with various thoughts. Amantha Merlin. Thankfully, less than a second later, Amantha heard her name called. Merlin? Oh my. Which Merlin is this? The one from the Chocolate Frog cards? The crowd in the hall erupted into the loudest commotion since the sorting ceremony began. Many stood in stunned disbelief, craning their necks and pushing through the taller upperclassmen to catch a glimpse of her. Merlin? Oh my. Merlin, this is even more magical than Harry Potter being in our house. My grandmother said the Merlin family vanished hundreds of years ago, supposedly annihilated during the witch hunts in the Middle Ages. Damn it, it must be a coincidence. I mean, sharing a surname is possible. No, look at that thing on her wrist. Merlin socks. I can't be mistaken. That is Merlin's ring of wisdom. The hall buzzed with exclamations, many gazing at her with shock and immense curiosity. After all, whether from a wizarding family or a muggle one, no one could claim ignorance of the name Merlin, which echoed throughout both wizarding and muggle history, representing the ancient ancestor who did not instill fear or revulsion in any muggle. After all, they stood upon the very land forged by Merlin and King Arthur. The pair of red-haired twins at the Gryffindor bench stood up and shouted towards Amantha. Miss Merlin, would you like to join Gryffindor? Our Weasley boy Ron will wash your socks every day, one twin exclaimed, bursting into laughter, while Ron turned crimson, waving his fists across the long table. Oh, what a lovely young lady. Please forgive our jest. The other twin bowed to Amantha, a playful smile adorning his face. From the head table, Dumbledore rose from his grand chair, tapping his neck with his wand. Silence, silence. He likely employed an amplification charm, his deep voice echoing throughout the hall, drowning out all conversations. Perhaps out of respect for the headmaster, the students gradually quieted, many holding their breath in anticipation to see which house this mysterious descendant of Merlin would be sorted into. At that moment, Amantha felt a wave of calm wash over her, stepping forward to place the sorting hat upon her head. The wide brim of the hat obscured her vision entirely, plunging her into darkness. She heard the voice of the sorting hat resonating nearby. Miss Merlin, oh, what a rare guest. Let me see where you would best fit. The sorting hat seemed to peruse the pages of her mind. Oh my, you possess such an abundance of knowledge. Compared to other first years with empty heads, your intellect appears far more worthy of study. Undoubtedly, you possess numerous admirable traits: ambition, assertiveness, wisdom, and courage. Let me see what thoughts occupy your mind. The sorting hat paused for a moment, seemingly in contemplation or astonishment. Your thoughts are truly audacious and astonishing. I have only seen such ambition and poise in Salazar, Slytherin himself, that I wish you luck. It is evident that your qualities align more closely with Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Miss Merlin. What do you think? Amantha silently contemplated. Slytherin. Without a doubt, I too believe this to be the best choice. Your ambition will lead Slytherin to greatness. Slytherin. The sorting hat declared loudly. A collective gasp escaped many. Aside from the Slytherin table, the expressions of those at the other 3 tables were a kaleidoscope of emotions. Initially, silence enveloped the hall, as if time had been paused. Everyone stared at her, still in shock from the sorting hat's proclamation. Only amidst the enthusiastic cheers and applause from Slytherin did they seem to thaw from their stupor. Wide-eyed as they exchanged whispers while gazing at Amantha on the platform, oh heavens! Both Merlin and Potter sorted into Slytherin. I suspect this is Hogwarts' darkest year yet. Merlin's underpants. Do you think one of them might become the future Dark Lord? However, all of this was within Amantha's expectations, as she removed the sorting hat, and only Professor McGonagall, standing nearby, offered her a smile. Child, I wish you a delightful term. Amantha politely replied, Thank you, Professor. You too. She made her way to the Slytherin table, where all the Slytherins stood in unison, paying her their respects. Half of them approached Amanta, one by one, to shake her hand. Blaze Zabini, a first year like you. A boy with brown skin extended his hand towards Amanta, who recognized him as the new student assigned to Slytherin that had been seated in front of her. Malcolm Baldock, greetings. That I am Graham Pritchard. And this is Dorian Pusey. We're delighted to welcome you to Slytherin. Hello, Amanta responded politely, shaking hands with each of them in turn. As she passed by Pansy, she noticed Pansy sitting there with a pale complexion, deliberately averting her gaze, a true outlier of Slytherin. Others offered her their seats, but Amanta graciously declined, continuing to greet them as she made her way toward the spot where Draco and Harry were seated. Hey, Amanta, come over here, sit here. Harry leaned out eagerly, patting the empty space beside him. The other three long tables buzzed with chatter. They'd been observing every move Harry and Amanta made at the Slytherin table. And Harry's invitation only deepened their dismay. Potter and that Merlin seemed to know each other. I can hardly believe it. I'm about to share classes with two of the most formidable dark wizards of the future. If you ask me, it's utterly dreadful. Good heavens, I can't muster any other words. Let us pray for our safety during these years at Hogwarts. A girl lamented to her companion. Silence, please. Albus Dumbledore, our esteemed headmaster, stood once more, clad in a peculiar robe adorned with stars and moons, his half-moon spectacles resting on his nose. In times past, he would have beamed with joy and announced the feast's commencement. But his expression now bore a hint of gravity. That I believe we should not judge a wizardess character based solely on their house, just as we should not evaluate a wizardess abilities based on their lineage. Dumbledore's words struck home, leaving no one untouched. The students from the four houses fell silent, seemingly embarrassed at being so directly called out. Dumbledore's authoritative gaze swept across the gathering, lingering momentarily on Amanta's face. This gaze startled Amanta. The depth behind those half-moon lenses seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, exposing her innermost thoughts to the light of day. Yet, apart from Amanta, no one else noticed this fleeting glance. Dumbledore raised his arms, his tone rising, and a radiant smile returned to his visage. Well then, without further ado, let us embrace this joyous occasion. Welcome, everyone, to the new academic year. Foolishness, twist, tears, residue. Thank you all. The earlier discontent dissipated as applause and cheers erupted around the hall. A delightful array of delectable dishes appeared on the long tables, filling them to the brim, the sweet aroma instantly enveloping the entire dining hall. Lamb chops, roasted potatoes, roast chicken, Yorkshire pudding, an assortment of both familiar and exotic delicacies adorned various plates, their golden hues glistening under the candlelight, radiating an alluring sheen that was utterly tantalizing. Amanta sliced a small piece of roast beef, while Harry had already seized a hefty pork chop with one hand, dipping crispy chips into ketchup with the other. Draco frowned slightly, meticulously securing his cuff with a delicate pin to avoid any splatter from the soup. Haven't you had enough to eat on the train? Harry, he remarked, not out of intolerance, but rather at Harry's rather unrefined manner of eating. Let him be. After all, Harry hasn't he had many hearty meals with the Dursleys? Amanda thought sympathetically, shaking her head. Harry clearly wanted to say something, but a large, greasy piece of pork obstructed his mouth, leaving him to mumble incoherently. Harry's dining etiquette was, to put it mildly, lacking. Speaking of which, do they teach such manners at that orphanage of yours? Draco scrutinized Amanta's demeanor. She was elegantly wielding her knife and fork, delicately cutting the beef into small pieces, the movement of her hands perfectly measured. Had he not known she was an orphan, he would have assumed she was a young lady refined by a pure blood family. No, I learned it from a book you lent me, The Etiquette of Pure Blood Families. It is richly illustrated and straightforward to comprehend. Amanta placed her knife and fork at the edge of her plate, forming a perfectly symmetrical 8. She caressed her left wrist, murmuring an incantation, and produced the aforementioned book from the Ring of Sage. By the way, I've finished reading it. Here it is back. Oh, really? I think it'd be wise to let Harry have a look at it too, Draco replied, eyeing Amanda skeptically. Her proficiency was so remarkable that he found it hard to believe. After all, he had undergone an entire year of etiquette training to master similar skills. That a tall girl adorned with a gleaming silver badge approached them, raising a goblet in salute. filled with apple juice. I am Jima Mary, the prefect of Slytherin, and I warmly welcome you. Amanta and her companions returned the gesture in kind, and Jima took a sip of her apple juice, leaning casually against the dining table. Her lips curling with pride. By the way, our house has secured the House Cup 6 consecutive times. Jima patted Amanta on the shoulder. With your arrival, I have no doubt we will easily achieve a 7th victory. Once everyone had finished their meal, desserts were served, and the table was soon laden with an array of puddings, ice creams, fried jam-filled donuts, strawberry jelly, rice pudding, and chocolate souffle. Harry, who had been rubbing his belly in lamentation, suddenly brightened and reached for a syrup pancake, devouring it with gusto. Amanta suspected his stomach had been magically enchanted. It seemed like an endless pit. Just as Harry was indulging heartily, he suddenly let out a cry. Dropping the syrup pancake onto the floor, he clutched his forehead, a look of anguish on his face. "What's wrong?" Jima exclaimed, startled, quickly setting down her goblet and gazing at him with concern. Amanta and Draco each took an arm, helping him up from the table. "Harry, you've eaten too much. Haven to you. Don't you think you'll burst?" Draco complained. Harry shook his head, his voice weak, and he glanced at several individuals at the head table. And Amanta followed his gaze, asking, "Who do you see?" She was well aware that Harry Scarpane was invariably linked to Voldemort. And this instance was no different. It was undoubtedly Voldemort, lurking in Professor Quirrell's shadow. However, if she recalled correctly, Harry had not been aware of Professor Quirrell at that moment. It was Snape who had merely glanced at Harry, and Harry had immediately attributed all mischief to Snape. Thus, for an entire academic year, Harry would blame every misfortune on Snape, making him the ultimate scapegoat. Avoid wasting precious time pursuing Snape for wrongdoing and to ensure that their naive savior remained on the right path. Amanta realized she would have to exonerate Snape. She silently added a detail to her plan. Harry pointed to a direction. "It's him, the professor talking to Quirrell." Jima followed his finger to, that dark-haired man in the black robe is Professor Snape from Potions. He is also the head of our Slytherin house. Though he may look somewhat intimidating, he is quite a good headmaster. Jima briefly introduced Snape to Harry, then curiously asked, "What's the matter, Potter?" Harry touched the scar on his forehead, murmuring, "I don't know. It just suddenly hurt like fire when I looked at him." He swallowed hard, hesitating. "I feel like that hook-nosed professor did something. His gaze unsettles me." Amanta gently patted Harry's head, attempting to bring him back to clarity. "Harry, Professor Snape is our headmaster. How could he possibly wish us harm?" "Amanta, you're right, but, perhaps it's just a coincidence." Harry felt a twinge of uncertainty as he rubbed his forehead, pondering aloud. "Strange, I have no sensation at all now. Could it be that everything was merely a figment of my imagination?" Yet, Amanta's earlier reminder echoed in his mind. "Did you not notice that there was another person beside Professor Snape?" "Professor Quirrell? No, it can't be him." I even shook his hand at the leaky cauldron. Harry swiftly dismissed the notion with a shake of his head. It appeared that our innocent and benevolent Harry harbored no suspicions regarding Professor Quirrell's intentions. Perhaps Amanta was simply considering a means to intimidate him. A peculiar glimmer sparkled in Amanta's eyes as she lowered her voice. "Really? Aren't you curious about what he conceals beneath that enormous turban?" Leaning closer to Harry's ear, she spoke in a hushed, mysterious tone. "Why does he always appear so anxious and on edge?" Startled by her words, Harry glanced once more at Professor Quirrell, feeling increasingly unsettled. His attire, alongside the tremors that rendered him almost incapable of holding a fork, suggested he was harboring some secret, or perhaps was fearful of something. Draco cleared his throat, interrupting the bizarre atmosphere surrounding them. "Actually, Severus Snape is my godfather," he stated flatly, delivering a revelation that astonished both Amanta and Harry. "Why have you never mentioned this before?" Amanta was taken aback, genuinely unaware of this connection. After all, the original narrative had never alluded to such a fact. Although given the close relationship between Lucius and Severus, it was not entirely surprising. Draco sighed. "Because he doesn't wash his hair," he said earnestly. Amanta and Harry exchanged incredulous glances at a master of potions, derided merely for his lack of personal hygiene. How absurd. Yet for Draco, who placed great value on appearance, it was indeed a difficult notion to endure. However, someone else, Amanta's gaze shifted upward, the gleaming platinum of Draco's head blinding her momentarily. But isn't your own hair more oily? Not washing my hair is entirely different from my meticulously styled look. Draco spat out the latter half of his sentence with disdain, ignoring Amanda's remark that she believed he would look better without hair product. Unable to contain himself, Harry asked, "What do you think of Snape, your godfather? Though I find it somewhat intolerable on a personal level, I trust my godfather's character." "Rest assured, Harry, that's good to hear. My pudding," as Harry nodded in agreement and reached for a piece of jam pudding. It vanished a mere 6 centimeters from his fingertips. Not just that piece, but all the desserts on the table had disappeared. It seemed that the opening feast was drawing to a close. After a brief commotion, silence enveloped the hall once again, and Dumbledore rose from his tall golden chair. "Now that everyone is comfortably full." "I'm not," Harry muttered under his breath. Amanda quickly elbowed him as Dumbledore's gaze swept over their table. "I have a few announcements to make. First-year students are prohibited from entering the Forbidden Forest. It's advisable not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. And we will begin recruiting Quidditch players in the second week of this term." Amanda silently took note. "Understood. First-year students are to avoid the Forbidden Forest. Spells should not be cast in the corridors during breaks. And to sign up for Quidditch in the second week. Lastly, I must advise all students that anyone wishing to avoid an untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Amanda noted again. "Understood. A visit to the right corridor on the 4th floor is in order. Before you all return to your respective dormitories, let us sing the school song together." A long string of golden lyrics flew from Dumbledore's wand. Floating high above, after an uneven rendition of the school song, Gemma approached the head of the long-tabled first-year Slytherins. "I will escort you back to the Slytherin dormitory. Follow me." Amanda trailed behind her as they exited the hall through a copper door located to the right of the marble staircase. Traversing a dimly lit, labyrinthine corridor, Harry followed closely, yawning incessantly. "How much longer until we arrive? I'm so tired." As they walked, whispers emanated from the portraits lining the corridor. A knight was demonstrating his sword sheath to a lady, who giggled in delight. Gemma expertly guided them through the maze-like passageways, finally halting before a gray stone wall. "Remember, the password to enter the Slytherin common room is required. Today's password is power." Yes, she spoke those words. The serpentine stone coiling around the wall seemed to come alive, slithering along the grooves until it disappeared from view. Following this, the rough stone wall parted, revealing a narrow, spiraling staircase descending into darkness. Gemma led them down. "Pay attention to the notice board in the common room. The password changes every 2 weeks." She pointed to a brass bulletin board beside the bottom of the staircase, which displayed numerous sheets of parchment of varying sizes. However, Amanda was uncertain whether Harry had heard, as he dashed toward a transparent window on one side of the common room as soon as they reached the bottom. "My goodness, are we underwater? This is incredible," Harry exclaimed. The Slytherin common room featured numerous tall, transparent glass panels, and beyond them lay the enchanting green waters of the lake, with deep green algae swaying gently in the current. A giant squid slowly emerged from the aquatic plants, approaching and extending a slimy tentacle that slapped against the window, causing Harry to recoil in surprise. Amanda and Draco joined him. "Why Father once described the Slytherin common room to me. But seeing it in person surpasses all accounts. The dark depths of the Black Lake were indeed mysterious and captivating." Amanda placed her hand on the glass, where mysterious magical patterns seemed to flow. "One wouldn't expect the boy who lived and our dear Miss Merlin to be so naive," a sharp, scornful voice interrupted. Pansy Parkinson reclined on a dark green suede sofa in the center of the common room, surrounded by a group of boys and girls who cast suspicious and unfriendly glances in their direction. These individuals seemed to know one another and possessed a certain degree of influence and status. As a majority of the common room's occupants turned their attention to them, though with hesitance, lacking the warmth they had displayed during the feast, to the very least, no one stepped forward to defend them. "Amanda Merlin," Pansy pronounced haughtily. "The Merlin family has been extinct for so long. How can you prove your identity? Who knows if you're just some mudblood? And this Potter, look at his pitiful muggle appearance. Tell me, does the Potter family scavenge through muggle trash bins for clothing?" Laughter erupted from her companions. Amanda had thought their encounter would conclude after the feast, but it seemed Pansy was unwilling to let it rest. She did not seek trouble, but neither was she afraid of it. This confrontation was unavoidable. I asked that so. Then might I inquire, Miss Parkinson, what motive you have for questioning my lineage? Amanda pulled Harry, whose forehead was now creased with tension, behind Draco, striding confidently to the center of the common room. What evidence do you possess? She gazed down at Pansy, unflinching that at the very least she would not be outdone in confidence. Pansy did not meet her gaze, instead looking at her companions, who watched Amanda with amusement, as if she were a source of entertainment. Pansy smirked, a mix of pride and disdain. Don't think I don't know. You're just a filthy mudblood. I've discovered that you hail from a lowly Muggle orphanage, masquerading as a member of the illustrious Merlin family, attempting to elevate your status. Truly a repugnant and despicable mudblood tactic. Beside her, a boy made a retching gesture toward Amanda, while another girl rolled her eyes. Amanda chuckled softly, yet her gaze was frigid, somewhat terrifying. Yes, it's so. Can I easily deceive you, outwit Professor Dumbledore, and even manipulate the Sorting Hat and Salazar's choice? Moreover, I was entirely unaware that Slytherin would accept wizards of Muggle descent. If I were to break this precedent, it would signify that my own prowess has garnered Salazar's recognition. Amanda strode forward, fully aware of the eyes upon her. The aura she exuded had already left everyone in awe. No one had anticipated encountering such a presence in an 11-year-old first-year student. She approached the fireplace in the common room, where a few sparks crackled without warmth, casting an eerie chill throughout the space. Pray tell, was Voldemort more formidable when he entered as a first-year? She drew her wand and lightly tapped the embers. Fire! Arise! The flames erupted wildly, twisting upward and spilling beyond the confines of the fireplace, as if the small hearth could barely contain its burgeoning form. Satisfied, Amanda glanced back, the fierce red glow illuminating the fearful eyes of many. By the way, the Tom Riddle whom most of you and your families ardently follow is merely a half-blood. A collective gasp escaped several, their faces pale, gazing at her in trepidation. Amanda raised her left arm, clearly displaying the ring of the sage under the light of the Slytherin common room. And for those who doubt my lineage from the Merlin family, the ring of the sage, surely you recognize this? A few Slytherin students exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before stepping forward. I trust the Sorting Hat's judgment will not falter. They are merely unfortunate orphans. To question their lineage based on that is too hasty. Jima approached, idly toying with a bone bracelet. If I recall correctly, aren't you first-year students? Oh, and a few second and third years. Rather idle. The faces of several near Pansy turned pale. Two girls reproachfully glanced at her before standing up and exiting the sofa. The warmth of the fireplace brushed against Pansy's face. She stifled a breath, her cheeks flushed, and finally exclaimed in front of everyone, "You two uncultivated wretches! Just wait. I shall inform my parents to investigate you. By then, your secrets will be laid bare." Draco languidly drawled, "Pansy, do you wish for me to write to your parents about how their dear little daughter has openly provoked Slytherin's most promising heir in the common room? Draco, if you keep defending her, you will regret it." Pansy's eyes brimmed with tears, and upon seeing the flicker of disdain in Draco's furrowed brow, she bit her lip and turned away, fleeing the common room. A few who had been near Pansy felt the weight of embarrassment, hastily lowering their heads as they made their way to the dormitory entrance at the other end of the common room. The farce concluded, and the Slytherin common room returned to its previous silence. The ambient sounds became more pronounced. The lake wept against the windows like an aged man's sorrowful roar, while strange calls echoed from the depths of the Black Lake. Indistinguishable as to their origin, shrouded in an enigmatic, distant mystery, Draco finally released his grip on Harry's shoulder, the latter nearly having lunged at him in a fit of rage, just as the crowd was preparing to disperse and retreat to their dormitories. Amanda suddenly spoke up, halting everyone. "Please, everyone, before the Slytherins return to their dormitories, I have something to say." Her diminutive figure stood at the center of the Slytherin common room, gazing up at the ancient silver-green tapestry adorning the wall, where intricate floral patterns wove the Slytherin motto, "Slytherin shall aid you in reaching your zenith." The golden threads, having endured the test of millennia, shimmered brightly against the deep green fabric. "Pray, what compels you and your families to follow Voldemort?" she inquired coolly, her voice reverberating through the twisting walls of the common room, as crisp as the cracking of ice that a few upperclassmen exchanged uncertain glances, deliberating whether to respond to her query. One senior girl ventured forth, her gaze tinged with fervent obsession. "He possesses the power we all desired. He is formidable. I dare say, apart from Dumbledore, no one in the wizarding world can rival him. Especially given his youth." A boy with long black hair lifted his head from a book, his expression indifferent. "Our family supports his views on pure-blood supremacy and the extermination of muggles." That a pale-faced boy hesitated, his voice trembling as he spoke. "The Dark Lord threatens my family. He warned us that if we do not choose to follow him, he will annihilate us all." His teeth chattered, his body shivering. At such a young age, he has achieved so much, particularly in the dark arts. He possesses audacity and courage. He dares to act without regard for the law. The Slytherin students chimed in, each expressing diverse thoughts and opinions. "Is that so?" Amanta interrupted their discourse, drawing everyone's attention back to her, some perplexed by her intentions. "Most of you follow him simply because he is powerful." A hint of disdain laced her tone, inciting irritation among many. After all, how could an 11-year-old girl dismiss them? Her elder peers, their families, and even the Dark Lord himself? No, it cannot solely be for that reason." Amanta's cold gaze swept across the eager students who wished to retort, her lips parting to deliver a cruel statement. "It is because you are too weak." The Slytherin students turned pale, clearly struck by her words, which pierced their vulnerabilities. The fireplace crackled fiercely, its flames casting a glow on Amanda's face, her eyes resembling shards of ice upon a frozen lake. Deep within the icy depths, something struggled to break through all boundaries and obstacles. A nameless fury, compelling her to continue to "It is your weakness that accentuates his strength. It is precisely due to your and your family's incapacity, whether in ability, magic, talent, or otherwise, that you allow a half-blood to manipulate you." Amanta sighed. Slytherins, as heirs of pure-blood families, are you meant to be mere servants, forever bowing to someone else, willingly becoming sheep for slaughter? Is Slytherin's honor merely a stepping stone for others to tread upon? Amanta walked past those who boasted of pride in following Voldemort, her scornful gaze sweeping over their faces, as if she loathed their foolishness. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, as if her words dissected their very character. Their hidden natures, their unspoken cowardice, were laid bare under the scorching sun, causing them to tremble in despair. They no longer felt that the Slytherin common room was their home. At least, now their minds were consumed with the desire to escape. You know how the magical community regards Slytherin and your families? Opportunistic, turning tail when Voldemort falls from grace, becoming the laughingstock of all. Amanta spoke these words lightly, as if finding them utterly ridiculous. "You, who profess that honor surpasses all else, how do you pursue Slytherin's honor in this manner?" She stepped onto the table in the common room, looking down upon them with pride. "Honor is earned through one's own efforts. Only by becoming strong do we possess the right to define everything. Why do we not strive to be strong ourselves?" Each word was a gem, resonating with profound clarity. The common room was enveloped in silence, yet within each individual stirred a tempest of emotions. The members of Slytherin were genuinely taken aback. They had not anticipated that a mere first-year student could articulate such incisive truths. Even more astonishing was the realization that this seemingly self-evident insight had eluded so many, including their own parents. Amanta's words struck like a slap across their faces, stinging yet awakening. Harry and Draco stared at her, suddenly perceiving her in a new light. Until now, they had merely regarded Amanta as a precocious bookworm, harboring private concerns that she might be sorted into Ravenclaw. However, it now seemed that her presence in Slytherin was indeed justified. Yet a pallid-faced boy shattered the atmosphere. His lips trembled, revealing his fear, yet he managed to whisper, "I can assure you, no Slytherin student works harder than my father, but his grades are rather poor. After all, Voldemort's aptitude for magic is unparalleled." His words reignited the confidence that had just crumbled among many. Several previously disheartened Slytherin students began to regain their spirits. Yes, he was correct. It was that they lacked effort or desire to improve, but no matter how hard they tried, there would always be someone more formidable. Genius is genius. It is not something ordinary individuals can surpass through mere diligence. Amanta smiled gently, responding with unwavering confidence. Talent cannot be used as an excuse that I believe there are always shortcuts and techniques in learning magic. Skills that only the sufficiently clever can master. She referenced Snape's potions textbook from his student days, filled with his meticulous annotations in 6th year. When Harry, struggling with potions, acquired this old book, he merely followed Snape's notes and was lauded by Professor Slughorn as a potions prodigy. Yet none of us possess a talent that can rival Voldemort's. Nor do we know these techniques. A curly-haired boy lamented, that's so. Amanta tilted her head, her gaze piercing through the crowd toward the boy. If no students possess such talent, what of our headmaster, professors, and other faculty? The boy was clearly caught off guard by this answer, hesitating momentarily. Moreover, have you not seen my abilities? How do I compare to Voldemort in magic? Amanta inquired, genuinely intrigued. The crowd fell silent, recalling the fierce flame she had conjured moments earlier. Though it was not an exceptionally advanced spell, its potency far exceeded their own efforts. Even more so, considering Amanta had yet to attend a single class. A bold student spoke up, but the Dark Lord came from an orphanage. Naturally, he wouldn't have learned much magic upon enrollment. Oh wait. He abruptly halted, realizing that Pansy had previously provoked Amanta by mentioning her own origins from an orphanage. The crowd pondered this point. Amanta hailed from the Muggle world. When had she learned these spells? When had she mastered them? Many began to silently speculate about Amanta's abilities and planned to write home to inquire about Voldemort's prowess during his school years. Seeing no further questions, Amanta nodded with satisfaction. Well, it seems there are no objections. However, if you truly cannot meet these challenges, then choose to follow me. I will prove my strength and elevate the spirit of Slytherin. Without fail. Well, what a splendid speech. The crisp sound of applause echoed from the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Cutting through Amanta's words, in a billow of black robes, Snape approached, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Slytherin students realized, to their astonishment, that their esteemed headmaster had been present all along. Miss Merlin, you have indeed impressed me, he remarked, his cold, slippery tone trailing off with a flourish. But first, please step down from the table. Coughing lightly, Amanta promptly leapt down. Good evening, Professor, she replied, her demeanor shifting to one of warmth and humility, starkly contrasting her earlier imposing presence. Everyone gaped at her. Her transformation was indeed swift. Amanta paid no mind to the stares around her. After all, she needed to become formidable by any means necessary. Winning Snape's favor was essential. Perhaps she could gain access to his potions notes or even special guidance in that field. With a stroke of luck, she might even consider learning from him about the dark arts, defense against the dark arts, wandless magic, and mental occlusion. Oh, the headmaster is truly remarkable, she thought. Snape, seemingly indifferent, turned his gaze to Harry and Draco, who remained by the window. Draco, so you are here, he said, striding toward him, exuding a powerful aura. Draco stepped forward, his lips moving soundlessly, as if grappling with the decision to call him Godfather in front of everyone. Snape broke the silence. Why, dear godson, your father sent me to inquire about your first day. His gaze shifted to Harry, lingering briefly. Tiske, poor old Peacock must be reeling at the thought of his precious son mingling with Potter. Oh, I almost overlooked this detail. They are both Slytherins. Snape's voice, smooth and dangerous, caressed Harry's name as he pronounced it. That he approached Harry, lifting his skeletal fingers to tilt Harry's chin, scrutinizing his features and untamed black hair. Harry was compelled to meet his gaze, his innocent green eyes locking onto Snape's inscrutable dark ones. Let me see. Oh, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. Thank you, Professor. Do you know what my father looks like? Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of his parents, breaking into a bright, innocent smile. Just as arrogant and detestable as he was, Harry's smile faltered, freezing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, those eyes are identical to Lily's. Snape's voice softened unexpectedly at the mention of Lily, leaving Harry momentarily taken aback. Snape leaned closer, his hawkish nose nearly touching Harry's face. Harry felt a jolt of fear. Amanta cleared her throat gently. Snape, realizing his lapse, straightened up, regaining his usual somber demeanor. Everyone, return to your dormitories immediately. I do not wish to see Slytherin's hourglass reduced by 100 points due to students lingering in bed. Dreaming of perfect scores, the students snapped back to reality, loosening their tension as they moved toward the dormitory entrance. Amanta and her companions were no exception. Just as Amanta approached the exit, Draco hurried to her side, whispering, "Amanta, the path you choose will be an exceedingly arduous one." His concern was rare and evident. Amanta smiled in response. "Draco, thank you for your concern, but I am acutely aware of my ambitions. Glory shall bow before me. If I cannot conquer all, then I shall possess nothing." Jima led Amanta through the doorway leading to the girls' dormitory. "Oh, I scarcely know how to express my sentiments, but truly, you leave me utterly astonished." In various respects, Jima added. The two of them proceeded along a winding, classical stone bridge, flanked by numerous branches leading to each dormitory, each adorned with a black plaque displaying the room number and the name of its resident student. If my memory serves me correctly, the first-year students' dormitories are situated nearby. By the way, as Slytherin has the fewest students, our dormitories are all shared between two occupants, though Jima's expression seemed somewhat troubled. Amanta inferred from her demeanor, "Are Pansy and I sharing a dormitory?" Jima hesitated, then confirmed, "Indeed. However," she quickly added, "there are plenty of vacant Slytherin dormitories. If necessary, I can assist you in requesting a room change." "No need, I believe I can manage." Amanda shrugged, and, after navigating through dozens of forks, they arrived in front of room 221-0. Jima exclaimed in astonishment, for the plaque of room 221 bore only a single name. Beneath the room number, it read Amanta Merlin, followed by a patch of darkness. Jima leaned closer for a better look and concluded after a moment's inspection that it appears that something akin to ink has been smeared over it, rendering it illegible. How capricious. Clearly, the earliest returnee to the dormitory, Pansy, did not wish to share accommodations with Amanta, and her current whereabouts were unknown. Amanta shrugged her shoulders. In truth, I don't mind, but if it must be this way, living alone is quite acceptable." She bid farewell to Jima, who hurriedly strode down the corridor. "Although I long to return to the dormitory for a good night's sleep, as a prefect, I must first ascertain Pansy's whereabouts." "Good luck." Amanta pushed open the silver serpent-shaped doorknob. Oh, her surprise. The Slytherin dormitory was remarkably austere. The rough gray stone walls were unrefined, exuding a coarse texture of raw stone, with an unlit black fireplace in the center and two enormous transparent windows on the opposite wall, through which the depths of the Black Lake could be glimpsed. Additionally, there were two archaic four-poster wooden beds placed on either side of the room, bedecked with green silk curtains bearing the Slytherin house emblem, and the bed linens were embroidered with silver thread. This was the only piece of furniture in the dormitory that resembled something of substance. The environment here was no less chilling than that of the common room. Upon entering, a penetrating cold enveloped her. Compared to the splendid yet dungeon-esque common room, this space truly embodied the essence of a dungeon. However, none of this truly mattered, for upon stepping inside, Amanta was met with a scene of utter disarray. Her belongings were strewn haphazardly about, each in a state of dishevelment. The suitcase that had been placed beside her bed lay violently ajar, now entirely devoid of its contents, with nothing spared. The newly purchased parchment lay crumpled into wads. Several quills had been stripped of their feathers and broken. Her clothing was riddled with tears, and her textbooks had been torn into pages, scattered across every corner of the room. That it was almost certain that Pansy was behind this chaos. Furrowing her brow, she brandished her wand. Reparo. All the fragmented items in the room soared upwards with a clamor. Even those beneath the bed were not spared. Every shard swirled around her, reassembling until everything was restored to its original state. Ultimately flying into the open suitcase. Had Harry witnessed this spectacle, he would undoubtedly be rendered speechless once again. Amanda sighed. She truly could not comprehend why Pansy harbored such animosity toward her. Was it merely because of Draco? Setting aside the fact that her relationship with Draco was nothing more than that of ordinary friends, Surely it could not justify such extreme behavior. Her inability to grasp this point left her feeling detached from Pansy's unwarranted jealousy. After all, such actions were far too juvenile and petty, were they not? Yet, since Pansy dared to act, she should face the consequences. She ignited the fireplace with a spell, the warmth of the flames momentarily dispelling the chill of the dormitory. Seizing the opportunity presented by the firelight, she sat before the hearth and penned a letter. Dear Headmistress Osina, I've safely arrived at Hogwarts and enrolled. All is well, and I hope you can convey my regards to my sister Karina. Yours sincerely, Amanta Merlin. She folded the letter and set it aside, intending to hand it to Pansy in the morning. Having completed this task, Amanta felt somewhat exhausted. The day's journey and speeches had drained her significantly, and she needed a good night's sleep. Though the dormitory was Spartan, the bedding was relatively comfortable, and she sank into a deep slumber as soon as her head hit the pillow. Amanta carried the textbook for Transfiguration, the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, which contained the letter she had written the previous day, as she made her way to the Great Hall. Harry and Draco were already seated at the Slytherin long table. Draco held up the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, engrossed in its content, while Harry continued to devour his meal, occasionally glancing up at Draco's newspaper. Clearly, their pairing had sparked much gossip among students from other houses, many casting curious and peculiar glances at Harry. Upon noticing Amanta's arrival, many immediately directed skeptical and fearful looks her way, whispering amongst themselves at a few phrases drifted to her ears, such formidable magical talent displayed upon her entrance. She must surely be the future Dark Lord. The darkest hour of the wizarding world is upon us. I must write to my cousin to prepare for evacuation. It seemed that her actions in the Slytherin common room yesterday had already spread throughout Hogwarts. There were also a few who spoke in her defense, albeit their voices betrayed a lack of confidence. Don't think so poorly of her. I heard she spoke yesterday in the Slytherin common room about not continuing to follow the Dark Lord. Let us not forget that she has Slytherin students following her. Based on that alone, she must be what? Amanta paused, leaning in with a sincere expression. The two students who had just been conversing flinched, immediately parting ways, their faces pale. Amanta recognized them as first-year students, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. She felt no surprise. After all, she could not physically cover their mouths. Their fear of her was not entirely unwelcome. As for the others, she would prove her worth through her actions. Harry had spotted Amanta and waved. Amanta, we're over here. Amanta approached them, pulling out a chair. She scanned the long table but still did not see Pansy. Before classes, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Draco set down the newspaper, which he had been perusing for a Quidditch report. Oh, go ahead. I would love to serve dear Miss Merlin. Draco skillfully donned a feigned smile, though Amanta could tell he was in good spirits. How about we form a study group? The moment the words left Amanta's lips, Harry's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Hastily shoving another bite of turkey sandwich into his mouth. What are you saying? We already have a study group. It's essentially the same. Then how about we rephrase it as a learning techniques sharing alliance? Amanta stirred her porridge, and we can welcome more participants. I have no objections, provided we can truly gather that much useful information. Slytherin never shies away from seeking shortcuts. Draco shook his head that he had a point. If Slytherin did not relish shortcuts, they would not be so enamored with the dark arts. Harry nodded in agreement. I have no objections either. The two had already taken the bait, prompting Amanta to eagerly share her plans. I have already devised roles for the three of us. Given the current situation, I will take charge of the library. Draco will handle the professors, and Harry will connect with the upperclassmen. Her voracious reading habits render her the swiftest and most effective in acquiring knowledge. Through extensive inquiries and readings within the vast confines of the Hogwarts library, she distills the most efficient information. However, it would be even more splendid if Harry possessed that cloak of invisibility, for it would serve as an extraordinary tool for clandestinely exploring the restricted section of the library. Alas, Dumbledore would not gift the invisibility cloak to Harry until Christmas, 3 months hence. Speaking of Dumbledore, a sneeze escaped him from his office, though he attributed it to the bowl of sweet honey butter pudding he was stirring. Today's treat is rather sweet to the point of tickling the nose. I possess a high efficiency in reading, allowing me to compile a comprehensive catalog of the library's tomes, extracting the most pertinent content. Draco is tasked with cultivating relationships with various professors, seizing opportunities to humbly seek their guidance. Most professors would likely not refuse such a request. Yet there lies another layer to this, which Amanta did not voice outright. Draco's father, Lucius, is one of the Hogwarts governors. Thus, most professors would extend a degree of leniency towards Draco, considering his lineage. Moreover, the notoriously difficult Professor Snape happens to be Draco's godfather. Draco nodded, adding, "I could also write to my father, asking him to reach out to a few esteemed scholars for advice. That would be most helpful, Draco." "And what of me?" Harry lifted his head from his mashed potatoes, mumbling, "But I don't know anyone at all, ditto. But you're the illustrious boy, Harry. There's hardly anyone who does not recognize you. Simply assure them of your good intentions, and all will be well." Amanta gazed into Harry's innocent green eyes and his rosy cheeks. Harry is truly charming and endearing. She could easily envision the upperclassmen's fondness for him. "Trust me, you will undoubtedly win the affection of those upperclassmen. And then you can engage them in discussions about their areas of expertise." "Very well. I hope that's the case," Harry replied reluctantly. "Each evening after classes, we shall convene in the Slytherin common room to report our progress. By the way, we could also organize some impromptu duels and experimental sessions," Draco interjected. "That might not be permissible. Hogwarts forbids students from dueling privately. Of course, we require a venue, a secret base. Trust me, I will resolve the location issue." The room of requirement at Hogwarts would serve as an ideal setting, providing everything we need. However, she must first conduct an on-site inspection. Should we perhaps create a symbol or something akin to a prefect badge? Harry inquired. "I can't arrange for some to be ordered. My father knows a custom maker," Draco replied. They nearly finalized their plan for the Alliance of Skills before collectively carrying their books towards the Transfiguration classroom. Hogwarts boasts a total of 140 staircases, yet the Transfiguration classroom is not particularly difficult to locate. Upon exiting the Great Hall and ascending a wobbly staircase, it lies to the left. As the staircase swayed and turned, Amanta suddenly recalled a question. "Are the Slytherin dormitories really this austere?" Draco complained, "Oh, ours are too, cold and hard. I dare say the Weasley family's dilapidated abode is more comfortable than this." "I find it quite acceptable, far superior to the cupboard I resided in at the Dursleys," Harry interjected. Draco rolled his eyes. "Yet there is a solution. My father has informed me that the current Slytherin dormitory was converted from a medieval dungeon. And to make it comfortable, each generation of students must undertake renovations." Amanta nodded, realizing that transforming the dormitory would indeed be a significant undertaking. "Very well." She relayed to Draco and Harry what she had discovered upon returning to the dormitory yesterday regarding Pansy's antics. Inquiring Draco, "It seems Pansy harbors some affection for you. Hence," she subtly referenced Pansy's motives against her. They entered the Transfiguration classroom, where numerous large birdcages adorned the surroundings, and a dark mahogany desk stood at the front, flanked by upright blackboards. They arrived early enough to select seats towards the back. Harry, already aflame with indignation, nervously glanced toward Professor McGonagall's office and muttered, regardless of her feelings, "How could she be so intolerable?" Amanta shrugged. "It is fortunate she encountered me. Thus there is little loss that I know Pansy has her sights set on me," Draco began, yet Pansy hurriedly rushed in through the door, immediately spotting the trio seated together. She halted, casting a venomous glare at Amanta, who sat between them. "Amanta, I hope you appreciated the gift I presented to you yesterday," she sneered maliciously. "What is there to appreciate? That you tore my belongings to shreds and then ran off to have the prefect seek you out?" Amanta raised her eyes, calmly recounting Pansy's misdeeds. Pansy's sharp gaze fell upon Amanta's desk. Quickly noticing something protruding from her textbook, she dashed over, snatching Amanta's Transfiguration textbook and shaking out a letter, which she tore open and read aloud. "O beloved Headmistress Osina, I have safely arrived at Hogwarts and enrolled all is well. I hope you can convey my regards to Sister Karina Love. Your Amanta Merlin Pansy," read in a mocking, high-pitched tone. "Oh, your dear Muggle orphanage headmistress. I can only imagine. Do you typically scavenge for food from garbage bins? Surely you don't bathe more than once a year." Perhaps her tone was too ludicrous. As several students could not contain their laughter, Amanta rose, extending her hand. "Return it to me." She articulated each word with gravitas, her expression dark and stormy. Pansy stuck out her tongue and scampered to the lectern, taunting, "Oh, is the Muggle orphan upset? I won't give it back." She seemed more eager to see Amanta humiliated than to maintain her own dignity. "Yes, that's so. I hope you do not come to regret it." Amanta fixed her with a gaze as cold as death, for it is likely only Pansy remained oblivious to Professor McGonagall's entrance. Now standing behind her, McGonagall's brows knitted in disapproval, her voice trembling with ire. "Miss Parkinson, I trust you can elucidate your actions." Pansy, startled, quickly concealed the letter behind her back, stammering, "Professor McGonagall, I was merely jesting with Amanta." Professor McGonagall was not easily deceived, returned the letter to Miss Merlin, and apologized to her. "My apologies, I was in the wrong," Pansy hastily and insincerely muttered, casting a glare at Amanta. 0.5 points will be deducted from Slytherin, although I do not wish to penalize you on your first class at Hogwarts. I hope this serves as a warning, Miss Parkinson. The Slytherin students seated nearby regarded Pansy with a mixture of resentment. After all, this was merely the first lesson of the term, and Slytherin had already lost 5 points. An egregious blow. The Slytherins felt as though they had been pierced by daggers. McGonagall observed Pansy's retreating figure, proclaiming loudly, "Should there be any further mischief in my classroom, I shall have no choice but to expel you permanently." Pansy's back stiffened momentarily. Once all were assembled, Professor McGonagall did not instruct them to open their textbooks nor commence with an introduction to the course content. Instead, she transformed the mahogany lectern into a small pink pig. The students gasped in astonishment. Harry chuckled, for the pig reminded him of his cousin Dudley. Draco whispered, "Harry, if you consume that much every day, Professor McGonagall might just turn you into a pig as well." Harry's complexion instantly turned ashen, clearly contemplating the possibility of the matter at hand. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, reverting the lectern to its original form. This is one of the most advanced forms of transfiguration, transforming objects into animals. To reach such a level, you will require extensive practice. Harry sighed in disappointment. "Amanta, I can only hope you learn quickly to turn Dudley into a pig." Amanta raised an eyebrow. "I wouldn't want to be thrown into Azkaban. However, transforming you into a pig seems to violate no wizarding law," Draco solemnly informed Harry. They then proceeded to jot down several pages of intricate notes. Typically with Professor McGonagall dictating while they recorded, it must be said that Professor McGonagall's pace of instruction was rather brisk. Even Amanta had merely managed to jot down the sentences without grasping their meanings before she was urged to note the next one. Subsequently, each of them was handed a matchstick with the task of attempting to transform it into a needle. Vera Verdo. The classroom resonated with the incantations of transfiguration spells. Sitting in front of them, Blaise Zabini shouted the loudest, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, despite his insistence that it was merely the heat of the day. Harry and Draco exerted all their efforts, yet their matchsticks remained unchanged. After attempting it more than 20 times, Harry, utterly exhausted, tossed his wand aside. "Good heavens, I suspect transfiguration is nothing but a ruse. It is merely a matchstick. How could it possibly become a needle? This is completely contrary to the law of conservation of physics." "Amanta, why aren't you practicing the spell?" Draco glanced at Amanta, who was the only one in the classroom not reciting the incantation. She hadn't even taken out her wand. She was meticulously reading the notes she had just taken, attempting to comprehend the connections between each sentence. First, one must have a thorough understanding of the object being transformed, its size, shape, and properties, while imagining their interconnections. "Amanta, if you don't give a try." "This class will soon be over," Harry urged, clearly more anxious than Amanta. "I just want to see if anyone can truly turn a matchstick into a needle, to confirm that this isn't just a dream." Amanta smiled slightly. "No rush." She read the last sentence. "The wand's motion must be executed with utmost precision, which relates to the size of the object being transformed." She scanned her notes once more to ensure nothing was overlooked before raising her wand. Vera Verdo. The round tip of the matchstick swiftly shrank, a hole appearing in the middle, the wooden shaft becoming increasingly slender, ultimately transforming into a silver needle, though the other end was not yet as sharp as a true needle. It was undoubtedly a needle. Professor McGonagall glanced over, displaying the first smile she had given all class. "Well done, Miss Merlin." She showcased the needle Amanta had transformed to the class before picking up another matchstick to demonstrate the spell's application. I may not possess much magical talent. I won't fail all my exams, will I? Harry lamented despairingly after class. Amanda consoled him. It's all right. We still have our S. O Group. S. O Group, a name Amanda coined for their study technique sharing alliance. That S stand for the initial letter of study, and O represents the ideal final grade, outstanding. Harry immediately became intrigued. By the way, how did you manage to learn to turn a matchstick into a needle so quickly? Professor, I genuinely wish to learn. I have other matters to attend to. Meet in the common room tonight, and don't forget your task, Amanda reminded him. Although the first-year morning had only one class, she had several things to accomplish before the Great Hall opened for meals. Draco spoke up. I'm heading to the Ollery. Would you like to join? No, I think I have no one to write to, nor anyone writing to me, Harry shrugged. Amanda, don't you have a letter to deliver? The Ollery was located at the very top of the West Tower. A narrow spiral staircase led up to this circular room. I have always known Pansy has feelings for me, and I understand her motives towards you and Harry. Draco suddenly remarked, seemingly burdened with thoughts as he walked behind Amanda. Amanda raised an eyebrow. Her expressions of affection are so blatant. If you still don't comprehend, you are either foolish or pretending to be oblivious. I apologize. I've always been cautious of the Malfoy family's interests, which is why I did not speak up sooner. Draco's lips grew increasingly pale, revealing his inner turmoil. Amanda replied leisurely, Well, that is not the point I wish to make. The most effective way to resolve a problem is to eliminate the source of the trouble itself. You understand what I mean. Draco gradually halted on the spiral staircase, his lips devoid of color. Amanda, I don't perceive you as that kind of person. I have always regarded Pansy as a sister. Once, when she caught her hair on fire while playing with fire, I doused her with a bucket of water. There was another time she ingested Sneezewort. Draco recounted childhood memories, but since last year, her attitude towards me has changed. Upon realizing it, I have done my utmost to avoid contact with her, yet she remains oblivious. Until she saw another girl appear by my side. He added, Pansy is far too young, and her family indulges her too much, which has led to her somewhat obsessive personality. Watching Draco reveal his vulnerabilities in a moment of panic, Amanda turned to him with a harmless smile. Draco, what are you thinking? Draco's pale gray eyes reflected rare confusion. I merely mentioned that if she doesn't focus on her studies and continues to concoct schemes against others, she will inevitably be expelled from Hogwarts. Amanda lifted her foot, the heel of her Oxford shoes striking the floor with a dull thud, startling a few owls perched above, causing them to flutter amidst the branches. She had no control over the matters between Pansy and Draco. She only hoped they wouldn't disturb her life. After all, there were still countless tasks awaiting her attention. Draco hastily followed her. His tone slightly elevated. You're right. I should have a serious talk with Pansy and write to her parents to attempt to curtail her behavior. Amanda circled the Ollery and soon spotted her owl. Berta, nestled in a man-made hollow in the wall. Berta had coiled her wings and was snuggled in a bundle of straw, sound asleep. Amanda quietly placed the letter aside, and Berta opened one eye, glancing at her, contentedly flapping her wings. Amanda, come see my dragon, Draco called from short distance away, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. The dragon, the eagle-owl Draco frequently mentioned, was a creature Amanda could only describe as formidable and imposing. Oh my goodness, what is this? An eagle-owl. It's magnificent, Neville exclaimed as he stepped into the Ollery, clearly astonished. His admiration evidently pleased the dragon, who flapped its nearly meter-long wings in satisfaction, its bright yellow glass eyes regarding him with pride. Neville Longbottom? Amanda recognized him as the boy who had been searching for a toad on the train. Oh, you're Amanda Merlin and Draco Malfoy. Neville, having likely heard much gossip around campus these past few days, took a few steps back, bewildered upon noticing them. Oh, are you here to deliver a letter? Amanda keenly observed him trying to conceal something behind his back. Neville anxiously shook his head, his face flushed. Nothing. Don't mind me. There's no need to fear us. Aren't you a Gryffindor? Show a bit of courage. Draco caressed the brown feathers of the dragon with evident satisfaction, clearly relishing the recent praise from Neville. Much like the creature itself. Neville hesitated, casting a wary glance at them, seemingly ensuring they would not unleash a curse the moment he turned his back, before swiftly delivering a letter to a Hogwarts owl. Amanta called out to Neville as he hurriedly turned to depart. "Neville, are you interested in our SO study group?" Sorry, what is that?" Neville's toes pointed outward, revealing his eagerness to escape. It's an abbreviation for the skills sharing group, aimed at helping each member achieve an O grade by discovering the most effective and convenient methods. That Neville's eyes brightened. Really? Yet his gaze flickered between Draco and Amanta, as if recalling the unpleasant rumors surrounding them. He nervously descended the stairs, offering a dismissive, "I'll think about it if I have time." "You actually invited Neville into our group?" Draco shook his head. "He's a complete fool, universally acknowledged to possess a dreadful lack of talent. Until he was 8, everyone thought he was mute." Amanta also shook her head. "Magic doesn't solely revolve around casting spells. Everyone has their strengths, and I believe Neville has his as well." Despite her reassurances to Draco, had she not been previously aware of Neville's exceptional herbology grades, which later led him to become a professor of the subject at Hogwarts, she might have shared Draco's sentiments. Thus, she added, even if he is lackluster in every aspect, he would serve as an excellent experimental subject. If our theories succeed with him, it would demonstrate that our methods are nearly applicable to everyone. Draco conceded. "Your considerations are indeed thorough." As they exited the West Tower, Draco spoke softly. "Before meeting you, I always thought I was the most outstanding one. It's apparent." Amanta replied with a smile. She sensed an indescribable change in Draco's demeanor over the past month. "So, I was arrogant, haughty, ostentatious, dismissing others, relishing in factionalism and instigating discord. Yet after encountering you, I've begun to see myself more clearly that I still have a long way to go to be a worthy heir of the Malfoy family. I always regarded my father as a paragon, but I merely bask in the family's glory." Draco spoke bitterly. "Amanta, you are remarkable. I hope one day I can stand alongside you." Amanta patted his shoulder, offering an encouraging smile. "When did I not notice how much you talk? However, I welcome it." The 8th floor of Hogwarts lay just beyond the West Tower, home to the Room of Requirement, with some time to spare before lunch. Amanta intended to locate the room. Yet, as they stepped out of the West Tower, they encountered one of the most unfortunate occurrences a Hogwarts student could face. Whoosh! An object hurtled towards them, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air. Amanta instinctively dodged to the left. Smack! Draco behind her stiffened, his face frozen in disbelief as he looked down at himself. His pristine white shirt and tie were splattered with red ink. The ink bottle lay shattered on the ground, while Peeves, clad in a floral shirt and red-blue suit, clutched his belly in laughter. "Ha! Look at this first-year-S stunned expression. Do you like the special floral uniform I designed just for you?" Peeves cackled, circling them before hurling a box of chalk towards their heads. "Now, try this." He swung his arm vigorously, launching chalk pieces at their foreheads. This was truly dreadful. On their very first day, they had encountered the most troublesome poltergeist. Amanta shielded her head while attempting to cast spells, yet Peeves evaded her efforts with nimble movements, all the while emitting his mocking laughter. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Draco still dazed, having been struck by several pieces of chalk without any reaction. She had no choice but to grasp Draco and run forward. "Run!" Peeves tugged away the woolen carpet beneath their feet. Both Amanta and Draco tumbled to the ground. Amanta, having knocked her head, looked up at Draco, who appeared equally disheveled. "Peeves, if you keep tormenting us, we'll go tell the Bloody Baron," Amanta shouted, though she doubted the effectiveness of such a threat. Just as her words left her mouth, Peeves vanished into thin air, his cackling echoing in the air. "Ha!" As Amanta breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to rise, a chilling cough echoed from the nearby corridor. Cough, cough. Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, rolled his murky eyes, scrutinizing them with a sinister smile. New students today just love to play around, disliking classes and tossing professors' belongings. "No, it was Peeves," Amanta defended. "Peeves, just Peeves," Filch grumbled impatiently. "God knows how much these students adore lying. They always use Peeves to shirk responsibility. Oh, you have any idea how Hogwarts punished lying students in the Middle Ages? You would be locked in the dungeons and subjected to the most brutal punishments." Filch's expression gleamed with excitement as he spoke of student punishments, his wrinkled eyes radiating a disturbing light. What are your names? I must write them down now. To inform your head of house, so they can punish you properly. I am Draco Malfoy, came Draco's muffled voice from behind her. Amanta turned to see Draco, seemingly resigned to reality, dragging himself up from the ground with a defeated expression. Malfoy, that name sounds familiar. Let me think. Is it Lucius Malfoy, the esteemed Malfoy governor? Filch's raspy voice trembled slightly. Yes, he's my father, Draco replied. Governor Malfoy was the most well-behaved student. Oh, his son must be just like him, but I truly apologize. I must have wronged you. Filch's lips twisted into a forced smile. Lord Malfoy, I have always held him in high regard. I hope you can speak well of me before him. Haha. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Filch, sensing Draco's growing impatience, wisely concocted an excuse to depart. Amanta couldn't help but marvel internally. The advantage of being a governor's child is undeniable. Even the most difficult Filch had to yield, speaking of the most untouchable figures. If one were to rank the most troublesome individuals at Hogwarts, Peeves would undoubtedly take the first spot, followed closely by Filch, and perhaps Severus Snape in third. However, given Draco's current predicament, they had no time to seek the room of requirement. Draco, covering his face in despair, hurriedly followed Amanta towards the cellar. Misfortunes tend to cluster, and soon they encountered the third most troublesome individual at the entrance of the cellar. Why, dear pupils and Miss Merlin, did you take a dip in a dye vat? The somber yet resplendent timbre of the voice belonged solely to Severus Snape. As the events unfolded, Amanta could not help but begin to doubt the fortune of the day. She and Draco turned stiffly to face him. Snape disdainfully waved his wand, casting a cleaning charm that made the ink on Draco's robes vanish without a trace. Miss Merlin, I hope you can manage to employ your intellect to learn a few spells. Rather than embarrass yourself by trudging around with someone who appears to have had their brain devoured by a slug, he remarked. You are correct, Amanta replied humbly. Lowering her gaze, Draco's mood had returned to normal along with his school robes. Godfather, I apologize. Their overly sincere acknowledgement of their mistake seemed to leave the long-sullen Snape a bit unsettled. In any case, do not let me see you again looking as simple-minded as a Gryffindor. After receiving their assurances, Snape turned, his robes billowing behind him as he strode toward his office. During lunch at the long table, Harry learned of the unfortunate series of events that had befallen the two. Harry wore a face that was caught between laughter and restraint. Goodness, this is simply dreadful. Thank goodness I didn't accompany you, he said. Draco, still shaken, declared, I shall have my father expel Peeves from Hogwarts. Harry raised an eyebrow at him. That must be karma. After all, you're the one who constantly complains that I eat too much. The afternoon brought lessons in charms and herbology, and thankfully, no class is scheduled for the evening. Amanta perused the timetable. Tomorrow we have defense against the dark arts, which piques my interest. I find myself more intrigued by the dark arts, Draco stated. Harry furrowed his brow, discomfort washing over him at why parents were killed by dark magic. So I doubt I shall ever dabble in it. Amanta ruffled Harry's fluffy hair. Spells are not inherently defined by light or dark. It is the intent of the user that determines the nature of the spell. In fact, many virtuous wizards have employed dark magic. She offered a simple example. Imagine if you were present at the moment your parents were murdered and you were already a mature wizard. Faced with such a situation, could you restrain yourself from using harmful spells and instead bind the perpetrator with only simple binding charms, awaiting the ministry's aurors to arrest him? Seeing the fury in Harry's reddening eyes, Amanta sighed. You cannot, and most cannot either. Those who can are exceedingly rare. She did not wish for Harry to be overly righteous, to the point of suffering guilt over the moral dichotomy of a single spell. Indeed, among those few capable of such restraint was Dumbledore, who could defeat his opponents using only white magic. Yet it is undeniable that had he resorted to more lethal spells, the efficiency would have been significantly greater. This, too, is one of the reasons Voldemort could dominate the magical world. Adhering to an absolute sense of justice, like that of Gryffindor, is challenging and may even bind one's hands and feet in pursuit of a so-called righteousness. Thus, they are Slytherin. Slytherins are unyielding, willing to employ any means to protect their loved ones. However, she expressed some regret. I fear I may find it difficult to wield dark magic. I have studied its rules. And dark magic requires the user to possess intense emotional power, such as hatred or desire to annihilate, feelings I have yet to experience. Yet, she mused, this realization does not seem so regrettable at present. From her description, I appear quite suited to dark magic, Harry remarked darkly. Though he grasped Amanda's reasoning, he found himself struggling to accept it psychologically. Amanda patted his shoulder. I merely suggest that you should not confine yourself due to unfounded fears. A wizard's character is not determined by the spells they employ, but rather by their actions. Draco, scooping up a spoonful of soup, interjected in a neutral tone. Your discussion is quite intriguing, but I must remind you that this is Professor Quirrell's class. He glanced at Harry. Your scar's pain during the last feast may be related to Professor Quirrell. Amanda raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I am quite curious about what lies beneath his scarf. Perhaps we should find an opportunity to unveil it? Harry boldly proposed. Draco shot him a disapproving look that you wish for Slytherin to lose all their points? In the afternoon charms class, the diminutive Professor Flitwick stood atop a tall stack of books. When he called out Harry and Amanda's names, he squealed excitedly and toppled to the ground, disappearing from view, causing quite the commotion at the end of the class. Pansy passed by with a dark expression. I hope you do not become too smug. She tossed over her shoulder before hurrying away, seemingly unwilling to spare them another glance. Draco called out after her, Pansy, see you tonight in the common room. I have something to discuss. Pansy halted, turning back with a smirk, raising her voice dramatically. All right. She shot a triumphant glance at Amanda, who simply shrugged in indifference. The second lesson was herbology, and Professor Sprout casually praised. This morning, a boy, seemed to be from the Longbottom family, was able to distinguish between Badgerbloom and Wolfsbane at a glance in the first class. Amanda exchanged glances with Draco, who scoffed. All right, you're always right. Amanda was not particularly adept in herbology. To her, the plants appeared to bear little difference. Compared to the typical illustrations in textbooks, they seemed almost unrecognizable, especially the smaller sleeping beans, which looked nearly identical to mistletoe berries. For the first time, she felt a sense of frustration in her studies that I fail to understand why we need to learn herbology. Will we really be wandering the fields, picking grass to ascertain if it possesses some special function? Amanda, who never engaged in internal conflict and preferred to attack others, couldn't help but question the practicality of these courses. That I too believe that these items could simply be purchased in bulk from the apothecary in Diagon Alley for a few galleons. Draco concurred, swinging a rebellious bouncing bulb stem back and forth. The bouncing bulb stem seemed intent on escaping his grasp, thrashing violently in every direction and nearly smashing into several nearby students. While only Pansy giggled and brushed off the dirt that splattered onto her. Draco, you remain ever the troublemaker, Harry remarked, his attention fixed on a leafless, wrinkled fig tree, which was expelling clusters of purple fruit from its flowers. These plants are actually quite fascinating, are they not? At that moment, Blaze behind them was shrieking in terror as he was chased around the greenhouse by several bouncing mushrooms. Amanda shrugged. They are indeed rather interesting. After finishing dinner in the Great Hall, the day's activities came to a close. Amanda proposed to Draco and Harry, I know of a place that would serve perfectly as a venue for our S. Group. Would you care to join me in searching for it? The morning's events with Peeves and Filch had delayed her, and she was still mindful of this matter. After all, finding a location soon would enable them to commence their S. Group extracurricular activities. Harry and Draco had no objections. What are we looking for? Draco inquired at the 8th floor to find the tapestry depicting the giant beating the tar out of the silly bannerman. She replied. Draco and Harry exclaimed in unison. The giant beating the silly bannerman. Amanda clarified, beginning to doubt their intellect, as it illustrated a wizard named Silly Bannerman attempting to teach a giant to dance ballet, only to be thoroughly thrashed. Harry could not help but chuckle. Ha ha, he certainly possesses a vivid imagination, attempting to teach a giant to dance ballet. I can hardly believe what that scene must have looked like. Draco appeared to be lost in thought. This tale seems familiar, yet how does it relate to our quest? The tapestry opposite leads to the Room of Requirement, a fact I gleaned from a history of Hogwarts. It can transform into whatever the user desires based on their intentions. Amanta felt a twinge of unease while introducing this concept. After all, she was unsure if such records truly existed in the annals of Hogwarts. Fortunately, the two companions had read enough to be unfazed by her words, harboring no doubts. Sounds rather enchanting. Let us venture forth, Harry exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Draco, however, felt a pang of concern. Let us hope we do not encounter Peeves again. As the trio ascended the final flight of stairs leading to the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Draco urged Harry forward. You go ahead and check. Why must it be me? We've already endured enough today. You should go, Harry retorted, begrudgingly being the first to peek around the staircase, and oh sign of Peeves. Harry called back to them, his voice filled with relief. Just as they began to move, they turned in horror at the sight behind Harry. What is that expression on your faces? Ah. Peeves suddenly materialized behind Harry, grinning widely as he doused him with a bucket of what appeared to be filthy mop water. Run! Draco exclaimed, panic etched on his face as he grabbed Amanta and bolted. They fled haphazardly, darting through numerous corridors, the echo of Peeves' high-pitched laughter trailing behind them. Oh, delightful news! Students want to play hide and seek. Come on, let us frolic. Exhausted and breathless, they could scarcely count how many curtains they had slipped through or corridors they had sprinted past. Although Peeves' voice faded into the distance, his laughter continued to reverberate eerily around them. Amanta felt as though her legs were leaden, and Draco was not far behind, their pace gradually slowing. They turned another corner. Amanta! Draco! Harry, drenched and standing before them, wore a look of surprise as they approached. He gestured to the wall beside him. Look! Is this not the tapestry? Before him hung a comical tapestry depicting several trolls in pink ballet tutus dancing around a diminutive wizard. Opposite the tapestry stood a smooth wooden door. What were you just thinking? Before Amanda could finish her sentence, Peeves' excited voice rang out from behind them. Aha! So you were hiding here. Hide and seek is over. Hurry inside. With no time for contemplation, Amanta pulled Draco and Harry towards the door, and just as Peeves was about to catch up, they all stepped through, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang, completely isolating them from Peeves' cries outside. Once their eyes adjusted to the blinding white light, they beheld the interior of the room. The turquoise floor was lined with various Muggle washing machines against the walls, while shelves held laundry detergent and fabric softener, and there was even a dryer for convenience. This was indeed a bathroom, akin to those found in Muggle homes, complete with a small bathing area that housed a bathtub filled with bath bombs. I feel as if I've stepped into a Muggle-esque bathroom, Draco remarked with disdain. There's no doubt about it. Your perception is accurate, Amanta replied. Harry eagerly dashed forward, shedding his robes and stuffing them into one of the washing machines, followed by his shirt and tie. Amanta, I wish you weren't here, he said, glancing awkwardly at his belt. I don't mind, Amanta replied. That I do. Harry's face flushed crimson. Ultimately, he shyly retreated into the bathing area, drawing the heavy curtain and handing his clothing to Draco. Draco grimaced as he pinched Harry's robes with his fingertips, tossing them into the washing machine. Muggles can clean their clothes with this whirling contraption? While as effective, I believe we should learn the Scourgify charm as soon as possible. After Harry had thoroughly cleaned himself, the trio began to explore the room. You all ran too swiftly from Peeves. I couldn't keep up and became lost after only a few steps. I wandered here, repeatedly thinking, I am so dirty. I need to find a place to clean myself and my clothes, Harry said, excitement lighting up his features. And then this door appeared on the wall. I thought, look, it really has manifested. Could this be the door Amanda spoke of? Draco pondered aloud. This room is indeed extraordinary. I wager that only a select few are aware of its existence. If we need a space for our S.O. group, what might we require? Firstly, a blackboard and some chalk, along with tables and chairs, Amanda suggested. We also need an area for dueling and practicing spells, Draco added. And a potion-making station with a cauldron, Amanda supplemented. For now, that should suffice. Shall we venture out to test it? The trio exited through the door, fortunate not to encounter Peeves again, unaware of which unfortunate student he had chosen to torment next. After pacing back and forth at the entrance 3 times, the door reappeared on the wall. This time, the room of requirement had transformed almost entirely into their envisioned space, even exceeding their expectations. It seamlessly blended elements of a charms classroom, a potions classroom, A dueling platform and a training ground. I suspect someone infused it with peculiar imagination, Draco remarked, casting a skeptical glance at Harry, for a cauldron on the table was simmering with a fragrant concoction that seemed to be a cheesy mashed potato dish. Harry rubbed his stomach sheepishly. After everything we've been through, I'm utterly famished. Amantha surveyed the room with satisfaction. This serves as a splendid gathering place. However, until we recruit members from other houses, it would be more convenient to meet in the common room. Aside from practicing spell, yes, they made their way back to the Slytherin common room. Draco wore a conflicted expression, anxious about his impending conversation with Pansy. Remember to keep an eye on me. Pull her away before she claws at my face. Pansy was already eagerly awaiting them at the entrance to the common room, upon seeing the trio approach. She initially frowned but quickly donned an enthusiastic smile. Draco, let us go. She rushed over, linking her arm through Draco's, casting a disdainful glance at Amantha. Draco turned back to frantically signal to Amantha and Harry. Harry struggled to stifle his laughter, exchanging knowing glances with Draco. Amantha merely raised an eyebrow. The one who ties the bell must untie it. Seeking help from others is less effective than helping oneself. Draco and Pansy found a secluded corner, while Amantha and Harry settled at a low table in the common room. They could not hear Draco and Pansy's conversation, but they could see them glancing in their direction from time to time. Just as Amantha was elaborating on the principles of the transformation charm to Harry, a sharp cry erupted from the front. No. Pansy, her eyes red, covered her mouth and stumbled out. Many curious gazes turned toward the Slytherin common room. Goyle, seated nearby, took a bite of his greasy pizza and nonchalantly mumbled, Draco, have you broken up with Pansy? Blaise stepped forward and patted Draco on the shoulder, confidently raising a charming smile. Draco, it is of no consequence to have suffered a heartbreak. You can always turn and seek solace in my embrace. Draco smirked. What a joke. Don't impose your notions about girls onto me. He braved the gazes of the onlookers and made his way toward Amantha and Harry, settling into the armchair across from them. Harry set down his textbook and leaned in with curiosity. What did you say? Draco interlocked his fingers, appearing somewhat anxious. I merely informed her that I harbor no feelings for her whatsoever. My previous interactions were merely out of respect for the Parkinson family. However, her recent actions have only incited my disdain, and I have already written to her parents to warn them. Upon finishing this lengthy disclosure, he seemed to finally unburden himself, his tone becoming increasingly lighthearted. Although the Parkinsons dote on her excessively, they would not allow her to behave recklessly and tarnish the family's reputation. Furthermore, I cautioned them about the dire consequences of opposing the descendants of Merlin and the boy who survived against all odds. It is truly a nightmare of a blow. Harry grinned. Oh dear, now she can no longer bully us at will. Amanda shrugged. Let's hope this proves effective. Let us not forget that Pansy is also a Slytherin. And I would not want our hard-earned points to be solely deducted by her. Draco sighed. Amantha, I have done all that I could. Well, you did splendidly. After all, Pansy is merely an 11-year-old girl, considering she is also the sole heir of a sacred 28 family. I hope you can extend her a bit of grace. I am not withholding opportunities from her. It is entirely up to her to decide whether to take them. Amantha winked, and Draco evidently grasped her implication. Pansy, being a spoiled only child, poses little obstacle on her path ahead. Her focus should be directed toward more significant matters. Regrettably, Slytherin, aside from Pansy, still has the likes of Goyle and Crabbe, who are even dimmer-witted. I would wager that if someone offered them a piece of cheese, they would foolishly fall for the trap. Amantha pointed toward the two hefty boys seated nearby, devouring meat-filled pizzas and caramel pudding, with barrels of pumpkin juice beside them. Harry chimed in cheerfully, Oh heavens, Draco, did you see that? They can eat far more than I can. Of course, I am well aware. They have been like this since childhood. Draco replied, his expression darkening, that if Neville is not planning to join us just yet, then we shall commence our SO trial group with them. Amantha remarked, I can assure you, getting them to comprehend what you say would be quite the challenge. Draco scoffed, wouldn't that make it even more rewarding? If it is indeed feasible. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on the two gluttons, causing Crabbe and Goyle to feel an inexplicable shiver down their spines. They were entirely oblivious to the fact that they were about to become pitiable little test subjects. Crabbe, foolishly emerging from his pudding, asked, "Goyle, why do I feel like there's something behind me?" Goyle shook his head, looking bewildered. "Strange, I feel it too." "Never mind. Let us have some pumpkin juice." Upon returning to the dormitory, Amanta sat by her bedside, surveying the rudimentary decor of the so-called dungeon quarters. She intended to practice the transfiguration spell she had just learned that day. The difficulty of transfiguration escalates from small to large, from solid to liquid to gas, and from inanimate to animate. Thus, transforming a matchstick into a needle is possibly the simplest task within the realm of transfiguration. Altering the room's decorations would likely be only slightly more challenging than that. She first attempted to transform the 4 bedposts into serpentine forms. Vera Verdo.I in her mind SI. She envisioned the serpentine decorations of the Slytherin common room. After several attempts, she finally grasped the technique. The wand's movement must neither be too grand nor too slight. And above all, one must concentrate on visualizing the specific form. However, Amanta's recollection of the decorative serpent was still not sufficiently clear. Consequently, after her modifications, the shapes of the 4 serpents appeared rather crude. Yet, for a student embarking on her first day of transfiguration lessons, this was an astonishing accomplishment. If Professor McGonagall were to witness her efforts, she would undoubtedly be impressed by Amanta's innate talent and understanding. Following the same method, Amanta transformed the fireplace, windows, and furniture into numerous small serpentine decorations, then attempted to outline a circle of classical European patterns by the fireplace. Nevertheless, she was not a born interior designer. And after achieving these alterations, she found herself at a loss for what else to modify. It seemed that in the future, she would need to sketch some items from the common room for reference. Sitting beside the flickering flames of the fireplace, there was an old-fashioned armchair. She languidly reclined in the chair, taking out a quill and beginning to write and draw on parchment. She crafted a timeline, organizing some key events from the first semester's storyline. Her fingers lightly traced the parchment, finally resting on a particular spot. The most significant event of the first half of the semester was undoubtedly the incident involving the troll breaching Hogwarts' basement. That day was Halloween Eve, precisely 2 months from now. During the feast on Halloween Eve, Professor Quirrell rushed into the Great Hall in a panic, fearfully announcing, "There's a troll in the dungeon classroom. You all should know." After which, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. At that moment, no one doubted Professor Quirrell. Naturally, there was no suspicion cast upon him as everyone assumed he had merely fainted from fright. All attention was directed toward the troll, including Professor Dumbledore, who was not at all surprised. According to Amanta's speculation, Professor Quirrell's true intention in releasing the troll was not to divert the professor's attention in order to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Although Professor Dumbledore had explicitly stated at the beginning of the term that entry to the corridor on the right of the 4th floor was prohibited, Quirrell could not be certain it was not a ruse. To act rashly would only solidify his guilt. That Quirrell's objective must have been to gauge the professor's movements, thereby discerning the true location of the Philosopher's Stone and other clues. It is akin to how a homeowner would urgently rush to check on their most cherished possessions after having been robbed. And poor Professor Snape fell right into Quirrell's trap. He, suspecting someone intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone, hurried to the 4th floor to intervene, only to be bitten on the leg by the 3-headed dog. Speaking of which, if, during Professor Quirrell's feigned fainting spell, someone had the audacity to unveil his scarf and reveal the back of his head to everyone, oh heavens, that would have been nothing short of spectacular. The first class on Tuesday morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts. The classroom was unremarkable, save for a long aisle deliberately left clear between the desks and chairs, seemingly meant for students to practice spellcasting. Upon entering the classroom, Amanta was greeted by a pungent aroma of garlic. Blaise pinched his nose and hurried outside, seeking fresh air before the lesson commenced. The scent was suffocating. How she longed for the fragrance of Daphne's perfume. Daphne Greengrass. The name Blaise uttered stirred Amanta's memory. She was one of Pansy Parkinson's entourage, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl who had sat across from Pansy on their very first night at Hogwarts, laughing alongside her. Moreover, she was the sister of Astoria Greengrass. Astoria would eventually become Draco's wife. She couldn't help but glance at Draco beside her and Daphne seated not far away, contemplating the future of Draco and Astoria together. Both being blonde, it was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Draco, feeling her gaze, asked apprehensively. What are you staring at? Oh, just imagining what your future might look like. Draco's pale cheeks flushed with a hint of pink. Do not jest about such things, that he murmured in a low voice, expressing his discontent. Blaise should not incessantly utter those words. Who knows how many souls have been led astray? Just as he voiced his grievances, Professor Quirrell opened the door to his office and descended the stairs. His complexion was sallow, and dark circles encircled his eyes, as if he had been drained of vitality by some unseen force. To put it bluntly, he bore a slight resemblance to a drug addict. With his entrance, the pungent aroma of garlic in the classroom became almost nauseating. Amanta's eyes began to water from the oppressive scent. Harry pinched his nose and remarked, "Amanta, I think we need not speculate about what lies within his scarf. It must be stuffed to the brim with garlic." Amanta also pinched her nose. Perhaps he intends to use the stench of garlic to deceive others. Did he reek of garlic when you first encountered him at the Leaky Cauldron? She was certain he did not, for she had also seen Professor Quirrell at the Leaky Cauldron that very day. If the odor had been that overpowering, aside from the cramped environment exacerbating it, the Leaky Cauldron would surely have expelled him. Harry pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, yes, when I first saw him at the Leaky Cauldron. He bore no scent whatsoever. Amanta lowered her voice and leaned closer to Harry. I suspect it may be related to Voldemort. Harry's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had never considered such a connection. But haven't we all heard that Voldemort is dead? Many assert that he is merely too weak and has fled to another place. Perhaps he is currently residing within Professor Quirrell's scarf, Amanda suggested. Gesturing towards the nervously speaking Professor Quirrell at the podium. I have heard that Professor Quirrell was once quite normal, but he transformed completely after his return from the Forbidden Forest. Oh, you suppose he encountered the weakened Voldemort there? Otherwise, how could your scar be hurting? Your scar is solely connected to Voldemort, Amanda stated. Harry contemplated her words. But if that is the case, should we not inform the other professors? Or perhaps Professor Dumbledore? Without concrete evidence to confront him directly, we would only be alerting the snake. If Voldemort can easily linger there, Amanta pointed at the back of Professor Quirrell's head, then he could just as easily slip away or inhabit another's body. At that moment, Blaise raised his hand and posed a question to Professor Quirrell. Professor, I heard you encountered a vampire in Romania. Is the garlic in your scarf meant to ward off that vampire? Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, as everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse of whether there truly was garlic within Professor Quirrell's scarf. The professor's face flushed crimson as he stammered. Mr. Zabini, this is because I assisted an African prince in ridding himself of a wraith, and thus he gifted me this scarf. That a Slytherin girl, Millicent Bulstrode, burst into laughter. Professor, how did you defeat the wraith? Clearly, Professor Quirrell's hesitant demeanor failed to convince the students, and he became increasingly flustered as they bombarded him with questions, nearly toppling from the podium. The atmosphere was filled with mirth. Professor Quirrell stammered. Attempting to change the subject, today's weather appears to be quite agreeable. Draco leaned in to join their discussion. Professor Quirrell does seem rather suspicious, Amanta remarked, shrugging at Harry. It is evident to any discerning observer. Seizing the opportunity while the students teased Professor Quirrell, she recounted to Draco the details of her earlier conversation with Harry. Draco's complexion darkened. If what you say is true, then my father, who has followed the Dark Lord for so many years, is currently residing in the peculiar garlic professor's head, mingling with that clump of garlic, perhaps having previously hidden in the Forbidden Forest upon some creature. Goodness, I wonder how my father would feel upon discovering this. Would he not be so mortified as to wish for his own demise? Draco lamented. Amanda teased. No worries. It is all in the name of the Malfoy family's honor. Draco replied with resignation. My father chose to follow the Dark Lord because he had the Malfoy family to back him. He could not forsake his family to perilous circumstances. Amanta shook her head, warning Draco if Voldemort returns. Temporarily siding with him may yield certain advantages, but is far more likely to lead to one's demise. After years of lurking, Voldemort will only become more extreme and brutal. Death Eaters mean nothing to him. Merely pawns to achieve his ends. Draco's expression turned serious. I remember your earlier words. Only by truly growing strong can we avoid being governed by others. As you said, following the Dark Lord is not a noble pursuit. My father S. and our entire family's lives rest in his hands. Amanta nodded in agreement, satisfied. Thus, we must safeguard ourselves in the impending storm, and the path to self-preservation is certainly not through colluding with tyrants or running with wolves. Slytherin must minimize risk. Harry interjected. So, if we could conveniently eliminate Voldemort, permanently addressing the source of our fears, that would be even better. Amanta regarded Harry with approval. Well said. The defense against the dark arts class concluded with Professor Quirrell stammering and ultimately managing to utter the words class dismissed. During the free time before lunch, Amanta chose to visit the library on the second floor of Hogwarts. Upon entering through a side door, one could hardly discern whether the space was exceedingly cramped or profoundly awe-inspiring. Countless bookshelves stretched as far as the eye could see, with spiral staircases leading to the second floor every few meters. The central aisle was flanked by bookshelves, with tables and chairs on either side, illuminated by oil lamps and candles for students to study. Amanta wandered around, taking in her surroundings. The bookshelves were exceptionally tall, requiring a ladder to reach the volumes perched on high, aside from the restricted section. There were also some magical areas, such as the invisible book section. However, it seemed that most of the books stored here were invisible, as Amanta could only see a few solitary volumes standing on the shelves. After her exploration, she pondered, so, which books should I borrow first? Amanta found herself in a quandary, for she was hardly disinterested in any of the tomes present. She looked up at the shelves and decided to start from the beginning and work her way to the end. She pulled down an entire row of books from the top shelf of the first column and settled nearby to begin reading. Her reading speed was astonishingly quick, almost as soon as she turned a page. She was poised to grasp the corner of the next. Immersed in a sea of knowledge, Amanta lost track of time, but a girl stood behind her, astonished. Are you truly reading? My goodness, I must say you read remarkably fast. Amanta frowned in displeasure. She detested having her train of thought interrupted, especially while deeply engrossed in reading. However, when she turned around, astonishment tempered her ire, for the girl before her, with her voluminous brown curls, was none other than Hermione. Amanta! Hermione exclaimed joyfully, quickly covering her mouth and glancing around, for the library forbade loud chatter. Oh, how did you end up in Ravenclaw? Amanta inquired, voicing her most curious question regarding the Sorting Hat. She added, I remember you said you thought Gryffindor was the best. Even though Amanta likely already knew the answer, she wished to hear Hermione articulate it. Hermione pursed her lips and sat down beside her. At first, I truly believed Gryffindor was the best. After all, every book claimed as much, with most heroes and great figures hailing from Gryffindor. However, after hearing you say that one thing on the train, Hermione smiled at her, I realized I chose to follow my heart. As the Sorting Hat was placed upon my head, it proclaimed that I possessed traits of both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, though it suggested that the former might be more prominent. It then inquired where I wished to go, to which I responded, Ravenclaw, expressing my desire to delve deeper into the realm of knowledge. Consequently, I was assigned to Ravenclaw. Amanta smiled gently, offering her congratulations that, oh, you've joined Slytherin. Along with Harry. Speaking of which, the rumors circulating about you in the school are quite rampant, predominantly negative, suggesting that you are destined to become the next Dark Lord. Amanta remarked nonchalantly, I am aware. But you're not like that, are you? Hermione interjected eagerly. Certainly not, we replied in unison. Then you must find a way to clarify things, Hermione insisted. Regarding these matters. Clarification is unnecessary, nor is it achievable. People will always believe what they wish to see. Only when we take concrete actions will their perceptions gradually shift. At this juncture, extending an invitation to the future academic prodigy Hermione to join the S. O group seemed a prudent choice. By the way, would you like to join the S. O group I founded? She briefly outlined the group's purpose to Hermione. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione furrowed her brow and declined. Oh no, while I hold you in high regard, I believe there are no shortcuts to learning, as the most valuable knowledge is already recorded in books, is it not? Professor Flitwick has warned that recklessly attempting alternative methods could lead to uncertain and regrettable consequences. Amanta felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood. Despite Hermione being an exceptional student, she was somewhat traditional and rigid, often adhering strictly to the truths presented in textbooks. Their path was one of innovation, inventing spells, discovering new applications, and developing novel approaches. This road demanded defiance against authority rather than blind adherence to the status quo. However, should Hermione ever change her perspective, she could undoubtedly become a valuable ally. One could only hope for such a transformation in the future. After Hermione departed, Amanta ascended the wooden ladder in the library, beginning her search for the next set of books. In truth, her philosopher's ring could hold an extensive collection of books. If unrestrained, she could clear an entire section of the shelves. However, considering the borrowing needs of other students and to prevent undue disturbance, she decided to limit herself to 20 books at a time. After a rough calculation, excluding the summer and Christmas holidays, she realized that even at a pace of borrowing 20 books daily, she would only manage to read around 40,000 volumes by the time she graduated from 7th year. This figure was utterly insignificant compared to the vast ocean of knowledge housed within Hogwarts Library. Thus, she resolved to prioritize books related to her subjects of study, while also randomly selecting a few from other genres. As she approached Madame Pants, the librarian, with a towering stack of books that exceeded her own height, Madame Pants was taken aback and removed her glasses. "Why, dear girl, are all these for you?" "Indeed, oh, and I have one for a friend," Amanda replied, pointing to the topmost book, Quidditch Through the Ages. This was indeed meant for Harry and Draco. Madame Pants, no longer skeptical, quickly jotted down the titles and numbers on the borrowing slip. Slytherins? It seems the students from Slytherin have developed quite an affinity for studying lately. They have borrowed numerous books over the past few days. That it appeared that her speech on the opening night had indeed made an impact. Although the Slytherin students appeared outwardly unchanged, they had begun to engage in a quiet competition to enhance their own abilities. During lunch, she shared this news with Draco and Harry. "Sounds promising. It seems these heirs of pure-blood families are finally recognizing the importance of academic prowess." However, Crabbe and Goyle remain as they always were. Draco scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the duo. Goyle, with his usual foolish grin, was busy chomping on a greasy roast chicken leg. Amanda retrieved Quidditch Through the Ages from her philosopher's ring. Draco exclaimed, "Oh, Quidditch Through the Ages is one of my favorite books, but alas, I have already read it. I borrowed it from the library." "Since you've already read it, you should lend it to Harry," Amanda suggested. Harry's eyes lit up as he accepted the book. "I really hope we can play Quidditch. I've flipped through the magical Quidditch balls Draco gave me countless times." Not only Harry, but Amanda too felt a yearning for the enchanting sport played among wizards. However, when the topic of playing Quidditch arose, Draco's expression turned indignant. "Why on earth are first-year students not allowed to bring brooms? It's utterly unfair that we can't join the Quidditch team. Second years aren't that much older than us." Harry echoed his disappointment. "This is truly dreadful." Amanda reassured them. "I've heard that first years will soon have flying lessons." "Really?" Draco and Harry asked in unison. Upon seeing Amanda nod, Draco excitedly began discussing Quidditch with Harry. Harry, filled with envy, admitted, "I've never ridden a flying broomstick." Draco, animatedly boasting, declared, "I'm exceptionally good at Quidditch." He proceeded to brag about his flying skills and Quidditch achievements, vividly recounting his flight from Malfoy Manor to the outskirts of London, culminating in a thrilling escape from a Muggle helicopter. Initially, Harry listened with keen interest, but after 20 minutes, he began to feel drowsy. Amanda stifled a yawn. However, this was rather pleasant. Lately, Draco had taken to effect an air of gravity, wearing the family heirloom ring on his thumb. Mimicking his father's demeanor, it almost made her forget that he was merely 11 years old. Only when discussing Quidditch did Draco resemble his peers. The afternoon's history of magic class was taught by a ghostly professor. It was said that Professor Binns had long since aged beyond his corporeal form, having forgotten his body one day while going to class. His monotonous, ancient voice rendered the captivating tales of history tedious and uninspiring. Amanda propped her face in her hands, struggling to prevent her head from drooping onto her desk. This was even more soporific than Draco's flying anecdotes. Fortunately, she had already reviewed the entire content of History of Magic in advance. Had she relied solely on the lectures, she feared she would receive abysmal grades. She wondered if Draco and Harry were paying attention. Turning her head, she noticed Harry staring blankly. while Draco's eyelids were half closed. During breakfast, a swarm of owls flew into the great hall, grasping packages or clutching letters, numbering in the hundreds. Amanta had grown accustomed to this spectacle. Her own owl, Pasha, dropped a letter and then swooped off with a piece of toast, while Draco received a package filled with candies sent from home. Draco distributed the sweets to Harry and Amanta. "I'm no longer a child. I don't need to consume so many candies," he frowned, feigning exasperation, though his tone betrayed a hint of pride. Before Amanta could respond, a chorus of gasps erupted around them. Look, that red letter!" Several students pointed to an owl flying into the hall, easily distinguishable amidst the flock. This particular owl was clutching a letter as crimson as blood, standing out vividly among the rest. "A howler! Oh, I can't believe someone is receiving a howler on the third day of school." Across the long table of Hufflepuff, Hannah marveled. All eyes were intently fixed on the owl, eagerly anticipating its flight towards someone it might detest, yet harboring a flicker of apprehension that such a stroke of fortune might instead befall them. The owl clutched a vivid scarlet letter, unerringly soaring towards the Slytherin table. Students from other houses immediately erupted into malicious hissing. The Weasley brothers rose from their seats, clapping and laughing exuberantly at the Slytherin table. Oh, a spectacle was surely in store for today. Let us see which Slytherin mischief-maker awaits the owl's arrival. As the owl glided closer, a palpable tension enveloped a group of students seated towards the back of the Slytherin table, their expressions betraying a desperate urge to flee. Conversely, those seated nearer the front exhaled a sigh of relief, instinctively believing they could not possibly be the recipients of such correspondence. The Weasley brothers cheered. Who is the fortunate recipient? The owl traversed nearly the entirety of the Slytherin table, with only a few students remaining at the far end. The faces of the last few boys turned ashen, their eyes wide in disbelief, desperately ruminating on all the misdeeds they had committed over the past week, just as they began to resign themselves to the impending doom. The owl veered sharply above the final boy's head. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. The earlier relief transformed into sheer terror, as the suffocating dread returned with a vengeance. What in the world was this sudden sense of oppression? Damn that owl! Just as the Slytherins cursed the seemingly oblivious creature, the owl suddenly halted at a particular spot. A wave of relief washed over everyone, coupled with curiosity to discover the identity of the unfortunate recipient of this howling letter. "Pansy!" Daphne exclaimed. The owl dropped the blood-red letter before a girl with black hair, whose gaze was cast downward, nearly buried in her bowl. Pansy slowly lifted her head, panic etched upon her features, her trembling hand reaching out to grasp the howling letter, yet unable to summon the resolve to open it. Ultimately, she shakily tossed it into a plate of buttered peas before her. It is said that failing to open a howling letter promptly can lead to more dire consequences. Draco murmured, and no sooner had his words left his lips than a tremendous explosion erupted from the front of the Slytherin table. Pansy sat frozen in terror on the ground, as students around her screamed and scattered in disarray. Where the howling letter had once rested, the table was now charred, the remnants of food and cutlery reduced to a pile of ash and debris. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire hall. "Pansy, we are utterly ashamed of our indulgence and negligence towards you over the years. Were it not for Draco's revelations, we would have remained oblivious to the multitude of absurdities you have committed. We have never raised such a shameless daughter who brings disgrace upon our family. As your mother, I command you to apologize to Miss Merlin and Mr. Potter and to vow never to behave in such a manner again. Otherwise, we shall cast you out for the Parkinson family." A woman's voice, imbued with extreme fury, echoed throughout the hall, reverberating against its walls. Perhaps influenced by Mrs. Parkinson's wrath, all the students of Hogwarts dared not utter a sound. And after a considerable pause, whispers began to circulate. "Have you heard what Pansy has done?" I know. A Ravenclaw student eagerly relayed the gossip he had overheard in recent days to those surrounding him, while others nearby perked up to listen intently. And no wonder. She dared to provoke the future two Dark Lords, certainly the targets of her parents' ambitions. A Gryffindor student chimed in behind him. The Ravenclaw student whispered, "Amanta possesses such remarkable talent. I assure you, if Pansy fails to apologize, Amanta will undoubtedly make life difficult for the Parkinson family in the future. Truly, one cannot underestimate the cunning of Slytherin. They are adept at assessing circumstances, and when necessary, can discard their own flesh and blood. A Hufflepuff student mused. In contrast to the other houses, the Slytherin table remained remarkably composed. Perhaps they had anticipated such an outcome, or perhaps they had witnessed much of the gossip firsthand. Blaise casually commented, "It seems Pansy's parents are genuinely furious. I'm fortunate I didn't T-report her to them earlier." Goyle continued to chuckle foolishly, his gaze fixed solely on a distant buttered toast. "Forget about that, Crabbe. Pass me that slice of toast." Gemma stretched lazily, eagerly discussing the new product from Madame Pimpernel's beauty potion shop with the girl beside her. The Slytherin table buzzed with chatter, showing no signs of restraint regarding Pansy's presence. They seemed to regard her as a mere specter, even as Pansy sat in silence, her head bowed beside the Slytherin table. Several students who had previously fled from the explosion deliberately avoided her, choosing to sit as far from her as possible. After all, most of them had only rallied behind Pansy out of fear of the Parkinson family's influence or in hopes of befriending the future heir of the family. It was now evident that Pansy harbored no intention of apologizing to Amanta or Harry. Given Pansy's nature, they did not believe she would ever apologize. It seemed a task more difficult than ascending to the heavens. And thus the outcome was all too clear. If even the Parkinson family was prepared to abandon Pansy, they had no reason to expend their energy on a reckless, unruly girl, potentially jeopardizing their own honor in the process. Thus, Pansy was forsaken by Slytherin. She remained motionless on the ground for several minutes, as if the contents of the howling letter had left her in utter shock, yet unable to process her mother's thunderous voice. Daphne, Pansy's closest confidant, could no longer restrain herself and approached, attempting to lift her from the floor. "Pansy, are you all right?" Pansy angrily shrugged off her hand, dashing out amidst the gaze of the entire hall. "Oh no, Pansy, wait for me," Daphne called, chasing after Pansy's retreating figure. Meanwhile, those at the center of the gossip maintained an unusual calm. Amanta sipped her red tea, her silence coldly observing the unfolding events. Pansy was a quintessential good daughter in front of her parents. None of them knew of her true nature behind closed doors. Draco, having retrieved a green apple from somewhere, took a large bite. "However, I did not anticipate that the Parkinson family would handle the situation in such a manner. They must perceive this incident as genuinely severe. Such reactions only arise when matters deeply affect the family's fate or when an heir commits acts that tarnish the family's honor, warranting the threat of expulsion from the family. Perhaps Pansy has indeed crossed every conceivable line, which explains their current fury." Harry scoffed. They should have known what Pansy was like. Otherwise, this day would not have transpired. This morning in herbology, Pansy was absent. Professor Sprout had called her name several times without receiving a response. Upon the third call, Blaise raised his hand. "Professor, Pansy received a howling letter from home this morning." "So," his words tactfully trailed off. Professor Sprout nodded in understanding and circled Pansy's name like a T that moment. Draco began to feel an inkling of concern. "Do you think Pansy might do something extreme?" Her personality, having taken such a blow, left him feeling somewhat guilty. After all, it was I who had written that letter. If something were to happen to her, I would feel a lingering sense of blame. Draco's lips appeared paler than usual. "But what you say is true." Amanta plucked a bubble bean. "The Parkinson family ought to be grateful to you." Such a result was hardly beyond her expectations. The Parkinson family, as a quintessential Slytherin lineage, must undoubtedly possess a remarkable acumen and an astute sense of timing. Otherwise, they would not have endured as one of the most venerable wizarding families throughout history. In recent days, the renowned name of Amanta has surely reached beyond the confines of the school. These families have likely sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The winds of change are blowing through the wizarding world. Almost every student hailing from a wizarding family can discern that the Parkinson family has placed its bets. Therefore, following that howling letter, Amanta has garnered even greater attention, albeit primarily consisting of fearful and anxious glances. Harry shrugged. "Who cares? Wasn't her previous assault on us an attack?" His words seemed to lift Draco's spirits somewhat. Indeed, after class, Amanta chose to visit the library to borrow books. Meanwhile, Draco and Harry dutifully though not particularly joyfully, set off to complete the SO group task as per her instructions. Draco resolved to seek out Professor Snape in the dungeons, while Harry decided to strike up a conversation with a Hufflepuff upperclassman. Believing them to be the most amiable, as Samantha walked along the corridors, she noticed that the Slytherin students appeared increasingly eager to greet her, readily offering salutes as she passed, in stark contrast. Students from the other three houses displayed a palpable fear. Upon spotting her from afar in the corridors, they would hastily lower their heads and scurry away, or even turn on their heels to retreat. After all, none of them likely wished to encounter the third-generation Dark Lord. Indeed, they had privately taken to referring to Amanta by this title to them. Grindelwald was the first, Voldemort the second, and Amanta the third. As for the original candidate for the Dark Lord, Harry, he had been deemed too naive, and over the course of these days, they had nearly eliminated him from consideration for that role. Given the Parkinson family's recent stance, most were increasingly convinced of Amanta's extraordinary identity. Some whispered rumors even suggested that they believed Amanda to be the true heir of Slytherin, a claim that gained traction and was readily accepted by many. After borrowing 20 books from the library, Amanda opted to return to her dormitory to read in peace. After all, no one wished to be a spectacle for others, subjected to the incessant whispers of speculation. Although they lowered their voices, convinced that Amanda could not hear them, their furtive glances revealed all. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Amanda opened a book, the door of room 221 was pounded upon vigorously. Amanda furrowed her brow. She detested being interrupted while reading. Nonetheless, out of politeness, she chose to answer the door. However, she could not fathom who would seek her out at such a time. Before she could reach the door, a girl's voice, laced with sobs, called out, "Merlin, are you in there?" The voice seemed somewhat familiar, and before she could ponder further, she opened the door. Standing on the threshold was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, weeping uncontrollably. Looking vaguely familiar, upon closer inspection, Amanda recognized her as Daphne, Pansy's closest friend. Upon seeing Amanda open the door, Daphne swayed slightly, as if struggling to maintain her balance. What's wrong? Amanda felt an ominous premonition. After all, her interactions with Daphne had been minimal. That Daphne's visit likely pertained to Pansy. Please, you must help her. Daphne lifted her tear-streaked face, looking at her beseechingly. Pansy is my best friend. I implore you. Pansy's predicament seemed to have left Daphne in disarray. Help her with what? I have no obligation to do so, Amanda replied, preparing to shut the door. She had no desire to invite unnecessary complications. Moreover, Pansy's situation was of her own making, and no one else could be blamed. Daphne hastily leaned against the doorframe, preventing Amanda from closing it. Amanda frowned, perplexed. You could seek assistance from the prefect or the head of your house. Pansy said, she only wants to talk to you. Please, no, I beg you. If you just speak with her, everything will be all right. She is just a bit overwhelmed at the moment. That I promise I will do whatever you say from now on. I swear. Please, I implore you. Fine. Amanda regarded the tear-streaked girl before her, realizing that if she chose to ignore this, the matter would likely persist indefinitely. What a hassle. Where is she? Amanda ascended the narrow spiral staircase to the top of the astronomy tower. The astronomy tower is the tallest structure at Hogwarts, serving as the venue for astronomy lessons. They were scheduled to have their first class there at midnight. Amanda, you finally arrived. Pansy stood at one end of the astronomy tower platform, her robes billowing in the fierce wind. Through the enormous astrolabe, Amanda could see that Pansy's eyes were red and puffy, clearly having just cried. That Pansy's voice was somewhat muffled by the howling wind. Do you know how important Draco is in my life? To hear her better, Amanda stepped forward. She paced slowly around the massive astrolabe and replied coolly, your life or death is of no concern to me. Nor do I care how significant Draco is to you. Pansy, seemingly unfazed by her response, continued to speak. You know, when I first saw him at a family gathering when I was 5, I decided that when I grew up, I must marry him. His platinum blonde hair stood out so brilliantly at the party. He was so young, the same age as me, yet he navigated the adult world with such ease, exuding confidence and charm. He was simply remarkable. So, I deliberately approached him, engaging in silly antics just to catch Draco's attention. As I hoped, he always found ways to help me and resolve my troubles. Yet since last year, he has grown increasingly distant, intentionally avoiding me. That I thought he was just shy, but Pansy's voice turned harsh. But on the train at the start of term, I saw the three of you sitting together in a compartment, practicing spells, sharing snacks, and joking with one another. And his face-borne expression I had never seen before. Such ease and joy. Pansy hissed. I knew it. I knew it. He has feelings for someone else. Actually, you might just be overthinking it. Amanda offered a candid assessment. Impossible. Pansy retorted. He has even targeted me a few times to protect you. Did Pansy not realize that her actions were excessive? Amanda found herself momentarily speechless. It appeared that Pansy had been thoroughly blinded by jealousy and love. That I swear I will have Draco, by any means necessary. Is obtaining Draco truly that important? Amanda inquired, perplexed. She struggled to comprehend someone like Pansy, whose mind seemed devoid of anything but love. Yes. If I cannot have Draco, I would rather die. Pansy cried and laughed, stepping back precariously close to the edge of the platform. Behaving like this, crying and making a scene, will only lead him to look down on you. Amanda was almost amused by her convoluted reasoning. Pursuing someone should be about proving one's worth and captivating them with charm, not simply clinging to them. But, I am nothing compared to you, Pansy lamented, clutching her head as if it were filled with tormenting thoughts, glaring at Amanda with envy. Though you are an orphan, you possess everything: talent, beauty, status, and privilege. Everyone adores you and favors you, while I, in your shadow, appear petty, stingy, and foolish. Draco has cast me aside. Even my parents are abandoning me. I have nothing left. Pansy's words elicited a sense of amusement within her. After all, everyone doted on her and favored her. Perhaps Pansy was only referring to saying, in truth, she had been deemed the new Dark Lord by the other three houses. Amanda circled the astrolabe as she approached Pansy, her icy blue eyes fixed upon her with a chilling gaze. Aside from your lineage as a descendant of Merlin, ISNT, everything else you envy something I have earned through my own efforts. While I toiled through sleepless nights with books, what were you doing? While I practiced magic, what were you doing? How I conduct myself stands in stark contrast to your own actions. You wish to attain everything without effort. What a foolish daydream. Though Draco and Harry often hailed her as a genius, she merely stood on a slightly elevated starting point, learning faster than others. She outstripped her peers in diligence, a fact that others consistently overlooked. Pansy seemed stung by her words, taking deep breaths as if to steady herself. But even if I try, I can never measure up to you. You cannot surpass me, but if you do not put in the effort, you will forever remain beneath me, will you not? But what good does effort do? Draco has already cast me aside. Pansy's resolve began to wane. That is insignificant. No. What matters is that you must be true to yourself. Amanda blurted out, instantly regretting her words. What was she doing? Counseling someone who had humiliated her. Yet perhaps this statement unexpectedly bore fruit. Pansy's expression shifted to one of confusion as she repeated the words incessantly. Be yourself, be yourself, be myself. Amanda exhaled in relief, sensing her psychological counseling might finally be drawing to a close, even though she had no idea what Pansy truly thought. I understand now. To be myself, Pansy murmured, her expression growing increasingly joyful. May I leave now? Amanda inquired politely, as it was already time for lunch. No. Pansy exclaimed, no. Before that, Amanda, please promise me. Pull me back. Drag me from this abyss. Pansy stood at the edge of the rooftop, her face displaying an unprecedented plea, extending her hand toward her. Amanda, however, felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet for reasons unknown, Draco suddenly crossed her mind. If Pansy were to leap before her eyes and tragically perish, oh, how would Draco react? What a profound psychological scar it would inflict upon him. His childhood companion, having only been at school for 3 days, jumping from the castle due to him and his letter to IT, was likely that Draco would spiral into depression. Remembering Draco's payment for her in Diagon Alley and the Malfoy Manor tomes he had lent her. Perhaps, for the sake of those memories, she would begrudgingly lend a hand. Very well. Amanda decisively stepped forward, reaching out her hand, her other hand concealed within her robe. gripping her wand, ever wary of Pansy's movements. Pansy grasped her hand. "Amanta, thank you," a smile graced her lips, yet her eyes grew colder. Amanta sensed something was amiss with her smile, but it was too late. A jolt coursed through her, akin to an electric shock, rendering her limbs numb and immobile. "Amanta, you will falter in your kindness and gullibility. This is your greatest weakness," Pansy said lightly. "Didn't you say that Slytherins would stop at nothing? I have learned." With a forceful tug, she hurled Amanta into the abyss behind her, adding a kick for good measure. Amanta, caught entirely off guard, was propelled from the pinnacle of the astronomy tower. The shrieking wind filled her ears. She should have anticipated this. She should never have naively believed the words of those two, nor should she have foolishly come here, arrogantly thinking she could sway Pansy. To a fleeting wave of regret and self-recrimination flashed through her mind. But the instinct for survival quickly overwhelmed all else. The sensation of weightlessness struck her like a colossal hammer, mercilessly driving her toward the ground, as if countless hands were reaching up from the earth, desperately trying to drag her into the abyss. Never had she yearned for life as she did in that moment. The rushing air constricted around her mouth and nose, slicing against her cheeks like blades. Pain sharpened her awareness. She wiggled her fingertips, discovering she could move. With all her strength, she shouted, "Accio broomstick!" Her voice was nearly a hoarse whisper, for the wind threatened to tear apart her chest. Yet upon finishing her incantation, she despaired as she realized her wand had seemingly slipped from her grasp during the fall that moment. The Philosopher's Stone on her wrist erupted with a brilliant green light. Even in daylight, it shone as brightly as the sun. A broomstick emerged from an unknown corner of the castle, slicing through the air like an arrow, accompanied by a piercing wail, soaring directly into her hands. Without a moment for contemplation, she flipped over, pressing the broomstick beneath her. Although she had never ridden a broom before, it seemed her earlier shout had drawn the attention of many, as a cacophony of screams erupted around her. Amanta mounted the broom, only to realize her wand lay mere inches away. Releasing one hand, she dove downward, accelerating, grasping her wand perfectly. But only then did she notice the ground of Hogwarts directly below her. She was hurtling straight toward it, and it seemed her nose would soon meet the unforgiving stone. The surrounding screams intensified, nearly piercing her eardrums. Blood surged to her brain as she gripped the broom tightly. Yanking it upward, she barely skimmed the ground, rising higher and higher until she reached the level of the astronomy tower, with the entire sky unfurled before her. N.O. Pansy's furious roar echoed behind her. Soon left far behind, she narrowly evaded the castle's spire, gliding amidst the towers of Hogwarts, then soaring through the lofty corridor. Many Hogwarts students pointed in astonishment at the sky. "Look, someone is riding a broom above the castle." "Who is that?" "Is it Merlin?" She skimmed over a corner of the Forbidden Forest, glided past the Quidditch pitch, sailed over the Whomping Willow, and Hagrid's hut. The enormous pumpkins at the hut's entrance had ripened, and she couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation for Halloween. How splendid it would be without that ruckus. The crisp air danced around her temples. Gradually, she loosened her grip, extending her arms to embrace the refreshing autumn breeze caressing her fingertips. She glided over the surface of the Black Lake. The air behind her stirred into a V-shaped wave, startling a few tentacles that emerged from the water. Ultimately, she landed in the small square before the gates of Hogwarts. Gasping for breath, she felt a sense of unprecedented liberation. The whispers and misunderstandings of recent days transformed into beads of perspiration upon her brow. Professor McGonagall flung open the castle doors, storming toward her in a fury, followed closely by Professor Snape. "How dare you? Do you realize you nearly smashed your skull, Slytherin?" Amanta had never witnessed Professor McGonagall so enraged. Her words came out in fragments, her lips trembling with rage. Professor Snape interjected with his soft, deep voice. "Minerva, I believe Miss Merlin is one of the most reliable students in our house. Let us first hear her side of the story." There was no necessity for her to conceal anything on behalf of Pansy and Daphne. After all, today, Pansy had indeed sought her life. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, perhaps aided by a stroke of luck and a smidgen of innate flying talent, she might have already met her demise. Ultimately, The gem from the Ring of the Wise appeared to possess some arcane power, enabling her to cast wandless magic with an instinctive ease. She resolved to return and delve deeper into her studies. As Amantha pondered these thoughts, she recounted the events of this afternoon in their entirety. This revelation seemed to infuriate Professor McGonagall even more. Murder! This is unequivocal murder! I have taught here for many years and have never encountered such a student, she exclaimed, nearly on the verge of fainting from rage. Professor McGonagall glared sternly at Professor Snape. Severus, you cannot shield this matter simply because they are students from your house. Indeed, the gravity of the situation seemed to exceed Snape's expectations. Nevertheless, his expression remained inscrutable as he brushed aside strands of hair that had fallen across his eyes. Given the seriousness of this incident, we must report it to Dumbledore immediately. My recommendation is expulsion. A calm and authoritative voice pierced the air. Dumbledore stood not far away, his expression unusually solemn. No one knew when he had arrived. Severus, investigate the situation and then inform the Ministry of Magic to take action. Very well, Snape acquiesced, turning to walk back into the castle. Once out of sight, his countenance darkened. These little snakes are woefully undisciplined, more foolish than trolls. It is likely that even Professor Snape never anticipated such a serious incident would arise within his own house. Professor McGonagall did not forget to admonish him from behind. Hogwarts must be accountable for the safety of its students. This is the most severe incident we have encountered in a decade. Severus, after Professors McGonagall and Snape departed, Dumbledore appeared to relax considerably, smiling as he turned his gaze toward Amantha. Fortunate Miss Merlin, may I invite you to my office for a visit? The headmaster's office was located in a small, separate tower, guarded by a colossal stone beast. Fizzing Whisby, Dumbledore uttered the password, and the stone creature stepped aside, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended to a glimmering oak door, adorned with a lustrous brass knocker at its center. As they entered the headmaster's office through the oak door, the griffin door knocker gaped wide and turned its neck, mimicking a roar. Amantha stepped into this, apart from the room of requirement, the most extraordinary chamber in all of Hogwarts. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters, yet at that moment, they all seemed to be napping within their frames, as if the years of headmastership had rendered them utterly exhausted. Even lacking the energy to remain animated in their portraits, one portrait featured an elderly man who lazily yawned and opened one eye. Our new Slytherin, a remarkable newcomer. He winked mischievously at Amantha. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Phineas, this is none of your concern. You may return to your slumber. Albus, do not think you can dismiss me as one would a beggar, came the retort. Dumbledore, clad in a deep purple robe sprinkled with golden stars, seated himself behind his desk. Miss Merlin, please make yourself comfortable, as if in your own home. Would you care for some syrup tart? Dumbledore spoke cheerfully, seemingly having forgotten the grave incident that had just transpired within the school. Amantha graciously thanked Professor Dumbledore and took a syrup tart, settling into a nearby armchair as she surveyed the renowned headmaster's office. On the desk, an elderly bird dozed, its feathers sparse and lackluster. Were it not for Amantha, one might never guess it was the Phoenix Fox. The sorting hat rested on a nearby shelf, which also bore an array of uniquely shaped silverware. Amantha even spotted a silver swan gliding gracefully across the surface of a pool of water. Further away stood a tall, dark cabinet, which Amantha surmised housed the pensieve. Miss Merlin, I should have invited you here much sooner, began Professor Dumbledore. Might I inquire as to why you summoned me? Amantha asked cautiously. Miss Merlin, regarding your surname, Merlin, it is not a common name even among Muggles. Growing up in a Muggle orphanage, have you not sensed anything unusual over the years concerning your lineage? Muggles believe it is merely a nickname bestowed upon me by the orphanage. Given the peculiar occurrences that often surround me, Amantha shrugged. Well, then I must impart some truths that you may find difficult to accept, Dumbledore said, his wise and kind gaze fixed upon her. Initially, I hesitated to disclose these matters, but following today's incident, I believe it prudent to enlighten you, if only to prevent a truly gifted individual from unwittingly squandering their life in pursuit of the unknown. Dumbledore's words left Amantha confounded. Did her lineage involve some hidden secret? Was she perhaps an orphan abandoned by the enigmatic Merlin family? Or had all the descendants of the Merlin line perished, leaving her as the sole survivor? Professor, I do not quite comprehend. Miss Merlin, in truth, you are not a figure of this present age. Dumbledore's revelation shocked Amanda profoundly. She had never fathomed such a possibility. What does that mean? Miss Merlin, your birth was a beautiful accident. Dumbledore replied, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. The Merlin family has long been absent for several centuries. It is believed that they perished during the witch hunts and uprisings of the Middle Ages. Everyone thinks this, and indeed, their conjectures are not without merit that I do not understand. I had always believed the Merlin family had vanished to a place no one could find. Even in seclusion, a wizarding lineage would invariably leave traces in the world. For centuries, have they not intermarried, studied, worked, or engaged in trade? The stars on Dumbledore's purple robe reflected the candlelight on the desk, illuminating Amanda's somewhat bewildered eyes. He adjusted his glasses and began to recount a tale known to no one. This all traces back to my dear friend Nicholas Flamel at that time. Nicholas was a young and talented alchemist. While traveling through Europe with his wife, he encountered another legendary figure, Livia Merlin. Livia was merely a young girl then, yet she had already displayed astonishing prowess and charms, which captivated Nicholas's alchemical talents. After traveling together for a time, they parted ways, maintaining a friendship that spanned many years. However, it was an unfortunate era, indeed, an utterly dark age for wizards. The situation in Europe grew increasingly dire, and the cries to slay wizards grew ever louder, with many wizards even sacrificing themselves to serve the Muggles as spies in a campaign against their kind. The Merlin family faced total devastation. Livia was pregnant at the time. Upon receiving word of the calamity, the Flamels hurried back, but it was too late. They scoured the ruins and eventually discovered the sole survivor, a newborn infant. The grim reality was that this infant was gravely injured, on the brink of death, barely able to survive for another hour. After deliberation, the Flamels decided to temporarily encase the child's soul within a magical vessel, hoping to later find a suitable method to rescue her. Thus, she lay in slumber for hundreds of years until 11 years, in an unexpected turn of events, they discovered that a certain small creation they had developed seemed capable of restoring the soul to its corporeal form. The Philosopher's Stone, Amanda spoke impulsively. Voldemort, having taken residence within Professor Quirrell, infiltrated Hogwarts with the singular aim of locating the Philosopher's Stone to construct his own corporeal form. Miss Merlin, your erudition is impressive. Although I am uncertain how you came to learn of the Philosopher's Stone, it is indeed true that they utilized its power to restore your physical body. Amanda elucidated, if that is the case. Why was I sent to an orphanage? The Lemmays are far too old. Entrusting your care to them was hardly a prudent decision. Dumbledore's words held a semblance of truth. To everyone, the Lemmays appeared as ancient relics. Having lived for centuries, expecting them to care for an infant was not realistic. During that tumultuous time, the wizarding world was in peril, overshadowed by Voldemort's menace, and wizards were on high alert, reluctant to accept a child of dubious origin. Furthermore, to thwart any potential exploitation of your identity, it was upon my recommendation, decided to place you in the Osina orphanage. Regrettably, the secret of the Philosopher's Stone's ability to restore flesh has ultimately leaked. Dear Miss Merlin, I fear Voldemort may already be aware. For years, he has been plotting his return, intending to recreate a body for himself, much like the Lemmays did for you. Amanda could not help but inquire. So, you concealed the Philosopher's Stone in the corridor on the 4th floor? Miss Merlin, I have already divulged far too much, Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Amanda nodded, understanding that further inquiry would be impolite. As for Miss Parkinson, I believe she will face a punishment commensurate with her actions, likely spending a few years in Azkaban. Dumbledore glanced at the clock he held, noting the imminent arrival of the Ministry of Magic personnel. Very well, Professor. Amanda silently chastised her own foolishness and blind confidence. Today, Daphne had relentlessly pursued her to her dormitory door. Had it not been for her arrogance and lack of foresight, she might have remembered to inform the headmaster, or perhaps Draco or Harry. Venturing alone, she had naively believed she could easily persuade Pansy .1 must stumble to truly comprehend human nature. She had grossly underestimated the stubborn and selfish essence of individuals. Nevertheless, experience is the best teacher. What does not kill her only serves to make her stronger. Dumbledore's wise gaze peered through his half-moon spectacles. Miss Merlin, I must remind you that it is one's choices, rather than mere abilities, that determine fate. You and Harry share a friendship, and I trust you can guide him toward the right path. Amanta nodded earnestly, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. It seemed the rumors about her and Harry being the third generation of dark wizards had reached Dumbledore's ears. The notion that choices dictate destiny, rather than abilities, suggested that Dumbledore was aware of her speech in the Slytherin common room. She had urged her peers to enhance their capabilities and unite for a common cause, thus truly mastering their fate and earning honor, rather than living as mere dependents. Yet Dumbledore spoke of choices determining destiny. The dichotomy of choices here was unmistakably one of light versus dark, good versus evil. His words serve as a clear warning against treading the path of Voldemort. Furthermore, there was another matter. Beyond herself, only two others in this world knew of Snape and Dumbledore. In the face of Dumbledore, she felt a deep respect. However, aside from Snape and herself, no one was privy to the fact that Dumbledore had long since predetermined the final outcome. Harry must die. Harry would meet his demise alongside Voldemort. Harry had always been a pawn in this grand scheme. Thus, Dumbledore had sent him to Aunt Petunia's home during his infancy, rather than securing him in the safety of Hogwarts, fearing the emotional bonds that might form with Harry. Snape had once confronted Dumbledore. You raise him as one would a pig for slaughter. Yet she found herself unable to question Dumbledore. On a macro scale, Dumbledore's choice was a moral quandary, to choose between the life of one or the lives of many. Much like the trolley problem, no one could provide a definitive answer. In the original narrative, during the Battle of Hogwarts, Voldemort's killing curse merely obliterated the fragment of soul residing within Harry's scar. Subsequently, through an intricate series of wand rules, Harry repelled the death curse, thus vanquishing Voldemort. But all of this was mere fortune, a confluence of coincidences. This world had altered significantly with her arrival. She remained oblivious to what the future held 7 years hence. She wished for no one around her to perish. Therefore, she must shoulder the responsibilities originally meant for Harry, to kill Voldemort. If Harry was unable to act, then it must fall to her. This was her duty. Slytherin had promised to bear the consequences of their actions. Moreover, Voldemort was the greatest obstacle on her path. To eliminate Voldemort and usurp his position was indeed what Amanta desired most. She was unwilling to linger in the school post-graduation as an ordinary professor or to seek a minor position within the Ministry of Magic, nor did she wish to follow the path of many women from wizarding families, marrying and raising children, leading a life of mediocrity. The happiness of the ordinary was not what she sought. She would not tread the path of Voldemort. He traversed a narrow, treacherous road, while she aspired to walk a broad and glorious avenue. Voldemort was destined to stand apart from the majority. She yearned to be at the center of power, commanding the allegiance of all wizards, guiding them toward a brighter future in the wizarding world, and instigating a revolution in magic. She aspired to be a figure who could single-handedly sway the tides of the wizarding realm. She wished for all wizards to walk proudly in the sunlight, no longer concealed in the shadows, no longer fearing the persecution and opposition of muggles, but rather coexisting peacefully, mutually enhancing one another. Technology and magic would ultimately intertwine to bear splendid fruit. The era from which she hailed was marked by technological advancements rivaling much of the magic in this world. There remained much for her to accomplish. Samantha exited the headmaster's office. She paused and turned to remind Dumbledore. Be cautious of Professor Quirrell. It was uncertain how Dumbledore would respond, but Voldemort was currently at his weakest. If Quirrell and Voldemort could be dealt with preemptively, it would be most fortuitous. However, her statement felt somewhat abrupt. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses in confusion. Why do you say so, Miss Merlin? Amanta was acutely aware that her words amounted to unfounded accusations against the teacher. So she added, during the feast, when Harry glanced at Professor Quirrell, his scar throbbed. I suspect it may be related to Voldemort. Dumbledore's silver brows twitched, as if he were contemplating something. After a moment, he replied, Miss Merlin, thank you for your warning. Upon returning to the Slytherin dungeon, two furry heads, one golden and one black, came rushing toward her like bullets. It was Draco and Harry, who swiftly embraced her. The force of their impact nearly toppled her to the ground. "Amanda, I'm so glad you're all right," Harry sobbed, his green eyes red and puffy, as though he had been crying for some time. "Amanda, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Draco's eyes were also rimmed with red. His nose slightly pink, torn between laughter and tears, ultimately settling on a rather unattractive grimace. Amanda found herself sandwiched between them, feeling quite helpless. Just before she began to suffocate, she managed to extricate her hands from their grasp and patted their heads. "It's all right now. Loosen your grip a bit." "I nearly suffocated." Harry wiped his eyes and exclaimed happily, "All right." Draco and Harry were initially enjoying their lunch in the Great Hall when a series of piercing screams echoed from outside. At first, they paid it no mind, assuming it was merely a Quidditch team in training. However, it wasn't too long before several upperclassmen entered, discussing the incident involving Amanda's fall. Draco and Harry exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts sinking with disbelief at the horrifying news. Just as they contemplated approaching the group for more information, Professor Snape strode in, emanating a palpable sense of foreboding, and ordered all Slytherin students to return to the dungeons immediately. Inquiring about the whereabouts of Pansy and Daphne, that moment, Draco and Harry began to piece together the grim reality of the situation. They trudged back to the dungeons, dazed and heavy-hearted. The wait was excruciating. Even when some upperclassmen reassured them that Amanda was unharmed, they could not fully relax until they saw her for themselves. Harry was consumed with guilt, lamenting, "We should have let her go to the library alone. We shouldn't have ignored her absence at lunchtime. We should have kept an eye on Pansy." He paced restlessly, ultimately unable to contain his tears. Draco, too, was overwhelmed with remorse, staring blankly at the teacup on the table. "This is all my fault. If Amanda is hurt because of me," his voice trailed off, his face ashen as he anxiously fiddled with the ring on his finger, nearly wearing his knuckles raw. When they finally saw Amanda, they fawned over her as if she were a precious treasure, showering her with concern. "Amanda, are you truly all right?" Harry asked for the 30th time, worry etched across his features. Amanda raised an eyebrow, finding the gesture tiresome. "I am fine." She recounted the events of the afternoon in detail. When she mentioned Daphne calling her to find Pansy, Draco's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fist. "I should have warned you sooner. During that herbology class this morning, I should have realized that if Pansy hadn't come to apologize, she might resort to more extreme measures. Not to mention, Daphne is no saint either," Draco said through gritted teeth. "Amanda, I sincerely wish I were a girl, so I could be with you all the time, even share a dormitory, and not have to worry about anyone." Harry's words were abruptly cut off by a fierce glare from Draco. Confused, Harry fell silent, unable to grasp Draco's anger. Did he not share such thoughts? Amanda recounted how Pansy had seized her hand before pushing her off the astronomy tower. Draco wore an expression of exasperation. "She made you pull her hand, and you went along with it?" Harry chimed in, biting his lip. A person like her deserves to face the consequences. Amanda felt a twinge of indignation. "Honestly, I didn't want to get involved today. But I did it for your sake. If you're worried Pansy might harm herself, you'll blame yourself or something else and fall into despair." Reflecting on her motives, she realized her concern for Pansy stemmed more from a desire to protect Draco than any genuine care for Pansy herself, perhaps out of a sense of responsibility as a friend, or simply due to the influence of Draco's books and sweets. Upon hearing her words, Draco's face flushed, his ears turning a delicate shade of pink. He seemed lost in thought, struggling to form coherent sentences. Amanda then revealed that, through the power of the Philosopher's Stone, she had performed wandless magic in the moment of her fall, summoning a broomstick. She rode the broom to retrieve her wand, circling the grounds of Hogwarts before finally landing in the courtyard. When they heard about the Philosopher's Stone, their expressions remained composed, but when she mentioned summoning a broom and flying around, their faces morphed into expressions of shock. "Have you ever ridden a broom before?" Harry asked eagerly. Amanda shook her head. The look on Harry and Draco's faces suggested they had encountered a creature of legend. "How is that possible? You learned so quickly?" "No. Wait. You've never even had a proper lesson?" Draco exclaimed, astonished. Amanda shrugged. "I in a crisis. I didn't think of any other solution that I haven't learned many spells. Recalling that moment, she still felt an exhilarating rush. The adrenaline surged through her as she narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of flying talent, or else she shuddered at the thought of what might have happened had she not. You must be a natural at Quidditch, Harry suggested. Draco grumbled. Too bad first year's R&T allowed to bring brooms or join the Quidditch team. Amanda shook her head and proceeded to share the information Dumbledore had revealed to her in the headmaster's office, including her lineage, the purpose of the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort's true intentions for infiltrating Hogwarts. Setting aside the Philosopher's Stone, Amanda, you've lived for centuries. That is truly remarkable, Harry marveled. The revelations of the day had far exceeded their expectations. Yet upon hearing this particular fact, they were struck with astonishment. No wonder I always found your appearance somewhat classical, Draco mused thoughtfully. Clearing her throat, Amanda steered the conversation back on track. I suspect Voldemort is currently hidden within Professor Quirrell's turban. Dumbledore must have concealed the Philosopher's Stone somewhere within Hogwarts. And Voldemort's infiltration is aimed at locating it to restore his corporeal form. The power of the Philosopher's Stone is indeed formidable. Draco scrutinized Amanda's exterior, noting no discernible difference from anyone else. If Voldemort can successfully regain his body like you, it would be utterly terrifying, Harry murmured. Then, suddenly, he seemed to recall something that I think I might know where the Philosopher's Stone is. Harry exclaimed excitedly, sharing his discovery with Amanda and Draco. As he recounted the day in August when he and Hagrid visited Gringotts to retrieve a mysterious package, a smooth, velvety voice interrupted from behind them, as a competent professor and head of house. I trust you will refrain from discussing matters that should remain confidential, especially you, Potter. The trio quickly dispersed, startled. Professor, Draco acknowledged. Professor, Amanda and Harry muttered, heads bowed in a mix of guilt and apprehension. Snape wore a bemused expression, his lips curling into a barely perceptible smirk. Furthermore, I sincerely hope you can make better use of your brains, filled with nothing but fluff. However, there's clearly a more pressing matter at hand. Miss Mellon, come with me. Yes, Professor, Amanda replied promptly, rising to follow Snape, the fabric of his robe swirling like a dark wave as she cast a nervous glance back at Draco and Harry. Yet, their expressions mirrored her own confusion. Amanda resigned herself to following Professor Snape, uncertain of his intentions, hoping it was not anything dire. Have you ever ridden a broom before? Snape inquired suddenly as he strode ahead. No, Professor, Amanda replied honestly. Then I must admit, you possess a certain talent for flying. Could it be? Had Snape discovered her flying ability due to today's events? Was he considering her for the Slytherin Quidditch team in the original narrative? She recalls that later on, the school introduced a flying class. During the inaugural flying lesson, after being provoked by Draco, Harry showcased his exceptional flying talent and was consequently admitted to the Quidditch team as a seeker by Professor McGonagall, despite it being against the usual regulations. Now, Harry has found himself in Slytherin and has even befriended Draco. Clearly, the storyline has undergone significant alterations. However, she never anticipated that she would exhibit a flying prowess as astonishing as Harry's, which led to her being noticed by the Quidditch team. Snape guided her through much of the castle before finally departing towards the nearby Quidditch pitch. Flanking the pitch were towering stands, adorned with hundreds of seats, while at either end stood 3 golden hoops, each 50 feet high, supported by poles. A few Slytherin Quidditch players were practicing on their broomsticks. Upon spotting Snape and Amanda approaching from a distance, they descended back to the ground to greet them. Professor, Amanda Merlin, I saw you soaring above the castle earlier. Your flying was truly spectacular, exclaimed a tall boy as he hurried over, his curiosity piqued by Amanda beside Snape. It is her first time on a broom, Snape stated coolly. Oh my. I was on the outdoor corridor when I witnessed her dive vertically, catching a falling wand just feet above the ground. A boy with earrings exclaimed in astonishment. Excitement flickered in the tall boy's eyes. A genius. Absolutely a genius. Terence could never pull off such a maneuver. The boy with earrings stuck out his tongue. Anyway, Terence has been absent lately, claiming he's off with his girlfriend, I reckon. He assessed Amanda's stature. She's agile and petite, perfect for a seeker. I am Marcus Flint. captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. The tall boy introduced himself, extending his hand in greeting, his imposing stature looming over her like a mountain. Amanta shook his hand, and the boy with earrings promptly followed suit. Darian Pusey, one of the chasers on the team. Suddenly, Marcus seemed to recall something and looked up at Snape. "Professor, isn't it against the rules to include first-year students?" He gazed hopefully at Snape, his round face alight with anticipation. Snape replied languidly, "Concerning this matter, I have already discussed it with Dumbledore, and he has granted permission for the inclusion of first-year students. Amanta, what do you think?" Darian tilted his head. "Regarding her with interest, I have no objections," Amanda replied. Somewhat resigned, it was evident that they had already deliberated every aspect before seeking her opinion, making her input feel more like a formality. She was not opposed to joining the Quidditch team. However, she suspected that a couple of individuals might be green with envy. She would need a suitable broom, perhaps a Nimbus 2000 or the latest Firebolt series. Marcus and Darian engaged in a serious discussion. The Firebolt 2000 is undoubtedly the best, though it's rather expensive, and our budget is tight. The Comet 260 is also quite good. About that, you need not worry. I believe a certain meddlesome peacock who delights in flaunting his wealth will undoubtedly cover it," Snape remarked sardonically, seemingly displeased with someone of late. "Miss Merlin, I hope you do not let a mere compliment lead to arrogance. Train diligently, and do not falter against that band of overgrown gnomes from Gryffindor." With that, Snape swept away, his robes billowing as he made his way back toward the castle to you understand Quidditch? Amanta shook her head. "Very well then. Let us begin from the basics." Marcus dragged over a large wooden chest. "Before the afternoon class commences, I shall provide you with a brief overview of the sport of Quidditch." He opened the chest, revealing 4 balls of varying shapes, sizes, and colors that a Quidditch team consists of 7 players, including 3 chasers responsible for passing the quaffle and scoring by throwing it through the hoops. Darian crouched to tap a red ball the size of a soccer ball. This is the quaffle. Marcus and I will handle this one. There are also 2 beaters, tasked with protecting teammates from the bludgers, which may strike at any player, potentially knocking them off their broomsticks. Darian pointed to another smaller, shiny black ball. "This is the bludger, and then there's the keeper." Marcus gestured towards the 3 hoops at either end of the pitch, explaining that the keeper's role is to guard the goalposts, preventing the opposing chasers from scoring with the quaffle. Lastly, there is the seeker, whose responsibility is to locate the golden snitch, which, once caught, brings an immediate end to the match. Darian retrieved the final ball from the chest. "Amanta, this is the ball you will be responsible for." It was no larger than a walnut, shimmering gold, with 2 fluttering silver wings that gave it an almost adorable appearance. Darian held the snitch up before Amanta. The golden snitch flies faster than lightning, making it nearly impossible to track during a match. He chuckled, then suddenly released it. The snitch darted erratically before them, then zipped away into the center of the pitch. "Amanta, show us your skills." Darian handed her the broom. Marcus slapped his palm against Darian's head. "What are you doing? She's still a novice." "Precisely for that reason. Let's see if she truly is a genius." "I refuse to lose this year's Quidditch Cup." Amanta mounted Darian's broom. "All right then, I shall give it a try." The broom proved to be far more comfortable than she had ever imagined, perhaps enchanted by some magic, akin to sitting upon a plush cushion. Yet what truly enveloped her in delight was the familiar sensation of freedom, soaring through the sky unencumbered. She ascended on her broom, gazing down upon the entire pitch, squinting her eyes in search of every elusive trace. The midday Quidditch field, bathed in sunlight, was somewhat blinding, glittering with golden flashes, making the quest for the golden snitch akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nearly impossible to discern. Amanta glided effortlessly above the Quidditch pitch, scanning for the snitch's whereabouts. Soon, she spotted a glimmering speck. She dashed toward it, only to realize, as she drew near, that it was merely a shard of mirror reflecting the light. Amanta circled the center of the pitch several times, yet still found nothing. Having lingered too long in the sun, her eyes began to ache. She paused, meticulously surveying the Quidditch field, holding her breath and focusing intently. Suddenly, she caught the faintest of buzzing sounds nearby, reminiscent of a mosquito's whine. Turning her head, she spotted the golden snitch not far to her right. She raced after it. The snitch flitted about, its tiny wings fluttering rapidly ahead. Amanta kept her gaze fixed on it, following as it darted through the crossbars of the goalposts, her light golden hair whipping straight back in the fierce wind. She pursued the snitch over the spectator stands, narrowly avoiding a collision with a support beam. Fortunately, she expertly adjusted her course just in time that IT was getting closer. She followed the snitch through the hoop. Suddenly, the snitch veered sharply, zipping right over her head. Amanta crossed her legs, gripping the broom tightly, executing a somersault in hot pursuit. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 1.5 meters, 30 centimeters. She surged forward, accelerating. She extended her hand, her fingertips nearly grazing the snitch. Just a fraction more to AT last, she released her grip on the broom, balancing delicately with her legs and body. The tiny golden snitch reflected in her azure eyes. With a swift motion, Amanta clasped her hands together. She had caught it. Her heart raced slightly as she held the elusive ball, feeling a tingling sensation in her palms as the snitch continued to struggle and flap its wings in her grasp. Amanta gradually descended on her broom, landing on the ground and making her way toward Marcus and Dorian. She raised the golden snitch she had just captured, signaling to them, "I got it. Fantastic," Marcus exclaimed, rushing over in admiration and excitement. "What a brilliant maneuver, Amanta! You are undoubtedly a prodigy. It's a shame no one discovered your talent sooner. You should be in the World Cup." Dorian gave her a thumbs up and flashed a broad smile. Marcus glanced at the pocket watch he had pulled from his trousers. "Let me see how long it took you." Merlin's beard. "Only 20 minutes, he exclaimed in astonishment. This year's Quidditch Cup is undoubtedly in Slytherin's grasp. Dorian declared smugly, extending his palm for a celebratory high five with Amanta. "I already knew. The Godfather had my father buy you a broom. He said our pet peacock loves to flaunt his generosity. And now he has the perfect opportunity to invest in a talented player and support a deserving house." Those were his exact words. Dorian commented with a hint of jealousy during the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class. "Your father bought you a Nimbus 2000? That's so unfair. I only have a Comet 260. The bitterness in his voice was palpable, clearly revealing his envy over Amanta's selection for the Quidditch team. Unlike Draco, Harry wasn't bubbling with jealousy. His bright, sparkling eyes were filled with eager anticipation, twinkling like stars. Amanda pondered that perhaps it was because he had never even touched a broom, remaining completely unaware of his own flying potential. At that moment, Harry was still worried about making a fool of himself once he mounted a broom, despite his desire to learn flying and play Quidditch being no less than Draco's. "Just think how exciting it will be. I can't wait to see you on the Quidditch pitch. By the way, can I come watch your practices? I asked. I'll check with Marcus, but I think it should be fine." "That would be amazing," Harry exclaimed. Then he realized that everyone in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was staring at him. "Mr. Potter, is something the matter?" Professor Quirrell's eyes darted uncertainly between the three of them, and Amanta felt his gaze linger on her a moment too long. Suddenly, with a thud, Harry toppled from his chair, rolling on the ground while clutching his head and emitting pained cries. Amanta and Draco gasped, rushing to help him. However, Harry continued to kick and convulse on the ground, his face pale and drenched in sweat, as if enduring an unprecedented agony. What is happening to him? Potter can't be going mad. Has someone cast a curse on him? Could it be the garlic stench from Professor Quirrell? The classroom erupted into chaos, a cacophony of confusion. "Quick, someone get Mr. Potter to the hospital wing," Professor Quirrell shouted from the back of the crowd. Harry gradually ceased his struggles, and Amanta and Draco seized the opportunity to lift him up. Thankfully, Harry was slight of build, making it easier for them. "Draco, I know where the hospital wing is. I'll take you there," Blaise said, patting Draco and signaling for them to follow. Amanta and Draco each supported one of Harry's arms as he hung his head limply, gasping for breath. "Finally away from that garlic-scented classroom," Blaise said, his tone laced with relief once they stepped outside. After walking a distance from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Amanta glanced back to ensure no one was following them. She cast a worried look at Blaise, who was leading the way, and quietly inquired, "Harry, is your scar hurting again?" "It hurts much more than before, far more intensely," Harry replied, his face devoid of color, still reeling from the recent agony. That Draco's expression mirrored his concern. "Does this mean his power has grown stronger?" Amanta's face darkened. I fear it may be so. Suddenly, Blaze turned around, intrigued. Are you talking about the Dark Lord? How did you know? Harry blurted out, and Amanta quickly covered his mouth. Blaze, unfazed, continued to lead them down the stairs. Your scar hurting must be related to the Dark Lord. Amanta was taken aback. Her previous readings had only provided snippets about Blaze, leaving her with little understanding of him. Over the past few days, Blaze had primarily attempted to exude charming charisma and often made careless remarks in class. She had always thought of him as someone whose mind was empty, filled only with his own beauty and the admiration of girls. Now, it seemed her judgment had been misguided. Slytherin truly harbored hidden talents. But would Blaze align himself with Voldemort? Amanta felt a twinge of caution, as did Harry. They fell silent after that, and once Blaze led them to the hospital wing on the second floor, he waved them off, indicating he had to return to class. After Blaze departed, Draco leaned closer to Amanta and Harry, whispering, "Don't worry about Blaze. Like you, he has always looked down on Voldemort and the Death Eaters, or perhaps he simply regards everything with indifference." Draco shrugged. That does make things rather interesting. Amanta mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Oh, what happened to you all? Madame Pomfrey hurriedly emerged from behind the curtains of the sickbed, scrutinizing Harry, who stood among them. Harry glanced at Amanta and Draco, his hesitation evident. I suddenly have a terrible headache, he said discreetly. Come here, let me take a look, Madame Pomfrey instructed, gesturing towards a corner of the room filled with an array of bizarre medical instruments and jars. She then proceeded to examine Harry meticulously. Child, you are perfectly fine, she declared with irritation, setting down her instruments, clearly believing they were playing a prank on her. Amanta was not surprised, while Harry and Draco breathed a sigh of relief. Particularly Harry, who muttered under his breath, Thank goodness, I thought my head was going to explode. Just rest well, attend classes diligently, and eat properly. I refuse to believe such a thing could happen again. After chastising them, Madame Pomfrey allowed them to return. They resumed their lesson in the dimly lit history of magic classroom on the second floor. During dinner, as most students had gathered, Dumbledore unexpectedly rose from the long professor's table and stepped onto the central Golden Owl podium. Students of Hogwarts, as you dine, I have a few words to impart. Curious gazes turned to Dumbledore. It was rare for him to speak so openly in such an informal setting, given the day's rampant gossip. They likely speculated about the content of his announcement. Many cast furtive glances towards the Slytherin table, attempting to identify the subject of today as scandal. I can't help but feel excited about what Professor Dumbledore is going to say. Harry exclaimed that Draco's face flushed slightly, as if the events had become an untouchable chapter of grim past. Don't mention it. Just thinking about them makes me nauseous. Today, a most unfortunate event has transpired. Fortunately, we can see that Miss Merlin has emerged unscathed from this calamity. Hogwarts stands firmly against such occurrences, vehemently opposing conflicts among students and actions that seek to endanger lives. Pansy Parkinson has been taken away by the Ministry's Aurors and will soon face trial, likely facing a sentence of 1 to 4 years, along with prolonged surveillance. Meanwhile, the Parkinson family has declared their intention to disown Pansy. Daphne Greengrass, despite her insistence that she was unaware of the incident and was threatened by Pansy, will be suspended for a year due to the severity of this matter, returning home for better familial guidance before resuming her studies in a year. I announce this tonight in hopes that you will take heed. As wizards, good character is far more vital than exceptional skill. I hope to witness each of you graduate smoothly during my years of teaching. Amanta was not particularly surprised by the fates of Pansy and Daphne. They should have considered the consequences of their actions. Harry raised his arm in jubilant celebration, clearly eager to dance in delight. If only he knew how. Karma. This is karma. Amanta, why aren't you clapping with me? Ahem, Amanta clapped half-heartedly. Draco, however, applauded vigorously, reddening his palms. Damn it, he cursed. Once Dumbledore stepped down from the podium, the hall erupted into lively chatter, buzzing with discussions about the day's events. That a tall, handsome boy rose from the Hufflepuff table and approached Amanta and the others. Eliciting a wave of murmurs from Hufflepuff, he seemed slightly flustered but managed to maintain a gentle smile as he reached them, appearing somewhat bashful. Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory from the 3rd year. Amanta, Draco, it's a pleasure to meet you. Amanda gazed at the boy with refined features, a twinge of wistfulness washing over her. In 3 years, Cedric's tragic death during the Triwizard Tournament would send shockwaves through Hogwarts and the entire magical community. In the final task, he and Harry had grasped the Triwizard Cup, believing they had jointly secured victory for Hogwarts, only to discover it had been substituted for a portkey that transported them to Voldemort's lair. With a mere command from Voldemort, eliminate the obstacle, Peter Pettigrew cast the killing curse, taking Cedric's life in an instant. The transition from a vibrant, sunlit boy conversing with friends to a lifeless, cold body was jarring. His death marked a resurgence of fear in the magical world, proving Voldemort's return. While everyone else struggled to comprehend the tragedy, only those at Hogwarts truly mourned him, in the hearts of all Hogwarts students. This handsome boy embodied the finest qualities of Hufflepuff: honesty, fairness, kindness, and diligence, forever remembered from a night that should have celebrated his glory. Amanda looked at Cedric, a sense of regret washing over her. Harry stepped forward, firmly shaking Cedric's hand. "Cedric, what brings you here?" Harry asked, his surprise palpable. Cedric was known as the top student in their year. "Harry," Cedric replied with a shy smile, "I've heard about your S.O. group, and I'm quite interested. Also, from my conversations with you, I believe you are not the people the rumors suggest." Amanda was taken aback by his perspective, considering that the most rampant gossip about them originated from the gossip-loving Hufflepuffs. It seemed Harry had played a pivotal role in this. Harry beamed with pride. "See? I told you I could do it." He gave himself 2 thumbs up and provocatively asked, "What about you, Draco? What have you gained?" Draco appeared to have faced a setback with Snape, letting out a huff. "You know how difficult the Godfather can be." "Welcome aboard," Amanda said, shaking Cedric's hand. He was the first member from another house to join their S.O. group at the stroke of midnight. They had a single astronomy class, the only one scheduled at such an hour. Amanda retraced her steps through the familiar path she had taken earlier, where Pansy had once arranged to meet her. However, Amanda no longer felt any concern, at least not the pressing kind. Yet, as they took turns observing the constellations through telescopes, Harry frequently glanced around. "It's unbearable standing here. I can't help but look down." Thinking about what happened with Amanda today, "It's all over now," Amanda reassured him. Ironically, it had been she who had fallen, yet Harry continued to dwell on the incident. Draco was intently observing the sky through his telescope. "Look at the stars. It might make me feel better." My eyes are about to go cross-eyed. "The sky is filled with sparkling dots," Harry complained. "The Merlin's Cauldron, I just figured out one constellation, and now that I'm talking to you, I can't find it again." Amanda was equally perplexed by the course. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, she realized she had underestimated the complexity of most subjects. Now, she admitted that her only significant talent lay in spellcasting. As for herbology and astronomy, she was utterly lost, particularly in this astronomy class. There was no textbook. Observing those twinkling dots in the sky and tracking their movements, they moved so slowly for half a day. Yet after just half an hour, the entire sky transformed completely. The movement of each star was entirely inconsistent. She could scarcely imagine the dire circumstances she would find herself in during Professor Trelawney's cryptic divination class in the future. The following afternoon, adhering to her arrangement with Marcus, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, she made her way to the Quidditch pitch. With Marcus's permission, Harry and Draco joined her in the stands, cheering for her training. Of course, Amanda suspected they were merely seeking an excuse to watch Slytherin's Quidditch practice. After all, her task was to evade all the players and seek the Golden Snitch, which she deemed rather uninteresting. Her broomstick had yet to arrive at Hogwarts, so she opted to use the common broom of the house. "Is that a bludger? Goodness, it must be a quaffle," Harry exclaimed excitedly from the stands. Pointing at the players, having never witnessed wizarding sports firsthand, Harry occasionally stood up, gazing curiously at the actions of the various players. "Next year, I must join the Slytherin Quidditch team, since they have already made an exception. Why not make another?" Draco grumbled, crossing his arms. However, upon witnessing Amanda narrowly evade a bludger, performing a few somersaults before regaining her balance, his frustrations gradually dissipated as he fixated intently on her, fearful of any mishaps. "What is Bull doing? Isn't he afraid the bludger will knock Amanda down?" Bull, the newly recruited beater for Slytherin, was chasing the bludger, wildly swinging his bat that Draco's scolding left him flustered, and as he flew past, he narrowly avoided a collision with the bludger. Marcus repeatedly whistled. "Calm down, Bull. Just play to your strengths. One cannot deny that Quidditch is indeed a perilous sport." Harry stood up, cupping his hand around his mouth, shouting encouragement to Amanta. "But this is absolutely thrilling." On Friday morning, Amanta sat at breakfast in the Great Hall with Draco and Harry. As usual, the owls, as always, flocked into the hall, a sight everyone had long since grown accustomed to. However, today, something peculiar caught everyone's attention, even more so than the shouting letters from the day before. 6 long-eared owls entered. But it was not the owls that captured the students' interest. Rather, it was the enormous, elongated package they bore together. All eyes were drawn to this unusual phenomenon. Goodness, how large! What on earth could it be? I wager it's a super telescope or something of the sort. As the owls flew slowly towards the Slytherin table. A hush fell over the Gryffindor long table. Tish, Slytherin-esque stuff. Tea can't possibly be from the Malfoy family. Can it? Such a grand display. Yet everyone still looked up at the owls, eager to discern the identity of the package and its contents. The 6 owls descended, dropping the package onto Amanta's lap. Before she could even open it, a letter landed on her legs. "I bet it's a Firebolt 2000. Quick, open it," Draco urged, upon hearing the mention of the Firebolt 2000. Many curious and envious gazes turned toward her. She unwrapped the package to reveal a magnificent, elongated mahogany box. She pressed the brass latch. It sprang open with a satisfying click. "Oh!" Harry exclaimed in awe. The broomstick's tip bore gleaming silver lettering. Firebolt 2000. The broom itself was sleek and glossy black, with a beautifully curved form, the straight and tidy twigs bound together, the tail with an exquisite silver ring. It was identical to the one she had seen in the Quidditch shop in Diagon Alley, though it seemed to differ slightly in color. "This is a specially customized Firebolt 2000, Draco remarked with a hint of envy. "No wonder it arrived today. My father promised to buy me an even better one next year." Amanta opened the letter that had landed on her lap. "Dear Miss Merlin, thank you for your care in looking after Draco. Severus has informed me that, as a Hogwarts governor and an esteemed Slytherin alumnus, I am honored to sponsor a member of such a gifted ancient wizarding family as yourself. I have commissioned a design in the Slytherin style, hoping you will bring glory to Slytherin. Yours sincerely, Lucius Malfoy." Upon learning that it was indeed a specially customized Firebolt 2000, many students could no longer contain their excitement, rising from their seats to peer toward Amanta. Initially, they merely stood, but as those in front were too tall, many began to push against one another, crowding closer and closer together. Soon, a large group had gathered around, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the Firebolt 2000. They were likely mindful of the rumors surrounding Amanta as a third-generation Dark Lord, maintaining a respectful distance of 2 to 3 meters around her. Yet, that distance continued to shrink as more and more students pressed in from behind. Merely wishing to see the broomstick for themselves, the order in the Great Hall threatened to collapse. The prefect stepped forward, calling for their respective house members. "Seamus, Michael, Susan, return at once," Amanta sighed, stowing the Firebolt 2000 into the Philosopher's Stone. A cacophony of gasps and groans ensued as many fell to the ground, complaining as they pushed one another away, nursing their sore backs and knees. "Where's the Firebolt 2000? How did it suddenly vanish?" Someone shouted, pointing at Amanta. "I put it away," Amanta replied innocently, shrugging her shoulders. Stingy, they grumbled, dispersing in disappointment back to their seats. "This is simply dreadful. Ever since I met you," Draco said, jealousy and admiration mingling in his tone, "I've begun to question whether I am truly my father's son." "Hedwig!" Harry exclaimed in surprise from her left. Amanta noticed Harry's snowy owl flying over, clutching a piece of parchment in its beak. Harry excitedly opened it, glanced at its contents, and then handed it to Amanta and Draco to read. "Dear Harry, this Friday afternoon, you, Amanta, and Draco have no classes, do you? I wonder if you would be willing to come over for tea? I would like to inquire about your experiences during the first week of school. Additionally, please send my regards to Amanta. The events of the day before were truly deplorable for that poor girl. Please have Hedwig deliver your response. Yours sincerely, Rubeus Hagrid." Once they finished reading, Harry inquired, "Would you like to join me?" "I have no objections," Amanta quickly agreed. Draco initially shook his head, but, seeing Amanta's willingness, begrudgingly added, "I hadn't intended to go, but since Amanta is, I suppose I shall join as well." T then added, "Though I have no expectations for that place. It is best if we stick together." Harry nodded. "Indeed, we cannot allow Amanta to be out of our sight for even a moment, except when returning to the dormitory for sleep. Pansy has already been escorted to the Ministry of Magic." Amanta reminded them. Draco and Harry exchanged worried glances, shaking their heads in unison. "You are far too easily deceived," Draco said earnestly. Harry nodded in agreement. "We cannot afford any more mishaps. Otherwise, we would blame ourselves for a lifetime." "Very well," Amanta conceded. "Is this what it means to have friends?" Amanta suddenly realized for the first time that she possessed two such sincere friends. "Wait, today is Friday, which means the first potions class is about to begin." Although Snape would undoubtedly refrain from deducting points from Slytherin, there was no guarantee he would not take special delight in making things difficult for Harry. "Just in case, Harry, if I were to add daffodil root powder to the mugwort infusion, what would I obtain?" Amanta inquired abruptly. Harry was somewhat bewildered by Amanta's unexpected question. "Amanta, what are you talking about? I heard that Snape enjoys putting people on the spot during the first class. So I thought I would test you in advance, especially since he doesn't seem particularly fond of you," Amanta quickly replied, then reiterated her question. "If I add daffodil root powder to the mugwort infusion, what would I get?" "A draught of living death is an exceptionally potent sleeping potion." "What is Bezoar?" "A stone found in the stomach of a goat, which can counteract poisons," Harry said, somewhat confused. "I remember you quizzed us on these before the term began." "That's good." Amanta sighed with relief. Clearly her impromptu training during the summer had borne fruit. The potions classroom was located in a subterranean chamber, as chilly as the Slytherin common room, with shelves lining the walls brimming with myriad jars and bottles, each containing various preserved specimens of animals. This class was attended alongside Gryffindor, marking the only course they shared together. Thus F.A.S. the lesson commenced. Snape strode in with a heavy gait, his brooding demeanor instantly silencing the chattering first-year students. Like the other professors, Snape paused when he called out Harry's name, even though it was not the first time he had done so since the beginning of the term. "Harry Potter, our illustrious, undaunted boy." Laughter erupted from the Gryffindor side, prompting Snape to cast them a cold glance. "An own noise during class. Gryffindor loses a point." The Gryffindors promptly fell silent, their laughter extinguished. Potions require a precise, scientific formulation and an exceedingly strict methodology. Since potion making does not necessitate the clumsy waving of wands, many do not believe it constitutes magic. I do not harbor any expectations that you will comprehend the delicate wisps of fragrant steam rising from the simmering cauldron, nor grasp the enchanting power of potions that course through the veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind, that I could even teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew honor, and perhaps even stave off death. But you must remember, you are not all oafish dimwits. His voice was smooth and soft, not loud, yet resonated clearly with every individual present. "Potter," Snape suddenly called Harry's name sharply. "Professor?" Harry sprang to his feet in alarm. "What is the difference between Wolfsbane and Monkshood?" "Professor, they're the same thing, both referred to as aconite. What can be made from grinding up a scarab beetle?" Amanta felt a pang of anxiety. This question was not in the original script, and she had not thought to pose it to Harry. Harry's expression was somewhat perplexed. Just as Snape sneered derisively, Harry suddenly replied, "An antidote for intelligence." "Professor, it seems you have diligently reviewed your textbook prior to the term. Slytherin gains 5 points. Snape huffed. Harry joyfully sat back down, winking at Amanta. The Gryffindors were evidently displeased with Snape's favoritism. They had begun the class by losing a point, while Slytherin had gained 5 simply for answering a few questions. Ron let out a quiet hiss. This sound did not escape Snape's notice. "It appears Weasley is somewhat dissatisfied. If you can answer better than Potter, I shall retract the point deduction from Gryffindor." Ron's face turned pale. "No, Professor." Snape clearly ignored his refusal. "What can be made from grinding up a lionfish's spine?" Ron stammered. "I'm not sure." "Professor, what can fairy wings be used for?" "I don't know, Professor." "Weasley, did you not review your books before the term?" "Gryffindor loses 5 points," Snape barked, Grinding up a lionfish's spine yields a healing potion. While fairy wings can be used to create beauty elixirs, do you understand? Before you mock Potter, has anyone performed better than him? Or does Gryffindor only emit foolish noises? Why not jot these down now? His barrage of rhetorical questions left the Gryffindors' faces alternating shades of green and white. All at once, everyone began to rummage through their parchment and notebooks, hastily recording the information Snape had just conveyed. No one dared to question Snape further. Snape then detailed the preparation of a potion for treating scabies on the blackboard at the center of the classroom, before pairing them off for potion brewing. Amanta was paired with Draco, while Harry teamed up with Blaise. Snape prowled near Harry, his long black cloak trailing behind him as he scrutinized their operations. "Potter, do you see this is 3 grams?" Harry, startled by Snape's sudden reprimand, quickly reweighed the dried nettle. Though he appeared stern, it was akin to personalized tutoring. However, Amanta had to admit that Draco had a knack for handling potion ingredients. They were the first in the class to complete their potion. Gryffindor's oafs, come and witness how perfect the potion brewed by Merlin and Malfoy is. Just as everyone leaned over to observe Amanta and Draco's cauldron, a loud hissing sound erupted from the back of the classroom. Neville and Seamus screamed in terror as they scrambled away from their desks. For some unknown reason, their cauldron had melted, releasing a noxious green smoke that billowed upward, the potion spilling onto the floor. Students screamed and scattered, even climbing onto tables and chairs. Before further chaos could ensue, Amanta drew her wand and pointed it at the ground. Scourgify! The potion was swiftly cleared from both the cauldron and the floor. Neville cast a grateful glance at Amanta. "You probably added the hedgehog spines without removing the pot from the fire. Gryffindor loses a point." Snape chastised Neville and Seamus, their faces paling further, after the potions class concluded. Harry's expression was not particularly bright. Is it just my imagination, or do I feel that Snape is targeting me? Snape has consistently pointed out your mistakes. Otherwise, your cauldron might have ended up like Neville's. Amanta reassured him, to be honest. She felt a twinge of envy. Snape's keen eyes seemed perpetually fixed on Harry and his cauldron, making the potions class feel more like a private tutorial for Harry. Yet, I still feel somewhat uneasy. Harry furrowed his brow. In truth, your feelings may not be unfounded. Draco suddenly interjected. Harry turned to Draco. "Draco, do you know why?" "Well," Draco nodded, "I wrote to my father a couple of days ago, mentioning that your godfather's behavior toward you seemed rather peculiar, and then my father shared some things that happened during his time at school." "What things? Do you truly wish to know?" Draco inquired. "Indeed." Harry gazed at him earnestly. "This matter pertains to your parents, and it may very well alter your perception," Draco replied. Harry looked at him, puzzled. "Your parents were classmates with Snape?" Draco continued, observing Harry's bewildered expression. "Moreover, they were fierce adversaries. More bluntly, your father, James Potter, frequently rallied others to bully your godfather, subjecting him to numerous humiliating experiences." Harry's eyes widened, and he appeared somewhat unable to accept the reality before him. Amanta expressed her understanding. After all, for so many years, Harry had held a significantly idealized view of his parents. While it was true that Lily was indeed a pure and delicate jasmine flower, James could hardly be considered a wholly good person. Now that Harry had come to realize that his father was not the infallible and entirely virtuous figure he had imagined, particularly in light of the considerable harm inflicted upon Snape, it was entirely natural for him to struggle with acceptance. Why father actually bullied Snape? Harry stammered. Perhaps it was due to his godfather's reclusive nature, or his aversion to washing his hair, or perhaps his adherence to blood purity ideology. Regardless, Snape had been victimized. Of course, the godfather had retaliated on occasion. But those instances were rare to know, and there's one crucial piece of information, Draco said, pausing at the most pivotal moment. "What?" Harry inquired eagerly. "Your mother, Lily, was your godfather's first love. They were childhood sweethearts. However, Lily ultimately chose James, so, on the day of your arrival at school, your godfather looked into your eyes and remarked how they were strikingly similar to Lily's." Harry felt as though he had been struck by lightning. My mother and that greasy bat? What Draco had just revealed transcended the boundaries of Harry's imagination. Dazed, Harry stumbled back to the dormitory, having forgotten to accompany Amanta and Draco. However, by the afternoon, Amanta summoned Draco to the dormitory to bring Harry out. Harry followed Draco with a vacant expression, seemingly still reeling from the morning's revelations. We should go find Hagrid, Amanta reminded them. What? Oh, right. Let's find Hagrid. Akati took Harry several repetitions to grasp the situation, and then he led them forward in a daze. Harry, you're not going the right way. When Amanta reminded Harry of his misdirection for the sixth time, Draco gave him a sharp rap on the head. Wake up. Harry clutched his head, tears welling in his eyes. However, it was evident that the blow had brought him back to his senses. He seemed considerably more composed. They exited the castle, traversing the fields until they reached the edge of the forbidden forest, where a small wooden hut, Hagrid's residence, stood. Amanta knocked on the door. The low growl from a dog echoed from within, accompanied by Hagrid's voice. Fong, back away. We have guests. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing Hagrid, who held a massive black dog by its collar. Fong back. Upon seeing the large dog, Draco's expression shifted, and he took a few steps back from the threshold. I'm not going in. I'll wait outside. Don't be shy. Fong's harmless. With that, Hagrid released the collar, and Fong immediately lunged at Draco. Draco's face paled, instinctively raising his arms to shield himself. Yet Fong merely knocked him to the ground, enthusiastically licking his face. Ha! Look at you now. Harry laughed heartily, and Amanta could hardly contain her amusement. Once Fong had concluded his exuberant greeting, the three of them finally settled inside Hagrid's cozy abode. Hagrid served them freshly baked rock cakes. Despite having braced herself for the encounter, the first bite nearly knocked Amanta's teeth out. She and Draco exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, offered their rock cakes to Harry, who was savoring the treat with gusto. Amanta recounted Harry's recent experiences to Hagrid, who, upon hearing her narrative, inquired specifically about the events from 2 days prior. Amanta recounted everything in detail, mentioning her subsequent selection for the Quidditch team. Hagrid sighed and shook his head. Some people just don't appreciate the opportunity to attend Hogwarts. Hagrid, I remember you knew my parents do you know anything about my parents and Snape? Harry suddenly asked, taking a bite of his rock cake. Hagrid paused, averting his gaze. Oh, just some trivial matters. It's nothing significant. Hagrid, I already know. I know my father often bullied Snape, and I'm aware of my mother's relationship with him. Harry pressed, perhaps seeking validation from another who was privy to his parents' history. Hagrid gently ruffled Harry's hair. In my view, James and Snape were always at odds. However, James had many friends, while Snape was perpetually alone, rather peculiar in nature, which led to him facing more misfortunes. Your mother distanced herself from him after he insulted her, calling her a mudblood. The term mudblood was an extremely derogatory epithet for wizards of Muggle descent, and naturally, your mother could not abide such treatment, which led to their separation. I hope you don't develop a bias against your father because of this. He made mistakes, but he also did many good things. My view of Snape is similarly nuanced. There are both virtues and vices. Harry nodded, seemingly understanding, yet still grappling with the complexities, while Harry conversed with Hagrid. Amanta had discovered a small piece of paper beneath the teapot on the small table. She gestured for Draco to come over and take a look at it. Was an article cut from the Daily Prophet, reading, Report on the illegal break-in at Gringotts. Investigations into this incident are ongoing, and it is widely believed to be the work of an unidentified dark wizard. Gringotts has once again issued a statement, emphasizing the extreme security measures in place. The intruder did not steal anything, and the vault was emptied on the morning of August 1st. A spokesperson for the goblins at Gringotts stated this afternoon, Please do not interfere with Gringotts' handling of the incident. The items stored in the vault involve customers' private information, and we cannot comment further. I remember Harry mentioning that Hagrid went to Gringotts on August 1st to retrieve a mysterious package. Draco glanced at Harry and Hagrid, who were engrossed in conversation. Yes, I suspect that package contained the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had Hagrid retrieve it and place it at Hogwarts. Amanta murmured, Fortunately, they took it out in advance, or the stone might have been stolen. What do you think the stone might be? Draco asked quietly. I don't know, but it certainly wouldn't be in a place frequently accessible to students. According to the original storyline, Dumbledore had only placed the stone in the Mirror of Ariste after Christmas, and then moved the mirror to the right corridor on the 4th floor. Thus, she was indeed uncertain where Dumbledore had hidden the stone at present. I guess it could be in the headmaster's office or some other office, Or perhaps in the Forbidden Forest, or even the Black Lake. Or maybe Dumbledore is keeping it on him. Amanda offered her analysis. Amanda, do you remember during the welcome feast when Dumbledore mentioned that students were forbidden from entering the right corridor on the 4th floor? Oh, of course I remember. She knew the Philosopher's Stone would indeed appear there in the future, but perhaps not at this moment that I suspect that is the most likely location. Otherwise, why would all students be prohibited from entering? Draco stated earnestly. That makes sense. We should go take a look. Amanda suddenly changed her mind. Upon reflection, she recalled that during the Halloween feast, Snape had hurriedly gone to the 4th floor to check, suggesting the stone was likely already there, albeit with heightened security following the recent commotion. Though she couldn't be certain, she realized that without investigating, they might never discover whether the stone was currently there. However, they could not recklessly venture forth without any preparations, such as the 3 large dogs guarding the entrance, or wizard chess. Oh dear, I've never played wizard chess. Draco, do you play any musical instruments? Draco looked perplexed by Amanda's seemingly random question. What does that have to do with the corridor on the 4th floor? Amanda shook her head. Nothing. I was just curious if young Master Draco had learned any music. Draco averted his gaze, his earlobes turning a faint shade of pink. Ahem, though I don't know why you're interested in this. I can play a bit of most instruments. Amanda nodded thoughtfully. The other challenges, such as unraveling the vines and seizing the key, posed little difficulty. Even the potion riddle posed by Snape was relatively simple. It appeared that only the wizard's chess remained. She resolved to seek Draco's guidance upon their return. As evening descended, they traversed the path back to the castle. Amanda shared their discoveries and plans with Harry. Initially, Harry nodded enthusiastically, but soon he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Wait, why are we venturing in there? Although I am quite curious, I must ask if the Philosopher's Stone is indeed there. What shall we do once we acquire it?" Amanda shrugged her shoulders. Of course, we shall return it to Dumbledore. We are currently powerless against Quirrell. Thus we must focus on the stone that if the 3 of us, mere first years, can effortlessly obtain the stone, what does that imply? Amanda raised an eyebrow that if we can do so, it will be a trivial matter for the Dark Lord and Quirrell. Draco pondered, stroking his chin. Harry concurred. Indeed. They proceeded along the winding path in front of Hagrid's hut. The darkness deepening around them, on the opposite side of the path lay the Forbidden Forest, shrouded in ominous shadows, occasionally pierced by unsettling sounds. Draco tightened his robe and hastened a few steps forward. It's dark. We must hurry back to him. Amanda responded. Amanda, I can't shake the feeling that there is something lurking in the Forbidden Forest. Harry remarked, glancing curiously into the depths of the forest. Perhaps a centaur or something. There are surely many perilous creatures within. Just as Amanda finished speaking, a hauntingly high wail echoed from deep within the forest. Chilling and dreadful, followed by a cacophony of owls erupting in a flight above the treetops. The wail that reached their ears was not overwhelmingly loud, yet they heard it distinctly as they walked along the forest's edge. Draco's face turned ashen with fear. Run! He dashed ahead, turning back to see Amanda and Harry lagging behind, and he halted to urge them forward. However, Amanda's steps slowed. The sound had struck her as peculiar. Its tone was rich and soft, elevated yet not shrill. A beautiful sound. She couldn't recall hearing it before, but it felt familiar. Soon, she remembered a book on magical creatures she had perused last month, which had described the sound of a unicorn. She recalled that during this time, Voldemort had been sustaining his life by drinking unicorn blood. Given their current abilities, charging into the Forbidden Forest was reckless. Not to mention the near-certain demise if they encountered Quirrell and Voldemort. They could only seek assistance from Hagrid and the other professors. I believe we must inform Hagrid. Amanda turned and sprinted towards Hagrid's hut. Inform him of what? Draco followed reluctantly. That was likely the cry of a unicorn, and it sounded dangerous. While unicorns are exceedingly precious, no one can guarantee that one won't fall prey to some creature. Amanda's expression turned grave. The blood of a unicorn can prolong life. Harry's demeanor shifted dramatically. Voldemort is possible. Amanda chose her words cautiously. Oh dear, you two go ahead. This matter must be promptly conveyed to the professors. Harry immediately bolted towards the castle, shouting back, Draco, remember to keep an eye on Amanda. Don't let anything happen to her. Draco watched Harry's retreating figure and glanced back at the ominous darkness of the Forbidden Forest. Damn! Amanta had already sprinted quite a distance ahead. He took a deep breath and dashed forward, eyes shut. Fortunately, the path was relatively even, making it less likely for him to stumble with his eyes closed. Just then, he felt something beneath his foot shift. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Under the moonlight, Draco was horrified to see that he had seemingly stepped upon something writhing on the ground. What? Before he could finish, a cold hand clamped tightly over his mouth. From behind, strange noises seemed to emerge. Amanta, running, glanced back. The path lay silent. There was no one behind her. Odd. Hadn't Draco been right behind her? Had he run into the castle with Harry? No. Harry had instructed Draco to watch over her. Knowing Draco's nature, he wouldn't simply abandon him. Oh, where was Draco? Draco! Draco! Can you hear me? Amanta called out loudly. But the path remained eerily quiet, as if it had never been occupied. She turned her gaze toward the castle, her heart racing. The moonlight illuminated the grass and hillside, revealing that only one figure was making its way toward the castle. Draco's platinum hair shone brilliantly in the night, while the silhouette ahead blended seamlessly with the darkness. Without a doubt, it was Harry heading toward the castle. Amanta glanced back at Hagrid's hut, drew her wand, and sprinted back toward the place where they had just been. Amanta's shoes squelched in the damp earth of the Forbidden Forest. After running a short distance, she noticed something unusual. A patch of land by the path lay strewn with crushed bushes and weeds, and beside it, she spotted a long, fresh drag mark in the soil. Something must have dragged Draco away. The mark extended deep into the forest. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, it felt as though the outside world had shut a great door behind her. This place was an entirely different realm. As soon as she stepped inside, all external sounds ceased. She held her breath, yet the forest seemed unusually quiet. Amanta raised her wand. Lumos. The tip of her wand emitted a brilliant white light, illuminating her surroundings temporarily. She stepped over the gnarled branches of an ancient oak tree, directing her wand toward a tangle of entwined trees. The drag mark came to an abrupt end. Amanta tightened her grip on her wand, hoping fervently that whatever had taken Draco would not leave behind only a few bones when she found him. "This is not a place for you," a male voice suddenly called from not far behind her. Startling the tense Amanta, she turned to see a melancholic man watching her, although he was referred to as a man. Upon closer inspection, she realized that he had the lower body of a chestnut-colored horse, with a long red tail trailing behind him. He was a centaur. "Excuse me, have you seen a boy? He has platinum hair and may have been dragged along the ground." Amanta inquired tentatively. However, centaurs were generally unfriendly towards wizards, and she held little hope. As expected, the centaur sighed and gazed skyward. After a moment, he remarked, "The Mars is not particularly bright today. Centaurs excelled in divination and astronomy." He must have been engaged in some form of prophecy that it was unlikely he would provide any clues. Amanta turned back, raising her wand to illuminate the area, seeking new leads. The nearby woods rustled quietly. A centaur emerged, his long black hair cascading down, appearing quite rugged. Yet this centaur seemed extremely unwelcoming to her presence. He drew a long bow, aiming an arrow directly at her. "Where did you acquire the ring of the sage on your arm?" Amanta raised her wand defensively. "It is mine." "Thief! Liar!" The dark-haired centaur glared at her. "You will pay for this." "Bane, do not be so rash." The crimson-haired centaur continued to gaze at the heavens. "Ronan, do you not see? I have witnessed the celestial patterns, lost for centuries, realigning themselves. The mysteries of the stars are inexhaustible." The voice of the crimson-haired centaur Ronan was deep and melancholic. "I am a descendant of the Merlin lineage. My name is Amanta Merlin." Amanta began to comprehend that the dark-haired centaur Bane seemed to have misunderstood something. The Merlin family has long since vanished. Deceiver! Bane, wholly unconvinced by her words, tightened his bowstring, aiming at Amanta. The Circle of the Wise does not recognize anyone outside the Merlin lineage as its master. Amanta raised her arm, illuminating it with her wand for Bane to see. She believed this circlet must acknowledge its master through bloodline. Otherwise, such a simple incantation could not bind itself so securely to her arm upon mere contact. This day, she had yet to discover a way to remove it. Bane regarded Amanta with skepticism, scrutinizing her arm, and after a long pause, slowly lowered his bow. Very well, but this matter is indeed peculiar. I cannot fully trust you for the time being. Amanta exhaled in relief and inquired of Bane. Have you seen a boy with platinum hair? He might be dragged by something. Bane shook his head but gestured toward a direction. There are traces of blood. Blood? Draco cannot possibly have. After thanking Bane, Amanta's expression turned grim as she proceeded toward the direction he indicated. She had only looked away from Draco for a moment, and now gripping her wand tightly, she scanned her surroundings with a pale visage. After only a few steps, she noticed droplets of blood scattered on the ground. However, it was not human blood. It was silvery, glimmering in the night like pearls. That was the blood of a unicorn. Amanta temporarily sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was not Draco's blood. Yet with so much blood on the ground, the unicorn might have met its demise, and Draco was nowhere to be found. She extinguished the light at the tip of her wand and treaded softly, following the trail of silvery blood. Before long, the blood ceased, but a hissing sound of conversation reached her ears. Gentle, terrifying, and eerily seductive, the voice was laced with temptation. Amanta stealthily halted, concealing herself behind a tree as she observed the source of the sound. Before her lay a clearing, where a pure white creature lay. A unicorn, its long limbs shimmering in the darkness. It lay feebly on the ground, its abdomen rising and falling weakly. Nearby, something crouched, resembling a hooded figure. Crawling grotesquely upon the earth, It twisted for a moment before shifting aside, revealing that platinum hair. Draco. Amanta inhaled sharply that moment. The crawling figure approached Draco's side. Let me see, Lucius's dear son. Amanta could now ascertain that it was Voldemort. Possessing Professor Quirrell, I have always admired your father, Malfoy. Like him, you are a fine specimen. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Master, your discernment is invariably commendable, Quirrell's voice chimed. Follow me, be my servant, and I shall lead you to the joys of glory. Trampling upon the lives of all who oppose us. Why so silent? Look at that fearful expression. I have heard you are quite close to that Merlin who stands against me. Ha! Master, we can use him to threaten that old fox Lucius, showing him who truly deserves his allegiance. Quirrell chuckled ominously, his voice tinged with a hint of mania. Yet at this moment, he was almost free of stutters, speaking far more fluidly than during lectures. Excellent. Let Lucius see who he should truly follow. Once I acquire the Philosopher's Stone, right beneath Dumbledore's nose, he is old and due for replacement. I shall announce to the world that I have returned. Voldemort slowly rose, pacing around Draco, and after a few turns, he prodded Draco's face with the tip of his wand. From afar, Amanta dimly perceived the wand's glow illuminating Draco's pale, terrified visage. Draco, prove your loyalty. I have a task for you. Lurk around Merlin, and find an opportunity to eliminate her. Voldemort paused. Oh, and I have a diary. Quirrell hastily interjected. No, that Merlin is far too cunning. Master, what if she discovers the secret of the diary? Ah, good point. Then, let this boy taste the consequences of betrayal. Very well, Master. Quirrell fumbled through his robes, retrieving a small vial of potion from the inner pocket, with one hand restraining Draco and the other gripping his chin. He forcefully poured the ghastly green potion into Draco's mouth. The potion's taste was evidently unbearable. Cough, cough, guttural, stifled groans escaped from Draco's throat. Once released, he doubled over in agony, clutching his chest and retching violently until he collapsed. Still convulsing on the ground, Voldemort's raspy laughter echoed ominously. Crucio! Under the pale moonlight, Amanta beheld Draco's body convulsing violently on the ground, contorting into an unnatural position, like a piece of meat thrown into a furnace. It writhed in the crimson embers, emitting horrific screams. Amanta felt a chill envelop her, a wave of metallic sweetness rising in her throat. Stay calm, stay calm. She bit her lip fiercely. The pain and taste of blood brought a modicum of clarity to her senses. She licked the blood from her face, swiftly surveying her surroundings. Meanwhile, Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, sauntered nearby, observing with an air of amusement. laughing raucously as if relishing a newly unfolding comedy. Ha ha ha. Do you understand? This is the taste of betraying me. TSK, I wish Lucius could see this. What? Still not begging for mercy. It seems you desire to taste it again. Crucio. Ah. Draco's screams tore through the depths of the forbidden forest. Amanta took a deep breath. Her nails digging into her palm, blood trickling down unnoticed. She crept closer under the cover of night and branches. The torment inflicted upon Draco seemed to have momentarily ceased. His cries gradually faded. Curled upon the ground, motionless, as if devoid of life. You watch that boy. I shall savor the blood of the unicorn. Voldemort commanded, then approached the twitching unicorn in the pool of blood, leaning down as if to draw sustenance from its wound. Amanta stepped cautiously on the damp, muddy leaves, inching forward silently. She was too far away. She could not guarantee the accuracy of her spell and needed to draw closer. Fortunately, the rain from the previous day had softened the ground. Muffling her footsteps, she harbored little confidence. Despite facing an exceedingly weakened Voldemort, there remained a professor of defense against the dark arts at his side. She was merely a first-year student, having entered school a week prior. With only a few spells mastered, let alone the prospect of battling a professor. Though she understood that the wisest course of action would be to flee and return to the castle to inform the professors of the situation, she could not bear to watch as Draco was tormented into madness. Seizing the moment, while Voldemort was preoccupied, hunched over drinking the unicorn's blood, Amanta found a suitable position to launch her attack. Expelliarmus! Protego! Quirrell swiftly raised his wand to counter the attack, his posture exceedingly peculiar, given that Voldemort was still nestled in the back of his head while he leaned over the unicorn. Who? Quirrell shouted. Master, someone is here. Who dares to disturb us? Voldemort swiftly rose, brandishing his wand and casting spells in all directions. Green beams of light shot towards the location of Amanta. The ambush had failed. Amanta was not particularly surprised. After all, Quirrell now had eyes on all sides. Thus, she could only roll on the ground to evade two beams of green light, taking refuge behind a tree before launching another attack. Incendio. The spell did not target Voldemort, but instead struck the nearby trees. Flames instantly surged up the lush vines, quickly engulfing a vast area in fire, reaching for the sky. Damn it, Quirrell cursed loudly. Amanta was acutely aware that she stood little chance against Quirrell and Voldemort. So her plan was solely to buy time and draw attention from within and outside the Forbidden Forest. She immediately cast a second fire spell in their vicinity. The trees crackled and groaned, grotesquely twisting in the flames as the fire raged madly through the Forbidden Forest. Soon, a massive ring of fire encircled them. Wait, where are they? A chilling laugh echoed above Amanta's head. Look who it is. Merlin. Amanta's limbs turned cold, as though she had plunged into an icy abyss of Voldemort's pale, icy fingers gripped her hair tightly, slamming her to the ground, then crushing her left hand that held the wand beneath his foot. Amanta's face went pale from the pain. It felt as though her hand had been turned to mush beneath his boot. Encounter the illustrious Miss Merlin here. I have heard you oppose me. Such a pity. What a waste it would be for a bloodline as noble as yours from Slytherin to refuse to join me. Together, we could create splendor and share in glory. Amanta struggled to steady her face, which contorted in agony. It is not impossible. Voldemort seemed somewhat taken aback by her response. He tilted his head, pondering nervously for a moment, as if weighing the truth of her words. But soon he grasped the meaning. Nurturing a tiger to trouble. First, I shall eliminate this nuisance. Whoosh! Arrows whistled through the air, their sharp shrieks piercing the silence. A flurry of arrows shot towards them. The sound of hooves thundering against the ground erupted like a cacophony. Voldemort turned and waved his wand, erecting a transparent barrier to deflect all the arrows. These pesky creatures are back again. A long, sharp whistle pierced the air as the centaur leader charged towards them. Shouting loudly, "Get out!" This incited a fervent uproar among the centaurs. How dare you? How dare you? Leave! This is our territory. Voldemort let out a cold laugh, continuously casting spells into the throng of centaurs. You filthy, lowly mongrels dare to command me. The centaurs dashed through the woods, dodging the streams of green light cast by Voldemort, while unleashing a volley of arrows in his direction. Seizing the opportunity while Voldemort was preoccupied, Amanta scrambled to her feet and retrieved her wand with her other hand. She glanced at her left hand, now numb from pain and drenched in blood, seemingly broken. However, more pressing was her concern for Draco. She carefully retreated, ensuring she was out of Voldemort's reach. She hurried to the area where Draco lay. He lay silently on the ground, curled up in a fetal position. "Draco! Draco!" Amanta crouched down, gently shaking his shoulder and patting his face. But Draco remained tightly shut-eyed, his complexion as pale as parchment, utterly unresponsive. His lips had turned a grayish white, and if not for the faint warmth of his body, he could easily be mistaken for a corpse. Amanta leaned down, pressing her face against his chest. His heartbeat was weak and intermittent, so faint that it was nearly inaudible. Draco was likely teetering on the brink of death. Amanta's fingers were cold, and her lips trembled slightly. No, there must be a way, she thought. Yes, the blood of a unicorn could sustain life. Amanta turned her gaze to a unicorn lying nearby, surrounded by a pool of blood. She bent down, cautiously approaching the unicorn. It sensed her presence and opened its gentle, moonlit eyes, gazing at her with long, silvery lashes glistening with tears, appearing both beautiful and sorrowful. "Oh, kill a unicorn, and drink its blood would invoke an eternal curse." "Episki! Episki!" Amanta whispered incantations, and with the casting of 2 spells, the wounds on the unicorn began to heal, restoring much of its vitality. However, her right hand felt awkward wielding the wand, and she repeated the healing spell several times before the unicorn's wounds gradually vanished. Leaving barely a trace, the unicorn regarded her with gratitude. Fortunately, the unicorn's injuries were not too severe. Upon healing it, Amanta discovered that the creature was incapacitated primarily due to 2 fractured hind legs. Once the healing was complete, Amanta breathed a sigh of relief. She had cast numerous healing spells, exhausting a great deal of her magical energy, and was now quite fatigued. She collected a pool of the unicorn's silvery blood from the ground. Though it was on the ground, while in such a dire moment, Draco would surely not mind. Amanta grasped Draco's chin, gently feeding him the unicorn's blood. As the silvery liquid flowed down his throat, the color began to return to his face, life gradually seeping back into his features. Yet he remained with eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Amanta scanned her surroundings. The figures of centaurs flickered in and out of sight within the forbidden forest. Flames crackled, spells whirled, and shadows danced. "I must find a safe place." Suddenly, the unicorn stood up and approached, kneeling before Amanta with its front hooves. Under the unicorn's gentle gaze, Amanta understood its intention. She wedged her elbow under Draco's armpit, using all her strength to hoist him onto the unicorn's back, feeling as though her broken left hand had become entirely useless. And then she climbed up as well. The unicorn glanced back at the raging battle between Voldemort and the centaurs before bolting towards the other side of the forbidden forest. It galloped like lightning, swiftly leaving everything behind: the towering flames, the centaurs' roars, and Voldemort's curses. Within a minute, everything vanished. The unicorn finally halted by a small stream, crouching down and gently depositing Amanta and Draco onto the grassy bank. It then approached the stream and lowered its head to drink from the flowing water. Moonlight illuminated the unicorn, making it glisten like a sprite amidst the dense forest. Amanta approached and stroked its long, silvery horn. "Thank you." The unicorn seemed to comprehend her words. Nodding in acknowledgement, It then flicked its dazzling, pure white mane and vanished from Amanta's sight like a flash of lightning. Draco appeared to finally awaken. He lay on the grass, weakly opening his eyes. "Amanta, is that you? Am I dead? Or is this a dream?" he murmured. Amanta hurried over, crouching down to check on him. She rested her head against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. The blood of the unicorn indeed possessed potent magical properties. Not long after drinking it, Draco's heart began to beat strongly and regularly once more. Upon hearing his heartbeat return to normal, she clamped her hand over her mouth and embraced Draco tightly. Thank goodness. Draco, feeling nervous and at a loss, raised a hand to comfortingly pat her back. Amanta, is it truly you? How did you end up here? What of Voldemort? Where are we? He seemed to have recovered somewhat, hastily bombarding her with a barrage of questions. However, after escaping danger and confirming Draco's safety, Amanta's tense spirit finally relaxed. She felt lightheaded, her mind clouded, and unable to think clearly after hearing his words. Her eyelids heavy and on the verge of slipping shut. Draco furrowed his brow, attempting to prop himself up, but as soon as he did, he let out a cry. Your hand? Amanta suddenly realized that amid the chaos, she had forgotten to heal her own left hand. She picked up her wand and intoned the incantation. Episki. This spell drained her last reserves of strength and mental fortitude. She watched as the flesh and blood on her left hand gradually mended, only to be enveloped by a wave of darkness that crashed over her, plunging her consciousness into a chaotic abyss. Hooves thundered against the ground, sending tremors through the earth, while the enraged cries of centaurs echoed in the air. Flames. Everywhere, there were flames, and a relentless torrent of fire surged skyward, crackling and filling the air with a pungent scent of char. In the midst of the turmoil, there lay an expanse illuminated by the cold blue light of the moon, stark and chilling as snow. Draco lay motionless at its center. Her limbs felt heavy as if laden with lead, and she trudged forward step by step that Draco's body was icy. His complexion an unnatural pallor. His gray eyes were unfocused, resembling a mist before dawn. Merlin, Voldemort rasped, whispering her name. She turned abruptly, coming face to face with a pale, eerie visage. The face, reminiscent of a corpse, bore eyes that shone like freshly spilled blood. Instantly, her left hand felt as if it had been stung by 1,000 bees, both numb and itchy, as though the flesh were about to peel away from the bone. That twisted face contorted grotesquely, like a lake surface wrinkled by raindrops, emitting a shrill, sinister cackle. Ha ha ha! Amanta gasped, her heart racing, suddenly jolting awake. Amanta, you're awake. Draco, sitting beside her, appeared startled and quickly released her hand. Amanta then realized that her hand had been clasped in his all along. Slowly, she sat up and examined her left hand. Aside from the dislocation of her ring finger, it was nearly back to normal. Draco, were you just helping me heal? Yes, you fell unconscious right after casting the healing spell last night. I haven't learned the healing spell yet, but I heard you recite it, so I tried for a bit. That Draco's face was haggard, his eyelids reddened, and speaking this long sentence left him breathless, as if he had exhausted all his energy. You didn't try for the whole night, did you? Amanta looked at him with a mixture of amusement and concern. Draco awkwardly turned his head away. How could that be? I just woke up. Amanta raised an eyebrow. Very well. She lifted her hand and cast another healing spell on her left hand. Episki, a warm, spring-like light descended. Her ring finger clicked back into place, fully restored. I know you must have many questions. But there's no rush. Amanta retrieved a hefty stack of rock cakes that Hagrid had insisted they take yesterday from the Ring of the Sage, handing Draco a few. Let's have some of this first. I'm quite hungry. She had underestimated the potency of the rock cakes. Taking a bite nearly shattered her teeth. Yet soon, both were silently chewing, no longer disdainful of Hagrid's dark culinary skills, as they desperately needed to replenish their lost strength. By now, the sky had brightened considerably, and Amanta surveyed their surroundings. Judging by the shadows cast by the sunlight on the trees, it should be around noon, given the ruckus they had made yesterday. It was unlikely that they hadn't attracted attention from outside the Forbidden Forest. It seemed that the professors had yet to locate them. The unicorn must have brought them deep into the woods, to a place it deemed safe. Can you still walk? Amanta inquired, observing the direction of the stream. This small creek likely led to the Black Lake. If they followed it, they might reach Hogwarts before nightfall. If luck was on their side, I should be able to, Draco replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself as he attempted to stand. However, as soon as he rose, his legs trembled uncontrollably, feeling like noodles, utterly devoid of strength. The Cruciatus Curse was one of the 3 unforgivable curses due to its extreme malevolence and terrifying potency, particularly the Cruciatus Curse, which was solely intended to torment its victim, rendering them in unbearable agony. Draco had endured 2 consecutive Cruciatus Curses from Voldemort yesterday, and had been forced to drink an unknown potion from Quirrell. Without the unicorn's blood from the previous day, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Draco to survive. Amantha supported him as they trudged forward a few steps, but soon gave up. Draco was no longer concerned about the dirt on his robes. He collapsed onto the grass, letting out a weary sigh. At this rate, we might take several days to get back. Amanda sighed as she sat beside him, fiddling with her wand. The sun shone brightly at noon. She wondered if they could send sparks into the sky, whether they would be visible from afar, and most importantly, if the professors didn't see them, it could potentially draw Voldemort and Quirrell's attention, which would be problematic. Let's rest for a moment. Under the warm autumn sunlight, the depths of the Forbidden Forest felt far less ominous than the night before. They sat on the slightly yellowing grass, surrounded only by the gentle sound of flowing water. Amantha briefly recounted the events of the previous day to Draco. With half-closed eyelids, he gazed silently at the stream not far away, his eyes flickering with an indescribable emotion. After a long while, he spoke. Amantha, thank you, but please don't take such risks again. Otherwise you might. He trailed off. Amantha shrugged nonchalantly. But I'm fine. At no. Draco clenched his fists, his face slightly flushed, as if suppressing something. Amantha! Draco! Suddenly, a clear voice called out from a distance. That voice is Harry. Amantha hastily stood up and shouted towards the source of the sound. A handsome centaur came running towards them from the edge of the forest. He had a mane of platinum hair, a light golden horse body, and a long silver mane cascading behind him. Just as he reached them, Harry leaped off his back, gratefully thanking the centaur. Thank you, Firenze. Firenze shook his head, his blue eyes astonishingly bright. Things have been unsettled lately. You should leave here as soon as possible. Amantha sighed, but Draco can't stand up yet. Only then did Harry notice Draco behind Amantha. Draco sat on the ground, his face pale, offering Harry a faint smile, weak enough to faint at any moment. Harry exclaimed in shock, Draco, what happened to you? He rushed over to Draco, anxious to assess his condition. Amantha turned to Firenze and asked, Firenze, could you do us a favor? Do tell. Firenze's blue eyes sparkled like clear sapphires. Have you seen our professors? If possible, please let them know we are here. Thank you, of course I will. Firenze turned and galloped gracefully into the woods, quickly disappearing from sight. Amantha walked back toward Draco and Harry. Harry nervously lifted Draco's long robe, pulling at his arms and leg to check if he had sustained any injuries. Draco, what on earth happened? Don't move him. He needs to rest. Amantha yanked Harry's hand away from Draco. He had been subjected to the Cruciatus Curse by Voldemort. Cruciatus Curse, what is that? Harry asked, his eyes wide with confusion. With a grave expression, Amantha explained the 3 unforgivable curses to Harry, informing him that Neville's parents had been driven mad by the Cruciatus Curse. Harry's face turned ashen. Oh dear, Draco. He threw himself onto Draco, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Well, he should be fine for now, Amanda said as she recounted the events of the previous day to Harry in detail. Harry listened, his veins throbbing, his eyes reddening. By Merlin's beard, Voldemort is truly inside Quirrell's head, and I can hardly fathom how cruel that is. Thank goodness you are all unharmed. As Harry opened his arms again, wishing to embrace them, Amantha caught sight of the mucus dribbling down his face and promptly asked, Harry, why are you here alone? Where are the professors? Harry lowered his arms, beginning to recall the circumstances of their separation the night before, and I rushed into the castle, eager to find Professor Dumbledore, and as soon as I entered, I collided with Snape. I told him that Voldemort intended to kill a unicorn to drink its blood in the Forbidden Forest. Snape had initially dismissed him entirely, so Harry insisted that Voldemort might be residing in Quirrell's head. Snape replied, Potter, do not think that spouting nonsense will garner anyone's attention, and ordered him to swiftly return to the Slytherin dormitory. Just then, a fire erupted in the Forbidden Forest, quickly turning a small patch of sky crimson. After glaring at Harry, Snape hastily informed several professors and rushed towards the scene. Harry followed them outside the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid emerged, seemingly oblivious to everything he hadn't seen them. So Harry pulled Snape's sleeve and shouted, Amantha and Draco are missing. Snape shoved them away. They had all gone inside with Fawkes, and Harry waited outside, nearly all night, having narrowly avoided Filch patrols. As dawn approached, he still had not seen anyone emerge. Harry glanced towards the direction where Firenze had disappeared, as if checking for his return. After some contemplation, he decided to venture inside to find them, but soon became lost in the woods. Fortunately, he encountered Firenze, who informed him that he had seen 2 human children by the stream not long ago, and he guided Harry to them. Amanta tapped his forehead. "You should have waited outside. It was far too dangerous inside. What if you had run into Voldemort?" Harry retorted defiantly. "You all went in. What was I supposed to do? I was worried about you being with Voldemort." Amanda shook her head. "Thank goodness you are unharmed. I wonder where Voldemort and Quirrell are now." And oh, sooner had she spoken than Firenze appeared with Professor McGonagall and Quirrell at their backs, that I hope that upon returning to the castle. "You can account for your actions," McGonagall said, looking angrier than the last time they had seen her riding a broom. She pointed her wand at the sky, launching a massive Gryffindor emblem to mark their location. After thanking Firenze, he swiftly departed. Quirrell followed closely behind McGonagall, tilting his head and nervously observing them. Miss Merlin, and you, Potter, Malfoy, finally found you," he stuttered, reverting to his usual speech pattern. Amanta noted that he was neither wearing his hood nor wrapped in that enormous scarf. The moment Draco laid eyes on Quirrell, his face drained of color and terror. Amanta quickly gestured to Draco and Harry. Harry, bewildered, looked at Quirrell and silently mouthed to Amanta, "Did it not say Quirrell's head?" Amanta made a sneaky gesture. Harry nodded in sudden understanding. "You," Draco pointed at Professor Quirrell, his face a mask of fear, emitting a series of gasping sounds. McGonagall looked at him in confusion. "Malfoy, what is wrong with you?" Quirrell's presence seemed to trigger Draco's nerves. He collapsed onto the grass, pushing himself up while continuously retreating, scratching at his hair with trembling hands. Fear had hollowed his eyes, leaving them clouded as if he were gazing upon something else entirely. Amanda suddenly recalled the potion Quirrell had forced Draco to drink the day before. The green potion, concocted by Voldemort, could induce both pain and hallucinations. Was it the potion of despair? That potion had been specially crafted by Voldemort to protect the locket. It would inflict immense agony on the drinker and cause vivid illusions. She hoped there would be a solution when Snape arrived. She and Harry each took hold of Draco's shoulders, struggling to keep him from thrashing about. Soon, Snape, Hagrid, and Professor Flitwick hurriedly arrived at the scene. Snape approached Draco, casting a sympathetic glance at the writhing figure on the ground, but his words were devoid of compassion. "Ah, how utterly pathetic, my dear pupil. Just imagining Lucius witnessing you in this state fills me with the desire to take you to him for his amusement. Severus, what is happening to him?" McGonagall inquired. Snape leaned closer to Draco's mouth and sniffed. "He has likely ingested some peculiar potion. I believe I know the antidote. Let us take him to the dungeons." Several professors pointed their wands at Draco, levitating him off the ground and leading the way. Amanta and Harry followed closely behind, anxiously watching Draco, who was ensnared in tormenting hallucinations, while keeping a safe distance from Quirrell. Hagrid, leading Fawkes, trailed behind them, with Fawkes occasionally nudging Amanta and Harry's palms with his nose. "I am so glad you are both unharmed. Though I cannot fathom what transpired, there were traces of unicorn blood everywhere yesterday, yet we never spotted the unicorn. The centaurs were angrier than I have ever seen them. They completely disregarded anything we said. It took considerable effort to persuade them to allow us to extinguish the fire." Amanta coughed awkwardly. Fortunately, they attributed the igniting of the Forbidden Forest solely to Voldemort, and they adhered to the rule of not attacking children. Otherwise, before the professors found them today, the centaurs might have scattered their ashes. Hagrid scratched his beard. "Once I return you all, I shall take a good rest. You can explain everything to me later. You lot are still dependable children, are you not?" They found themselves in Snape's office, surrounded by shelves laden with various jars and bottles, filled with an assortment of potion ingredients. The air thick with the scents emanating from the concoctions, blending into a bitter aroma. Draco lay on the rigid sofa in the center of the office, his lips pale and drenched in sweat. Amanta and Harry anxiously observed the unconscious Draco. "Is he going to be all right?" "Well, if it weren't for your 2 little nuisances, he might be better off," Snape replied, shaking a purple-brown glass vial in his hand before pouring it into a steaming cauldron and skillfully chopping black beetle eyes into tiny pieces. "Since you insist on lingering here, hindering a potions professor's diligent work, I suppose I must find something for you to occupy yourselves with so you don't appear quite so inept. Potter, come here and squeeze 5 milliliters of flobberworm mucus into this vial. Harry stared in horror at the writhing mass of brown worms, swallowing hard. Professor, may I do something else? Of course, you may immediately leave and never return. I do not welcome idlers here. Resigned, Harry plunged his hand into the squirming mass of fat worms, extracting one, and tentatively squeezed its mucus into the vial. The green slime promptly splattered across his face, causing Harry to yelp and fall to the ground. Amanta stifled a smile, her lips twitching as Snape's dark gaze swept over, clearly displeased at the presence of another idle individual. Merlin, go grind the horn of a billywig into powder. Harry cast a resentful glance, muttering, why is it that Amanta gets to grind the horn of a horned beast while I am relegated to squeezing flobberworms? Potter, has no one ever informed you that indiscriminately complaining about others is an impolite act? Harry silently closed his mouth, resignedly shutting his eyes as he continued to squeeze the flobberworms. Amanta, while grinding the horn of the horned beast in her hands, observed Draco, who lay languidly on the sofa. He seemed trapped in some agonizing nightmare. Despite Snape having administered a sedative, it merely provided temporary relief from his convulsions. His face occasionally contorted in expressions of struggle, making it hard to fathom the torment he was enduring. The Draught of Despair was a potion meticulously concocted by Voldemort, brewed from an array of potion ingredients, resulting in an extremely complex and potent elixir. Were it not for the potion's masters standing before them, Draco would likely have to endure this torment for much longer. Snape added the final ingredient to the cauldron, stirring it clockwise for a minute. Now, my dear trolls, while I await my pupil's awakening, enlighten me about yesterday's events. Harry eagerly recounted Amanta's recent revelations in vivid detail, embellishing them with fervor. Professor, Quirrell and Voldemort are in cahoots. Voldemort has taken residence in the back of Quirrell's head. They intend to kill us. They want to slay the unicorn. Their aim is to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Snape furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. However, your suspicions regarding a professor are entirely unfounded, but Amanta and Draco witnessed it with their own eyes. Moreover, how could Draco have ended up like this if it weren't for Voldemort? Potter, I must remind you that during our encounter in the forest today, Quirrell was neither wearing a scarf nor a hood. Voldemort must have temporarily inhabited another host. Harry insisted urgently. Snape's icy gaze slid from Harry's face. In truth, your claims are not without merit. Quirrell has been acting suspiciously. He wasn't summoned for the Forbidden Forest expedition yesterday. Yet here he is today. I also find it hard to believe that you first-year students possess the capability to cast an unforgivable curse, let alone trace the origins of this potion. Harry exclaimed with delight. So, Professor, you believe us? That's wonderful. We must swiftly apprehend Professor Quirrell and find Voldemort. However, it is challenging to avoid being perceived as fabricating accusations based solely on the assertions of a few first-year students. Snape doused his enthusiasm with cold water. You cannot prove Voldemort's existence. No one believes he still lives and has infiltrated the safest haven in all of England, Hogwarts. Harry, his cherubic cheeks puffed in frustration, pondered for a while before declaring, I must speak with Professor Dumbledore. He will surely have a solution. Dumbledore is out. I've already informed him of this situation via letter. Amanta sighed, rubbing her temples. Snape's reasoning was not without validity, in the absence of any evidence. The mere statements of a handful of 11-year-olds lack persuasive power. Even if one student had suffered from dark magic and was the heir to the Malfoy family, onlookers would likely redirect their scrutiny towards themselves, assuming the students had secretly ventured into the Forbidden Forest and fallen victim to some dark wizard, rather than considering Voldemort's existence, should they boldly declare that it was Voldemort's doing or that he had returned. The panicked crowd would merely view it as an attempt to cover up their own misdeeds, dismissing their claims as nonsense. Just moments ago, as they walked into Hogwarts alongside the professors, most classmates had cast fearful glances in their direction. Their gazes were fixated on the levitating Draco, darting uncertainly between Harry and Amanta. Yet today, their fear rendered them speechless. Amanta could already envision the outrageous rumors that would circulate among students during class on Monday. Look at that unfortunate Malfoy. always mingling with Merlin and Potter, nearly losing his life. Clearly cursed by Merlin. How cruel. Using friends as experiments. Anyone who associates with them is doomed. Snape stirred the cauldron a few more times. The potion had transformed into a clear, water-blue hue. He extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron and poured the potion into a small vial, dividing the remaining potion into several containers. Remember, administer a dose to him each day. Amanta and Harry nodded in agreement. Harry carefully helped Draco sit up, while Amanta pinched his chin, incrementally pouring the potion into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The water-blue potion trickled down his throat, and moments later, Draco coughed a few times. Gradually regaining consciousness, he opened his eyes, glancing at Amanta and Harry before finally comprehending his surroundings. Draco relaxed, weakly uttering, "Professor Quirrell." Snape interrupted, "Well, I know what you wish to say, but your baseless accusations against the professor will only deepen suspicions that you are the ones responsible. I will write to Lucius soon, hoping he can clarify his stance upon receiving the letter, of course. I do not expect this old fox to comply, Draco. Do not act impulsively until your father responds." Draco's complexion paled. Understood, he was acutely aware of his standing in his father's eyes. Yet his father bore the weight of the entire Malfoy family, and the sacrifices he made for their sake, for him and his mother, were immeasurable. He remained uncertain of how his father would choose. Even if his father were to side with Voldemort once more as the heir of the Malfoy family, he would resolutely follow in his father's footsteps. To prevent your minds, filled with the fluff of the Flobberworms, from becoming entirely vacant due to this ordeal, I will explain the situation to the other professors. You two, keep a close watch on Draco. Ensure he doesn't stumble upon anything without reason. With that, Snape turned to brew other potions, leaving them with a silent, stern silhouette. Yet Amanta sensed a hint of concern veiled beneath the professor's acerbic words. Amanta and Harry supported Draco back to the Slytherin common room, enduring a barrage of disdainful glares and malicious stares along the way. As they traversed a long corridor adorned with suits of armor, they caught sight of Ron and Seamus glaring at them intensely, with Ron's gaze directed at Draco tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Look at that arrogant Malfoy, always associating with unsavory characters. Now he's in for it. His father will likely be visiting him at St. Mungo. Amanta shot a cold look at them that I hope you can show Draco some respect, since arriving at Hogwarts. She had yet to witness Draco behaving in the manner he did in the original narrative, taunting and provoking Gryffindor students every few days. Perhaps it was simply because they were too occupied, leaving Draco without a moment to spare. She drew her wand, aiming it at Ron. Ron's face instantly flushed crimson. "And you, Merlin, don't think I'll be intimidated by your use of dark magic." "Is that so? Rictus Sempra." Ron, unwilling to back down, raised his wand but forgot the incantation. "Damn it, how does that spell go again?" He was struck by Amanta's tickling charm, doubling over with laughter, gasping for breath, nearly convulsing with mirth. "Ah! Ah!" Seamus scrambled to grab him. Ron, what's wrong with you?" Harry burst into laughter, and even Draco couldn't contain his amusement. "Let us go," Amanta urged, fearing the dire consequences if they were caught using magic in the corridor by a professor or by Filch. They hastily assisted Draco back to the Slytherin common room, where the inhabitants cast them odd glances. They regarded Draco with sympathy, while eyeing Amanta and Harry with suspicion. Amanta and Harry swiftly located a secluded sofa in the corner and gently lowered Draco onto it. Incendio, Amanta incanted towards the nearby fireplace, igniting it into a blazing warmth that chased away the chill of the dungeons. Blaze approached, his brow furrowed as he looked at Draco. "Draco, what's the matter?" "By Merlin's grace, I'm perfectly fine," Draco replied, though his complexion, already pallid, had taken on a distinctly unhealthy ashen hue. His evident weakness, needing Harry and Amanta's support to return, rendered his response unsatisfactory to Blaze. "I heard you encountered something dreadful in the woods. What exactly transpired? Was it true that you were attacked by a dark wizard? And what compelled you to venture into the Forbidden Forest?" Blaze bombarded him with questions, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Blaze, you're being excessively nosy. When did I ever realize you were so gossipy?" Blaze shrugged. "My mother sent me to check on you. It's her concern. Besides, we have been childhood friends. Can I express a little care? He was attacked by Voldemort. Harry began, but Amanta swiftly covered his mouth. I'm sorry. But Draco's situation must remain confidential for the time being. He was harmed by an evil wizard, and that is all we can disclose for now. Very well. I shall relay that to her. Blaise acquiesced, patting Draco's shoulder. Get well soon. After Blaise departed, Crabbe and Goyle approached, offering Draco a meat pie and a cup of hot chocolate, while they munched on their remaining syrup-filled pastries with sympathetic glances. Draco, as long as you're okay, that's good, Goyle mumbled. My father insisted I check on you. You seem to be all right, Crabbe added, sipping pumpkin juice. Well, thanks to you, Draco replied, growing increasingly impatient, prompting Crabbe and Goyle to retreat to a corner to continue their feast in silence. Once they left, Harry's eyes gleamed with desire as he gazed at the meat pie in Draco's hands. Licking his lips, Draco, irked, shoved the pie into Harry's hands. You eat it. I'm not particularly hungry. Really? Harry exclaimed in delight, having not eaten all night and the morning prior, eagerly devouring the pie. Amanta tapped Harry's head in exasperation. You don't seem to be in the best of spirits. She ventured to inquire of Draco, perhaps sensing the cause of his gloom. Draco rested his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought, unconsciously toying with the family crest ring on his thumb. Amanta's question broke his reverie, and he appeared momentarily stunned, contemplating for a while before turning to them. He inhaled deeply, lightly furrowing his brow. Amanta, Harry, I truly appreciate your concern, but it would be wise for you to keep your distance from me. Draco's tone was cold, suggesting he wished to sever further ties. What? Harry set down the meat pie. Bewildered. Draco, how can you say such a thing? Do you not realize how much Amanta and I care about your safety? No, it has nothing to do with that. Let us not be friends anymore, shall we? Draco's voice was weak, his emerald eyes filled with helplessness as they sought Draco's gaze. Draco, are you worried that your father, Lucius, might side with Voldemort? Amanta queried abruptly. Her words struck a nerve within Draco, who looked at Amanta and Harry with a blank expression. He spoke heavily and bitterly. If my father learns of the Dark Lord's resurrection, the Malfoy family may once again align with him, and I will undoubtedly heed my father's choice. As the heir of the Malfoy lineage, I must first be a Malfoy, and only then can I be Draco. Harry grasped his shoulders urgently. Oh what? You can still be friends with us, can't you? We know you are not doing this willingly. Draco shook his head despondently, his gaze dim. Amanta, you are the heir of Merlin, rallying Slytherin against the Dark Lord, and Harry, you're the boy who lived. He will undoubtedly seek you out to exact revenge for the events of 11 years ago, with you so close to me. The Dark Lord would likely wish to exploit my connection to you, even threatening my family, but I refuse to let my family, or you, come to harm. Amanta recalled how Voldemort had indeed sought to have Draco eliminate her to demonstrate the Malfoy's loyalty. It was no wonder Draco bore such a heavy psychological burden. Amanta held Harry back, saying, Draco, I respect your choice. Harry stared at Amanta in disbelief. Amanta, how can you? His face a mask of incredulity. But Amanta shook her head at him. However, things are not without a glimmer of hope. Don't think too negatively. How can you be so certain that your father will choose Voldemort? Harry's eyes lit up at this notion. Amanta, I knew you would have a point. Amanta shook her head once more. Of course, I cannot be certain. It is merely speculation. Voldemort is still weak, lacking a physical form, and can only possess Quirrell. The Malfoy family would not make such an unwise choice. Draco sighed. But my father has always been adept at hedging his bets. She placed her hand over Draco's anxiously rubbing knuckles. Aligning with Voldemort is the most perilous path. He excels in tormenting and threatening others. Following him would only lead the Malfoy family into jeopardy. Voldemort needs your influence, requires your father's position within the Ministry of Magic, and needs your estate as a base. Thus, he can only resort to intimidation to achieve his goals, but he currently lacks the strength to do so, and I believe your father, Lucius, has his own plans. She faintly sensed that Lucius would not choose Voldemort this time, at least not at present. There was another reason she refrained from voicing. The Malfoys had always placed the utmost importance on family, with familial ties superseding all else in the original narrative during their 6th year. Voldemort threatened Draco's parents, compelling him to repeatedly attempt to assassinate Dumbledore. At this juncture, Draco's yearning for Voldemort had already begun to wane, leading to his eventual failure to identify Harry in front of the Death Eaters. Draco's mother, Narcissa, out of an unwavering love for her son, made an unbreakable vow and concealed the truth of Harry's survival from Voldemort, which indirectly contributed to Voldemort's ultimate downfall, without the assistance of the Malfoy family. Although their actions might have been driven by self-preservation, Harry may not have been so fortunate as to survive until the Battle of Hogwarts. Furthermore, prior to the onset of the Battle of Hogwarts, the Malfoys defected from the battlefield, their actions motivated solely by the desire to protect their family. Nothing held greater significance than family. At this moment, Voldemort, yet to successfully regain his corporeal form, sought to manipulate Draco as a means to threaten Lucius. Harboring a desire to make his son experience the sting of betrayal due to Lucius's defection, Draco suffered under Voldemort's torment, even coming perilously close to losing his life. Lucius, of course, would not so readily affirm his loyalty to Voldemort, for the Dark Lord's current power was insufficient to instill such fear in them. Their singular aim was to safeguard Draco, while Voldemort's intentions were diametrically opposed. It appeared that Professor Quirrell was so devout and fervent that Voldemort had yet to realize he was not as formidable as he had been decades prior. "Amanta is right," Harry exclaimed, giving Draco a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Voldemort is merely a creature that requires a host to survive, a mere specter. Without Quirrell, he cannot even wield a wand. Draco, if your family so easily chooses to serve such a wretched entity, do not let me look down upon you." Their words seemed to lift Draco's spirits, a flicker of vitality returning to his countenance. Perhaps my father's fervent adherence to Voldemort blinded me to this truth. He sighed. "Nevertheless, I shall wait until tomorrow morning to see my father's reply." The following morning, Lucius's letter largely confirmed Amanta's suspicions. Holding the letter, Draco felt joy gradually spreading across his features. Snape's potion had taken effect swiftly. Apart from feeling slightly fatigued, he had nearly recuperated. He eagerly passed the letter across the long table for Harry and Amanta to see. "Why, dear little dragon," it began, "I have heard all from Severus. Thank Merlin, my little dragon is safe. Should anything else arise, please inform Severus immediately. I have procured several vials of restorative potions. Remember to take them timely. I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt for failing in my duty to protect you, which has caused you harm. Narcissa is also greatly concerned for you. She wept through the night yesterday and could not find sleep. Please reply to us, detailing your current situation. Convey my gratitude to your good friends Amanta and Harry. Especially Amanta. Without her, a blot of ink smudged the page, the ornate script slightly distorted. I dare not imagine what might have transpired had he dared to harm my son." The handwriting became increasingly erratic, revealing the writer's distress. "Your loving father, Lucius Malfoy." Though Lucius's letter did not explicitly disclose his stance, his attitude spoke volumes. Accompanying the letter were several elegantly packaged potions, 3 small gift boxes, and a large bag of snacks along with those peculiar fruits whose names eluded them. Draco pushed the packages toward Amanta and Harry, eagerly retrieving a quill to pen his response. Harry was exhilarated. "I knew it. This is simply marvelous." He gleefully tore open a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. But upon tossing one in his mouth, he yelped and spat it out. Merlin's beard. "I swear, this tastes like boogers." "This one has my name on it?" he noted, discovering his name alongside Harry's and Amanta's. "We each have one." Amanda picked up one of the gift boxes, which bore her name on a note attached. "May I open it?" "Oh, I'm also curious what my father has sent us." "Let us take a look." Amanta unwrapped the box to reveal a small object wrapped in green satin. As she unfurled the satin, a finely crafted serpent-shaped brooch emerged, adorned with a prominent letter M. "What is this? A pin?" Amanta inquired, lifting the brooch. Its intricate design and the faint magical aura emanating from it suggested it was no ordinary accessory. "Wait, this is—" Draco interjected, examining his own brooch, identical to Harry's. He held it up to the light for closer inspection. "This is indeed a brooch, but also a piece of protective equipment." "Protective equipment?" "Yes, it's an anti-curse brooch. Typical protective items can deflect minor spells and hexes." But this brooch is significantly more potent and remains effective against certain dark magic. Upon hearing this, Harry promptly affixed the brooch to his chest. The design featured the Malfoy family crest, indicating that Lucius had gifted them an heirloom from the Malfoy vault. Draco smirked, having only glimpsed the treasures within the vault a few times at his father's behest. Amanta also secured the brooch to her chest. While she felt no immediate difference, psychologically, she felt considerably lighter. Even if it might not protect against the unforgivable curses, at least she would not fear being struck by a wayward hex while traversing the corridors. That Lucius's bestowal of such a precious gift was not merely an expression of gratitude. It also served as a means to ensure their safety and a hope that they would watch over Draco. However, they may have forgotten that they remained the focus of attention in the Great Hall that day. Each day, the students of Hogwarts closely observed the latest developments of the Slytherin trio. Yet today, it seemed that significantly fewer students occupied the long table. Perhaps it was due to the weekend. Or perhaps the previous day's spectacle had frightened them, or they feared encountering Merlin and Harry. In any case, the breakfast crowd was sparse, but those who did attend kept a keen eye on them. Upon witnessing the trio pinning their brooches, many exchanged glances, particularly those seated at tables other than Slytherin. That item appears to be the Malfoy family crest. Ron nudged Seamus and Neville with his elbow, urging them to look. They seemed to be on good terms. The Malfoys even sent them gifts from home. Seamus offered an objective assessment. Neville, wide-eyed, stammered, "But didn't you say yesterday that Merlin used dark magic to torment Malfoy?" He recalled the previous day when Seamus had accompanied a laughing Ron back to the Gryffindor common room, where Fred and George had teased Ron for an extended time before Percy intervened to rescue him. Following that, Ron had fumed in the dormitory, declaring his intention to learn dark curses to retaliate against the trio. Cough, cough, cough. Ron blushed slightly, attempting to clarify his judgment. "Well, actually, Seamus and I thought that when we saw them carrying Malfoy back, it might not be as you imagined." Neville nodded, slightly bewildered. "Honestly, I don't think they're that frightening. Remember during potions class on Friday, when I accidentally melted Seamus's cauldron? The dreadful corrosive potion spilled everywhere, burning a hole in my shoe, and it was Merlin who came to the rescue just in time." Cedric, seated behind them at the Hufflepuff table, turned upon overhearing their conversation and leaned in to join their discussion. "I believe Harry is a genuinely kind and upright individual. Amanda left me with the impression of being gentle, polite, and passionate about learning today. As for Draco, I do not know him well, but he seems merely to be a spoiled young master. His nature does not appear to be malicious." Cedric helplessly furrowed his brow and shook his head. Yet they remained unconvinced, stubbornly believing only in what they wished to see. That Ron's face reddened further as he hastily diverted the conversation. "Cough, it's not our fault they always stir up trouble. Ultimately, what truly transpired in the Forbidden Forest that day? How did they manage to venture inside? Who was responsible for Malfoy's condition? I fail to comprehend why the professors do not enlighten us. Otherwise, we would not resort to wild speculation. I see no obligation to explain these matters to you. Weasley." The deep, silky voice slithered over Ron's nape like a serpent. "I'm quite displeased to find you, when your mind should contain more than mere snails, choosing to indulge in such tedious gossip rather than enriching your intellect on your day off." Gryffindor loses 2 points. Snape stood impassively behind Ron, deducting points from Gryffindor with an air of practiced indifference. He then swept towards the Slytherin table, his robes billowing behind him. Ron stared in shock at the seemingly earnest, dining expressions of Seamus and Neville on either side of him. "When did he arrive? Why didn't you warn me?" Feigning seriousness while chewing, Neville and Seamus replied. Snape walked past the trio of Amanta, casually tossing out a cold remark before making his way to the staff table. "Draco, and you 2 little trolls, come see me after breakfast." "Yes, Godfather. Yes, Professor." "What do you think Professor Snape wants to discuss with us?" Harry inquired. Amanda shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure. It could pertain to Draco's father. Or perhaps Voldemort or Dumbledore. We'll find out soon enough." Harry lowered his gaze, speaking in a hushed tone filled with tension. "Speaking of Snape, that night, while waiting for you outside the Forbidden Forest, I suddenly had an epiphany." Amanda regarded him with keen interest. "What did you come to realize?" Though Snape is undeniably ill-tempered, the thought of my father and his friends mistreating him helps me understand his behavior somewhat. Harry's voice grew somber, as if recalling a painful memory. His plight reminds me of my own. I was often bullied by Dudley and his gang, as well as the Dursleys. Yet, I arrived at Hogwarts and found friendship with all of you. But what about Snape? He has always been isolated and bullied, coming from a humble background, and to this day, he remains without friends or family. They soon found themselves in Snape's dark and cramped underground office once more. Godfather, did you summon us for something specific? Draco spoke first. I received a letter from Lucius this morning. It seems the old fox is still aligned with Hogwarts for the time being. However, the reason I called you here today is for another matter. Snape continued to stir a potion while addressing them from his desk. Amanta surveyed the room, which was as barren as a Slytherin dormitory. Upon closer inspection, it revealed not a single personal item, only potions, ingredients, and an array of obscure tomes. First, dear godson, your father wishes for you to steer clear of these matters regarding the Dark Lord. He desires for you to avoid danger, as far as possible. Draco remained silent for a moment. Yes, Godfather, as for you, Merlin and Potter, do not meddle in affairs concerning the Dark Lord. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. No one could harm you here. Under Dumbledore's watchful eye, unless you seek your own demise. Harry interjected eagerly. But Professor, Voldemort wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, he has already infiltrated once. Amanta remarked coolly. Professor, the Philosopher's Stone is located in the corridor to the right on the 4th floor. Is it not? She fixed her gaze on Snape's sharp brow, seeking any sign of revelation, but he met her stare with icy indifference, since it was declared a forbidden area during the feast. I trust that certain barriers have been established there. But are you certain those barriers can withstand Voldemort? What if I were to say, if even we first-year students cannot be deterred, do you truly believe they can stop Voldemort? After safely returning to the dormitory the previous night, she had reorganized her thoughts a few days prior. During their afternoon tea at Hagrid's hut, the three of them had discussed plans for an adventure to the corridor on the 4th floor. While she and T explicitly revealed to Draco and Harry what awaited them in that corridor, she was well aware of the original plot and the challenges faced by the original trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. However, once the dust settled, she found something amiss. The original narrative constrained her thoughts. She entertained a bold hypothesis. If she, Harry, and Draco ventured into the corridor on the 4th floor, the challenges they encountered might not be about finding keys, playing wizard's chess, or solving potion riddles at all. Perhaps the obstacles in that corridor were not designed to thwart Voldemort. After all, the little tricks laid out by Dumbledore and the professors could hardly deter a few first-year students, let alone Quirrell and Voldemort. If Quirrell and Voldemort resorted to dark magic, they would surely breach them swiftly. Even in the original storyline, Quirrell had reached the final challenge before the trio, unscathed. The only true barrier preventing Voldemort from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone was the Mirror of Erised. And only Harry could retrieve the stone from IT. It seemed that Harry's obsession with the mirror during Christmas was also a part of Dumbledore's design. He had intentionally gifted Harry the invisibility cloak, allowing him to roam aimlessly during the holidays, while also placing the mirror in an empty classroom. The challenges on the 4th floor were likely set merely to prevent Harry's companions from reaching the end. Each trial was deliberately crafted to leave one person behind, ensuring that when faced with Voldemort, only Harry would stand alone. It followed that Voldemort would not kill Harry immediately, as he sought to use Harry to obtain the stone from the Mirror of Erised, while Harry, in turn, sought vengeance and aimed to thwart Voldemort's acquisition of the stone. That if fortunate, Voldemort and Quirrell might perish in the struggle, due to the protective charm on Harry. Yet, in the original tale, Voldemort had abandoned Quirrell in his moment of peril, fleeing in haste and thus narrowly escaping. While Quirrell met his demise, she shuddered at her own conjecture. What a clever scheme to use another's blade for murder. While she could comprehend Dumbledore's intentions, she couldn't help but feel a profound shock at his intricate plotting. That I suspect those obstacles are not intended to thwart Voldemort. Are they? Dumbledore likely aims to keep us here. Allowing Harry to confront Voldemort alone, she gazed directly into Snape's deep, inscrutable eyes, but his expression remained unyielding. Miss Merlin, your imagination truly surpasses my understanding. Well, she hadn't expected to glean any useful information from the expression of such a master of occlumency. Yet she knew that, apart from herself and Draco, The only one who genuinely wished to prevent Harry's demise was Snape. That I warn you, little trolls, if you do not wish to be ensnared by your own curiosity, absolutely avoid entering the corridor to the right on the 4th floor. The Dark Lord could never acquire the Philosopher's Stone from there. Snape seemed to have said nothing, yet everything at once. Nonetheless, he spoke the truth. As long as Harry did not venture into the corridor on the 4th floor, Voldemort could not seize the stone. How could Dumbledore place something as crucial as the Philosopher's Stone behind mere obstacles? As if it were a reward for passing through a series of trivial trials. Had Harry not ventured there, he would have been free from peril, and Voldemort would not have acquired the Philosopher's Stone. Merely approaching Voldemort diminished the chances of vanquishing him. Voldemort had temporarily departed from Quirrell, and although his current whereabouts remained unknown, he could return at any moment. It seemed imperative for her to heighten her vigilance henceforth. The experiences that awaited them would surely diverge further from the original narrative. She profoundly recognized the significance of mastering additional spells, combat techniques, and the importance of wandless and silent magic, particularly in critical moments of real combat, where they could prove decisive. Their SO group had a formidable journey ahead. Snape glared menacingly at Harry. Especially you, always stirring up trouble. Potter, just like your arrogant father. Harry flushed crimson. Professor, you cannot speak of my father in such a manner. He retorted vehemently. Amanta tugged at Harry's robes from behind, attempting to pull him back. She understood that Snape's warning to Harry about the 4th floor stemmed from concern for his safety. However, Snape's caustic words seemed to have the opposite effect. Harry's anger had been thoroughly ignited. Oblivious to Amanda's gesture, he strode straight to Snape's desk, hands gripping the surface as he glared at Snape from behind it. Potter, who taught you to defy a professor? You are just like your father, wholly inheriting his simplistic yet arrogant demeanor. It's a wonder the Sorting Hat placed you in Slytherin. Snape observed Harry's actions with cold indifference, his words enumerating Harry's flaws like bullets from a chamber. Harry bowed his head, his dark hair obscuring his eyes, revealing only his furious crimson visage, with veins popping on his forehead. Amanta and Draco exchanged glances, both understanding the next course of action. They quickly decided to apologize to Snape and escort Harry away, before he completely provoked Snape's ire. However, just as they prepared to intervene, Harry, still with his head down, muttered, Professor, I have something to give you. Amanta gasped, and Draco was equally taken aback. What was he thinking? Draco silently mouthed. Amanda shrugged and mirrored his gesture. How should I know? To their astonishment, Harry produced a bottle of shampoo from his robes. Not a potion for hair taming, but a mundane bottle of Muggle shampoo. Amanda speculated that Harry had brought it from the Dursleys. Draco's eyes widened. Merlin's beard. So that's why you rushed back to the dormitory during dinner. Actually, I brought a bit extra this term, thinking you might find it useful, Professor, Harry said, his face flushed with anticipation, appearing as if he were ablaze, not knowing whether from anger or embarrassment. His thick eyelashes fluttered, and his emerald eyes sparkled with excitement. Snape's expression froze, as though he were a statue, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Harry, his demeanor cold and inscrutable. Harry could not suppress a nervous swallow. Amanta and Draco exchanged anxious glances, both feeling the tension. Amanta pointed towards the doorway, and Draco nodded earnestly. They slowly began to retreat, hoping to escape the oppressive atmosphere of Snape's office before it crushed them. After several seconds, Snape's eyebrows twitched as if pulled by an invisible string, and he swiftly turned, leaning over to inspect the potion in a cauldron. Strands of hair fell from his shoulders, obscuring his pale, gaunt-faced. Do not presume that presenting gifts to the professor will earn you favors, and I assure you, a hair tonic is far superior to this Muggle shampoo, he remarked, dismissing Harry once more. Instantly, Harry's bright green eyes dimmed noticeably. That I'm sorry, Professor, Harry said dejectedly. Thank you for your kindness, Potter, Snape replied, his voice low and indistinct, as if shrouded in a mist of potion vapors. Harry's smile stretched from ear to ear. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Amanta, did you hear? Draco, did you hear? Snape actually thanked me. Thanked me. On the way back to the Slytherin common room, Harry exuberantly repeated these phrases, occasionally running circles around Amanta and Draco, resembling a chattering little bird. No, that wasn't quite right. Perhaps a B would be a more fitting comparison. Despite Amantha and Draco's astonishment at Snape's response, they began to grow weary of Harry's exuberance. "Harry, if you repeat that one more time, I might just have to use a silencing charm on you," Amanda warned, brandishing her wand. "No," Harry exclaimed, raising his hands and swiftly hiding behind Draco. "I won't say it again." "You all don't feel any surprise," Draco scoffed. Godfather's reaction did indeed surprise me. After all, he is notoriously brusque even with my father. Amantha pondered, wondering whether it was Harry's enchanting green eyes that had wrought this change, or if it was the first genuine concern for Snape's life he had received in years, outside of Lily. Nevertheless, it seemed a positive development. "Harry, your task is to win over Snape and learn some secret potion techniques from him," she declared, patting Harry on the shoulder. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, they discovered several lower-year students clustered around the bulletin board at the bottom of the stairs, completely blocking the entrance. Amantha helplessly nudged her way through the throng. Blaise was also there, and upon seeing them pass, he called out, "Draco, check this out. I guarantee you'll be interested." "What?" Draco glanced casually at the bulletin board, but his attention was instantly ensnared. His gaze glued to the notice. "Harry, Amantha, look," he exclaimed, peering over the heads of the other students. That a simple announcement adorned the board, prominently featuring a picture of an upperclassman riding a broomstick. The student joyfully waved at them and blew a kiss while soaring through the air. Announcement: starting next week, every Thursday afternoon, Slytherin will share a flying lesson with Gryffindor. Rolanda Hooch, September 8, 1991, we're going to have flying lessons, Harry shouted in delight. Amantha was pleased to see him no longer obsessing over Snape's earlier comments. Instead, diving into a fervent discussion about Quidditch and incessantly inquiring about the details of broomstick flying from her and Draco. Amanda shrugged. "I think there's nothing to it. You just hop on and go with the flow." Harry looked somewhat frustrated. "Well, you're a genius at this. I should probably ask Draco." Amantha sighed in relief. Thankfully, Draco was more than willing to share his expertise. He raised his chin proudly, first praising his own flying skills, then enthusiastically offering Harry some tips on riding a broomstick as if he were a seasoned Quidditch player. "First, once you get on, you have to kick off hard. The harder, the better." Harry nodded, though somewhat confused. "But what if I kick off and it doesn't lift off?" "Well, while I think your flying skills might not quite measure up to mine, I believe even someone as clumsy as Neville could manage to take to the skies." Amantha reclined on the emerald velvet sofa in the common room, resting her chin on her hand as she listened intently to Draco's eloquent discourse. She could hardly fathom the expression that would grace his face during flying lessons on Thursday. Should he discover that Harry was also a prodigy in the art of flight, it would likely be more fascinating than the myriad flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Although the Slytherin Quidditch team was unlikely to admit first-year students this year. Given their exceptional skills, it was anticipated that they would be able to play Quidditch together in their second year. She recalled that in the original storyline, Draco had secured his place on the Slytherin Quidditch team in his second year by sponsoring each member with a Nimbus 2001. Though his own flying talent was commendable as well, that it was sometimes difficult to reconcile the Draco of the original plot, known for his penchant for causing trouble and antagonizing the trio, with the Draco she perceived, who was diligent in his studies, valued friendships, and exhibited a sense of responsibility. Remembering that Draco was also the head boy of Slytherin, it struck her that he excelled not only in Quidditch, but also in potions. Having achieved top marks, and even joined the advanced potions class, with overall grades second only to Hermione's, surrounded by a multitude of friends. Perhaps viewing him solely through the lens of Harry's adversary had skewed her perspective. One could hardly deny that, at least objectively, Draco was indeed an exemplary student. Uncertain whether it was merely a psychological effect, Amantha felt that since that fateful morning they received gifts from Lucius, the attitudes of students from other houses had softened somewhat. At the very least, they were no longer subjected to the bitter taunts and curses that had followed them upon returning from the Forbidden Forest on Saturday. And as they turned through the corridors, they often spotted others spitting disdainfully at their retreating figures. It was evident that Draco and his family's demeanor had established that he was not a victim of harm at their hands. Perhaps it was due to the inherent honesty and integrity of the Hufflepuff students, or perhaps the influence of Cedric. Regardless, One morning as they were heading to class, a blushing Hufflepuff boy rushed over to them, bowed deeply, and exclaimed, "I'm sorry." They barely had time to glimpse his features before he hastily darted away down the corridor. But on another occasion, during lunch in the Great Hall, Lavender Brown hurried over to the Slytherin table, seeking Amanta's insight on various matters. "Oh, Merlin, there are things we wish to inquire about, and I think it's best to hear it directly from you. May I ask what you encountered in the Forbidden Forest that day?" What happened to Malfoy? She appeared somewhat anxious, glancing back at the Patil sisters and a few other students whose names Amanta could not recall. The Patil sisters quickly gestured words of encouragement to her. The Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students were evidently intrigued by the situation, though they lacked the courage to approach. "Professor Snape has instructed us not to disclose this, but Draco was injured due to a nefarious plot by a dark wizard, and we barely escaped with our lives. Beyond that, I can share a few things with you." Amanta leaned in closer, prompting Lavender to instinctively step back. "Come closer," Amanta beckoned her with a finger. Lavender hesitated, glancing once more at the Gryffindor table, but ultimately chose to inch closer. "Tell them to be wary of Professor Quirrell, but do not make a fuss about it," Amanta whispered quietly in her ear. "Professor Quirrell?" Lavender could not suppress a gulp. "Yes, you see, he is not merely suspicious. We lack evidence, and so do the professors." Lavender cast a furtive glance at Professor Quirrell, who was dining at the staff table. But Amanta extended her hand to block her view. "Do not look. You will draw his attention. This matter must remain confidential, and you must not attribute it to me, but be cautious of him. Understood?" She emphasized the phrase "be cautious of him" with great gravity. Lavender nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Merlin. I will alert everyone." Amanta reiterated her warning that Lavender must not disclose her words, insisting that their actions remain discreet. "I understand," but Lavender hesitated. "Even though we Gryffindors are not particularly fond of Malfoy, given that he has suffered at the hands of a dark wizard, please convey our sympathies to him." She cast a conflicted yet sympathetic glance at Draco. "Certainly, I will," Amanda replied. After a few days of consuming Snape's potions and the various elixirs sent by Lucius, Draco appeared to be nearly fully recovered. Following Lavender's departure, Harry bit into a meat pie. Puzzled, Amanta, "Didn't T. Snape forbid us from discussing this?" "Well, I didn't say much. I merely cautioned them to be wary of Professor Quirrell." Amanda shrugged. Harry remained perplexed. "But don't we lack evidence to accuse Professor Quirrell? Thus, we shall play the role of rumor-mongers. And besides, this is not baseless gossip," Amanta replied with a mysterious smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lavender sprinting back to Gryffindor, leaning in to whisper earnestly to the Patil sisters, who quickly paled, displaying expressions of conflict, doubt, and fear, before they succumbed to hushed whispers with their peers. If this garnered Professor Quirrell's attention, she was certain someone would follow him, making it increasingly difficult for him to carry out his plans. Draco dipped his fingers into the pea puree, agreeing. "After all, we have many other matters to attend to. Our godfather is quite busy and cannot constantly monitor Professor Quirrell." Harry nodded but soon recalled another concern. "But he could act under the cover of night when everyone is asleep. That is indeed a challenge. Yet our godfather is responsible for part of the patrols, so we can rest easy," Draco assured. Amanta adjusted the Philosopher's Stone, confirming the textbooks and parchment she needed to bring for the afternoon. "Since our return from the Forbidden Forest, the professors will undoubtedly be on high alert. We need not worry for the time being. For a while, they should enjoy a period of tranquility. However, on the night of the Halloween feast, I fear Quirrell may still attempt something. After all, on that day, everyone will be preoccupied with the evening's festivities, and no one will keep a close watch on Professor Quirrell. Not even Filch, who will likely choose to attend the feast rather than roam the castle. That day would be Hogwarts' most vulnerable, presenting Quirrell with the perfect opportunity to strike. Beginning this week, their SO group could finally commence planning some simple practical training, though they had made little progress in other areas. The semester had just begun, and many skills required time and experience to develop. Harry displayed a natural aptitude for defense against the dark arts. Despite having attended only a few classes, he had managed to grasp the application of a couple of simple spells. Even though Quirrell occasionally regarded them with a disconcerting gaze during lessons, he still proved to be a responsible teacher in the realm of dark arts defense that on Tuesday evening during dinner. She informed Cedric to prepare for their practical duel the following night. Wait. Are you sure? You've just started school, Cedric replied, confusion etched on his face, as if a large question mark hovered above him. He also felt compelled to remind them, and you may not be aware of some school regulations. As a prefect, I must caution you that Hogwarts prohibits unsanctioned dueling. Amanta displayed a knowing smile. Thus, we found a place to practice in secret. She interjected before Cedric could firmly decline. First and foremost, we do not intend to engage in any wrongdoing. We merely wish to learn how to protect ourselves. You witnessed Draco's situation a few days ago. We urgently need to acquire some self-defense skills. If we could have your guidance as an accomplished third-year prefect, I believe it would greatly assist us in mastering defensive spells more swiftly and ensure our training is safer. Cedric cast a furtive glance at Draco, nervously rubbing his nose. Well, Amanta, you are right that I suppose we must learn some combat techniques, albeit only defensive spells, especially since Draco ought to be able to protect himself when that dark wizard finds him again. Cedric was evidently aware of the rumors Amanta had spread from Lavender. Amanda smiled and nodded. Thank you for your understanding. It's settled. Remember to find us after dinner on Wednesday. I have lived here for 3 years and never knew such a place existed. Cedric marveled as he beheld a door slowly materializing opposite the tapestry depicting the giant beating Barnabas. Harry patted his shoulder. There are plenty more incredible things to come, Cedric. The four of them entered the room of requirement. Amanta led the way, stepping into the center and facing Harry, Draco, and Cedric. First, we shall learn the simplest yet most effective spell in practical combat, the Disarming Charm. The simplest of spells may wield the greatest power. This is Harry's most frequently used incantation, and in the original storyline, it was indeed the Disarming Charm that ultimately vanquished Voldemort. Amanta approached the life-sized wooden dummies provided in the room of requirement. The dummies held shields and wooden swords, just as she had envisioned before entering. Expelliarmus! A red beam shot forth toward the nearest dummy, striking it with a resounding thud, causing it to sway violently before the shield flew from its grasp, crashing against the wall of the room. Well done, Amanta, Cedric praised. Amanta responded with a smile, continuing, this is the most elementary spell a wizard can employ in a duel, but do not underestimate its potency. For the vast majority of wizards, losing their wand equates to losing their ability to fight. All right, you should first practice on the dummies. Cedric, I believe you have already mastered this spell. Harry and Draco. Once you have become proficient with the dummies, we shall divide into pairs for dueling. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! The sounds of Harry and Draco casting spells echoed throughout the room of requirement as Cedric found a chair to sit beside them, supervising their practice. Meanwhile, Amanta located one of the wooden dummies at the back, attempting to use the silent spell or wandless magic to cast the Disarming Charm. She had found little information about wandless magic in the library. Most books merely informed readers that wizards adept in wandless magic were exceptionally gifted, embellishing the wonders of such magic that, in contrast, there were numerous books on silent spells. The advantages of silent spells and discreet spell casting were considerable. But in terms of potency, they were often less powerful than when the caster pronounced the incantation aloud. Amanta had read several books on silent spells recently, but had not yet had the opportunity to practice their content. Today provided a perfect occasion. She raised her wand toward the wooden dummy, recalling techniques described in the books, her gaze fixated on its weapon, attempting to mentally recite the incantation. The faint spark of red light shot from the tip of her wand, yet it extinguished before reaching the dummy. Cedric, noticing her actions, approached with interest. Amanta, are you attempting a silent spell? I've heard that this is a 6th-year curriculum. Amanta nodded. Yes, there is no harm in learning ahead. Would you like to try? She retrieved 2 books on silent spells from her bag, offering them to Cedric. Here you go. I've read some books on silent spells, and these 2 are quite well written. You might find them useful. Thank you, I believe I should give them a thorough read. Cedric replied gratefully, taking the books and settling into a nearby seat to delve into the theory and practical applications of silent spells. Amanta continued to practice on the wooden dummy. Silent spells indeed represented a complex discipline. She had learned the simpler spells taught in class with remarkable speed, scarcely requiring time to master them. Yet when it came to silent spells, she found herself, Much like her peers, starting from scratch. After several attempts, she grasped some key principles, besides requiring greater precision in wand movements compared to her usual casting. She needed to recite the incantation in her mind without distraction. Point 1 must remain utterly focused. After another attempt to silently cast the disarming charm, the tip of her elder wand finally emitted a spark that successfully struck the wooden dummy. The dummy's hand loosened slightly, and the small wooden sword clattered to the ground. Amantha sighed, brushing aside a few strands of her light golden hair that had fallen over her forehead, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Patience is key. Diligent practice is essential. She set her wand aside and attempted to employ wandless magic as she had previously. Casting without a wand did not diminish her power as significantly as using silent spells. Yet the accuracy left her somewhat disheartened. She extended her hand, aiming at the dummy she intended to disarm. Expelliarmus. A red beam shot forth from her palm, scattering into countless points of light mid-flight, resembling a meteor shower as it struck several dummies behind. Amantha, you aimed far too wide. Harry, who had been engrossed in his own practice, had completely overlooked her actions. Consequently, before he could even utter the incantation, a red light flew past him, causing the dummy's weapon to plummet to the floor. He resigned himself to pick up the weapon and return it to the dummy's grasp. But a mistake. Amantha shook her head. She attempted to combine the silent spell with wandless magic. Now, she had both good news and bad news. The good news was that the combination of silent spells and wandless magic bore almost no difference from casting aloud. The potency remained intact. The bad news was that there was indeed no distinction. The spell's trajectory proved utterly imprecise, and ineffective single-target attacks morphed into a scattershot barrage complemented by fireworks-like sparks. It seemed that wandless magic did not allow for the same pinpoint accuracy as casting with a wand, the difference akin to that between a shotgun and a sniper rifle. She did not deny the utility of this in battle. But how could she achieve greater precision and effectiveness? She swiftly conceived a new idea. It dawned on her that young wizards often exhibited their magical talents due to the peculiar occurrences that surrounded them during their childhood. Most young wizards were unfamiliar with the concept of incantations, particularly those of Muggle descent. Just like the time Harry released a large python at the zoo, scaring Dudley half to death. At that moment, Harry merely wished for the glass to vanish to frighten his cousin. This implies that the manifestation of magic does not necessarily require the utterance of spells, but can be achieved through the wielder's potent will. However, this method is considerably more challenging to systematically control compared to conventional wand magic. Determined, she closed her eyes, emptied her mind, and dispelled all trivial thoughts. Upon reopening her eyes, she fixed her gaze on the weapon held by the motionless puppet. She discarded the notion of incantations and focused on the essence of the object itself. Willpower, a fervent will. She felt the surge of magic within her body, condensing it into a tangible force. Ready to be manipulated by her will, she lifted her hand. Elegantly tracing an arc fall, she silently commanded in her mind. With a soft clatter, the wooden sword clumsily dropped from the puppet's grasp. There were no sparks emitted from her hand, nor any incantation striking the puppet. Only the deep green stone at the center of the ring on her wrist glimmered faintly. If a Muggle happened to pass by, they would likely assume that the puppet had simply lost its weapon due to a careless gust of wind. She experimented with other puppets several times, attempting various forms of magic, and the results were unequivocal. The principles governing wandless magic are fundamentally opposed to those of silent spells. Silent spells require the incantation to be etched in the heart, relying on wands and spells, while wandless magic discards both wands and incantations, concentrating solely on the objects themselves. It seems apparent that wands serve as tools for wizards to channel their spells more effectively and accurately. The invention of the wand has evidently elevated the average proficiency of most moderately talented wizards. Pondering this, she organized the theoretical knowledge she had acquired in her mind and determined her primary focus. It was clear that she possessed a considerable aptitude for wandless magic. Wandless magic clearly surpassed mere silent spells, as it does not necessitate sound during the casting process and is significantly more discreet. Moreover, it can be practiced anytime and anywhere. Yet, the drawbacks are evident. It demands an exceptionally strong will, and any distraction renders it ineffective. I'm all set, Harry exclaimed joyfully from a short distance away. I am nearly ready too. Draco inhaled deeply and approached Amanta. Are you practicing wandless magic? It seems you have a knack for it, that I believe I might be able to perform some simple spells. But who knows? Perhaps it's due to the ring's influence. Amanta replied cautiously, maintaining her humility. Draco patted her shoulder. Once you figure out, don't forget to teach me that, of course, Amanta smiled, making her way to the dueling platform. Since everyone has finished practicing, I think we can commence the official duel. Harry, you and Draco can go first. Please remove your anti-jinx brooch. Amanta detached the protective brooch from her chest and set it aside. After Harry and Draco followed suit, they stepped onto the narrow dueling platform at the center of the room of requirement. Don't forget the etiquette, Draco reminded Harry that, right? Harry nodded, somewhat understanding as Draco strode forward. He bowed to Harry just before reaching the center line, and Harry mimicked the gesture. The two turned their backs and walked away from each other. Draco quickly reached the opposite end of the platform, only to abruptly turn around. Expelliarmus, a beam of red light shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking Harry in the back. Harry exclaimed as he was propelled forward, crashing onto the soft mat behind the dueling platform. Fortunately, the room of requirement had thoughtfully prepared several mats to cushion his fall. Cedric rushed over, his expression tense as he inquired about Harry's condition, casting a reproachful glare at Draco. Draco, Harry wasn't ready yet. You should have waited until he was prepared before acting. As Harry rubbed his backside, he grumbled, Cedric, I'm fine. Ouch, Draco, what was that for? I wasn't ready. Draco flashed a practiced smirk. When facing an opponent, they won't care whether you are prepared or not, understand? He raised his wand, pointing at Harry. Get up, Harry continued. Harry stood, straightening his disheveled robes, and raised his wand. Expelliarmus, Draco sidestepped, dodging the spell. Expelliarmus, Harry bent low to evade it as well. Amanta encouraged from the sidelines, Harry, Draco, splendid, to perform so brilliantly with only one spell is commendable, considering your long-standing rivalry in the original narrative. The two exchanged spells on the dueling platform, with Draco consistently catching Harry off guard, striking him on an exposed arm or calf when he let his guard down. Harry, on the other hand, darted to the sides, occasionally charging at Draco from the mats, shouting spells as he lunged. His sudden ferocity left Draco flustered and disoriented. Amanta reminded Harry several times to avoid crossing the line. However, despite Harry's seemingly reckless behavior, it was not solely based on intimidation tactics. It appeared that Harry had uncovered a fascinating insight. The disarming spell not only disarms the target, but also triggers a disarming effect within his immediate vicinity. This meant that while using the disarming spell on others, objects held by those around him would also be sent flying. Harry repeatedly charged at Draco, aiming to draw him within this radius, rendering him unable to evade the disarming attack. After several failed attempts, Harry ultimately disregarded Amanta's warning, crossing the center line to close in on Draco, catching him entirely off guard. Expelliarmus, Harry shouted, though he had not aimed directly at Draco. Nonetheless, Draco's wand flew from his grasp. Merlin-esque gloves? What on earth? Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he leaped off the dueling platform to retrieve his wand. Amanta clapped her hands vigorously, praising, well done. How did you discover that? The disarming spell has an additional attack technique. It also creates a small disarming effect around you. Harry grinned. Once, when I picked up a wand from beneath a puppet, I was standing next to it and attacked another puppet, and its shield just fell. I found it curious at first, thinking I had accidentally knocked it off, but I hadn't touched it at all. After a few more tries, I confirmed it's truly marvelous. Draco, feeling aggrieved, retorted, Harry, you crossed the line. That doesn't count. Let us do it again. Harry rubbed his hands together, and the two quickly resumed their battle. In their final exchange, as both spells struck simultaneously, sending them crashing onto the soft mat, Amanta interjected, halting their next round of attacks. That's enough for today. You both practiced well. Now it's my turn with Cedric. Oh, Harry expressed a hint of disappointment, as it seemed his fervent spirit had yet to be fully unleashed. Amanta raised an eyebrow. Since you're so eager to continue, Shall we have a doubles duel afterward? A doubles duel, Draco explained. That means 2 against 2 in a wizarding duel. That sounds fantastic. Harry had no further objections and hurriedly scrambled up from the soft cushions. Amanta ascended to the dueling platform, advising Cedric, "Today, we may only use the disarming charm. Understood?" Cedric nodded. "Of course," though he hesitated. "While I often hear tales of your exploits within the school, you are still merely a first-year student, and I worry." Amanta smiled politely. "Do not underestimate me. Give it your all. You Hufflepuffs are known for your emphasis on fairness. Are you not? Display the attitude befitting a duel." "Very well, I shall." Cedric's gaze solidified. They both bowed to each other and moved to opposite ends of the dueling platform. Harry called out, "Amanta, you can't do it." Amanta looked at Cedric, awaiting his move, yet neither of them made a motion. After a brief standoff, Cedric awkwardly spoke up, "Da-da, where's your wand? I mean, I'm waiting for you to draw your wand." He added, "I cannot attack a defenseless first-year student. It is my principle. While you were reading, I practiced some wandless magic, and now I would like to give it a try." Amanta replied with a shrug. Cedric stared at her, astonishment widening his eyes. Today's events had far exceeded his expectations. Wandless magic? I have heard that only the most exceptional wizards can master it. People like our headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and even you know who. So, you do not believe me? Amanta gazed at him earnestly, her light blue eyes shimmering with starlight. "It is not that I disbelieve. It is merely that this seems too incredible to be true." Cedric felt somewhat flustered. In truth, I believe many possess the innate talent for wandless magic. They simply become overly reliant on their wands and gradually forget how to wield that gift proficiently." Amanta elaborated. Before the invention of wands in Europe, wizards solely employed wandless magic, and some schools in other regions of the world teach only that. Cedric, still curious, asked, "If you do not wield a weapon, what would happen if you were hit by the disarming charm?" "That is something I am curious about as well. According to what I have read, the disarming charm does not actually confiscate one's weapon. It merely forces whatever the opponent is holding to fly away, and the impact can propel them a distance that if struck by several disarming charms simultaneously, it could potentially result in unconsciousness." Amanta meticulously dissected the definition of the disarming charm from her readings. "I surmise that either my philosopher's ring will fly away, or I will be sent flying and land on the ground. Nothing more." "All right then, let us commence. You may go first." Cedric insisted that she take the initial action. Amanta, no longer reluctant, focused her thoughts and intently fixed her gaze on the wand in his hand. She had just practiced wandless disarming several times, and now it felt second nature. She snapped her fingers. Whoosh! Without warning, Cedric's wand suddenly slipped from his grasp, tracing a parabolic arc through the air as if he had thrown it himself. Landing on the soft cushions behind him, he had not even processed what had happened. "Is this wandless magic? Oh my, this is the first time I've witnessed such a thing. It is utterly unpredictable." Cedric stood frozen for several seconds before snapping back to reality and leaping onto the cushions to retrieve his wand. "Without incantations or sparks, how can one defend against this?" Amanda suggested. "If we're only permitted to use the disarming charm, it does seem a bit unfair to you. How about you try using the shield charm as well?" "So, will you use the shield charm?" Cedric inquired. "I can give it a try." Based on Amanda's conjecture, the shield charm could not be controlled solely by thought. It required vocal incantation, as expected, upon uttering Protego. The philosopher's ring on her wrist emitted a soft golden glow, enveloping her in a silvery light that formed a protective barrier around her. "Let us begin." Amanta and Cedric circled the dueling platform, continuously seeking openings to strike at one another. They remained vigilant, observing each other's every move, activating the shield charm in defense as the other raised their hand to attack. The wandless disarming method was far more covert, and within mere minutes, Cedric had fallen victim to several strikes. However, with each retrieval of his wand, he seemed to glean a portion of understanding, becoming increasingly formidable. Soon after, Cedric seized a momentary gap between Amanta's disarming charm and shield charm, swiftly casting a spell that struck her. Amanta was propelled backward and landed amidst a pile of cushions, quickly becoming engulfed within them. "I apologize." "Are you all right?" Cedric rushed over, helping Amanta rise from the cushions. "Thank you, I am fine." Amanta emerged from the cushions, checking her wand and philosopher's ring tucked within her robe. The situation aligned with her earlier hypothesis. She had been knocked back, yet nothing had fallen from her possession. It seemed that the disarming charm only affected items held in the target's hand. After exchanging several rounds of dueling with Cedric, Amanta signaled for a pause. "That should suffice. Now we shall divide into pairs for a team duel. And afterward, we can conclude today's SSO group activity." Upon hearing her words, Harry leaped from his chair and rushed towards Cedric. "This is fantastic. I can hardly wait. I want to team up with Cedric." "All right, then I shall pair with Draco." Amanta gestured for Draco to stand to her left before continuing. "Cedric and I will use the shield charm and disarming charm, while Harry and Draco will only use the disarming charm." Draco moved beside her, whispering, "Amanta, don't let me down. Take down Harry and that Cedric together, so they can see our prowess." Amanta blinked. Of course. She leaned closer to Draco's shoulder and whispered, "I have a plan. Do tell. I will continuously employ the shield charm. You stand behind me, ensuring you do not step beyond its range. Then look for an opportunity to strike at them." "Not bad." "Ha." Draco knowingly turned to Amanta, giving a wink, then donned a standard Malfoy smirk. Meanwhile, Harry and Cedric at the other end of the dueling platform remained oblivious to their tactical discussion, maintaining a polite distance as they positioned themselves on either side. "What are you two discussing?" Harry urged. "Come on, let's get started. I can hardly wait. We are ready. We can begin." "Protego," Amanda declared, casting the shield charm around herself, the silvery light encircling her, covering a diameter of approximately 1 meter. Draco chose to stand back-to-back with her. "Amanta, may I hold your arm?" he asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. However, Amanta, focused on maintaining the shield charm and watching Harry and Cedric, failed to notice his unease. "Of course," Amanta promptly replied, extending her right hand to grasp his left. While she was unsure of Draco's intentions, she had entrusted her back to him, signifying her unconditional trust in her partner. But Draco's ears turned crimson as he quietly murmured, "Just the arm will suffice." Amanta, puzzled by his hesitation, replied somewhat helplessly, "Isn't it all the same?" Draco's fingers felt as cold as his pale complexion, slightly clammy as if he were sweating. Was he truly this anxious over a mere duel? "Very well." Draco let out a sigh. "This way, we remain just within the confines of the ironclad charm. It's quite difficult to stray beyond it. Amanta, could you please shift a little to the side?" All right, Amanta seemed to grasp his intention, and the two slowly pivoted back to back, opting to face Harry and Cedric from their flanks. Meanwhile, Harry and Cedric paced back and forth at the end of the dueling platform. With Cedric appearing somewhat bewildered, Harry, on the other hand, dashed around the platform, seeking the opportune moment for Draco to step out of bounds. Seizing the opportunity, Draco raised his hand and swiftly cast the spell, Expelliarmus. Harry lunged forward just in time, narrowly evading the spell. Cedric quickly reacted, rushing to stand in front of Harry. "Protego." Harry peeked out from behind him. "Expelliarmus." The spell struck Amanta's ironclad charm, causing no harm whatsoever. "Damn it," Harry complained. "Cedric, this isn't working. Step aside a bit. I can't see clearly." "All right." Cedric shifted slightly, granting Harry a clearer view. However, in that very moment, Harry inadvertently exposed a shoulder beneath Cedric's shield. Draco pounced on the opportunity. Expelliarmus. With a whoosh, the spell narrowly grazed Cedric's shield, accurately striking Harry's shoulder. Harry let out a startled yelp as he was propelled onto the soft mat. "You're cheating," he exclaimed, rubbing his sore backside as he clambered back up. Cedric stowed his wand away and extended a hand to help him up. "Harry, they haven't broken any rules. We were mistaken. The dynamics of a team duel are entirely different from a solo match." Cedric's assertion was indeed correct. Amanta affirmed that in a team or multi-person duel, the emphasis is not on superior defensive or spellcasting skills, but rather on the coordination between teammates. "But that makes you invincible," Harry retorted angrily. "The ironclad charm can't be maintained indefinitely. The energy expenditure is simply too great. Harry, you need to be cautious and patient, waiting for the perfect moment to strike." Amanda shook her head. "Harry, is it so difficult to admit that you're outmatched?" Draco chuckled triumphantly, pulling at the corner of his eye, and making a face at Harry. Infuriated, Harry's hair stood on end. Draco, just wait until we return to the dormitory. Amanta released Draco's hand and hopped down from the dueling platform, heading towards the small blackboard at the center of the room of requirement. She began writing and drawing on the board, first recapping the theoretical applications of disarming spells, then summarizing the strengths and weaknesses each individual exhibited during today's duel. Harry, you're far too impulsive, often overlooking the dangers of your situation. Draco, your reactions to sudden circumstances are not timely enough. She circled and annotated the board, proposing tailored strategies for each person's characteristics. All right, the SO group will meet every Wednesday after dinner. I asked that agreeable, although she addressed all three. Her gaze was fixed solely on Cedric. He was the only third-year Hufflepuff among them, and his schedule differed from theirs. Cedric nodded, of course, that he glanced between the three of them, then hesitantly added, Amanta, may I invite others to join? If anyone is willing to come, that would be splendid. We welcome everyone. As Amanda finished speaking, Draco suddenly remembered something. Grimacing in distaste, half-bloods are one thing, but I don't wish to be associated with mud. He halted abruptly, glancing at Amanta and Harry. Amanta tilted her head, having realized the derogatory term Draco was about to utter. Yet for some reason, he refrained and instead awkwardly rephrased, Muggle-born wizards training together. Harry immediately protested. Draco, I know your family and Slytherin have always pursued pure bloodlines. But even though my parents aren't Muggles, I grew up in the Muggle world, and I believe there's no difference between them and me. Amanda sighed, waving her hand to halt Harry's impassioned speech. Clearly, naive Harry was unaware that if it weren't for his half-blood status and his lineage from the ancient Potter family, Draco would never have chosen to associate with him, even if he were the boy who lived. This was a lesson ingrained in Draco from a young age, raised under the doctrine of pure blood superiority. Although she knew that in the original storyline, Draco eventually changed his views and married Astoria, who held a more tolerant attitude towards blood status. That was evidently not Draco's current perspective. She did not dispute Draco's beliefs about pure blood. She respected his thoughts, but Amanta raised an eyebrow. Draco, are you afraid of being bested by a Muggle-born wizard and having it come back to haunt you? What nonsense! As the noble heir of Malfoy, I simply do not wish to have my hands sullied by Muggle-born wizards. Draco was somewhat incensed by her words. He suppressed his anger, but could not resist voicing the deeply rooted prejudice within him. Amanta lowered her thick, light-colored lashes slightly, feigning melancholy as she gazed at Draco. If a wizard can only boast of their lineage and family, then I believe, stripped of that, they possess no greater brilliance. As she observed the veins throbbing on Draco's forehead, she began to speak slowly. I hail from the pure-blooded Merlin family, yet I have never felt the need to mention it. Draco paused, his expression a mix of confusion and intrigue as he looked at Amanta. Although everyone is exceedingly focused on your heritage, you seem to strive for acknowledgement in other ways, Amanta continued. Since they, like us, have been chosen by Hogwarts, whether you admit it or not, they have been on the same level as us since the moment they entered. If you continue to hold on to pride in your bloodline, does that not risk pure blood becoming stagnant and ultimately being overshadowed by half-bloods and Muggle-borns? Impossible! Draco instinctively refuted her statement that pure blood wizards are above all, and cannot possibly be eclipsed by those of inferior bloodlines. That I believe no one wishes to witness such a scenario. Yet you know that even though Slytherin has accepted half-bloods since centuries ago, the number of students entering Slytherin continues to dwindle year by year. Even with arrangements for shared dormitories, there are still many vacant rooms. The number of outstanding individuals from Slytherin has dwindled, while the number of wizards emerging from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw has increased. Furthermore, it's undeniable that the number of pure-blood wizards choosing to enter the other three houses is on the rise. Draco's pale gray eyes appeared somewhat dazed. Indeed, Slytherin's numbers are dwindling, and pure-blood families are diminishing. The importance of pure-blood families is waning, with pure-blood traders like the Weasleys eager to shed their pure-blood titles. Amanta smiled slightly, continuing in agreement with him. Yes, Draco, but have you considered that the reason for the current state of pure-bloods lies within the pure-blood families themselves? I don't understand, Draco replied. The nobility of pure blood should not stem from self-importance, but rather from strength and capability that matches it. What is the source of the honor of pure-blood families? Why were they once revered? It was through the strength and blood of our ancestors that they earned it. As their descendants, we should uphold the honor of our forebears and amplify it, not merely squander this blessing under the shelter of our ancestors. To merely cling to the remnants of the past is to inevitably face obsolescence in the wake of new phenomena. The decline of pure-blood lineage is rooted in the incompetence of the majority of its descendants, who naively uphold the belief that their bloodline is paramount, viewing themselves with unwarranted superiority and belittling others. They neglect to strive to preserve this hard-won honor. Many choose instead to instigate conflicts with other wizards, inflicting torment upon opposing factions through cruel curses and wielding fear to maintain their status, which only serves to further tarnish the reputation of pure bloods. I believe I've come to understand a fraction of this. I need to return and ponder it thoroughly, Draco murmured, his gaze unfocused. There is one exceedingly harsh truth that Amanta refrained from voicing. Perhaps it is not entirely appropriate to articulate. Various evidences attest that the talent for magic does not stem from hereditary bloodlines. The sheer number of wizards of Muggle descent is telling. Even within wizarding families, there are often those who are utterly inept. If we trace back to the very origins of everything, what indeed is the source of pure blood families? Is it divine? Is it of Muggle origin? Is it a power bestowed by the gods? Yet, what purpose is there in pondering such matters? Amanda shrugged. After all, this is a conjecture that no one can conclusively prove. Amanta, I have noticed that you possess a remarkable talent for persuading others, Cedric remarked shyly as they emerged from the room of requirement. Thank you, Amanta replied politely. I believe so too, Cedric. Just then, Harry, with his tousled hair, squeezing closer. By the way, I heard that your Hufflepuff food spells are plentiful. Could you teach me some? I'm not too familiar with them, but I have a friend who knows a great deal. Shall I introduce you to him tomorrow? That would be splendid. I have long wished to learn how to transfigure a pea pie into a savory dish, and perhaps even heat a pot of soup in our cold, dreary dungeon dormitory. Oh, that spell is relatively simple. We Hufflepuffs use it daily. Just point your wand at the tableware and recite the heating charm. That's fantastic. What is the heating charm, and how do I use it? Harry and Cedric engaged in animated conversation. Amanta gradually slowed her pace, waiting for Draco to catch up, walking alongside him. Draco raised his right hand, illuminated by the faint candlelight of the corridor, carefully inspecting the family crest ring on his thumb. The intricate reflected in his eyes, which were astonishingly pale. In a voice only Amanda could hear, he said, heavy with despair, Amanta, I fear I am still too inadequate. I have always dreamed of becoming a man like my father. Yet I am beginning to comprehend the severity of his expectations. It is because I fall so short of them. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly despondent. Draco, as a first-year student, you are already remarkable. And your father's sternness is merely a facade. Both he and your mother love you dearly. Amanta turned her head, her gaze unwavering on his gray eyes. I apologize if my words have disheartened you. But from my perspective, I am certain you will excel in the future. Really? Draco's eyes sparkled with hope, as if grasping at a lifeline. Indeed, that if you were truly beyond redemption, you would not have granted me the opportunity to say those words. Nor would you be troubled by them, would you? A flicker of warmth danced within Draco's cold gray eyes, and the corners of his lips curled ever so slightly. Though fleeting, it was a smile that Amanta had never before witnessed on Draco's face, an unveiling of sincerity beneath the weight of exhaustion. Emerging from the layers of practiced FA aids, Amanta, I am genuinely happy, he blurted out unexpectedly. In truth, I have always felt a profound joy in being friends with you and Harry. This sentiment may rival even that which I feel for Harry. Draco glanced at Harry ahead of them. That moment, Harry was gripping Cedric's arm, brimming with excitement, as if he were eager to follow him to the Hufflepuff common room. That I perceive a certain similarity between myself and Harry, as if I can see another version of myself reflected in him. Could it be? Is this the reason why the proud Draco would choose to strike up a conversation with Harry at Madame Malkin's robe shop? I grew up hearing tales of the boy who lived against all odds. Draco smirked. I admire. Well, upon reflection, perhaps it should be the storyteller I admire. As he spoke, Fragments of Harry and Cedric's conversation floated back to him. Corned beef, dipping sauce, apple pie. Draco rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Though our personalities are entirely dissimilar and our environments varied, he stated dryly, perhaps in our experiences, we are quite alike. Others often perceive me as fortunate. The sole heir of the Malfoy family, basking in affection. Yet I have never had a true friend. They have all merely flattered me for the sake of my family's name. If the Malfoy family were to fall. You understand? Draco shrugged. Harry has long been a legend in the wizarding world, yet he endured abuse from a multitude of loathsome muggles, devoid of any friends. Although he is famous, he is equally lonely. I believe we are of the same ilk. Amanta's gaze fell. Indeed, beyond this, they both bear the weight of heavy destinies. Draco is burdened with the legacy of the Malfoy family, while Harry carries the fate of vanquishing Voldemort. Fate shapes individuals. The three of them ought to have remained solitary. Yet with her assistance, they have become the best of friends. As Draco continued speaking, he seemed to freeze in his own words, unable to suppress a shiver. Amanta extended her hand from the sleeve of her robe, gently covering his cold hand. His hand was extraordinarily frigid. Though Draco's hand felt somewhat stiff, he did not withdraw it from her grasp. Before knowing you, my perspective was limited to interests and lineage. Others sought my favor because of my family, following me as sycophants, and I mistook that for friendship, he confessed, a hint of vulnerability escaping his lips. Amanta understood what he was attempting to convey. It's all right. In the future, you will have us by your side. She tightened her grip on his hand, warmth flowing through her skin and into his veins. Yes, together, Draco whispered. All right. You all? Suddenly, Harry's surprised exclamation broke the moment. Amanta and Draco looked up to see Harry and Cedric standing several steps ahead, turning to face them with astonished expressions. Draco, feeling suddenly guilty, quickly withdrew his hand from Amanta's and coughed loudly. Amanta, for reasons unknown, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her under Harry and Cedric's gaze. Harry rushed over, tugging at Cedric. You two were holding hands behind my back. Harry protested. Humph, Cedric, we should all join in. Cedric promptly cleared his throat. Cedric, it's fine. Don't be shy. Harry completely disregarded Cedric's reluctant refusal, grabbing one of Cedric's hands with one of his own, while pulling Amanda with the other, then urging Amanda to pull Draco along too. Come on, good friends should walk hand in hand. Cedric taught me this today. What do you think? Harry beamed, brandishing a piece of nut pie, eager to demonstrate a new spell for adding pepper to food. Harry, do not forget we have flying class this afternoon, Amanda reminded him. Puffed. Harry's pie flew back onto the plate. Draco, seething with frustration, gave him a light smack on the head. Harry, tears brimming in his eyes, clutched his sore forehead, looking pitiful as he protested. Draco, you are far too harsh, but we're about to ride brooms, he exclaimed, the mere thought making him nearly lose his appetite. Draco scoffed, you still have the capacity to not want to eat? Harry cast a resentful glare at him. Moreover, we must attend with Gryffindor. Amanta shot a glance at the Gryffindor long table, laden with significance that it was almost certain that with Neville participating in the flying lesson, an accident would undoubtedly occur. Draco recalled something, rubbing his temples in exasperation. That fool Longbottom, I can guarantee that he will ruin the flying class. Harry felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. You're right. It's truly unfortunate. I have been looking forward to this flying lesson for quite some time. Amanda shook her head and inquired of Draco. Draco, you can ride a broomstick, can't you? Of course, my skills are exceptional. Draco replied, wrinkling his nose in distaste. But you don't expect me to assist in holding him back, do you? I intend to manage it myself. I merely wish to inquire if you would lend a hand. I've heard that Neville excels in herbology, yet our trio's performance in that subject is... Amanta blinked. Our SO group could greatly benefit from such talent. This is a splendid opportunity to boost Neville's favorability. Who knows, it might even salvage their dreadful reputation within the school that you're too slight to restrain that oaf Longbottom. Perhaps I should take charge, Draco said irritably, smoothing his platinum locks, slick with oil. No worries, we have Harry, Amanda said, glancing towards him. Harry quickly waved his hands. I think I'll pass. I'd be grateful if I don't end up like Longbottom. Amanda patted his shoulder. Harry, I have faith in you. After 3 o'clock, they descended the steps and exited the castle, arriving at a flat expanse of grass in front of Hogwarts. 2 rows of broomsticks were neatly arranged on the ground. The Slytherin students had gathered early. While the Gryffindors were yet to arrive, have the Gryffindors been devoured by slugs? Draco complained. Who knows? At any rate, it's not yet time for class, though I can hardly contain my anticipation. Harry ran over to the broomsticks, examining them curiously. These broomsticks were incomparable to Amanta's. They felt akin to Muggle brooms. Amanta found a patch of grass to sit on that a gentle breeze tousled her light golden curls as she gazed into the distance at the dark. Foreboding forbidden forest, that a distinct charred patch was visible in the center, a remnant of a recent fire that appeared quite terrifying. Blaise approached them, also squinting into the distance and offering his commentary. The trio fell into an awkward silence. Amanta nodded seriously. It's utterly wicked that someone could commit an act of arson like that. Draco and Harry exchanged glances, their expressions laden with unspoken words. Fortunately, Blaise was still focused on the horizon, oblivious to Draco and Harry's unease. I have a bad feeling. The Dark Lord may be returning. Right? He observed keenly, glancing at Amanta's expression. Amanta maintained her composure. Who can say? We must always prepare for the worst. As they conversed, the Gryffindor students gradually arrived on the lawn, with Madame Hooch trailing behind. She sported a very short, light gray hairstyle, and her bright yellow eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. What are you waiting for? Each of you grab a broomstick and stand beside it, quickly, she commanded with a sharp tone. They hastily positioned themselves next to a broomstick. Extend your right hand, place it on the broom, and shout up. Madame Hooch whistled, signaling everyone to begin practicing. Up. Amanta, Draco, and Harry's broomsticks immediately leaped into their hands. Harry exclaimed with excitement. This is fantastic. Most Slytherins seemed similarly exhilarated. Amanta suspected it was due to their backgrounds, as they had all had some prior exposure to broomsticks. However, the Gryffindors were faring poorly. Up. Dean's broom lazily rolled around on the ground. Up. 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 Neville shouted, his face flushed with effort, but his broom remained stubbornly rooted to the earth. After a moment, Madame Hooch blew her whistle. She demonstrated the proper posture for riding a broomstick, then walked among the students, correcting their grips. Amanta kept a watchful eye on Neville. After all, he could falter at any moment. With the next step being to ride the broom, she had to remain especially alert. Madame Hooch blew her whistle again. All right, when I whistle again, push off hard with your legs and rise about a few feet from the ground. Then lean forward and gradually come back down, listening for my whistle. Yes, right here. Amanta immediately cast her gaze towards Neville. True to form, he was overly anxious. Before Madame Hooch could blow the whistle, he propelled himself off the ground, rising higher and higher. 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet. His face drained of color as he gazed down in terror, his body leaning forward dangerously, threatening to slip off the broom. Everyone looked up in horror. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the plummeting Neville. Neville, don't look down. Amanta grasped the back of his cloak and pulled his upper body back. Whoosh, whoosh, Neville was too frightened to speak, merely gasping for air. Draco flew over, grabbing Neville's other shoulder. Neville's face remained pale as he hung his head, fear seemingly overpowering his senses, oblivious to the fact that 2 people were holding him. Excellent. Madame Hooch called out. Bring him down carefully. Hold tight. We'll lower him together, Draco instructed. All right. They each held onto Neville's shoulders, attempting to guide him back down. As they pressed him forward, the broom began to descend slowly and steadily. Suddenly, a shimmering glass orb slipped out of Neville's robe pocket. Below it, it was headed straight for Ron, who was watching the spectacle. A gasp erupted from the crowd as Ron, still gazing upwards, stood with his mouth agape. Just as the glass orb was about to strike his head, a figure dashed past him. Ron, along with Seamus and Dean beside him, was knocked down to the grass in a tumble. Ouch! What just happened? You stepped on my head. The group became entangled, their robes wrapping around their legs, and amidst their complaints, they finally managed to rise from the ground. Potter? Ron exclaimed in surprise. Harry offered a sheepish smile. I just saw you nearly get hit, and I acted in a moment of panic. Amanta and Draco gently lowered Neville to the ground. As Neville's feet touched the earth, it was as if all his strength had vanished. He collapsed to his knees, his lips quivering uncontrollably. "Neville, are you all right?" Seamus stammered as he got to his feet and rushed to Neville's side, grabbing one of his arms to help him up. Realizing he was safe, Neville trembled as he tried to rise using Seamus's arm, but his limbs kept slipping. "Seamus, help me get Neville up!" Seamus shouted to Dean, who was grumbling about who had dirted whose robe. Madame Hooch approached them, bending down to assess Neville's condition. "Thank Merlin, child. You're all right." She straightened up and strode towards Ron and Harry. "What about you lot? And Potter? Goodness, is this your first time riding a broom? And you engage in such perilous behavior? Aren't you afraid? Honestly, I feel like my heart might stop from the fright induced by you first-year students." Harry, feeling sheepish, raked his fingers through his tousled hair and looked earnestly at Madame Hooch. "I was concerned for their safety and acted in haste." Amanta approached and winked at Harry. "See, I told you, you could do it." Ron looked at Harry with a puzzled expression, clearly unable to fathom why Amanta and Harry would come to their aid. He explained to Madame Hooch, "Just when Neville's ball was about to hit me, this dark shape, Potter, dove in and knocked us all to the ground. Oh right, my ball, my memory ball that my grandmother gave me. Where did it go?" Hearing Ron's words, Neville finally snapped back to reality, clumsily getting to his feet and searching the grass for his memory ball. "It's all right, as long as everyone is okay. Just ask your grandmother for another one." "Longbottom," Harry declared, raising a shimmering glass ball in his hand, his broad smile revealing gleaming teeth under the sunlight. Ron gasped in astonishment, stuttering, "Potter actually caught that ball?" Draco was equally taken aback, leaning against the wall with crossed arms. Remarking to Amanta, "I never expected Harry to be as gifted as you." Neville hesitated before addressing Harry. "Potter, could you return that to me?" "Of course." Harry walked over, placing the memory ball back into Neville's robes. Giving him a pat on the shoulder, "Be careful next time." Neville looked conflicted and bewildered as he glanced between Harry, Amanta, and Draco. Madame Hooch raised her hands, intrigued by their camaraderie that, I must say, it's the first time I've seen students from Slytherin and Gryffindor help each other. After all, they saved you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Encouraged by Madame Hooch's gaze, Neville slowly approached Amanta and the others. He blushed as he stammered, "Well, Potter, Amanta, and Malfoy, thank you." Seamus elbowed Dean, and together they stepped forward. "Thank you for saving Neville and Ron." Seeing everyone else express their gratitude, Ron's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed 100 snails. Yet he awkwardly muttered, "Thanks." Following this commotion, the atmosphere of the flying lesson seemed to lighten compared to its earlier tension. After Madame Hooch instructed them on basic low-altitude flying, she had them line up in 2 rows to circle above the small courtyard. "Wahoo!" Harry exclaimed, releasing his arms and joyfully calling out to Amanta and Draco ahead. "Riding a broom is absolutely amazing." Madame Hooch blew her whistle emphatically. "Potter, both hands on the broomstick. Do you wish to fall?" Harry sheepishly returned his hands to the proper position. "Harry, don't rush in second year. We can all play Quidditch together." Amanda called back to him, "Absolutely. I've already thought about it," he shouted with delight, his voice echoing through the sky. In the shadowy depths of the forbidden forest, a pair of emotionless, blood-red eyes coldly fixated on the distant figures soaring above. It prowled among the sharp treetops, anxiously shifting back and forth. "Harry Potter, Amanda Merlin, it's time to seize an opportunity. Yes, find the right moment." It nervously repeated this mantra. "Find a moment to kill them all. To kill. No. First, locate the Sorcerer's Stone to summon my minions. Damn it. When will Quirrell arrive? Is he trying to starve me?" It extended its blood-red tongue, swiftly snatching a passing insect into its mouth. "Ah, how I miss the taste of the Hogwarts staff meals. Do you think Professor Snape will wash his hair in potions class tomorrow?" As they walked back to the Slytherin dungeons, Draco suddenly broached the topic. Ever since Harry had gifted Snape a bottle of Muggle shampoo, they had not seen their elusive head of house. "How about a wager? I bet Professor Snape will wash his hair." Amanta, busy organizing her notes from the day's lessons, casually remarked, "Since Snape accepted the shampoo, it implies he might be open to the idea. In any case, given his demeanor that day, I couldn't tell if he was angry. I bet my godfather won't wash it. Everyone knows he's quite stubborn." Draco pulled a green apple from his robe pocket. wiping it with a handkerchief. Honestly, the fact that he didn't explode with rage and throw us all out was surprising enough. What are you betting on? Harry leaned in, intrigued. Amanda hadn't really thought about it. Being an orphan, she didn't have many galleons to spare, but then she reconsidered. Let us wager on this week's History of Magic assignment. The longest and most tedious assignment, especially since Professor Binns even required us to transcribe the entire tale of the peculiar Urquhart. And you, Harry? Harry's eyes flitted back and forth between Amanda and Draco. And after a long deliberation, he finally made a decision that I'm with Draco. He's Snape's godson, so he surely knows him better. He scratched his head mid-sentence, adding, still, I genuinely hope Snape washes his hair by the way. Harry, what made you think to give him shampoo? Amanda inquired. Ahem. Harry cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. Draco's reluctance to associate with his godfather partly stemmed from Snape's hair and his childhood bullying. I didn't realize you cared about him, Draco scoffed. No. Harry quickly defended. It's just that whenever I think about how my father treated him, I feel a bit guilty. His face flushed. T.S. somewhat of an atonement for my father's actions. Is that so? Perhaps no one has genuinely cared for him in years. I suspect Professor Snape has accepted your goodwill. Amanda shrugged. She refrained from mentioning those green eyes, reminiscent of Lily's. But who knows? After all, your godfather is accustomed to not washing his hair for so many years. They turned down a corridor flanked by suits of armor, and as they rounded a corner, the three collided directly with a tall figure. Ouch! Harry yelped, tumbling backward with Amanda and Draco. Where are my glasses, Draco? Move aside. Harry knelt on the ground, frantically searching. Potter, Merlin, and my dear godson, discussing the professor's personal affairs so openly in the corridor as the most conspicuous trio of Slytherin. Snape stood motionless, his cold gaze fixed on the flustered trio, his tone as acerbic as ever. Apologies, Professor. We didn't mean to. We were merely concerned about your daily life. Please forgive us. Amanda immediately offered an apology. What a stroke of bad luck to run into Snape at that moment. She shivered at the thought of him possibly confining them in his office, making them deal with flobberworm slime for hours. Rubbing her sore forehead from the impact, she looked up and gasped in astonishment. What? Surely, I must be mistaken. She rubbed her eyes, confirming that the sight before her was indeed not a figment of her imagination. Snape had not only washed his hair, but it also appeared remarkably smooth and sleek. His thick, lustrous black hair danced in the wind, framing a prominent nose that seemed chiseled from stone, complemented by sharply defined features. A pair of cold, black eyes fixed on them with ruthless intensity, the eye in the past. Severus Snape's greasy hair had clung to his scalp, rendering him akin to a somewhat balding and disheveled old academic. She had never fathomed that Professor Snape could possess such striking handsomeness. The hair concealed his true allure, making him appear at least a decade younger. She would wager that if the infatuated girls from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff caught wind of the tale of romance with the forbidding Slytherin head, it would sweep through the school like wildfire. Are your eyes glued shut by the mucus of a flobberworm? Miss Merlin? Snape's voice was icy as he brushed off his robes, pushing the recently risen students back a step. My apologies, Professor. Amanda quickly averted her gaze. And you, Potter, do you require me to douse your eyes in butibur to make you aware that staring at the professor is a breach of etiquette? No, Professor. Harry hastily shook his head, casting a guilty glance at his shoes. My dear pupil, I truly wish to see something of the Malfoy air within you. Snape's sharp retort pierced through the air. Aimed at them all. I apologize. Godfather. Draco hurriedly adjusted his disheveled robes, rebuttoning the pin at his collar. Snape strode past the trio, an oppressive aura surrounding him that rendered them speechless. I've heard that you've been mingling quite amiably with Gryffindor lately. No wonder you now resemble that gaggle of Gryffindor oafs. Look at your foolish expressions. If it were not for my position as head of Slytherin, I would have deducted all your points. She could assert that their recent discussions had severely pricked the old headmaster's pride. For salvation, if anything could rescue them now, it would undoubtedly be the pair of green eyes that mirrored Harry's motheress. Amanda subtly turned her head, casting a glance at Harry, who was also keeping his head low. Harry looked bewildered, his face contorted in a grimace that Go. Amanda silently mouthed to him, Harry's expression twisted in distress. No, no, no. After several rounds of silent exchanges, Snape caught sight of their furtive gestures, igniting a greater fury within him. Did your families never teach you that paying attention is a form of respect? Merlin, Potter. The words bore a heavy weight, for Snape was acutely aware that they were all orphans. Amanta felt little impact from this, as she had never known the concept of parental ties, but Harry's greatest vulnerability lay in his parents. As she had anticipated, Harry's face flushed crimson that we're doomed. Amanta inwardly chanted. Harry might just leap at Snape, leading to their utter ruin and severing ties with an exceptional potions master and spell expert. Godfather, you know perfectly well they have no parents. At a crisp, youthful voice emerged beside her, startling her into raising her head. Draco stood tall, gazing defiantly into Snape's cold, shadowed eyes, unblinking as if challenging him to a duel. Yet, Amanta caught a subtle tremor in his form, beads of sweat forming on his brow betraying his inner turmoil. This was unexpected. It was Draco who first stepped forward to defend them. Harry's flushed face returned to its natural hue, equally astonished as he regarded Draco. Draco, even as your godfather, I cannot condone your insolence. You dare to speak back to a professor? Godfather, you always teach us the importance of decorum. I hope you will exemplify that for us. The Malfoy family has instilled in me that attacking one's parents is not an act of politeness, Draco replied, his complexion paling as he spoke through gritted teeth. It seems you've learned quite a bit from that old fox Lucius. So this is your justification for challenging the professor? Snape was unyielding, aggressively dismissing all rationale. A busy potions professor. I am neither obligated nor have the time to inform every student of their familial circumstances. Godfather, I apologize. I admit I was inconsiderate, but I hope you will refrain from using their parents as a weapon against them in the future. Draco's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. Humph. As your headmaster, I certainly have my own standards, but my dear pupil, do not conflate yourself with that arrogant, foolish mob of Gryffindors. With that, Snape cast one last glance at them, snorted disdainfully, and strode away, his robes billowing behind him. Amanta exhaled a sigh of relief. It was astonishing that Snape had so easily let them off the hook. Perhaps it was out of consideration for Lucius, or due to Draco's mix of firmness and subtlety. Speaking of which, they were fortunate that all three were Slytherins. Otherwise, their house points would have been decimated by Snape. However, none of this could overshadow a particular revelation, one that astonished them immensely. Draco, did you see that? You lost the bet, Harry exclaimed, seizing Draco's sleeve with excitement. Draco shot him an irritated glance. You seem to have forgotten that we were on opposing sides of that wager. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? I don't recall that. He scratched his unruly black hair. Cheating, Draco growled. Well, you've certainly endured enough, Amanta remarked as she retrieved a scroll of parchment from the Philosopher's Stone, a small portion of her History of Magic assignment she had written that week. Raising an eyebrow, she divided the parchment and handed a piece to both Draco and Harry. Thank you for your trouble. Harry gazed at the parchment, on the verge of tears. Had he known he would be entangled in this wager, he would have avoided it altogether. Now he faced a weekend submerged in the common room, writing what would likely be a day's worth of History of Magic assignments. Draco patted Harry's shoulder. If getting the professor's hair washed could be as simple as writing a History of Magic assignment, I would gladly write them every day. True, Harry lamented, recalling how unexpectedly youthful and handsome Snape appeared after washing his hair. I always thought he was at least 50. Amanta tapped his forehead lightly. Don't forget, he is of the same generation as your parents. If I'm not mistaken, he should be in his early 30s. One had to concede that the Godfather was indeed a distinguished figure. Draco shook his head. It seems that if it weren't for his unkempt hair, he would have had a throng of admirers behind him long ago. As they had anticipated, the following morning, the events that unfolded during the potions class share between Slytherin and Gryffindor were nothing short of magical. Snape stormed through the classroom, unleashing a barrage of scathing remarks at the Gryffindor students and mercilessly deducting several points from their house. Parvati and Lavender huddled together, their expressions animated from a distance. Amanta could vaguely hear their conversation. They had even begun to refer to Snape as Severus. Did you see that? Severus deducting points looks so charming. I could easily become infatuated with his cold, unyielding gaze, that prominent nose, and his flowing locks. How on earth did I not realize he was so handsome before? Had I known the head of Slytherin was this dashing, I would have joined Slytherin. Several girls from Slytherin exchanged knowing glances that I bet your godfather is about to become the new Hogwarts heartthrob. Seizing the opportunity, while Snape reprimanded Ron, Amanta leaned closer to Draco. He is indeed handsome, but I dare say he pales in comparison to me. Draco, feeling somewhat defiant, casually slicked back his seemingly flawless platinum quiff. During the initial moments of the lesson, hardly anyone possessed the leisure to pay attention to the lecture or the task at hand, with nearly all students engrossed in observing Snape with undivided concentration. However, as Snape's ire and impatience grew increasingly evident through his sardonic remarks, the majority of students, particularly the girls, began to exhibit commendable diligence. Amanta shook her head in bewilderment, pondering whether these individuals were, indeed, masochists. Nevertheless, this time, Snape had instructed them to concoct a simple potion for scabies, and surprisingly, most managed to succeed, including Neville, who had made considerable progress, at the very least avoiding the mishap of incinerating his cauldron once more. Yet, if the murky concoction in his and Seamus's cauldron could be deemed a potion, it was a dubious distinction. Perhaps she and Draco had been somewhat influenced by Snape, as their pace in grinding the snake fangs had slowed significantly compared to their previous attempts. Consequently, the first student to successfully brew the potion was none other than Theodore Nott from Slytherin. He possessed an air of aloofness, with deep gray hair and pale blue eyes that lent him an aura of cold detachment. Amanta recalled having seen him frequently in the company of other Slytherins over the past few days. He always observed with indifference or buried himself in his books, seemingly unaffected by the happenings around him. Amanta did not know much about him, but she vaguely remembered that he was among the 12 students who had advanced to the potions class. It seemed a good idea to include him in their S.O. group. She prodded Draco with her elbow. "Oh, you know that, Theodore?" Draco looked up, puzzled. Upon glancing at Theodore in the distance, his expression shifted to one of caution. "I know him." "Why?" Before Amanda could respond, he continued, "I've known Theodore since childhood, but I think it's best for you to keep your distance, that he has always preferred solitude, more self-absorbed than even Blaise." "So, are you familiar with him?" "Not particularly, but not entirely unfamiliar either." "Why do you ask?" Draco answered swiftly, casting her a strangely unsettling gaze. For some reason, Amanta felt a hint of grievance, confusion, and even reproach in his eyes. His piercing stare made her feel inexplicably uneasy. She shook her shoulders, attempting to dispel the odd sensation. "I merely meant to suggest that he seems quite talented in potions. Perhaps we should consider including him in our S.O. group. Am I not talented enough in potions?" Draco lowered his eyelids, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. It was evident he was not pleased. Amanda sensed he might have misinterpreted her intention. Did Draco believe that her praise of Theodore was a veiled criticism of his own accomplishments? "Of course, I consider you the most gifted student in potions class. Its just that it would be too burdensome to place the entire responsibility of our S.O. group on your shoulders alone. If you happen to know him, perhaps you could try asking him sometime." Draco appeared to wrestle internally for a moment. After a lengthy pause, he sighed softly. "Since it's your request, very well, even though it was Draco's request." Theodore politely declined after considering for several days, sending a reply via owl. "I regret this decision, but I do not wish to become embroiled in too many controversies during my time at Hogwarts. As you know, my father is an extremely loyal Death Eater. If I were to join a public group opposing the Dark Lord, led by Merlin and Potter, the consequences could be dire." Upon learning of his response, Amanta merely shrugged. It seemed that until their S.O. group demonstrated tangible results, rejection would be the norm. One could not expect everyone to be as unbiased and sincere as Cedric in their perceptions of them. September and October slipped by quietly amidst lessons and assignments, alongside their clandestine S.O. group, duels every Wednesday, and Quidditch practice every Thursday. By the time Amanda realized she had spent a full 2 months at Hogwarts, she found herself devoid of any words of surprise. Hogwarts was increasingly resembling her home. The students no longer reacted with shock at the sight of their potions professor engaging in personal grooming. The only notable change, perhaps, was that Snape, unbeknownst to them, had somehow made it onto Hogwarts' unofficial Dreamboat ranking, a list organized by students through private voting, and he seemed to be quite high on it. Throughout these weeks, their SO group had also learned some basic counter curses. Besides the disarming charm they practiced first, they had mastered the shield charm, the stunning spell, and the leglocker curse, with Cedric, their senior, providing guidance on various topics. Including herbology, Cedric had expressed his thoughts on the matter on several occasions. According to him, many students who had been at Hogwarts for quite some time had yet to master these spells. Judging by their current progress, practical experience indeed proved to be one of the most effective means of enhancing spellcasting skills. Additionally, there was an amusing incident after Draco and Amanda had repeatedly navigated the gray areas of dueling rules. Harry gradually learned to employ similar tactics, but on one occasion, seizing an opportunity when Draco was caught off guard, Harry feigned a move and swiftly cast the Leglocker curse, effectively freezing Draco in place. They soon realized that their previous underhanded tactics against Harry were no longer as effective. However, the honest Cedric remained committed to the rules, yet he respected their approach. In his words, "While I may not resort to such actions, I do not oppose your methods. After all, in real combat, dark wizards will not afford you any opportunities, will they? Moreover, I can learn a great deal from your dueling style." As Halloween approached, Amanda's heart began to flutter with trepidation. Since their exit from the Forbidden Forest, the facade of tranquility in her life seemed poised to unravel. She wondered what Professor Quirrell would do on the night of Halloween. Would he hastily summon Voldemort to seek the Philosopher's Stone? Or would he choose to create chaos around the campus while secretly searching for the stone's whereabouts? Regardless, she did not believe Quirrell would let such a prime opportunity slip away. Indeed, the more one feared something, the closer it seemed to draw it on the morning of Halloween. As Amanda left the dungeons, she was greeted by the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkins wafting through the corridors. This morning's breakfast featured an abundance of pumpkin-related dishes, along with an array of Halloween decorations adorning the tables. However, Amanda was in no mood to savor the culinary delights of the day. She merely took a few spoonfuls of pumpkin porridge while furrowing her brow, mentally reviewing 20 methods to deal with trolls and various spells for unexpected situations. Harry, on the other hand, was in high spirits. "Look at that pumpkin. It's so exquisitely carved. Today's pumpkin pie is simply wonderful. I heard there's a Halloween feast tonight. What do you think will happen later? I can hardly contain my excitement," Harry exclaimed, enthusiastically reaching for every dish within his sight, filling his plate to the brim. He eagerly inquired if Amanda and Draco would like to join him in his culinary endeavors. After being declined several times, Harry gave up on persuasion, shaking his head in disappointment. "What a pity that I alone get to enjoy such delicious food." Draco sighed. "Then you can share our portion as well. That's not a bad idea." Harry eagerly nodded, setting his sights on the next target. Amanda, with a grave expression, hardly absorbed their conversation, her mood slightly agitated. The prospect of confronting some unknown threat today weighed heavily on her, particularly as she contemplated whether to risk herself or to involve Draco and Harry. Although opting for self-preservation today might afford a temporary sense of security, should Voldemort obtain the Philosopher's Stone, she would likely regret her decision daily, fundamentally losing any future opportunity for safety. "Amanda, you seem troubled today," Draco inquired softly. Amanda quickly pulled herself from her thoughts, attributing her unease to the mounting pressure of her studies. After all, she couldn't very well disclose that Quirrell or even Voldemort might choose to strike tonight. Could she? Draco cast a worried glance away. "I know you work hard, but you also need to relax occasionally. How about we take Harry out this weekend for a little respite?" "Really? We can go out?" Amanda was somewhat taken aback by Draco's suggestion. "Well, it was mentioned in a letter from my father," Draco replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. "He said our life at school might be a bit dull. So as a governor, he arranged for us to visit Hogsmeade once a month, provided we have a professor accompany us." Lucius truly lived up to his reputation as a governor, effortlessly securing for them first years the same privileges as third years, even with the accompaniment of a professor. "But we will be accompanied by Professor Snape?" "Indeed." Draco turned to survey their surroundings, ensuring that no unexpected figures would appear. It was precisely because his father had sent rare potion ingredients to his godfather that the latter was willing to vouch for them as guardians. "Hogsmeade? What are you talking about?" Harry inquired, his mouth full of pumpkin cake. That it's a wizarding village near the school, filled with shops, and I hear the scenery is quite lovely, Amanta explained. Harry gulped down a glass of pumpkin juice, clearing his mouth. Really? That sounds fantastic, but I thought I heard you say Snape would be with us. That, oh no, he won't be a constant nuisance, will he? Harry fretted. Well, I doubt my godfather will have the leisure to shadow us the entire time. He has potion dealings to attend to in Hogsmeade. We just need to find a way to distract him, Draco replied with a smug grin. Amanta raised an eyebrow and shared a knowing smile with Harry. As long as they could escape Hogwarts, they could easily devise a means to sidetrack Snape. If all went according to plan today, she looked forward to a leisurely stroll through Hogsmeade this weekend. Regardless, the anticipation somewhat eased her tense demeanor. The morning's charms class unfolded as per usual, with Professor Flitwick teaching them the levitation charm. Remember, the most crucial aspect of this charm is the delicate wrist movement. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of thick books, demonstrating with his wand. Swish and flick, swish and flick. Do you remember? The incantation must be pronounced accurately. Does anyone recall the unfortunate incident of poor Barufio? He pronounced the F as and Zan awoke to find a wild bull standing on his chest. Harry shuddered involuntarily. The more he says that, the more I worry I'll end up like that unfortunate fellow. Amanta had already mastered the charm through self-study, effortlessly performing the required movement. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather floated gracefully into the air, swirling around the room with her wand's motion. Professor Flitwick applauded that, oh, everyone, look at Miss Merlin's splendid technique. Yet again, she is the first to succeed. This has ceased to astonish me. Shortly after, Draco managed to levitate his feather a few feet high. Meanwhile, Harry was still straining to pronounce the incantation correctly, veins bulging in his neck as he waved his arms with increasing fervor, yet his feather remained stubbornly on the floor. Amanta leaned over to quietly advise Harry. Harry, pay attention to the rhythm of your incantation. The Leviosa needs to be drawn out and pronounced clearly to oh. Let me try again. Harry pursed his lips in thought and attempted once more. Wingardium Leviosa. This time, his incantation was much improved. The feather rolled a couple of times on the table before finally lifting off the surface, almost soaring into the air. Well done. Your wand movement was a bit excessive. Care to give it another shot? Amanta encouraged. After several more attempts, Harry finally succeeded in making the feather float entirely. He beamed, revealing a small, toothy grin. That I did it. Amanta shrugged. With the right method, anyone can learn quickly. Due to the Halloween Eve feast scheduled for that evening, afternoon Quidditch practice was canceled. When Amanta, Draco, and Harry reconvened in the Slytherin common room, she reminded them not to forget the Malfoy family's protective charm brooch. Harry had no objections. I've been wearing it ever since Fred's prank backfired on him, leaving him with a huge purple bubble in his mouth. Draco emerged from his dormitory, frowning as he scrutinized his attire. He had donned a subtle yet luxurious emerald silk robe, and his platinum hair was slicked back with more hair product than usual. However, I feel my attire doesn't quite do it justice. That don't you think it's a bit too plain? He fiddled with the crescent moon-shaped brooch on his chest. Tonight is the Halloween Eve feast. Surely no bored student would skip out on it. Amanta's demeanor shifted as she adopted a serious expression they had not seen in some time. That I can't shake the feeling that something bad will happen tonight, she said gravely. Harry cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Amanta, are you suggesting Voldemort? Yes. Voldemort has been lurking in the shadows for quite a while, with the entire Hogwarts community preparing for revelry tonight. It will be the perfect opportunity for Quirrell or Voldemort to strike. Draco retrieved the protective charm brooch from his Malfoy family crest ring and pinned it to the inside of his robe. Damn it, just when we finally have a feast. Amanda shrugged. That I'm merely speculating. There is still a chance nothing will happen, albeit a slim one. Should we inform Snape about this? Harry asked nervously. Amanda shook her head. Have you forgotten? Snape stated we have no evidence. And besides, this is merely my conjecture. Once they had gathered their belongings, they made their way out of the common room, ready to attend the feast in the Great Hall. Throughout the journey, Harry remained alert, scanning his surroundings. Perhaps we should find Quirrell ourselves and follow him. After all, he wouldn't dare do anything to us in the castle, Harry proposed anxiously. Harry, do not underestimate a Death Eater's resolve. That is not a wise course of action. What if he seizes the Philosopher's Stone first and decides to kill you? Amanta admonished, adjusting Harry's wandering gaze. Let us not draw attention to ourselves. We must act as if we are oblivious and attend the feast. The entire auditorium was adorned with a plethora of dynamic decorations, resplendent in vibrant colors. Thousands of bats flitted about the ceiling, while large clusters of dark clouds swirled ominously above the dining tables. Before each seat lay a pumpkin lantern, varying in size, with the flickering candlelight dancing within the hollowed-out gourd. Amanta and her companions found a few vacant spots at the Slytherin long table, and she cast a sidelong glance at the Gryffindor table as she had anticipated. Hermione did not engage in a quarrel with Ron and flee to the girls' restroom to cry, as per the original storyline. To her relief, Hermione appeared to have made several good friends in Ravenclaw, happily discussing something with Padma beside her. Amanta elbowed Harry gently. Don't eat too much, be cautious. All right, I got it, Harry replied reluctantly, nodding. Indeed, scarcely had Professor Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast when, before Harry could even take a bite of his first drumstick, Filch stumbled into the hall, breathless and panic-stricken. A troll and a three-headed dog rampaging through the dungeons, and a little Norwegian ridgeback has thrown the castle into utter chaos. Someone tell me this isn't some Halloween prank. His face contorted with anger and fear, deep wrinkles etched across his brow. Where are the professors? Professor Dumbledore, you must inform them immediately. Before he could finish a sentence, a strange rumbling emanated from beneath the ground. Panic ensued among the students, who screamed and scattered, abandoning their food as the hall descended into chaos. Dumbledore had to cast a series of sharp explosions with his wand to restore order. Please, students, sit quietly and remain in the auditorium. Heads of houses, ensure the safety of your students that I will cast a large defensive spell over this area. I implore everyone to stay put. With that, he waved his wand, murmuring an incantation as wisps of silvery mist emanated from its tip, enveloping the entire hall. He gestured for several professors nearby to accompany him. Once the professors departed, the auditorium was once again engulfed in panic. The heads of houses had to pace around the long table, soothing the overly agitated students. Has that old fool Dumbledore truly lost his mind? How could he leave so many students here without a single professor to protect us? Ron lamented, clutching his head in despair at the Gryffindor table. We're done for. This is the end. Meanwhile, Blaise, seated not far from Draco, wore an expression of eager anticipation. Why Mother always said Hogwarts was the safest school in the world. If she knew so many dangers had suddenly invaded. Sigh. He sighed regretfully, unsure whether to mourn for Hogwarts or for his mother's misguided beliefs. The Ravenclaw students were fervently debating the effectiveness of Dumbledore's protective enchantments. From my observations, there are likely several defensive spells in place, primarily for safeguarding. But do they truly work? I've heard trolls have thick, tough skin that can withstand most spells. Amanta nudged the two terrified individuals beside her, who were wide-eyed and gaping at one another. We need to find an opportunity to go to the 4th floor. What? Amanta, you can't be serious. Are we really going? Draco exclaimed, wide-eyed. Amanta raised an eyebrow. I prepared myself. It's fine if you're unwilling. I shall go alone. It seemed the three-headed dog had already been unleashed, and the guard dogs in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor were nowhere to be seen. She speculated that Quirrell would not infiltrate the castle while releasing these magical creatures, as it would be too easy for the professors checking on the stone to catch him in the act. If he were clever enough, he would first seek out Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest before returning to the castle to lie in wait near the 4th floor corridor, anticipating the arrival of Snape or other professors checking on the stone, or those preparing to relocate it elsewhere. Quirrell would then seize the opportunity to snatch the stone, that if they could position themselves ahead of Quirrell, they might quietly capture him. She had identified an excellent ambush spot and practiced several useful silent spells. Draco, you stay here while I go with Amanta. But how do we get out? Harry peered around, noticing the two Slytherin prefects patrolling the long table. Disillusionment charm, Amanta replied succinctly, point one at a time. Harry, you pretend to drop something and crouch under the table. I'll cast a charm on you to be careful not to bump into anyone. Let us meet at that door on the right side at the back of the hall. Harry glanced around to ensure no one was paying him any mind. Fortunately, Everyone was engrossed in the magical creatures that had appeared in the castle, neglecting the trio from Slytherin as they usually did. Seizing the moment, he feigned dropping something with a loud oops and bent down to search for it, completely submerging himself beneath the tablecloth. Bedazzling hex, Amanta quietly uttered as she discreetly extended a hand from a robe that Harry's figure instantly vanished, or rather, became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He remained physically present, yet indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. "Amanta, I'm over here." Harry's muffled voice came from beneath the table as he seemed to slowly inch forward. Amanta rubbed her temples in frustration. Should she remind Harry that while she had instructed him to crouch, it was merely to make his disappearance less conspicuous? She and Team meant for him to crawl through the gaps between the tables. There was ample space to pass, and he could have easily evaded the patrolling prefects. Just as she was about to crouch down to replicate her earlier actions, Draco tugged at her sleeve. His eyes glimmering, "That I'm going with you." "Draco, I understand, but today is going to be perilous, so it's best if you stay here." "All right," she said gently, hoping to dissuade him. After all, their actions today would be a direct defiance against Voldemort, which could very well endanger him and the Malfoy family. Draco remained silent, but did not release her robe sleeve. "Fine, Draco, stay here. If anyone asks about us, just cover for Harry and me," Amanta relented. Time was of the essence. Quirrell could arrive at any moment. Draco shed his emerald silk robe. "Draco, what are you doing?" "I'm going," he insisted, stuffing the robe into his family crest ring. "You saved me before. As friends, we cannot abandon one another in danger, can we? All right, we don't have time to waste. Let us go together." Amanta pressed down on Draco, casting the disillusionment charm. She then carefully led him to stand, avoiding any obstacles. They made their way along the Slytherin table towards the right door at the back of the hall. Along the way, Blaise and Theodore were conversing not far from them, while Crabbe and Goyle feasted without anyone paying them any mind. Just as Amanta breathed a sigh of relief, a Gryffindor boy rose, flailing his arms in animated gestures, nearly striking them in the chest with his outstretched arm. She quickly pulled Draco down, narrowly avoiding a collision with a towering Slytherin boy. "Who?" The Slytherin boy turned impatiently to look. Amanta, startled, crouched down as low as possible to conceal herself. "Jordan, it's you again, looking for trouble. You've got the wrong person. What sort of joke is this? Don't think you can play dumb and get away with it. I'm well aware of your mischievous antics." The tall Slytherin boy and the Gryffindor boy, who had just been waving his arms, began to argue heatedly, almost ready to roll up their sleeves and cast curses at one another. "Enough? What are you two squabbling about? Goodness, let us not have any incidents at such a crucial moment." Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, rushed over. Seizing the opportunity, Amanta and Draco crouched down, brushing past Percy and quietly avoiding the battlefield. As they moved, they found themselves slipping on spilled pumpkin juice. One must admit, perhaps it was wise of Harry to choose to emerge from under the long table, even though he had clearly appeared later than they did. Amanta tugged Draco down to hide behind a massive pumpkin lantern on the right side of the doorway. "Damn it, how are we supposed to reunite with Harry? We can't see him, and he can't see us." Draco peered out from behind the pumpkin lantern. The disillusionment charm doesn't render one completely invisible. If you look closely, you might notice something amiss, Amanta explained. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Amanta suddenly stood up and reached out into the air before her. He's coming to a muffled sound of alarm echoed through the air. Amanta quickly covered his mouth. "Shh, Harry, don't shout. It's all right. I almost forgot you were invisible too," Harry gasped, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "How did you get here? I didn't see you when I was crawling under the table." "Never mind that. We need to move." Amanta glanced back, noticing that the Slytherin long table seemed to have realized their absence, causing a stir among some students, while head boy, Gemma, was counting heads around the table. After all, the absence of 3 individuals from the long table was quite conspicuous and could not be concealed for long. The 4th floor, Amanta called out, sprinting ahead, striding across the corridor and up the staircase. "Ah, I've caught you," giggled Peeves, the poltergeist, hanging upside down from the wall, his legs swinging wildly, a malicious grin plastered on his face. "I'm going to tell Filch. I'll let him know there are some disobedient students sneaking out from the Great Hall." He scooped up a vase from the corner and hurled it at them. The vase shattered with a loud crash on the ground beside them. the sound reverberating down the corridor. Harry nervously glanced back to ensure no one was trailing them in the corridor. Peeves, we have something very important to do. Important? Please, what could possibly be more important than me tearing your robes off? Peeves lunged forward, gripping Harry's robe collar and pulling him back. Petrificus totalis. Impedimenta! Amanta whipped out her wand and cast several spells in an instant. Peeves shrieked and darted to the sides. Oh dear! Oh dear! The new students are quite something. Run! The impediment jinx would buy them a few seconds. Amanta led Harry and Draco up the stairs while continuously casting the jinx behind them. They dashed past the trophy room on the 4th floor, through the armor corridor, and around countless winding hallways. As they turned past the charms classroom corridor, Amanta suddenly lifted a tapestry beside the corridor and called out to Draco and Harry. Quick, get inside! My goodness, there's a secret passage here, Harry exclaimed. They swiftly squeezed into the narrow passage behind the tapestry. Peeves grumbled as he passed by, completely oblivious to their hiding spot. Where are those pesky first years? Teaskay, as Peeves' voice faded into the distance. Draco uneasily stretched his arm and whispered, Amanta, shouldn't we go out and look for that corridor? No. Do you see that door? Amanta parted the tapestry slightly, pointing toward an inconspicuous door at the end of the charms corridor. The door appeared to have been violently damaged. After all, it was from here that the three-headed dog had been unleashed. Could it be that? Yes, Amanta replied succinctly. Let us leave here for now. Someone might come along. She stood up and cautiously retreated down the dark, narrow passageway, silent as a whisper. This was a secret passage leading from the charms corridor to the armor corridor. Just as they moved into the armor corridor, a faint sound of footsteps echoed up from below the staircase. The three of them held their breath. After exchanging tense glances, they separated and hid behind a suit of armor, straining to catch any useful information. My lord, we shall remain here. A stammering voice drifted from the corridor. What? This place is too easy to discover. Are you saying there's another passage behind that tapestry? Yes, yes. How did I not think of that? The footsteps of Quirrell drew closer. With a rustling sound, the secret passage's entrance was disturbed as Quirrell pushed aside the tapestry. Amanta raised her wand at the passage's exit, stealing a glance at Harry and Draco's hiding spot. Fortunately, they were equally well concealed. From her vantage point, all she could see was a line of armor glistening silver in the moonlight. My lord, I remember that the room behind that passage is the trophy room. Yes, I'll go check it out, Quirrell muttered nervously. He raised his wand, carefully illuminating the surroundings, and took cautious steps toward the armor corridor where Amanta, Draco, and Harry were hidden. Every now and then, a rumbling sound echoed from below, accompanied by a terrifying tremor, but it was somewhat muffled due to the distance. Quirrell paused, murmuring something under his breath. Gathering these things took quite a bit of effort. It should keep them busy for a while. His footsteps grew nearer. Amanta crouched beside a suit of armor, her eyes fixed on the exit through a narrow gap. She felt the darkness surrounding them gradually being dispelled by Quirrell's wand light, and she could even hear his rapid breathing. Her heart began to race. Suddenly, voices could be heard coming from the end of the charms corridor. Severus, I believe you harbor some form of bias and prejudice against Quirrell. If he had nothing to hide, he wouldn't be so afraid to face me. Where is he now? The familiar voice belonged to Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. Quirrell evidently recognized their presence as well. He extinguished his lumos and concealed himself. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape appeared unaware of any anomaly, as they were engaged in a heated discussion. Poor young man, he must have a few things he wishes to do. You might be misunderstanding him. We've just seen it. There's nothing wrong with that. In any case, this place is no longer safe. Minerva, Dumbledore has instructed us to take it out. He wants to relocate it. Severus, sometimes I don't understand what Albus is thinking. What is the purpose of these traps he has set? They want to stop any dark magic. Minerva, have you not realized yet? He only wishes to lure Potter and that person there. Snape said through gritted teeth. What? Potter? He.S. just a child. Potter is protected by Lily's blood, and he can still use that power against him. That's Dumbledore's plan. That cannot be. I must have a serious talk with Albus. Crash! The sound of something collapsing echoed, followed by a heavy thud as an object hit the ground. Who's there? The voice of Snape emerged cautiously as he inquired softly. Minerva. Are you unharmed? Professor McGonagall remained silent. No wonder you have been causing me trouble these days. It appears you have long suspected me. Quirrell stammered. At the end of the corridor, there was another clattering sound, seemingly Quirrell pushing aside the tapestry to exit. Snape snorted coldly. I had anticipated your presence here long ago. How fortuitous, Snape. I too have prepared to eliminate you. You, a mere half-wit. Snape, I suggest you do not let pride cloud your judgment. Quirrell's voice sounded somewhat agitated. Master, please assist me. Fool. A hissing sound akin to that of a serpent arose. Severus, if you were to return to my side now, I would overlook your betrayals over the years. You could still be my most loyal servant. Snape grunted, seemingly pondering. Oh, you really expect me to believe that you're the Dark Lord based on your current appearance? How can you prove it? No, I am certain the Dark Lord would never be reduced to such a wretched state. Of course, it can be done. Simply hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and I assure you, you will be astounded. After enduring the trials of so many years, I have not faltered in the slightest. Voldemort coaxed. As long as you give it to me, I can restore my corporeal form, Severus. Together we shall stride towards the future we desire. Yet you are merely a formless specter, a pitiful wretch, Severus retorted. I once held you in high regard, thinking you a clever man. However, it appears you are not as remarkable as I once believed. Crack! Bang! Boom! Snape did not respond, as a cacophony of spells erupted throughout the corridor, followed by a symphony of shattering sounds. During Snape and Voldemort's exchange, Amanta had quietly maneuvered behind the tapestry. She gently lifted a corner of the tapestry, peering through the opening at the unfolding scene. The corridor was illuminated as if it were day, with sparks from various spells erupting all around, dazzling spell effects colliding against shields and walls, casting an extraordinary light throughout the passageway. The floor was in disarray, with vases, astrolabes, and decorative shelves strewn about, and the glass windows on either side reduced to shards. Gradually, Quirrell found himself outmatched by Snape, retreating step by step. Master, help me, he pleaded. Idiot, do not focus solely on Severus. First, eliminate that woman on the ground, Voldemort hissed, urging Quirrell. Quirrell glanced at the unconscious Professor McGonagall, raising his wand. Avada! Clatter! His hand inexplicably slipped, and the wand fell to the ground. Damn it! Why is my hand cramping? Quirrell exclaimed in a panic, crouching down to retrieve his wand. However, in the midst of a battle, such actions revealed too great a vulnerability. Snape waved his wand, and Quirrell was instantly sent flying. Fool! Did you not notice that there are others here? Voldemort screamed. Choosing to abandon Quirrell, he transformed into a swirling mass of darkness and flew out the window. Master, you cannot abandon me like you did last time. Master, take me with you. I wish to accompany you. Quirrell scrambled to his feet in disarray, forgetting even to retrieve his wand, and clung to the window frame, gazing outside. Snape strode over, elegantly gesturing with his wand, and a bundle of ropes swiftly ensnared Quirrell from head to toe. Come forth. I am not as blind as that fool Quirrell. Amanta leapt out from behind the tapestry. Quirrell's eyes widened in shock, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Damn it, Merlin. When were you there? He stammered, unable to utter another word as Snape swiftly gagged him with a cloth. I believe you owe an explanation, Miss Merlin, for why you chose to leave the Great Hall instead of remaining with the other students. Running out to play the hero. Have you caught arrogance from Potter? Snape coldly inquired, as he tucked away his wand, scrutinizing Amanta from head to toe. Professor, it was my idea, a clear voice chimed in as the tapestry was lifted once more. And Harry emerged from behind it. Humph, such a foolish and brainless act. It is indeed something only you would do. As Harry emerged, he signaled discreetly towards the inside. However, Draco behind the tapestry remained unmoved. Do you take yourself for a corpse, my dear pupil? When singled out by Snape, Draco reluctantly rolled his eyes and jumped out. Excellent, excellent. All three of you are here. Were you planning to gather a table for a game of wizard's chess? Snape spoke in an excessively soft, icy tone that sent shivers down their spines. Well, Lucius even wrote to request that I take you to Hogsmeade this weekend. Is this how you repay him? My dear pupil? Professor, it is not like that. We were merely concerned that Quirrell might acquire the Philosopher's Stone, Harry eagerly defended. The The matters of professors are none of your concern, unless you believe yourself superior to them. Snape scoffed. A wise and meticulous professor. I had long been aware that Quirrell would be in the vicinity and called upon Minerva, though she was distracted by my words. And what of Professor McGonagall? Amanta instinctively surveyed the corridor, soon locating Professor McGonagall. Fortunately, she appeared to be unharmed, merely unconscious, leaning against a toppled cabinet. What are you still doing there? Do you think you are a trio of discovered trolls? Quickly, help Professor McGonagall to the hospital wing. Yes, Professor. They struggled to lift Professor McGonagall, but after several attempts, they failed. After all, lifting an unconscious adult was no simple task. Are you all mere slackers? Enough, let me handle this. You watch over that fool. Snape kicked Quirrell in the rear, causing him to stumble towards them. He emitted muffled sounds of discontent, glaring at them with bulging eyes, as if they might pop from their sockets. Colleagues, I suggest you behave. My students are not any less troublesome than I am. Amanta and the others drew their wands, directing them at Quirrell. Move along to Quirrell's face turned purple as he stiffly walked ahead. They kept their wands trained on Quirrell, following Snape as they escorted Professor McGonagall to the infirmary on the second floor. Upon entering the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey hurried over, nearly in tears from shock. Minerva! Oh, what has happened? Severus, quickly, place her on the bed, gently. She crouched down to examine Professor McGonagall thoroughly. Thank Merlin, Minerva is fine. She is merely a bit dizzy and will need a rest for the night. Rising, she finally noticed Quirrell, bound like a mummy at the entrance of the infirmary. Quirinus? Severus, why you tied him up like this? He has naturally committed some unforgivable errors, and we caught him in the act. Snape replied slowly. Madame Pomfrey shot a stern glance at Quirrell, unyielding in her judgment. Very well. I trust Dumbledore must have his reasons. You may leave now, and do not disturb Minerva's rest. With that, Madame Pomfrey waved her hand, ushering them all out. Madame Pomfrey remained relatively composed regarding the situation. However, as they escorted the bound Quirrell into the Great Hall, it caused quite a stir among the students. Merlin, Potter, and Malfoy. Head girl Gemma rushed over. What are you? She was about to inquire where they had been, but upon seeing Quirrell tied up, she abandoned the thought. Never mind. It is good that you are all right. They trailed behind Snape, making their way along the long table towards the teacher's dais, unable to disregard the whispers that brushed past them. Was there some animosity between Snape and Quirrell? Could it be that those frightful creatures tonight were released by Quirrell? I had thought Hagrid was responsible. Why were Merlin and his companions involved again? Whenever trouble arises, they are never far behind, and I wonder, could this be connected to the fire in the Forbidden Forest? These murmurs clearly reached Quirrell's ears as he began to slow his pace, his legs trembling, fearfully glancing around. Move faster, Draco urged, pressing his wand against Quirrell's back, his tone curt. Quirrell stiffened, hastening his steps. They faced the astonished assembly of the Great Hall. Making their way to the platform where Dumbledore awaited. Severus, you've returned, Dumbledore greeted with a gentle N.O.D. Ah yes, something amiss? Quirrell emitted a muffled sound, perhaps attempting to defend himself, but no one paid him heed. Albus, he has escaped again, Snape announced. Dumbledore blinked behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Quite normal. Severus, you have done well. Albus, he has returned. I am certain it is I can assure you. Snape's gaze fell, his expression hollow. Indeed, he has returned. Dumbledore looked at the storm clouds gathering above the dome of the hall. They were part of today's Halloween decorations, the gray clouds thickening, nearly obscuring the floating candles, their feeble light barely flickering within the gloom. He would never allow himself to fall into danger again. Quirrell was merely his pawn, someone he would readily discard in a critical moment. Yet he would undoubtedly return, and we must remain vigilant. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Quirrell relinquished all pretense of struggle, his uncertain gaze flitting between Dumbledore and Snape. When had they begun to suspect him? This thought perplexed him greatly. For all of this, I owe my gratitude to Miss Merlin's reminder at the start of term. Dumbledore smiled warmly at Amanta. I believe it was merely luck, Amanta replied politely. Luck is a form of strength, Miss Merlin, Dumbledore remarked sagely. It is evident that you all exerted considerable effort tonight, and I thank you for saving Minerva. Therefore, Slytherin earns 20 points. Dumbledore cast a glance at the staff table. Additionally, we urgently require a new defense against the dark arts professor regarding this matter. Severus, no need to fret. I've already identified a candidate. Dumbledore forestalled Snape's attempt to voice his thoughts. Very well. That is splendid news, Snape frowned, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. After all, he had long been vying for the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. Severus, I have no doubts regarding your expertise. I merely worry about finding another potions professor of your caliber. Then I am keen to learn who the new defense against the dark arts professor is. Gilderoy Lockhart wrote to me, expressing his eagerness to come here, provided he could teach the illustrious Harry Potter. Lockhart, Draco murmured in astonishment. Upon sensing all eyes turning toward him, he shrugged. He is a celebrity, with his books prominently displayed at Flourish and Blotts, even having a dedicated section. Lockhart, surely it cannot be that boastful buffoon. Snape exclaimed incredulously. Albus, there are times I genuinely believe you have lost your senses. I admit my age may be advancing, but I am not yet senile. Severus, I am aware of his actions. I happen to know 2 wizards whose memories he has obliterated, if you are aware. Then why would you choose to appoint him as the defense against the dark arts teacher? I see you are truly muddled. Precisely because he excels at memory charms. No one can verify what he has done. However, I believe that if we simply place him within the ordinary school environment, his facade will crumble. Very well. Albus, I wish you luck. Snape scoffed sarcastically. The following morning, Dumbledore informed everyone, due to Professor Quirrell's negligence and reckless actions the previous night, the school had decided to revoke his teaching position as for the origins of those dangerous creatures. The Ministry of Magic had been entrusted with the investigation. Officials from the ministry took Professor Quirrell away that very night. The creatures were temporarily placed under Hagrid's care, near the Forbidden Forest, until the ministry could find suitable handlers to take them away. The new defense against the dark arts professor would arrive at Hogwarts over the weekend. Quirrell was also honored to find himself gracing the front page of the Daily Prophet for the first time. The day's edition bore a massive black headline. The greatest joke of the century. Hogwarts defenses are flimsy. In the accompanying photograph, Quirrell appeared frail and pallid as he shielded himself from the cameras and flashes coming from all directions. In interviews, he adamantly insisted that he had no intention of jeopardizing Hogwarts. He merely sought to play harmless pranks in the spirit of Halloween for unleashing those dangerous creatures within the castle. It was merely a small ploy to inject some thrill into the Halloween night. Yet, when reporters inquired about the origins of those creatures, he fell utterly silent. Harry peered over at Draco's Daily Prophet, chuckling heartily. Amanta, come see this. The reporter asked Quirrell how he managed to bring a troll into Hogwarts. You won't believe what he said. He claimed to have used the shrinking charm on the troll. The shrinking charm doesn't even work on trolls. Does he think the reporters are fools? Looking again. The reporter had concluded the interview by expressing skepticism, suspecting Quirrell of insulting his intelligence, for Quirrell had not uttered a single truth. Amanda shrugged. I am also quite curious how he managed to acquire those creatures and bring them into Hogwarts. Aren't they always proclaiming Hogwarts as the safest place in the world? Draco's ears flushed slightly as he haughtily turned his face away. That is something my father always says. It has nothing to do with me. It is a pity that we cannot prove Quirrell's connection to Voldemort. If they imprison Quirrell, it would only be for smuggling creatures, Harry lamented. Amanta shook her head. Even if it could be proven, no one would be willing to believe that Voldemort is truly alive. That I wrote to my father, asking him to keep an eye on Quirrell. After all, my father holds a high position in the Ministry of Magic. Draco's face lit up at the mention of his father. Amanta smiled wryly that we must also extend our gratitude to Professor Snape, for he is willing to take us to Hogsmeade this weekend. And thanks to Professor Snape's foresight yesterday, we would not have had such an easy time otherwise. The incident has sparked a tremendous uproar beyond the confines of the school. Astonishingly, Hogwarts defenses harbored such a significant flaw that allowed a professor to effortlessly transport a multitude of extremely dangerous, gigantic creatures, indeed, as they have been labeled. Prior to this event, they had steadfastly asserted that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. Meanwhile, the media busily crafted articles laced with sarcasm for amusement, frequently mocking Dumbledore or poking fun at Quirrell's interviews, even going so far as to extol him as a master of humor and a trickster extraordinaire. Parents, however, were in a state of frantic distress. From the early hours of the morning, the skies above Hogwarts were filled with a flurry of busy owls. Parents inundated the headmaster, Dumbledore, with a plethora of furious letters, decrying the situation. The surface of Dumbledore's desk was charred black as a result. Dumbledore was compelled to cast a protective charm outside his office to keep those letters at bay. Subsequently, parents penned letters to the Ministry of Magic, beseeching them to dispatch Aurors to safeguard the beleaguered Hogwarts. Yet the ministry declined, citing that the previous night's commotion had resulted in no casualties. However, within the walls of Hogwarts, students fervently debated a new question. Who, they pondered, would be our future defense against the dark arts professor? Whether during meals or while traversing the corridors with textbooks and parchment in hand, students were engrossed in discussions about this very topic. Soon enough, some baseless rumors began to circulate within Hogwarts. I sat quite close to Professor Dumbledore yesterday. I overheard. It's Lockhart. What? That Gilderoy Lockhart, the handsome one. I've read his autobiography. It's him. He is utterly my dream come true. Most importantly, he is so young and dashing. With those forget-me-not blue eyes, I adore his wavy golden curls, and his prowess is truly astonishing. He was awarded the Order of Merlin at such a young age. Draco scoffed at this. Didn't he, my godfather and Dumbledore, say that all those so-called accomplishments of his are fabricated? No wonder I felt a shiver down my spine when I saw that oversized poster of him at the Leaky Cauldron. Amanta was busy jotting down notes on a piece of parchment, reviewing some intricate potion ingredients and their effects. Speaking of which, I am quite curious about what the smile that has won the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times looks like. Look at this. I have his photograph, Harry interjected, producing a small slip of paper that Cedric had given him. Upon a mere glance at the photograph, Amanta hesitated. Lockhart indeed seemed capable of enchanting a multitude of young witches. Even though it was just a small black and white image clipped from a newspaper, Lockhart's dazzling and charming smile was evident, revealing a perfect set of white teeth. Yet, it was primarily his stylish attire, coupled with his meticulously groomed hairstyle, and even a hint of makeup that stood out. If one were to overlook his actions, the photograph indeed portrayed him as youthful and handsome. Unlike Draco and Harry, Amanta did not share their dismay regarding Lockhart's arrival. To be candid, while Lockhart might be a fool, he was certainly not as perilous as Quirrell. Nevertheless, it seemed Dumbledore had no immediate intentions of destroying the Philosopher's Stone. As long as it remained within the school, danger would persist. Amanta, you don't honestly think he's handsome, do you? Draco wrinkled his nose in distaste, his expression akin to someone who had just consumed several slugs. Harry gazed at her with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Under their scrutinizing stares, she reluctantly replied, Well, yes, not bad. Immediately, Harry and Draco's expressions fell, particularly Draco, whose eyes were filled with disappointment. Amanta, I can't believe you would actually have a fondness for a buffoon like Lockhart. Amanda shrugged, I don't like him. I just think, purely based on appearance, he is not awful. And no wonder so many are smitten with him, but we already know the ugly heart that lies beneath his polished exterior. She crossed out several lengthy potion preparation steps she had written on the parchment and continued. Dumbledore sure knows how to stir the pot by choosing such a defense against the dark arts professor. Quirrell may have been a Death Eater, but at least he had some genuine experience from his travels. Upon hearing this, Harry began to sigh heavily. Goodness, attending Quirrell's class was already a torment. Lockhart, in my view, is merely a self-aggrandizing novelist. He wouldn't expect us to emulate him and write novels. Would he? Draco propped his chin on one hand, pursing his lips. I just hope we can rise early tomorrow and spend an entire day reveling in Hogsmeade. I nearly forgot about that. Amanta rolled up the parchment she was working on and stored it in her ring of the wise. She shook her head, clearing her mind of knowledge, and replaced it with plans for their excursion to Hogsmeade. Upon mentioning this topic, Harry became animated. I've heard it's absolutely amazing. I can't wait. I've never seen a real wizarding village before. He rambled on excitedly. Cedric said he is going to. He can show us around. He knows a candy shop and a joke shop that are both supposed to be incredible. Harry, don't forget who is taking us there, Amanta reminded him. Her current concern was whether Snape would drag them through an entire day of potion ingredient shopping. Oh, I mean, if Snape allows it. Harry appeared deflated. The following morning, Snape, wearing a dark scowl and exuding an air of reluctance, escorted them to Honeyduke's sweet shop. He then curtly informed them that he was on the verge of an important transaction. "Stay here and behave until I return," Snape declared, striding out of the candy shop, which contrasted sharply with his usual demeanor, leaving Amanta and the others exchanging puzzled glances. "Did he say when he would be back?" Harry inquired. "It's already quite fortunate that Snape brought us out," Harry, Amanda sighed, picking up a brightly wrapped candy from the shelf. "What is this?" She hoped Snape would complete his potion transaction and not forget about them. Madame Putafood approached them, enthusiastically promoting her wares. "This is our shop's new offering. Milk fudge. Would you like to try some? We have free samples. Milk fudge. What is that?" Harry immediately perked up. "I'll have a piece." "I want to try it. I'm not interested in sweets." Draco waved his hand dismissively. "Really?" Amanta unwrapped a piece of milk fudge. The soft, creamy confection melted in her mouth, a rich, milky flavor enveloping her palate. "But I remember your parents always sending you candy." Draco's ears turned slightly red. "They still think I'm a child. Liking candy has nothing to do with being a child, right? Here, have a piece." Amanta unwrapped a piece of milk fudge and popped it in his mouth. Draco's eyes widened, and after a few seconds, he turned his face away, chewing thoughtfully. "All right, it's actually not bad." "That's good." Amanta smiled. Harry tried to pack a pepper imps and rushed towards them in a panic, while the shop assistant stifled her laughter behind her hand. Why nose and ears feel a bit strange, ah? As he spoke, flames suddenly erupted from his nose and ears. The shop assistant doubled over with laughter, while Harry stood frozen in shock. "My nose. I saw it breathing fire. Goodness. I apologize. Our pepper imps do tend to have that effect." The shop assistant chuckled, pointing at the bag in Harry's hand. The packaging featured exaggerated comic illustrations, and the character depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to Harry, with bold lettering proclaiming, "For your friends." "Breathe fire from your nose." Harry furrowed his brow as he discarded the wrapping paper, then picked up another piece of toad mint. "I need something to cool my stomach down a bit." Amanta shook her head in resignation. "Let us get a little bit of everything," she said to the shop assistant. Although the tuition fees provided by Dean Osino were not substantial, she hadn't touched them yet. So purchasing some candies was certainly within her means. "Thank you very much for your patronage." The shop assistant skillfully packed the candies, quickly filling an enormous bag, and added a few slices of cake into the mix. "Since you've bought quite a bit, our store is pleased to offer you 3 extra pieces of our new cake as a gift." Harry's eyes widened. "Amanta, do you think we can finish all this?" Amanta shrugged. "What are you thinking? Of course there's your share and Draco's as well." Harry exclaimed in surprise. "My share too?" "Naturally." Amanta took the enormous package from the shop assistant, but carrying such a load wouldn't be convenient for wandering around. "So I'll just stow it in the philosopher's ring for now." "Wandering around?" Harry keenly seized upon that word. "You're not seriously planning to stay here all day, are you?" Amanta pointed to the colorful Zoko Joke Shop across the street, which was one of the most popular destinations. Zoko Joke Shop. Harry's eyes sparkled as he ran to the window, staring at the flamboyant and extravagant storefront. "That's south the place I want to go most." He adopted a pleading expression. "Amanta, Draco, can we go there for a look?" "I promise, I'll just take a glance." Draco seemed hesitant. "What if my godfather suddenly returns and finds us missing? Then you can write a letter to your father, saying Snape left us at the Honeyduke to attend to his own affairs." Amanta blinked her light blue eyes mischievously. "I'm sure what your father hears from Snape won't be quite like that." Draco frowned slightly. "That does make some sense." The three shared a knowing smile as they gazed at the red and blue sign of the Zoko Joke Shop. Upon entering, they spotted Cedric. Cedric was standing in front of a shelf with a Hufflepuff boy, intently examining a teacup that bit noses. "Cedric!" Harry called out loudly. Cedric jumped, turning around abruptly. "Oh, Harry!" And Amanta and Draco, he tilted his head, cautiously scanning behind them. "Where's Professor Snape?" "Snape left us at the Honeyduke, saying, I'm off to make a very important deal. You all wait here." Harry shook his head, mimicking Snape's tone. Cedric couldn't help but chuckle, and the small brown-haired boy beside him laughed too, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "I forgot to introduce him. This is my roommate, Andy T.S., quite skilled with food-related charms." Cedric pulled the brown-haired boy forward. "Andy, there who I think I don't need to introduce, right?" The freckled boy smiled warmly. "Hello." I often hear Cedric talking about you, but well, you're quite famous within the school, right? Ha! We've had our fair share of dealings, often creating rankings and school newsletters. He shook hands with Amanta and the others and turned S.O. Those rankings and the mischievous mouse were created by you? Amanda asked with some interest. She recalled how Draco had once boasted about being #1 on the Hogwarts hairstyle ranking, only for her and Harry to discover it was actually a bottom ranking when they came over to check it out. Keeping their spirits high, she and Harry had refrained from revealing the truth, leading Draco to still occasionally boast about it. When it came to his specialty, Andy's eyes sparkled with excitement that I'm one of them. Many Hufflepuffs participate. Are you interested? But I think they might not let you join. If you did, the mischievous mouse might lose half its content to write about. Amanda shrugged. Well, I suppose that is true. She pulled out a large handful of candies from the Philosopher's Ring and handed them to Cedric and Andy. Consider this a bribe. Just remember to write something nice about us. Andy happily accepted them, patting his chest. Leave it to me. Cedric and Andy took them on a tour around the Zoko Joke Shop, then led them to the nearby Literary Feather Quill Specialty Store and Elegant Brand Wizarding Outfitters. As they exited the Elegant Brand Wizarding Outfitters, Andy suggested, how about we sit at the Three Broomsticks? A steaming mug of butterbeer sounds perfect. The weather has turned cold, and I've been craving its taste. Of course, no objections here. The three of them readily agreed, and with the guidance of two third-year seniors, they thoroughly explored the shops of Hogsmeade Village. They walked down a small path, heading towards the Three Broomsticks, which was situated a bit closer to the entrance of the village that a strangely dressed figure in a hood hurriedly brushed past them, head down. In that fleeting moment, Amanta sensed something peculiar. She was startled and turned back to look. The figure paid them no mind, hurrying along the path. She shook her head, unable to articulate the strange feeling she had just experienced. To confirm it wasn't merely her imagination, she nudged Draco beside her with her elbow. Draco was currently preoccupied, counting the scarves and decorative pins he had just purchased from the Elegant Brand Wizarding Outfitters. 3 pairs, 5 pairs, what's wrong? He said, not looking up. Don't you think that person was a bit odd? What? Which one? Only then did Draco lift his head, turning to follow her gaze. Andy leaned in as well. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean that person? The hooded figure hurriedly turned into a small path next to the Hogsmeade post office, disappearing from their sight. Oh, he went down the road to the Hog's Head. So it's not surprising. Most of the patrons there are a bit eccentric anyway. Whatever, we're going to the Three Broomsticks, where the drinks are the best. He enthusiastically ushered them into the Three Broomsticks. If Amanda hadn't known he was a Hufflepuff student, she might have suspected he was a recruiter for the Three Broomsticks. The Three Broomsticks was excessively crowded, making them hesitate at the door. Andy, there might not be any space here, Cedric shouted above the din. Andy pushed ahead confidently. Don't worry. Trust me, I'll find a spot. Fortunately, a few fellow students recognized Andy, who were just about to leave, and they vacated their seats. See, I told you I'd find a seat, Andy said proudly. Madame Rosmerta, the owner of the Three Broomsticks, squeezed through the crowd with a menu in hand. What can I get for you all? Apologies for the crowd today. Service may be a bit slowed. Oh, let us all have a butterbeer. By the way, why are there so many people today? Andy called out, lest his voice be swallowed by the noise, that I think you young folks will be quite interested in Gilderoy Lockhart. Madame Rosmerta pointed to the most crowded part of the room. But it was so packed they couldn't see anything. However, you don't need to rush. I heard he is coming to teach at Hogwarts, so you'll have plenty of time to get his autograph later. Lockhart! Andy's eyes sparkled brighter than a light bulb in an instant. Merlin's beard. This is first-hand information. I must seize this opportunity. He rose to his feet and addressed them with earnest conviction. I apologize, but I must temporarily take my leave. There's a mysterious force calling to me from over there. Oseed, I trust you won't be upset with me. Cedric rubbed his temples, swollen from the surrounding noise, and replied with a hint of resignation. Go ahead. We'll wait for you here. Relieved, Andy craned his neck and squeezed into the crowd. 5 steaming mugs of frothy butterbeer soon arrived. How delightful, Harry exclaimed. Amanta picked up her cup, took a sip, and found the rich aroma of butter completely infused within the beer. A warm wave surged through her, melting away her fatigue. Quite exquisite, she remarked. Draco looked at them with skepticism. Really? Is this truly enjoyable? It is indeed very delicious. Wouldn't you like to try some? Hogwarts doesn't have this, Cedric said, raising his cup and blowing off the froth. Draco scrutinized their expressions, seeing no signs of deception, and cautiously lifted his cup, inhaling the aroma before taking a sip. Not bad at all, to his surprise. Gilderoy Lockhart arrived rather promptly. Amanta gazed at the packed 3 broomsticks and mused, "It's quite the spectacle. Still so ostentatious." Draco frowned. Cedric looked at them in confusion. "Apologies, but it seems you are not fond of Lockhart. I find him quite accomplished." His words were abruptly halted under Harry's disapproving glare. "Cedric, how can you admire such a person?" Harry scoffed, seemingly infuriated by Cedric's taste. Cedric waved his hand dismissively. "Harry, how can you say that? Even if you have grievances against him, he is, after all, our future defense against the dark arts professor," Amanda sighed. "Cedric, if you think he looks decent, I have no qualms, but honestly, his so-called accomplishments are all fabricated." Cedric's eyes widened in disbelief. "Fabricated? Really? How do you know?" "Dumbledore told us," Harry whispered mysteriously. Cedric appeared ready to inquire further. But the current situation left him no opportunity. As they continued to sip their butterbeer, Lockhart suddenly parted the crowd and approached them. His entrance elicited a chorus of excited shrieks from a group of young witches. Those who had just surrounded him cast envious and jealous glances at Amanta and her companions. Lockhart, clad in a flowing azure robe and a hat adorned with gold trim, strode over with an air of self-importance. "Harry Potter, is that you? As soon as I heard this enthusiastic student mention your name, I had to come over and speak with you." Andy, standing beside Lockhart, exchanged knowing glances with them. Lockhart flashed a grin that revealed a set of gleaming white teeth, brighter than in any photograph, and uninvitedly pulled a chair, shoving aside Cedric and Draco to sit beside Harry. Draco frowned and distanced himself. Harry felt quite uncomfortable, glancing nervously at them before turning to Lockhart with curiosity. "Professor Lockhart, what can I do for you?" "Of course, but before that, Harry, look at the camera. Right here, just smile," Lockhart commanded. He pulled Harry close, flashing a friendly smile for the camera. Amanta then noticed a short man with a massive black camera squeezing through the crowd, excitedly raising his camera and furiously pressing the shutter. "Harry, did you come here to see me?" Lockhart beamed, asking in between poses that, "Oh no, not at all, Professor," Harry stammered. Lockhart laughed heartily. "Unwilling to admit it, are we? A shy teenage boy's embarrassment?" "I understand completely. I know you, like them, waited in line for hours just to receive a signed photo from me." Lockhart produced a photograph from his robes, swiftly signing it with a flamboyant quill, then kissed the back of the photo. This action drew another round of excited gasps from the crowd. "My apologies, everyone, but I have decided to give the last signed photo of the day to Harry Potter, who, at such a young age, bravely defied school rules to witness my splendor. Surely that merits a reward." Lockhart beamed at the crowd, waving the signed photo before handing it to Harry. Harry accepted it, dazed, and Amanta felt as though his mind might short-circuit. "Harry, no need to panic. Starting next week, I shall be your defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and you will see me every day. Exciting, isn't it?" Lockhart whispered reassuringly, then stood, raising Harry's hand high. "Let us take a few more pictures," he instructed the short man with the camera. The man hopped around, searching for the perfect angle, frantically clicking the shutter, releasing a plume of purple smoke from his camera that further muddied the air in the crowded 3 broomsticks. Amanta felt as if she were suffocating. "Harry, excited are you? You'll be on the front page of the Daily Prophet tomorrow." Lockhart, oblivious to Harry's days, gleefully posed him in various stances after Lockhart blew a kiss. The crowd erupted into even more frenzied screams, surging forward and pinning Amanta against the edge of the table. Cedric forcefully pushed aside the arms blocking their path and shouted through the gap at Amanta. "You all should leave. I'll stay here with Harry." Amanta grasped Draco's arm, struggling to make her way out from the table's confines. She felt as though her lungs might burst from the pressure of Lockhart's adoring fans. After what felt like an eternity, they finally escaped that terrifying place. Amanta gasped for air, utterly exhausted, leaning against a sign by the door. She rubbed her aching feet and, still shaken, said, "Thanks to Harry and Lockhart. We nearly perished in there." Draco, equally grim, polished his shoes. "Have these people gone mad?" He complained, "How dreadful. I wonder how long Harry will be hounded by that guy." Thankfully, Cedric is here. There shouldn't be any trouble. Amanda sighed. Well then, what should we do now? Should we return to the Honeydukes and wait for our godfather? Draco suggested. All right. They returned to Honeydukes, where a throng of Hogwarts students was gathered, discussing the newly released products of the month. Amanda inquired with Madame Perrin if she had seen Professor Snape, but Madame Perrin replied that she hadn't seen him since he left in the morning. It seems our godfather has truly forgotten about us. Draco said, his expression blanked. I must write to my father about this. That he took a deep breath. Before Professor Snape remembers us, shall we check out that place over there? Amanda pointed towards the nearby Hogsmeade post office. You want to go to the post office? Who are you writing to? Draco asked skeptically. Don't you have Pasha? He added, though the owls at the post office might be faster, as Draco began to boast. Amanda quickly interrupted him. Not Hogsmeade's post office. I mean the one behind it, the Hog's Head Inn. The Hog's Head Inn? Draco exclaimed, nervously glancing around to ensure their godfather wouldn't suddenly appear from a corner. Are you still thinking about that hooded figure from earlier? Draco murmured in a tone audible only to the two of them. You might be overreacting that I just remembered that Quirrell was also wearing a hood in the Forbidden Forest. But he was tall and lanky, while that person was short and stout. It was quite obvious he wasn't him. For some reason, I find this rather peculiar. Should we take a look? With that, Amanda tugged at the protective charm brooch on her chest, indicating it to Draco. After a moment's contemplation, Draco reluctantly nodded. Very well. We shall go together, but if we don't glean any valuable information, we shall make our swift exit. He lowered his head and whispered into Amanda's ear. I've heard my father mention that place. It's not a good one. It's a den of iniquity. We should best disguise ourselves. From his ring, he retrieved 2 pointed hats and 2 large scarves. Draco, you still have these? Amanda asked in astonishment. A faint blush tinged Draco's pale cheeks, but he quickly concealed it with the scarf. Put them on, he urged quietly. I've simply acquired a few too many garments and accessories. Amanda shook her head, recalling the frenzy with which Draco had swept through the elegant wizarding outfitters. She couldn't help but suspect that Draco's family crest ring was actually brimming with clothing and various adornments. They donned the hats and wrapped the scarves tightly around their faces, leaving only their eyes visible. After turning onto a narrow path adjacent to the Hogsmeade post office and walking a few paces, Amanda spotted a small pub at the corner. The dilapidated wooden sign, stained with rust, hung from a corroded bracket at the entrance, depicting a bloodied pig's head. Beyond that, the pub appeared diminutive, decrepit, unkempt, and shrouded in darkness. Draco's expression was one of utter disdain. Are we really going to enter here? Amanda raised an eyebrow, finding Draco's reaction amusing. Even if they found nothing of interest, Aberforth was not known for his cleanliness, having achieved the dubious distinction of having his establishment labeled as the dirtiest in the world by mischievous rodents. Indeed, Draco set his jaw. Very well, let us proceed. He adopted a look of grim determination. They slipped into the pub, and as they pushed open the narrow wooden door, a wave of overpowering mutton odor assaulted their senses. Thanks to Draco's scarf, Amanda managed to suppress her urge to retch. Inside, the darkness was nearly impenetrable. They soon realized that even the windows were caked with grime, allowing no light to penetrate. They found a table nearby, where a few feeble candle stubs flickered, providing a meager illumination. An eccentric-looking, gaunt old man with a gray beard approached them. Amanda recognized him as the proprietor of the Hog's Head pub. Aberforth, Albus Dumbledore's brother. 2 whiskeys. Please, Draco declared in a gruff, adult manner before Aberforth could utter a word. Aberforth paused, responding brusquely, Oh, underage wizards aren't allowed to drink. The only thing we serve you lot is milk. If you want something else, I suggest you go somewhere else and stop pretending to be mature. Draco stared at him incredulously. What? Is this how you conduct business? Drink it or leave, Aberforth retorted without backing down. Before Draco could snatch off his hat and engage in an argument, Amanda quickly interjected. All right then, milk it is. After Aberforth walked away, Amanda began to survey her surroundings. However, the darkness was so profound that she could hardly discern anything. The patrons were all dressed conservatively, making it even more difficult to see in such low light. Soon enough, as her eyes adjusted, she spotted a figure strikingly similar to the earlier man, seated across from a tall, hooded individual. She felt a sense of familiarity with the silhouette, But before she could ponder further, Aberforth returned with 2 steaming mugs of milk, placing them on the table before them. Yet the cups were grimy and blackened. It was hard to believe that what they contained was indeed milk unless viewed from directly above. Draco perched on the edge of his seat, unwilling to let any part of his body touch the filth of the establishment. "I suspect this cup has never been washed since it was purchased," he remarked, scratching the exterior of the cup with his fingernail, leaving a deep scratch in its surface. That Draco's hand trembled as the reality surpassed his worst fears. "This layer of grime is truly appalling," Amanda said, staring at the cup of milk, finding it difficult to bring herself to drink from it. Draco anxiously nudged the ground with his toes. "Doesn't the floor feel slightly sticky? Is it just my imagination? Why is this place built directly on the mud? It seems to be a buildup of filth." Amanda ventured cautiously to Draco's face, turned ashen as he lifted his foot in panic, exclaiming, "I can't bear to stay here for another moment." "What are you two doing?" Snape appeared behind them, his expression dark and foreboding. Amanda started, instinctively glancing toward the location of the 2 men, who had vanished without a trace. But that was of little consequence now. Snape seized them by the scruffs of their necks, hauling them out as if they were mere chickens. "Care to explain?" He surveyed their surroundings. "Where's Potter? Damn, how could Snape be here? Was potion dealing such a nefarious enterprise?" She recalled that there were several shops nearby that traded potion ingredients and tools, some even bordering on the illicit. Under immense pressure, Amanda spoke up. "Professor, you kept us at Honeydukes for too long. We got a bit hungry, so we went for a stroll. You and my dear Prot.G. wandered all the way to the Hog's Head. We visited other places," Draco weakly defended. "Did I not inform you that entering the Hog's Head violates Hogwarts regulations?" Snape's glare was lethal. Draco opened his mouth to explain further, but Amanda tugged at his hand, signaling him to cease his protests. Although Snape had not explicitly mentioned this rule, arguing with him in his current mood would only exacerbate their predicament. "Well, now you know. Once we return to Hogwarts, I shall devise an appropriate punishment for you. That why repeated leniency has only emboldened your mischief. And where is Potter? Where have you left him?" Snape's teeth were clenched as he abruptly shifted the topic. Fortunately, Snape seemed more concerned about Harry. Amanda discreetly exhaled in relief and pointed towards the direction of the 3 broomsticks. "He's at the 3 broomsticks. We encountered Lockhart there, and he was taking some photos with Harry. That attention-seeking Potter, paired with that Lockhart, is a match made in heaven," Snape muttered under his breath as he strode toward the 3 broomsticks. His robe billowed behind him, large and unwieldy, reminiscent of the enormous bat that Harry often referenced. Yet, as Amanda observed his retreating figure, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Could the tall, hooded figure at the table have been Snape? If so, what could he have been discussing with that short, stout man? "Potter!" Upon hearing that hellish voice, Harry turned back from Lockhart, trembling. "Professor Snape?" Harry stammered, feeling as though he had fallen from one inferno into another. Snape's face twisted with undisguised derision. "Excellent, Potter. While I do not expect much from that brain of yours, stuffed with snot, I must say that your eagerness for attention is truly disappointing. No student at Hogwarts is unaware of the formidable potions master." Upon the arrival of this uninvited guest, the expressions of the onlookers shifted noticeably, shedding some of their fervor for Lockhart as they parted to make way for Snape. He traversed the crowd with ease, positioning himself before Lockhart and Harry. Lockhart lifted his gaze from the camera, beaming a radiant smile at Snape. "This is the esteemed Severus Snape, a renowned potion prodigy and my former senior, whose reputation has long preceded him." He eagerly engaged in pleasantries with Snape, who merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. Uttering "Lockhart," grasping Harry's left arm, he attempted to pull him away from Lockhart's presence. "I am here to escort Harry back." Lockhart cast a startled glance at him, firmly pressing a hand upon Harry's shoulder. "What is the rush? There is still plenty of time today, isn't there, Severus? Are you here to request an autograph like Harry?" "Oh, I do apologize, but the last one has already been given to Harry, and he cherishes it greatly." Amanda peeked through the doorway and witnessed this scene unfold. Snape's face, typically shrouded in clouds, exhibited a tempest of emotions as he spat out, "I believe you have misunderstood. Lockhart, I have no desire for your autograph." Lockhart raised a finger to Snape's lips, halting his imminent retort. "Severus, I fully comprehend your admiration for me, yet please do not let your disappointment over not obtaining an autograph mar your spirits. All right? Yes, indeed. I shall present you with the most delightful surprise. He met Snape's incredulous gaze with his signature charming smile. From now on, we shall be colleagues. What is the matter, Severus? Are you rendered speechless with excitement? Amanda shrugged and turned to Draco, remarking, "It seems Snape has finally met his match." Draco languidly leaned against the doorway, exchanging a knowing smile with Amanda. "I fear this may be the highlight of my day." They waited for a considerable time until Harry finally emerged, followed closely by Snape and the incessantly chattering Lockhart. Cedric and Andy trailed behind them. We suddenly remembered we need to purchase a few quills. Cedric ventured, casting a nervous glance at Snape and Lockhart. Amanda understandingly patted his shoulder. "Go on. Snape will ensure our safe return." The short man burdened with the camera also appeared ready to depart, much to Lockhart's evident dismay. "Could you take a few more pictures for us?" You're leaving? Very well. Tomorrow's headline shall read, "The man who brought together the Savior and the Potions Master in a cozy tavern." Trust me, that will surely create a stir. Lockhart waved goodbye to the short man, who had been snapping photos. The camera no longer emitted purple smoke. Amanda suspected that he had taken too many pictures today, exhausting the developing potion that animated the images. Snape's expression was a frigid mask of fury, his brows furrowing as he regarded the troublesome youths. According to Miss Merlin's introduction, "I believe you have lingered here long enough." Before he could finish his sentence, Lockhart's golden head intruded once more. "Are you heading back to Hogwarts? Splendid. Our time spent in the company of your beloved idol has now been extended by an hour. Harry, sometimes I truly envy your good fortune." Throughout their journey back, Lockhart rambled on, transitioning from the reasons behind his autobiography to tales of his encounters with Yeti, ultimately even discussing his favorite color and zodiac sign. Under his fervent gaze, Harry occasionally offered perfunctory affirmations. Aside from Lockhart's incessant chatter, the others remained nearly silent, feeling that anything they might say would seem foolish in his presence. They endured Lockhart's narcissistic prattle, which could encompass all of Hogwarts, until they finally returned. Amanda had never felt time stretch so interminably, especially as Lockhart incessantly quizzed them with trivialities. "What day is my birthday?" "Harry, you see, I just mentioned it. And you've forgotten again. Thank goodness your idol is such an understanding gentleman." However, Lockhart did manage to accomplish one commendable ACT. As they entered the castle, he gleefully grasped Snape's hands. "Severus, please take me to tour my office. I know you can hardly wait to introduce me to the other professors. By the way, is the long-awaited welcome feast happening tonight?"